Library of Heaven's Path Chapter 484 to Chapter 532. There weren't as many books in the Formation Master Guild as there were in the Appraiser Hall. Furthermore, more than 70% of the books were for 2-star Formation Masters and below, and Xianxia had already comprehended all of them. As such, it wasn't too difficult for him to collect them. In just 2 hours, he had already imprinted all of them into his head. With sufficient books, he could form the Heaven's Path Formation Art 3 Dan and 4 Dan once more. Another 2 hours later, Xianxia rubbed his fatigued glabella and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. After swiftly collecting so many books and learning Heaven's Path Formation Art 2 Dan, even though Xianxia had reached half-transcension, he still felt a little light-headed and his face paled. But even so, it was worth it. In terms of formation knowledge, he might not be able to match up to guild leader Jing, but in terms of setting up formations, the latter was far from a match for him. More importantly. So this is inscribing a formation plate. Spirit-gathering formation is indeed difficult. At this moment, Xianxia had a deeper understanding of formation plates. He finally understood why guild leader Jing was so angry when he told him to complete it within 2 hours. A formation plate was an inscription of a formation on a palm-sized area, and on top of that, it had to fuse with the environment. This was especially so for a spirit-gathering formation. It gathered spiritual energy to prevent impacts, making it much more difficult to inscribe than other formations. Half a month was indeed the fastest he could do it. However, it is indeed difficult to inscribe a formation plate using ordinary methods. If I were to use the method described in the Heaven's Path Formation Art, it would be much easier. Ordinary formations required one to follow the formation diagram strictly, and one had to fuse with the environment in order to succeed. A single mistake could result in the collapse of the entire formation, turning it into a waste. On the other hand, Heaven's Path Formation Art emphasized on consistency, smoothness, and simplicity. If one were to inscribe the same formation diagram using the Heaven's Path Formation Art, it would be several times easier. The sea of formations should be ready. I should head over to take a look. Shaking his head, Xianxia decided not to dwell on the matter of the formation plate and walked out of the library. Having learned everything he needed and gained a deeper understanding of formations, it was about time for him to try out the Sea of Formations and take the Formation Master examination. The Sea of Formations is just a name. It isn't actually an ocean but a long corridor. It is located on the 3rd floor of the Formation Master Guild, and there are countless formations set up there. As long as one enters, there is a constant risk of being trapped, hallucinated, or even death. Because, there are all kinds of formations here. Naturally, killing formations are included. However, there's no need to worry. Every single examinee has a life-saving formation amulet in their hands. If we were to encounter any life-threatening danger and are unable to escape, just crush it, and the formation will stop attacking. At the entrance of the Sea of Formations corridor, a young man surveyed the surroundings before instructing his 2 juniors. The 3 of them were taught by the same teacher. The latter 2 were taking the Formation Master examination for the first time, while the senior in front was taking the 2-star examination. At this moment, the 2 juniors were slightly nervous. Their lips were pale and their palms were covered in sweat. There's no need to be nervous. I'll walk through the first trial later on and show it to you. Remember, the formation that everyone experiences is random. My experience can only be used as a reference. You can't copy it. Do you understand? The senior said. Don't worry, senior. We'll be careful. We will strive to pass the first stage and not disappoint teacher. The 2 juniors behind him clenched their fists tightly. Very well, I'll show you now. Take note, no matter what kind of formation you encounter, don't be rash. Analyze it calmly so that you can find the life gate and clear it. Seeing the humble attitude of the 2, the senior nodded his head in satisfaction. After which, he turned around and walked toward the corridor of the Sea of Formations with widened strides. As soon as he stepped into the corridor, a layer of mist immediately appeared around him. A formation appeared before him, trapping him within. The first stage of the Sea of Formations, Grade 1 formation. That wall. The duo turned to look at it. The wall by the side of the corridor was made out of a unique crystal, and it could clearly reflect the situation of the challenger. The senior's figure was reflected on the wall. At this moment, he was observing his surroundings with a frown. In order to break the formation, one had to first know what kind of formation it was, where the life gate and death gate were, and where the weakness was. If one couldn't find these, it would be useless no matter how strong one was. A compass appeared in the senior's hand. Lowering his head to look at it, he walked 3 steps to the left and 3 steps to the right, testing the reaction of the formation as he walked. After an unknown period of time, his eyes suddenly lit up, as though he had discovered something. Chuckling lightly, he confirmed a direction and walked over with widened strides. At the same time, he gathered strength in his palm and struck forward. With a resounding boom, the mist before them disappeared, and a figure appeared before the duo once more. It was the senior. Do you see it? This is the first stage. As long as one analyzes the source of the spiritual energy and the changes that occur when one touches it, one will be able to deduce what kind of formation it is. After which, one will be able to determine one's position and find the life gate, and the formation will be solved. After clearing the first stage, the senior didn't continue on to the second. Instead, he turned around and introduced the formation to the duo. He was here to take the 2-star formation master examination, and he was already familiar with the 1-star examination. He was just demonstrating to his juniors to alleviate the pressure they were under. Yes. The 2 juniors nodded their heads. Even though that was the case, when one was trapped in a formation, their surroundings were completely the same. Without a point of reference, it was easy to lose one's sense of direction. Even with a compass, it could only analyze the flow of spiritual energy. It wasn't able to determine where one was or what kind of formation one was trapped in. There were more than 1,000 types of Grade 1 confinement formations, and of the same type, there were several hundred subdivisions. If one didn't have a deep understanding of formations, it would be impossible for one to break the formation and escape. Alright, I'll be challenging the second stage now. Regardless of whether I succeed or not, you two have to learn from me. After explaining, the senior took in a deep breath, and a grim look appeared in his eyes. As a 1-star pinnacle formation master, he was confident of clearing the first stage. However, the second stage was far more difficult. Stepping forward once more, the formation of the second stage was activated. At the same time, a shadow appeared on the wall. Why isn't senior moving? The 2 juniors looked over in unison, and only then did they realize that after entering the second stage, their senior's actions were clearly different from before. Previously, he had taken out his compass to look around to ascertain the type of formation, but this time, he seemed to be in a daze, not moving at all. This is bad, it can't be an illusion formation, right? The white-robed junior suddenly thought of something and exclaimed. Illusion formation? The green-robed junior widened his eyes. An illusion formation interferes with one's mind. As soon as one enters it, one would be immersed in the preset scene, unable to extricate themselves. It was even more fearsome than a confinement formation. Confinement formations were no different from a cage. Even though one knew that it was impossible to escape, at the very least, one's mind wouldn't be affected. However, once one was trapped in an illusion formation, one's mind would be in a trance, unable to recognize one's identity or where one was. While the 2 were perplexed, the face of the senior within the formation was completely drained of blood. The Xianxia in his body churned furiously as he struck his surroundings, as though he had gone insane. After an unknown period of time, his Xianxia seemed to have been sapped dry, and he spurted a mouthful of blood. Only then did he regain his senses. He hurriedly crushed the jade token in his hand. The mist dissipated, and the senior appeared before the 2 once more with a dispirited look on his face. He had failed the second stage. Senior, seeing the senior walking over, the latter no longer had the high-spirited demeanor from before. Instead, he looked like a defeated rooster, and the 2 juniors panicked. It's normal for one to fail in the sea of formations. I can only say that I was unlucky to have triggered an illusion formation. Swallowing a pill, the complexion on the senior's face recovered slightly. Looking at his 2 juniors, he smiled awkwardly. Indeed, an illusion formation is simply too difficult, the green-robed junior said. If it was a confinement formation, Senior would have surely cleared it and become a 2-star formation master. The white-robed junior said. If it was a confinement formation, I do have the confidence to clear it. Seeing that his 2 juniors didn't lose their respect for him, the senior heaved a sigh of relief and said, I've done some calculations. In the past 10 years, there have been a total of 88 2-star formation masters who have taken the examination. Of which, 22 of them have triggered an illusion formation. However, it's a pity that none of them have cleared it. Those who have succeeded are mostly confinement formations or beguilement formations. What if one encounters a slaughter formation? Slaughter formation? The senior shook his head. Then it's even more impossible for one to succeed. A single misstep would mean death. Putting aside clearing the formation, it would already be a blessing for one to survive. It's that difficult? Doesn't that mean that no one will be able to clear it? Hearing how fearsome the slaughter formation was, the 2 juniors panicked once more. To tell you the truth, there is almost no one who has ever succeeded in challenging the sea of formations if they encounter a slaughter formation or an illusion formation. Later on, when you enter, if you notice anything amiss, it's best for you to crush your jade token immediately. Stop struggling futilely. The senior instructed with a grim expression. Yes. The 2 juniors nodded their heads. Don't worry, senior. If we encounter a slaughter formation or an illusion formation, we'll definitely turn around and leave. If even you are unable to clear it, who else can? At the very least, it'll be difficult for anyone in this guild to clear it. Just as the 2 of them were praising their talented senior, a young man walked over lazily from the entrance of the sea of formations. This fellow seemed to be younger than them, probably not even 20. His eyes were bloodshot, as though he hadn't slept for several days straight. Fatigue filled his face. Who is this fellow? Why haven't I seen him before? The trio was taken aback. They had followed their teacher in the Formation Master Guild for at least 5 years. As long as it was an apprentice or formation master, there wasn't a single person they didn't recognize. Yet, the young man before them looked extremely unfamiliar. He might be an apprentice who popped out of nowhere. With a single look, it's clear that his mental fortitude isn't up to par. He probably hasn't slept for several days straight. Indeed, his eyes are bloodshot. To be so frightened by the sea of formations, he's really a weirdo. The 2 juniors sneered. They were so nervous that they felt embarrassed. Yet, look at this fellow. His clothes were disheveled and his body was loose. He must have been so frightened that he hadn't slept for several nights straight. What's wrong with the guild? Isn't there a limit to the number of slots every year? How can someone like him challenge the sea of formations? The senior also furrowed his brows. Challenging the sea of formations would allow one to become a formation master, but not just anyone could challenge it. One had to apply for it in advance, and the guild leader had to approve it personally. On top of that, there were various procedures involved, such as the Elder Council, the selection of slots. Even more so, one had to pay a hefty fee. Since this fellow was here, it was likely that he had obtained permission. But when did the guild deteriorate to the point that a person with such a weak mental fortitude would take the examination? It was one thing for him to be unable to sleep well due to his nervousness, but more importantly, his attitude toward the sea of formations. Those who came here to take the examination would be filled with respect for formation masters. Yet, this fellow was so lazy. Did he think that he would be able to clear the first stage? Let him take the examination first. If he fails later on, we can learn from him. Disgusted, the senior instructed softly. Yes. The 2 juniors replied in Schadenfreude. Clearly, in their view, it was already a done deal for this fellow to fail the examination. And the fellow who left the trio speechless was Xianxia, who had rushed over from the book collection vault. After reading books for such a long time and learning 2 Heaven's Path formations, it would be impossible for him to be in a good state of mind. Adjusting his breathing and dispelling the fatigue in his body, he soon arrived before the trio. You are here to challenge the sea of formations as well? Seeing that they were staring at him intently, Xianxia couldn't help but ask doubtfully. We'll be adjusting our breathing. If you wish to challenge it, you can go first. Seeing how this fellow didn't show the slightest bit of respect to an official formation master like him, the senior flung his sleeves and harumphed. "Oh, since you aren't in a hurry, I won't stand on ceremony." It had been some time since Xianxia came to the Formation Master Guild, and since the other party was willing to let him pass, there was no need for him to reject the offer. Nodding his head with a smile, he walked in. He's going in just like that. Isn't he too daring? Seeing how the other party didn't even bother to look at them before charging in, the trio felt their vision going blurry. This was the Sea of Formations, a place that all formation masters feared. To charge in without even taking the jade token to stop the formation, wasn't that a little too gutsy? He's asking for trouble. Even our senior was unable to clear the examination, and yet this fellow who came out of nowhere didn't even prepare for it. Isn't he courting death? The green-robed junior snorted. Indeed. I reckon that he'll be trapped in the very first trial or fall into an illusion, unable to extricate himself from it. By then, he'll know just how formidable the formation is. The white-robed junior also curled his lips. Wang, just as he was harumphing coldly, waiting for the young man to make a fool of himself, the young man had already walked into the passageway and activated the formation. A dense fog rose and shrouded him. At the same time, the figure of a young man appeared on the wall. Woo 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 woo, spiritual energy wriggled around the young man like rolling clouds, sealing off his five senses, making it impossible for him to distinguish between north, south, east, and west. It's a trapping array. If I'm not wrong, he should be the one who activated the Cloud Sea trapping formation. The senior student recognized the formation. Trapped in the formation, he would need a compass to determine the direction of the flow of spiritual energy in order to determine the type of formation. However, observing from the side was a different story. He would be able to deduce the formation based on the appearance of the formation, and his efficiency would usually be faster and more accurate. The onlooker sees the game clearly. Cloud Sea trapping array? That's one of the most difficult grade 1 formations to deal with. This formation seals one's six senses, making it impossible to see anything. Even with a compass, it'll be difficult to decipher the formation without guessing the type of formation. They didn't expect that fellow to be so unlucky as to meet with such a formidable trapping array right after entering. The two juniors shook their heads in sympathy. Without strength, they might have been able to get lucky if they met with an easy formation. However, to meet with such a powerful trapping array, they could only accept their bad luck. You've seen it for yourself. Even if you meet with a trapping array, there's no guarantee that you'll be able to clear it. In order to challenge the Sea of Formations, one has to maintain a high level of concentration and respect for formations. You mustn't learn from that fellow. He's just asking for trouble. Seeing that the fellow still hadn't taken out his formation plate, the senior shook his head and instructed the two juniors. But before he could finish his words, the eyes of the two juniors widened in shock, and they began convulsing as though they were having epilepsy. What's wrong? Seeing them lose their composure, the senior frowned. Our teacher has instructed us to remain focused before challenging the Sea of Formations. How can you possibly succeed with such impatience? That's not it, senior. Look, the green-robed junior's face reddened as he hurriedly pointed to the front. What's there to be surprised about? Isn't it just a trapping array? Don't worry, if you don't get out within 2 hours, the formation will disappear automatically. That means that you've failed the trial. The trapping array won't harm your life. Harumphing coldly, the senior turned around. However, before he could finish his words, he suddenly froze and his lower jaw dropped to the floor. What? The young man whom he thought was helpless in the trapping array was standing quietly not too far away. He shook his head slowly with a nonchalant expression on his face. At the same time, the mist in the surroundings had already disappeared. In other words, the Cloud Sea trapping array that left him terrified had been broken, breaking the formation and stopping it without leaving a single trace behind. Wasn't he unable to pass the trial? Besides, even if he did, he shouldn't have been able to do it so quickly, right? He didn't take his compass or anything of the sort, and he didn't check the direction of the spiritual energy either. While he was teaching his two juniors a lesson, the formation was gone. Did it have to be so exaggerated? Unable to hold himself back from asking, the senior asked anxiously, what happened earlier? We didn't see it clearly either. All we saw was him kicking the formation, and then, it was gone. The green-robed junior exclaimed. It was gone with just a kick? What are you talking about? The senior's face darkened. I asked you how the other party broke the formation, and you told me that it was just a kick. Kick your head. Formations weren't humans. If they could be stopped with just a kick, what was the point of formation masters like them? If so, this occupation wouldn't be so feared by so many people. It was really just a kick. The green-robed junior's mouth twitched, and he was on the verge of tears. He had seen it with his own eyes. That fellow had stopped the formation with just a kick. But if he were to say it out loud, not only would the senior not believe it, even he couldn't help but wonder if his eyes were playing tricks on him. Otherwise, how could a grade 1 pinnacle cloud sea trapping array be broken so easily? It was just a kick. The white-robed junior nodded dumbfoundedly. Isn't that so? I saw it too. That means it's real. Seeing that someone had confirmed his words, the green-robed junior nodded anxiously. Kick? The senior was frenzied. You must have been kicked in the head for you to come up with such ridiculous words. Formations were formless and intangible. How could it be kicked? Alright, regardless of what method he used, the first trial isn't too difficult to clear. If he were to continue, I'm afraid that it won't be that easy anymore. Seeing that his two juniors were unable to make sense of the situation, the senior waved his hands and stared intently at the young man. He didn't see what was going on previously, but he couldn't miss it this time. He had to find out what kind of method that fellow had used to break the formation. After all, his juniors had only studied formations for a short period of time, so it was possible that they might have been bewitched by the other party's bizarre means. While the senior was focusing his attention, the young man who had just broken the cloud sea trapping array didn't stop. Soon, he came into contact with the formation of the second trial, and a white mist appeared, shrouding the young man once more. It's an illusory formation. The senior narrowed his eyes. He had a lingering fear in his heart when he fell into the illusory formation previously, so he knew how fearsome it was. As soon as he saw the type of mist and the direction of the spiritual energy, he knew that the formation that the young man had encountered was definitely on par with the one he had encountered. Illusory formation? The two juniors were taken aback. At the same time, they couldn't help but sympathize with the young man. To be honest, that fellow was really unlucky to have encountered such a formidable confinement formation in the first trial. They thought that he would be slightly luckier in the second trial, but who could have thought that he would encounter an illusory formation that even their senior had stumbled in? That's right. In the formation, clear air rises while turbid air sinks. When the two come into contact with one another, a unique whimpering sound will be produced. Hearing this sound, one's consciousness will be drawn into it, unable to extricate itself from it. That was how I was lured into the illusory formation without realizing it. The senior said with a solemn expression. Thinking about what he had gone through previously, he still couldn't help but shudder in fear. As soon as he entered the illusory formation, before he could react, a unique sound wave entered his ears and invaded his consciousness, leaving him dizzy. It was as if he had encountered a slaughter formation that was attacking him. In order to protect himself, he had no choice but to guard against it. If not for the fact that his Xianxia had been depleted, he would have been trapped within the illusory formation. It's that scary? The white-robed junior narrowed his eyes. Then, doesn't that mean that he won't be able to clear it? Illusory formations have a high requirement on one's mental fortitude. Without a sufficient mental fortitude, it'll be difficult for one to escape from it. He isn't even 20 yet. Even if he started cultivating at a young age, how strong can his mental fortitude be? Even I was unable to clear it, I don't believe that he'll be able to succeed. The senior shook his head. He didn't see how that fellow cleared the first trial, but the fact that he was able to clear it so quickly showed that he possessed a certain level of proficiency in formations. However, illusory formations were simply too difficult. It didn't mean that one's comprehension of formations was high enough. What was more important was one's mental fortitude. If one's mental fortitude wasn't as firm as a rock, it was easy for one to fall into a trance and be unable to extricate themselves from it. In order to prevent himself from falling into the illusory formation, he had undergone special training. Even after cultivating for many years, he still fell for the illusory formation right away. He didn't believe that this fellow who didn't even seem to be in his 20s could do better than him. Look, he's already been lured into the illusory formation, and he's starting to kick around. The heck? Previously, when he entered the illusory formation, he had also been kicking and punching the illusory formation. Clearly, this fellow was in the same situation as well. But before he could finish his words, the senior's body suddenly convulsed, and his body began trembling uncontrollably. Amid the vulgarities, the young man's kicks came into contact with the illusory formation, and the foggy passageway suddenly cleared up. The illusory formation was broken once more. Author's note: I was accompanying my child today, so I didn't manage to edit it in the morning. That was a grade 2 illusion formation. When he walked in earlier, he immediately went into a frenzy, unable to differentiate between reality and illusion. Given how fearsome it was. Yet, this fellow destroyed it with a single kick. Are you messing with me? If he had thought that his two juniors were speaking nonsense when they said that the other party destroyed the formation with a single kick, then what about this time? He had seen it with his own eyes. With a single kick, the formation came to a halt. With a single stomp, the formation was destroyed. The huge disparity left him on the verge of insanity. He could be considered as a genius in the field of formations, and he had always been respected by his classmates. He had passed the 1-star formation master examination at a young age, and he had cultivated his soul depth for many years. Yet, the moment he stepped into a grade 2 illusion formation, he felt his head spinning, and he nearly spurted blood. Yet, before the illusion formation was fully activated, he kicked it, and then the formation came to a halt. Did you have to be so exaggerated? You must have colluded with the formation to put on a show for us, right? Just as he was on the verge of collapsing, the anxious voice of the green-robed junior sounded. Senior, do you think he did it intentionally, or did he kick randomly? Randomly kick? Have you ever seen a formation being broken by a random kick? The senior's mouth twitched, and he nearly fainted. He had seen people die from a random kick, and he had also seen people severely injured due to a random kick. But who had ever seen a formation being broken by a random kick? Formations were imbued with the laws of the world, making them invulnerable. It was an intangible object that had no physical body, and it was similar to the environment. Have you ever seen a random kick shattering the environment? Thus, this wasn't a random kick. It was a kick with a purpose, a thought, a responsibility, and an obligation. A kick that had seen through the essence of the formation, its vitals, and its mean men. Otherwise, how could he possibly destroy the formation with a single kick? Intentionally? Then, how strong is his grasp of formations? The white-robed junior's lips turned dry. Even our teacher would find it hard to achieve such a feat. Their teacher was a famous 4-star formation master in the guild. Even so, it seemed like breaking a formation wasn't an easy feat for him. Suppressing his shock, the senior said, I don't know either. However, as long as he continues challenging the formation, he should be able to see through it. His eye of discernment was limited, and he was unable to understand how the other party broke the formation. However, if he were to look at it a few more times, he might be able to glean some clues. Perhaps, he might even be able to learn some tricks, and if he were to encounter such a formation in the future, he would be able to break it easily and reach a higher realm. Continue? Do you think he will attempt the 3rd stage? To be able to break a grade 2 illusion formation so easily, he must be at least a 3-star formation master. Of course, I have to continue challenging it. That's true. The three of them turned their gazes forward, and it was just as they had guessed. The seemingly weak young man in the middle of the formation, who seemed to be on the verge of collapsing at any moment, did not retreat or stop after kicking the illusory formation in front of him. Instead, he continued walking forward. When a formation reaches the 3rd level, it's already very difficult to operate just by absorbing the spiritual energy of the world. Usually, a spirit stone is placed in the foundation of the formation to drive it. As a result, this formation is even more powerful and has more variations. I'm afraid it won't be as easy as before to break it. The senior looked solemn. Regardless of whether it was an array formation or something else, it would require motivation in order for it to work. It was the same as cows eating grass and humans eating rice. No matter what it was impossible for it to operate continuously without consumption. Grade 1 and Grade 2 formations, on the other hand, would automatically absorb the spiritual energy of the world before they could be activated. It wasn't easy to reach level 3 and above. Even if it was able to absorb spiritual energy on its own, it would take many years before it could be used. Take the Great Xianxia formation for example. It had been accumulating energy for 1,000 years, but with just a single use, its energy was sapped dry. There were countless people challenging the sea of formations every year, and it wasn't very likely for one to succeed by absorbing spiritual energy on its own. Thus, most of the time, spirit stones would be placed in the foundation of the formation to drive it. With spirit stones as the source of energy, it was similar to the difference between a carriage and a human carriage. It was more powerful and more difficult to breach. This young man might have been able to break Grade 1 and Grade 2 formations easily, but a Grade 3 formation powered by spirit stones wouldn't be that easy. In the midst of their conversation, the Grade 3 formation was activated, and the young man's figure fell into a white environment. In that instant, the shadow on the wall seemed to have fallen into a huge trap. Sharp glints of air filled the surroundings, reminiscent of flower petals falling from the sky. It was an eerie sight. Falling to the ground as a trap, using spiritual energy as a weapon. Could this be the Qinghong Petals formation? The senior's lips quivered, and he nearly fell to the ground in shock. Qinghong Petals formation? What kind of formation is that? The two juniors turned to look at him. They were only apprentices at the moment, and they were here to take the one-star formation master examination. As such, they weren't too familiar with high-level formations, and in fact, they hadn't even heard of them before. It's a slaughter formation. The senior's voice trembled. Slaughter formation? The two juniors nearly bit their tongues in astonishment. Of all formations, illusory formations and slaughter formations were the most fearsome. To think that this fellow would encounter both of them. Wasn't he a little too unlucky? An illusory formation was already so fearsome that it nearly trapped the senior inside. What about a slaughter formation? This fellow didn't have a jade token with him, so could he be killed in there? Is this slaughter formation formidable? Suppressing his shock, the white-robed junior asked with a quivering voice. Qinghong Petals formation is a Grade 3 pinnacle slaughter formation. It's said that it was created by a person named Shen Qinghong 1,500 years ago. Falling to the ground as a trap, it fills the air with flying petals, allowing one to die in this beautiful environment without the slightest pain. This formation has once killed a transcendent mortal 2 Dan expert, and it's known as the strongest Grade 3 formation. Do you think that it's formidable? The senior's voice was hoarse, and it was hard to tell whether it was due to fear or nervousness. Killed a transcendent mortal 2 Dan expert? This is already comparable to a Grade 4 formation. The eyes of the duo narrowed. A Grade 1 formation could kill a Tongxian realm expert, a Grade 2 formation could kill a half-Zongshi or even Zongshi expert, and a Grade 3 formation could deal with a Jizuan realm expert. Beyond that, one would be helpless against a half-transcension or even a transcendent mortal. To think that this slaughter formation could even kill a transcendent mortal 2 Dan expert. Most probably, it was even stronger than some Grade 4 formations. From this, one could imagine how fearsome it was. Even though they had heard of it personally, they still found it hard to believe. Then, will he be in danger? The green-robed junior asked. That's hard to say. It'll depend on his strength and means to protect himself. If they're all mediocre, then there's only one outcome for him. Death. The senior shook his head. Just as he was about to continue speaking, a frown suddenly appeared on his forehead. Look, the formation is activating. Along with his words, the aura formed from spiritual energy on the wall suddenly revealed a savage side. As though a sky full of arrows, it surged toward the young man from all directions. The might of these auras was so great that even a Jizuan realm expert would find it hard to withstand them. Let's see how he can withstand them. If it were me, I would surely dodge first before finding a way out. Just as the senior was thinking about how the other party was going to avoid this calamity, the seemingly ordinary sole of the foot was raised once more. Facing the rain of flowers, the other party kicked it. Isn't this courting death? Seeing that the fellow was still using such a move, the trio went insane. It was one thing for a confinement formation and illusory formation to be able to withstand a single kick. However, this was a slaughter formation. The aura in the air felt as though countless blades were stabbing into one's body. Let me ask you, what do you think? With frenzied looks on their faces, they felt that even if the fellow didn't die, his leg would surely be sliced off. However, the entire formation suddenly froze. With a resounding boom, the aura in the air dissipated. The powerful formation that seemed capable of killing a person at any moment melted away like snow, vanishing without a trace. The young man's figure appeared before everyone once more. The formation has been broken? Why, he succeeded again? The trio stared at one another as though they had been struck by lightning. Yet another formation being broken with a single kick. What in the world is going on? The senior's body twitched. He felt a little breathless, as though he was suffocating to death. He thought that he would be able to grasp the other party's formation-breaking technique and learn a thing or two if he were allowed a little more time to observe the other party's formation breaking technique. But from the looks of it now, he had been thinking too much, breaking a formation with a single kick. No matter how many times he looked at such a bizarre move, it was useless, it was impossible for him to learn it. Not only so, look. He seems to be challenging the fourth stage? The green-robed junior said. Hearing those words, the other two turned their gazes once more. The young man who had revealed himself shook his head, as though sighing at the weakness of the formation. Then, he began walking toward the fourth stage. Passing the fourth stage meant that he had passed the 4-star formation master examination. A fellow who wasn't even 20 yet wanted to take the 4-star formation master examination? Who was the one who said that he couldn't even clear the first stage? Who was the one who looked down on him? The trio felt their bodies stiffening. They were on the verge of going insane. On the other hand, outside the corridor of the sea of formations, in a small incense burner, 4 incense sticks were lit simultaneously. Smoke drifted in the air, inducing a sense of tranquility in one's mind. Guild leader Xing, what do you mean by this? You know that my 3 students are challenging the sea of formations today, yet you still allowed that fellow to go in and mess things up? In front of the incense sticks, a white-bearded elder bellowed furiously. He was a 4-star formation master of the Formation Master Guild, an elder of the guild, Wang Haoshuan. He was also the teacher of the senior and junior. It had been decided a month ago that his 3 students would challenge the sea of formations. Who knew that the guild leader would send someone in as soon as he arrived? He thought that it would be his student, Xiaowu, who was about to take the 3-star formation master examination. Who could have thought that it would be someone he had never seen before? Regardless of whether he had seen the other party before or not, it was fine as long as he was capable. Look at that lazy attitude of his, as though he would fall asleep at any moment. How could such a person challenge the sea of formations? If he could succeed, the sun would rise from the west. Elder Wang, why are you in such a hurry? It's good for your student to have another person challenging the sea of formations. Guild leader Xing shook his head. It would be good if he could clear it. However, look at his attitude. If he fails, wouldn't my student feel pressured as well? Wang Haoshuan harumphed. Challenging the sea of formations didn't just require one's understanding of formations, one's state of mind was important as well. Otherwise, if one were to meet with an illusion formation, it would be easy for one's mental state to crumble. If one were to challenge the sea of formations together with one another, one's student would be motivated, and they might be able to achieve a good result as well. If one's results were too poor, one's mental state would be affected, and one wouldn't be able to achieve a good result. To be able to get him to cut the queue and challenge the sea of formations, you must know a little about his strength. Don't worry. After consoling the other party, before guild leader Xing could finish his words, the first incense stick before him flickered and extinguished. This was called Sea of Formations incense, and it was forged in conjunction with the Sea of Formations corridor. As long as someone were to challenge the Sea of Formations, it would be ignited automatically. From the moment the incense stick was ignited to the moment it extinguished, it would take exactly 2 hours. In this period of time, if the incense stick didn't extinguish automatically, it would mean that the challenger had failed to clear the formation. On the other hand, it would mean that the challenger had passed the test. Once the incense stick was extinguished, the formation within would automatically close. This was precisely the reason why the senior said that even if one were to be trapped and unable to escape, his life wouldn't be in danger. The sea of formation's incense represented time, and it could be used to control the opening and closing of a formation. There were a total of 4 incense sticks, and they represented the 4 stages of the sea of formation's corridor. Since the first incense stick had been extinguished, it meant that someone had cleared the first stage. How is it? What else do you have to say? Guild leader Xiang chuckled after taking a look. Humph, my student entered the sea of formation's corridor much earlier than him. Who knows, they might be the ones who cleared it. Wang Haoshuan harumphed. The extinguishing of the incense meant that someone had cleared the test. As for who it was, it wouldn't be revealed. That drowsy fellow had just entered the sea of formation's corridor for 2 minutes at most, so how could he have succeeded? It must be one of his students. That's possible. Guild leader Xing was taken aback for a moment before nodding his head. Even though he had seen how fast Xianxia was in setting up the formation, he had never seen Xianxia breaking a formation before. As such, he couldn't be certain. Even if the first stage was a grade 1 formation, it was impossible for him to clear it within such a short period of time. Needless to say, the other party. If it's your student, since he has cleared the test, there's no need for you to worry. Shaking his head, guild leader Xing chuckled. But before he could finish his words, the second incense stick flickered and abruptly extinguished. He cleared the second stage? Wang Haoshuan was taken aback. He had only cleared the first stage in less than a minute, and yet, he had cleared the second stage as well. How could he be so fast? Is he still your student? With a bizarre expression, guild leader Xing asked. Wang Haoshuan's face froze. He was well aware of the standard of his student. Even if the other party was able to clear the test, it would take at least 10 to 20 minutes, or perhaps even longer. In less than a minute, without even activating the formation, the other party had already cleared the formation. This was way too fast. Gotcha. Just as he was hesitating, the third incense stick flickered and extinguished. He cleared the third stage as well? Wang Haoshuan nearly burst into tears. At this moment, no matter how much hope he harbored, he knew that this wasn't a feat that his 3 students could achieve. Of the 3, one was a 2-star formation master while the other 2 were 1-star. Yet, the person before him was able to clear the third stage so easily. This could only mean that it was someone else. It's that fellow from before? Widening their eyes, Wang Haoshuan and guild leader Xing stared at one another. Both of them felt frenzied. It wasn't that it was strange for the other party to clear the third stage, but his speed was simply too fast. The first and second stages were simple, so it was understandable that he could clear them easily. However, the third stage was powered by spirit stones, so even if they wanted to clear it, it wouldn't be that easy. To clear it so quickly. How in the world did he do it? To clear the third stage so quickly. It can't be that this fellow can clear the fourth stage as well, right? After recovering from their shock, everyone turned to look at the final incense stick. This represented the fourth stage, as well as the grade 4 formation. If he could clear this as well, it would be truly fearsome. A 4-star formation master who wasn't even 20 yet. More importantly, to clear the stage so quickly, how deep must his understanding of formations be in order to achieve this? If it was in the past, they wouldn't have dared to even think about it. Wang. Just as they were perplexed, the fourth incense stick suddenly flickered. It seemed as though it would extinguish at any moment, but in the end, it stopped and burned once more. It didn't extinguish. Seems like he didn't clear the fourth stage. Even a grade 4 formation isn't that easy to clear. Seeing that the incense stick flickered but didn't extinguish, Wang Haoshuan knew that the person inside must have tried to clear the stage but failed. Thus, he shook his head. The speed at which that fellow cleared the stage was simply too fast, giving him a fright. He thought that he would be able to clear a grade 4 formation easily, but from the looks of it, it wasn't as easy as he thought. Indeed, even he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to clear every single grade 4 formation. Needless to say, a young fellow who wasn't even 20 yet. If that was the case, it would be way too overpowered. To become a 3-star formation master in his first examination, it's not bad at all. Guild leader Xing was taken aback as well. He was slightly disappointed. Seeing the speed at which that fellow set up a grade 2 spirit gathering formation, he thought that the other party's understanding of formations wasn't beneath his. But from the looks of it, it seemed like he was still lacking. However, to be able to reach 3-star at such a young age, as long as he was groomed well, it wasn't impossible for him to reach 4-star or even 5-star. He didn't clear the 4th stage? Looks like Xianxia isn't omnipotent. Behind the duo, Master Sai saw that the 4th incense stick wasn't extinguished and he shook his head. Previously, he thought that this fellow would cause a huge ruckus in the sea of formations, just like the harmonious stream of flowing goblets. But from the looks of it now, he was overthinking it. It was already incredible for a master teacher to be proficient in appraising at such a young age. Even he found it hard to believe that the other party could reach 4-star as a formation master as well. Heaving a sigh of relief, guild leader Xing was just about to head to the entrance of the corridor to wait for the young man to come out when the ground suddenly shook. Hong long long, the sound of a millstone grinding against the ground sounded, reminiscent of an earthquake. What's wrong? Everyone's faces darkened as they looked around. Even guild leader Xing frowned, unsure of what was happening. Just as they were perplexed, the warm atmosphere in the hall suddenly vanished and the chill of winter assaulted them. Gotcha! At the same time, the 4th incense stick abruptly extinguished. Following which, a crisp sound echoed from the incense cauldron below, and a huge crack appeared. This is the formation that maintains the Sea of Formations corridor and the 4 seasons of spring of the guild has been broken? Upon seeing this, guild leader Zhang's vision darkened and he nearly spurted a mouthful of blood. There were countless formations in the Sea of Formations corridor, and the reason why these formations could be triggered randomly was due to the presence of a huge formation. And this huge formation was the same one that maintained the 4 seasons of spring of the guild. Now that the warm atmosphere had disappeared and the incense cauldron had cracked, there was only one possibility. That the formation had stopped working. Someone had broken it. This was a grade 5 formation. Back then, the headquarters had sent experts over to set it up. Who could have done it? In an instant, everyone was frenzied. Could it be Xianxia? With trembling bodies, a figure appeared in the minds of guild leader Xing and Master Sai. The core of the formation was located in the depths of the Sea of Formations corridor. Currently, only this fellow had reached the 4th stage. Other than him, they couldn't think of anyone else who could have done it. If it's really him, how did he break the formation? And what method did he use? Guild leader Xing was dumbfounded. Breaking a formation required technique. What kind of technique could allow him to break the formation so quickly, to the point where he could even break a grade 5 formation? In the midst of his shock, a few figures walked out. They were the 3 students who had entered the examination previously. Since the formation that maintained the circulation of the corridor had been broken, there was no way for them to continue with the examination. Thus, they came out. What happened? Wang Haoshuan walked up to them. That person who just entered destroyed all of the formations. The senior shuddered and said, destroyed all of them? So fast? Guild leader Xing couldn't help but step forward. How did he do it? Did he use Grandmaster Hong Bei's star-chasing formation destruction, Grandmaster Nanyang's chi-seeking formation destruction, or the charged formation destruction left behind by 5 elements formation master Senior Saiyang? Only these 3 could have allowed him to break through the formation so quickly. Guild leader. Seeing the highest authority in the guild questioning him personally, the senior leaped in shock. His face paled, reporting to guild leader, he didn't use any of the 3. Didn't use? Then what did he use? This is already the most profound formation destruction technique that I know of. Guild leader Xing frowned. This was already the most profound formation destruction technique that he knew of. Was there anything else that he didn't know of? He used. The senior's face contorted, filled with frenzy and despair. His feet. 2 in 1 chapter. There will be more in the afternoon. Also, I heard that the English version of this book is at the top of the overseas charts on Qidian, crushing all of the other god books. Hee, if you have the monthly tickets, give us a few more. Let's ensure that we get into the top 3 this month. Feat? Guild leaders Jing and Wang Haoshuan were both stunned and confused. Was there a way to break a formation called feat? Yes, from the first stage to the 4th stage, I just had to kick one formation after another, and then. I passed, the senior said. 1 kick per person? You mean to break the formation with a kick? Guild leaders Jing and Wang Haoshuan nearly spurted blood on the spot. Yes. The senior nodded. The 2 4-star formation masters stared at one another. Yes? Is your sister, there was such a way to break the formation? Why haven't I heard of it before? Senior is right. He killed each of them with a single kick. We saw it with our own eyes too. Seeing that the guild leader and the teacher were doubtful, the 2 juniors stepped forward to testify. Could it be that his luck is very good and the formations he encountered are relatively shallow and simple? Hearing those words, Wang Haoshuan knew that it was probably not a lie. The formations activated in the sea of formations were random. Thus, luck played a huge role in one's success. Given that he had cleared the 4 tests so quickly without any pause, could it be that the formations he encountered were the weakest of the same tier, making it easier for him to clear them? Good luck? The 3 of them twitched at the same time. I've never seen anyone so unlucky. In the first stage, I encountered the Cloud Sea Trapping Formation, then the second stage was the Illusory Formation, and the third stage was the Qinghong Petal Formation. Cloud Sea Trapping Formation? An Illusory Formation? Qinghong Petal Formation? Just by hearing the first 3 words, the 2 4-star formation masters nearly collapsed to the ground. These were the most invincible array formations of the same level, yet a single person encountered them at the same time. Was this for real? How unlucky must one be to be so unlucky? Most importantly, even after encountering these formations, how could he clear the stage so quickly? He even had the time to destroy the formation that maintained the guild's operations. What's the 4th test? Guild leader Jing asked anxiously. Could it be that the 4th stage was easier? If I'm not mistaken, it should be Intoxicated Bewildering Formation. Intoxication Bewilderment Killing Formation. A grade 4 pinnacle formation formed from the fusion of a bewilderment formation and a slaughter formation? Guild leader Jing exclaimed in shock. He thought that he was unlucky in the first 3 stages and that he would have better luck in the last stage. He didn't expect to encounter this. This was definitely the most terrifying array formation in the sea of arrays. Ordinary formations were either bewildering formations, illusory formations, killing formations, or trapping formations. Most of them were single formations. However, this formation was a combination of bewildering formations and killing formations. In other words, if you fell into the trap, you would first be bewitched, and then erased. Even he would find it hard to guarantee his survival if he were to fall into such a fearsome formation. Yet, not only did the other party emerge unscathed, he even destroyed the formation and destroyed the guild formation as well. Was there a need to be so ruthless? Indeed. After he fell into the formation, I saw that his consciousness had been affected, and I thought that he would be unable to break out of it. But in the end, with 2 consecutive kicks, the infatuation beguilement formation collapsed. Following which, the formation that sustained the guild was destroyed as well, rendering us unable to proceed with the examination. The senior explained. Pinnacle grade 4 and grade 5 formations can be broken with just his feet? Guild leader Jing and Wang Haoshuan felt that their outlook on life and values had completely collapsed. By the side, Hall Master Sai also facepalmed. Initially, he thought that with Xianxia's arrival, he would be able to calm down a little, unlike the harmonious stream of flowing goblets. It seemed like he was too naive. No matter where that fellow went, he wouldn't be satisfied if he didn't cause trouble. Amidst everyone's shock and resentment, the main character in their minds walked out from the corridor. Actually, at this moment, Xianxia was a little nervous as well. The first 3 tests were extremely easy for him. In fact, he didn't even need the Library of Heaven's Path. With his eye of insight, he easily found the core of the formation and stopped it with a single kick. However, the final test wasn't so easy. If not for his soul depth of 12. 0, making him comparable to a 4-star master teacher. He would have been completely bewitched upon entering the 4-star pinnacle beguilement formation. At that crucial moment, he made use of the library of Heaven's path and found 2 flaws. Knowing that it was too dangerous, he didn't have the time to analyze what was going on. Thus, he rushed forward and kicked the 2 formations to a halt. Only then did he manage to escape death. Looks like I shouldn't provoke formations of grade 4 and above in the future. Recalling the previous experience, cold sweat trickled down his back. If not for his high soul depth, he would have been beguiled and killed by the formation. If a grade 4 formation was already so fearsome, wouldn't those of a higher tier be even more formidable? Initially, he thought that with the Eye of Insight and the Library of Heaven's Path, formations would be nothing more than decorations to him. But from the looks of it now, things weren't as simple as he thought. Powerful formations would kill you before you could even react. No matter how powerful your means were, no matter how many flaws you knew, it would all be useless. Principal Zhang, you managed to breach all of the formations? After making up his mind, Guild Leader Jing and Master Sai walked over with respectful looks on their faces. I just stopped them. Xianxia shook his head. Formation deciphering referred to destroying the formation and damaging its foundation. Even if one wanted to activate it in the future, it would be difficult for one to do so. Stopping a formation was different. It was similar to an inactive formation. To activate it, one could do so in an instant. To put it bluntly, it was the difference between destroying the foundation and not destroying it. Formation deciphering was equivalent to destroying the formation. Stopping a formation was a unique method to stop it from working. While the effects might seem different on the surface, there was a fundamental difference. Stop? Guild Leader Jing and the others heaved a sigh of relief. If he were to destroy the strongest grade 4 formation in the sea of formations and even the guild's main formation, he would be unable to answer to the guild leader. Since I've cleared the sea of formations, can I be considered as an official formation master? After explaining the matter, Xianxia asked. May I know what Xianxia's current cultivation realm is? Instead of answering the other party's question, Guild Leader Jing asked. I'm at half transcension. However, if nothing goes wrong, I should be able to reach Transcendent Mortal 1 Dan within the next 2 days, Xianxia said. With the Transcendent Mortal 1 Dan Heaven's Path Divine Art, as long as he could find a spirit-gathering formation, he should be able to achieve a breakthrough swiftly. Thus, Guild Leader Jim told him about it in advance so that he wouldn't be shocked by the sudden increase in his cultivation. Only Transcendent Mortal 3 Dan and above are qualified to become a 4-star formation master. This level of strength isn't sufficient. Guild Leader Jing frowned. Just as he had deduced previously, the young man before him hadn't even reached Transcendent Mortal. It was impossible for him to become a 4-star formation master. Formation master was an occupation of the upper 9 paths, and just like master teachers, it had an extremely high requirement on one's strength. Without sufficient strength, it was impossible for one to be granted a 4-star formation master. How about this, Xianxia? I'll give you a quasi-4-star formation master emblem first and report this matter to the headquarters. If we can get a special approval, there shouldn't be a problem. However, even if it isn't approved, given your talent, you should be able to reach Transcendent Mortal 3 Dan easily before 30. By then, you'll be able to advance automatically without the need for a second examination. After a moment, Guild Leader Jing said. Quasi-4-star emblem? Xianxia was perplexed. There was such a level of emblem? Indeed, this is how those who have cleared the 4-star examination but haven't reached the required cultivation realm. It's the same for the other guilds as well. There are only a few occupations that don't require one's cultivation realm to be graded directly. Guild Leader Jing said. Appraisers, for example, were given a 5-star emblem for passing the examination. Quasi-4-star is fine as well. Then, you can give me a 4-star spirit gathering formation blueprint and formation flag now, right? Since he was already a quasi-4-star formation master, he should be qualified to claim it. Give me a moment. Seeing that the other party wanted these 2 items so quickly, Guild Leader Jing shook his head with a bitter smile. After which, Xiaowu turned around and left. Not too long later, he returned with a jade token, formation core, and formation flag. This is the blueprint of a 4-star spirit gathering formation. Take a look at it and record it down. You mustn't leak it out. Xianxia passed the jade token over. Xianxia nodded his head. Placing his finger on the jade token, he infused his consciousness into it and saw the blueprint of a formation. There were even detailed instructions on how to deal with different terrains. Wait, this spirit gathering formation can only gather the spiritual energy of 10 spirit stones at a time? After reading through the introduction, Xianxia's complexion turned awful. This spirit gathering formation could be considered extraordinary, but it could only gather the spirit chi of 10 spirit stones at a time. Any more and it would be impossible. 10 spirit stones might be a lot to others, but to Xianxia, it was of little value. A single spirit stone would shatter in less than 2 breaths. Even if 10 spirit stones could last longer, it would only last for 20 breaths. What difference would there be from before? Wouldn't he have to spend spirit stones to push for a breakthrough at the same time? To be able to gather the spiritual energy of 10 spirit stones at a time is already the most advanced spirit gathering formation in our guild. Even a transcendent mortal 4-dan expert would be able to sustain it. Does Xianxia think that it isn't enough? Guild leader Xing frowned. A grade 4 spirit gathering formation could be considered as the highest grade in the League of Nations. Without sufficient cultivation, it would be difficult for one to set it up. If Xianxia still thought that it was too low, there was nothing he could do about it. Is there a formation that can gather spiritual energy regardless of how many spirit stones are placed in it? After a moment of hesitation, Xianxia asked. He required a vast amount of spirit stones to reach Transcendent Mortal 1-dan. It would be too much of a waste of time if he could only use 10 spirit stones at a time. It would be best to find a formation that could gather a sufficient amount of spirit stones at a time so that he wouldn't meet with any trouble during his cultivation. It was just like how the fuel tank of a car was the size of a teacup. No matter how many petrol stations there were along the way, it wouldn't be a problem. However, if it was the size of a water tank, it would be much more convenient. How many spirit stones are placed in it? Guild leader Zhang's mouth twitched. I do have such a formation, but it's a grade 5 spirit gathering formation. Furthermore, there's only the blueprint of the formation. There aren't any formation flags or foundation. The highest-ranked member of the Honghai City Formation Master Guild, Guild Leader Xing, was only a 4-star pinnacle cultivator. As such, he was unable to set up a grade 5 formation. Naturally, he didn't have the materials required to set up a grade 5 formation. Not to mention, these materials were extremely valuable. Without reaching the required tier, it was impossible to purchase them. There's only the blueprint of the formation. A deep frown formed on Xianxia's forehead. Could it be that after going through the examination and challenging the trial, all of his efforts were for naught? Yet, he only managed to set up a useless spirit-gathering formation. If that was really the case, this was way too much of a scam. Thanks to reader Unintentional for Dao for becoming the 27th Alliance leader of this book and adding more chapters for him. Indeed. Guild leader Zheng nodded his head. This formation blueprint was left behind by a 5-star formation master when the guild was first established. Otherwise, 4-star guilds would have to apply to the headquarters in advance to obtain a grade 5 formation blueprint, and even then, they might not be able to obtain it. A formation master's formation blueprint was similar to an apothecary's pill formula. Depending on the grade of the formation, one would have to grasp the grade 5 formation blueprint. Without sufficient strength, coming into contact with it too early would only bring harm to oneself. As such, the headquarters had a rule that 4-star guilds like Honghai City could only store grade 4 formation blueprints at most. If one wanted to obtain a formation of a higher grade, they would have to apply for it in advance and pay a certain price. Furthermore, the formation blueprints they would receive would only be the simplest grade 5 formation blueprints. As for the more profound ones, they would have to enter a higher grade guild to obtain them. If even the formation blueprint was so troublesome, needless to say, the formation base and formation flags. Do I have to head to a higher grade formation master guild? Did they have to be so conned? After all this time, without the formation blueprint and formation base, they couldn't possibly set up the formation empty-handed. The higher the tier of a formation, the more powerful it would be. Thus, the requirements for these two aspects would be greater as well. Regardless of whether it was the materials used or the forging method, there would be rigid requirements. After all, he couldn't possibly head to the blacksmith guild to learn how to forge a spirit-gathering formation, right? Putting aside the time it would take, the blacksmith guild of Honghai City would probably be the same as the formation master guild. Even if they were to learn the formation, they might not be able to find the materials, flame, forging method, and forge a suitable weapon. Rubbing his glabella, Xianxia felt stifled. He thought that it would be a simple matter of buying a spirit-gathering formation. Yet, even after several hours, they were still unable to resolve the matter. Actually, even without the formation base and formation flags, it is still possible to set up a grade 5 formation. Elder Wang Haoshuan suddenly thought of something and interjected. Xianxia was taken aback. Through his studies, he knew that those two were required to set up a formation. These were the hard and fast rules, and there was no way to change them. Could it be that there was another way? You mean? Guild leader Jing suddenly thought of something, and halfway through his words, he shook his head and said, "That's impossible, you must be joking." What's wrong? Seeing the two of them speaking in riddles, Xianxia asked. He's talking about inscribing a formation plate. Guild leader Jing smiled bitterly. Inscribing formation plates is much more difficult than setting up a formation. Without reaching 5-star, it is impossible for one to succeed. Array disc? Xianxia was stunned. That's right, why didn't he think of that? The array disc was a special material that was carved with patterns to replace the array flag and array base. Naturally, it didn't need these two things. Putting that aside, I once obtained an empty grade 5 formation plate from the appraiser hall and tested it out personally. It's incomparably tough, such that without a specialized carving knife, one wouldn't even be able to draw the inscriptions on it. How could one possibly carve it? President Jing shook his head continuously. The higher the level of the formation, the higher the material requirements of the formation plate. Otherwise, what was the use of the formation plate if it couldn't withstand the pressure and cracked before it was even used? Their guild only had a 4-star carving knife. Even if they had a grade 5 blank array plate, they wouldn't be able to carve the patterns, needless to say, create a formation. Give me the diagram of the level 5 spirit gathering array and the array disc. If there's really no other way, we can only give up. Xianxia knew that the other party was right, but he had finally found a straw to clutch at, so he still spoke up. All right. Seeing Xianxia insist, President Jing nodded his head. Flicking his wrist, a jade token and a blank array disc appeared before him. These two items could be considered as the most valuable items in the guild, and he had always carried them with him. Receiving the jade token, Xianxia immersed his consciousness into it. Just like the grade 4 jade token, a grade 5 spirit gathering array was recorded within it. The method to set it up and the requirements of the various materials were recorded clearly in his mind. He quickly browsed through it and committed it to memory. It is indeed difficult. Combing through his memories, Xianxia sighed. Even though there was only a difference of a single grade between a grade 4 formation and a grade 5 formation, the difference was huge. If one's cultivation wasn't up to par, even if one had the formation flags and the array base, it would still be difficult to set up the entire formation. Just like pill forging, even if a 1-star apothecary had the pill formula, he wouldn't be able to control the violent energy within the cauldron, thus making it impossible for him to forge a grade 2 or grade 3 pill. If he could forge both, there wouldn't be a need for such a detailed classification of the various occupations. However, if I were to use the Library of Heaven's Path to find the flaws, I should be able to succeed. With these two items, even though ordinary 4-star formation masters would find it difficult to complete the task, Xianxia still stood a chance. Just like pill forging, as long as he didn't make any mistakes, he would be able to guide a 1-star apothecary to forge a grade 2 pinnacle pill. As long as he could ensure that there were no mistakes in the steps of setting up the formation, even though he was only a half-transcension, he would be able to set up a grade 5 spirit gathering array. But as good as his idea was, he couldn't do anything without the required materials. Without the required materials, there was no point in thinking about it. Let me take a look at the formation plate. Tossing these thoughts aside, Xianxia reached out to take the blank formation plate that guild leader Jing brought him. The object was black in color, and it was extremely heavy. Xianxia had no idea what material it was made of, but just by looking at it, it looked like a smooth and neat bronze mirror. "This is a carving knife, you can give it a try." Seeing that Xianxia was still hesitating, guild leader Jing flicked his wrist and passed a carving knife over. Taking the carving knife, Xianxia drove his Xianqi and began carving on the smooth surface of the formation plate. "Jia, Jia," a jarring sound echoed. Even though the carving knife was tough, it didn't manage to leave the slightest mark on the blank formation plate. Xianxia smiled bitterly. It seemed like the other party was right. He was overthinking things. Even if he had a better method, it wouldn't work. Flaws. Helpless, Xianxia grabbed the blank formation plate and muttered in his mind. A book appeared, and Xianxia flipped it open. Grade 5 blank formation plate, forged by 5-star blacksmith Yang Shu with wintry silver iron and 9-inch gold. It is incomparably tough. Only a spirit high-tier carving knife or a spirit intermediate-tier weapon combined with weapon intent can leave a mark on it. Flaws. Flaws were written all over it. Taking a glance, Xianxia knew that even if there were flaws, it wasn't something that he could exploit with his current strength. Just as he was about to put it down, he suddenly froze. A spirit intermediate-tier weapon combined with weapon intent. Can leave a mark on it? Spirit high-tier carving knives were exclusive to grade 5 formation masters, so it was impossible for him to obtain one. However, spirit intermediate-tier Xianqi was something that even transcendent mortal 4 Dan experts possessed. It wasn't difficult to find one in Honghai City. In fact, Master Sai had collected quite a few of such treasures. As for weapon intent, since Xianxia had comprehended sword heart, it wasn't a problem at all. Weapon intent possessed incomparable sharpness. Even though it was a grade lower than weapon intent, it could definitely make up for it. The more Xianxia thought about it, the more he felt that it made sense. With glowing eyes, Xianxia raised his head and asked, "I know how to carve it now. Do any of you have a spirit intermediate tier sword? Lend it to me for a moment?" Spirit intermediate tier sword? Guild leader Jing was taken aback. "I have one, why do you need it?" "Lend it to me for a moment," Xianxia said. "All right." Knowing that the other party wouldn't take his belongings for himself, guild leader Jing flicked his wrist and took out a sword and passed it over. Grabbing it, Xianxia unsheathed it lightly. A cold gleam shot up to his glabella. Even before infusing his Xianqi into it, he could already feel a powerful spiritual energy gushing into it. As expected of a spirit intermediate tier sword, it was much more powerful than any weapon he had ever seen or used before. Unsheathing the sword, a wave of spirit burst forth from it, as though it was trying to escape from guild leader Jing's grasp. A weapon of this tier already possessed its own spirit and was able to recognize its master. If one wasn't its master, they would be unable to control it and might even be injured. "My apologies, this sword has been with me for too long, so it's a little uneasy with strangers. Let me give it some advice, and it should be fine." Seeing the sword trembling, as though it was about to escape at any moment, guild leader Jing walked up to it in embarrassment. He ran his finger along the back of the sword, as though caressing a lover. "All right, I'll be lending it to you for a moment. Be obedient and don't resist." Hearing guild leader Jing's advice, the sword trembled even more intensely, as though it had been wronged. Cough cough, "Don't worry, I'll persuade it right now." Guild leader Jing's face reddened as he continued caressing the sword. However, the sword didn't seem to appreciate his goodwill. The more he tried to persuade it, the more intensely it trembled. "Old Jing, you bought this imperial jade sword for so long, it can't be that you haven't managed to get it to acknowledge you as its master yet?" Master Sai couldn't help but ask. He had bought this sword from his old friend back then, and it had been 5 years since then. To think that it still hadn't acknowledged him as its master yet. Since a weapon had already acknowledged its master, it would surely listen to its master's words with utmost respect. Cough cough, you should know how complicated it is to get a weapon to acknowledge you as its master. Over the past few years, I've been accompanying it every day, eating and sleeping together, so it's already much better. Don't worry, just let me comfort it for an hour, and it should be fine. Smiling awkwardly, guild leader Xiang said. Other than eating, sleeping, accompanying a weapon day and night, and tempering it with Xianxia, there was no other way to get a weapon to acknowledge him as its master. The imperial jade sword had been by his side for 5 years, and its spirit had already acknowledged him. Even though it was still a long way off from fully acknowledging him as its master, it was already very close to him. If he were to slowly comfort it, it should be able to listen to his words. An hour is too much of a hassle. Give the sword to me. Hearing that it would take so long to make a spirit intermediate tier weapon listen to him, Xianxia was speechless. He couldn't help but shake his head. Give it to you? Guild leader Xiang was taken aback. You have a solution? Unable to be bothered to waste time with the other party, Xianxia took the sword and tapped the tip, body, and hilt of the sword 3 times with his index finger and middle finger. Who? Upon being tapped by him, the sword trembled intensely, as though it had encountered something extremely frightening. Stay here obediently. If you continue to jump around, do you believe that I won't cripple you? Xianxia's face darkened as he bellowed. Wang, upon hearing those words, the sword immediately stopped moving. Following which, a sound reminiscent of a bell echoed from within the sword, reverberating in everyone's hearts. Spirit surge, guild leader Xiang's body stiffened, and his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The imperial jade sword has acknowledged him as its master? This. What is going on? This sword had been with him for 5 whole years, spending more time with him than even his wife. Yet, he still hadn't managed to tame it completely, only familiarizing himself with it. Who knew that with just a single reprimand from the young man, it would immediately become agitated? Agitated your sister, can't you play properly? I've been treating you like a master all day, but not only do you not know how to be grateful, you even threw yourself into my arms and acknowledged me as your master. Guild leader Xiang felt as though a knife was slicing through his heart. A stifling feeling surged in his chest, threatening to burst out at any moment. The man's face turned green. What was going on? Could it be that this thing didn't accept the soft approach and only the hard approach? Master Sai slapped his forehead when he saw his old friend's face turning green and pale, seemingly on the verge of breaking down at any moment. This was a powerful appraiser who could even make the harmonious stream of flowing goblets acknowledge him as its master. Wouldn't it be easy for him to make the imperial jade sword acknowledge him as its master? Xianxia is only borrowing it. He won't take your sword away. Fearing that his old friend would die of depression on the spot, he hurriedly sent a telepathic message over. Hearing those words, guild leader Xiang finally calmed down. Suppressing the urge to spurt blood, he looked at the young man before him with doubt. Don't tell me you're going to inscribe a formation plate? What do you need a sword for? You keep saying that you want to inscribe a formation plate, but why do you want the sword to recognize you as its master? Inscribe formation plates. Picking up a blank grade 5 formation plate, Xianxia exerted his strength. Bang, the latter was embedded into the wall not far away like a mirror nailed to the wall. After fixing the formation plate, Xianxia's eyebrows shot up, and a powerful aura burst forth from his body. With a flick of his sword, a burst of sword chi burst forth. Sword intent? Sword heart stage? Hearing the clear ringing of the sword and the immense might it exerted in his palm, guild leader Xiang was taken aback and his eyes narrowed. Even though he had reached transcendent mortal 4 Dan, he hadn't managed to comprehend sword heart yet. Yet, this fellow before him, who wasn't even 20 yet, had already done so. Appraising, formations, and even sword heart. Was there anything that he couldn't do? The sharpness of weapon intent is incomparably sharp, and it can raise the tier of spirit weapons of the same tier by a level. You can't be thinking of using a sword to inscribe formation runes, right? Upon recalling something, guild leader Xiang nearly choked on his saliva. A grade 5 formation plate could only be engraved with a spirit upper grade carving knife. The League of Nations definitely doesn't have something of this level. This fellow can't be thinking of using weapon intent to replace this thing, right? The carving knife was light and dexterous, and it was easy to make mistakes when carving fine formation patterns, but to directly use a sword, are you here to fool around, inscribing formation patterns on a sword? Forget about seeing it, he had never even heard of it before. What kind of joke was that? Using a sword to inscribe array patterns? Master Sai and Wang Haoshuan's vision went dark. This was no longer courage, but lawlessness and daydreaming. Even though the sword was nimble, it had to be at least 3 feet long, and it had to be inscribed with formation patterns that were even thinner than a strand of hair. What was he thinking? Ding 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 ding. Before he could react to the young man's actions, he heard the sound of the sword tip touching the formation plate. Crisp sounds rang out as fine lines slowly appeared on the smooth surface of the disc. Really? His vision turned black again. What kind of monster was this, using a sword to inscribe formation runes? Just what level of mastery over the sword has he reached? My carving knife is always wrong. Wang Haoshuan's lips trembled uncontrollably. He was a 4-star formation master, but even so, he often made mistakes when using a carving knife. Yet, the other party was using a sword to inscribe at a distance of 3 meters. Did it have to be so exaggerated? It's possible. Contrary to the astonishment of the crowd, Xianxia's eyes lit up as he looked at the formation runes appearing on the blank formation plate. Using a sword to inscribe with sword intent was an idea he came up with on the spur of the moment, and he didn't think that it would work. Driving his soul depth to its limits, his eye of insight lit up, and he seemed to be able to see the unique patterns and uneven bumps on the formation plate. Following the description of the formation plate in the Heaven's Path formation art, he inscribed it with the sword in his hand. If a master teacher were here, he would surely realize that he had entered a unique state of mind. Dispelling facade and retaining truth, lucid mind realm, the 2-dan heart of tranquil water and the 3-dan lucid mind realm. An understanding of worldly affairs is knowledge, and an understanding of human emotions is writing. In this state, one would be able to discern the essence of a matter amidst chaos. With a clearer state of mind, one would be able to analyze matters much more easily. Coupled with the eye of insight, one would be able to inscribe formation runes in an orderly manner, unaffected by the slightest fluctuation in one's emotions. The minute movements that others could only complete with a carving knife could be done with a sword. The Heaven's Path formation art was one of the reasons, but more importantly, it was the unique ability of a master teacher. Inscribing a formation plate with a sword. No wonder he was able to break the formation with a single kick. Who in the world is this expert? The seniors and juniors by the side were so shocked that their hearts nearly stopped beating. Others would use a carving knife that was as smooth as a needle and thread, but this fellow used a sword to do it. Furthermore, he was able to do it as meticulously as others. Even though they were witnessing it with their own eyes, they still found it inconceivable. Ding 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 ding, after an unknown period of time, Xianxia retracted his sword and stopped. Panting heavily, he stopped. Sword intent is a concentrated manifestation of one's spirit, energy, and spirit. It is extremely demanding to maintain it constantly, and it is easy for one to tire. Seeing Xianxia in such a state, guild leader Xing advised, "Don't be in such a hurry. A formation plate isn't something that can be inscribed in a single day. You can take it slowly." Sword intent represented a cultivator's comprehension of swordsmanship, and it was infused with all of one's passion. It was fine to maintain it for a short period of time, but it was simply too taxing for a prolonged period of time. Even though Xianxia's Heaven's Path Xianxia was pure and his cultivation profound, it was impossible for him to sustain it for too long. Nodding his head, Xianxia adjusted his breathing and turned to look at the formation plate fixed on the wall not too far away. A grim expression appeared on his face. Even though his control over sword intent had reached the level of sword heart, it was true that he couldn't use it for long periods of time. In just a short moment, he was already at his limits. If he were to persist on like this, not only would he be unable to continue inscribing the formation, his previous efforts might even go to waste due to his unstable state. If I were to compare my comprehension of sword intent to a bottle filled with water, it would eventually dry up. With a deep frown, Xianxia fell into deep thought. In my current state, I am already on the verge of drying up, and I am only halfway done with the inscribing of the formation plate. It will take at least a day or two for me to fully fill it up. Sword intent was similar to Xianxia in that there was a limit to how much it could be used. If one were to use it constantly, it would eventually be used up. And now, he was almost out of energy, but the array plate in front of him was not even half done. What should he do? He couldn't possibly be like the other party, having to inscribe a formation plate for several days straight. If guild leader Xing were to know of his thoughts, he would definitely think that he was insane. Putting aside a 4-star formation master, even a 5-star formation master would require several days to inscribe such a high-level formation plate. Yet, Xianxia thought that he could finish inscribing it in a moment. Wasn't he dreaming? That's right, sword intent can be inscribed, and so can saber intent. The sword intent in my body has been greatly depleted, but my saber intent isn't affected at all. Just as he was conflicted over how he could speed up the inscribing process, his eyes suddenly lit up. Not only did he comprehend sword intent, but he also comprehended saber intent. After learning the Heaven's Path saber art, his mastery of the saber had also reached an extremely profound level. Driving his sword intent previously had left him half dead from exhaustion, but his saber intent wasn't depleted at all. It was still like a bottle filled with water. Chuckling lightly, Xianxia stood up once more and surveyed the crowd. Does anyone have a spirit intermediate tier saber? Even though using a sword as a saber would allow one to exert saber intent, its prowess was clearly weaker than using a saber. At this crucial moment, there was no need for him to take the risk. Saber? Everyone's eyes lit up. Aren't you going to use a sword to inscribe a formation plate? What do you need a saber for? I have a saber. Master Sai hesitated for a moment before flicking his wrist. A 9-ring saber appeared in his palm. It was heavy and ferocious, emanating an aura of savagery. Lend it to me. Walking up to Xianxia took the saber and flicked it lightly, producing a reverberation reminiscent of the roar of a dragon. Good saber. With just a glance, Xianxia could tell that it was an incredible spirit weapon. It was on par with the jade obelisk from before. I'll return your sword first. With a saber in hand, Xianxia flicked his wrist and tossed the sword he borrowed back. Even though this weapon had acknowledged him as its master, he still had to return it. He couldn't possibly take someone else's possession for his own. Besides, he didn't have many expectations for weapons. Even though this jade obelisk was a good sword, he wasn't greedy for it. If he really needed it, he could just buy one. Besides, if he really had such intentions, he would have long emptied the entire harmonious stream of flowing goblets. Why would he let the appraiser haul off just because of a few conditions? Grabbing the sword, guild leader Zheng's face reddened in embarrassment. Artifacts possessed spirits, and usually, their spirit would acknowledge a master. Even if the original owner was unwilling, most of them would still reluctantly part with it. This was because if he were to forcefully take possession of it, not only would he fail to make it acknowledge him as its master, he might even incur the disgust of the spirit. If a weapon didn't acknowledge a master, even if he were to keep it, he wouldn't be able to use it. Thus, he might as well do the other party a favor. Perhaps, he might even be able to sell it for a good price. He thought that after Xianxia had induced the spirit euphoria and a sword to acknowledge him as its master, he would be bidding farewell to the imperial jade sword. Who could have thought that the other party would actually return it to him without the slightest intention of taking it for himself? Xianxia, you are fated with this jade obelisk. That's why it was able to make its spirit agitate the moment it saw you and acknowledge you as its master. Such a compatibility between a person and a weapon is extremely rare in the world of cultivation. As long as there is a single case, it will become a legend and its reputation will soar. It has been 5 years since I obtained this sword, but I'm still unable to make its spirit submit to me. Since that's the case, I might as well give it to you. At the very least, you can achieve the compatibility between the person and the weapon. Gritting his teeth, guild leader Zheng pushed the sword forward. Anyone would be reluctant to give away a sword that had accompanied him for 5 years. However, this sword had already acknowledged the other party as its master, so there was no point in keeping it. Thus, he might as well be generous for once. After saying those words, guild leader Zheng thought that the other party would surely keep the sword. However, there was no movement at all. Guild leader Zheng couldn't help but raise his head to take a look. As though he hadn't heard his words at all, guild leader Zheng casually tapped the 9-ring saber several times. Wang, a crisp sound echoed as the saber vibrated. Guild leader Zheng's lips paled and his hands trembled. He nearly threw the sword away. Spirit agitate. This saber has acknowledged its master as well? Seeking recommendation votes on Monday. Also, the cover of the book has been changed to an international edition. There are English words on it. Isn't it grand? Hee hee. He had just said that spirit euphoria was extremely rare and that it would become a legend when the saber came right after him. Do you have to be so fast? You are spirit weapons, you have your own pride and spirit. Arrogant and unyielding. When did you become so easy to talk to? If you were really so easy to talk to, I would have accompanied you carefully for 5 years, wiping it daily and nourishing it with Xianxia. Why didn't you do anything at all? Guild leader Xing felt lightheaded. Just as he was about to continue speaking, Xianxia flicked his wrist and a surge of saber chi shot out from the saber. Following which, he brandished the saber and hacked it toward the formation plate. Be careful. Taken aback, guild leader Xing fell silent before he could finish his words. The brilliant saber chi didn't hack apart the formation plate. Instead, it came into contact with it, leaving behind inscriptions. To think that he was using a saber to inscribe formation marks, putting aside the fact that most transcendent mortal experts hadn't even comprehended a single true intent, he had comprehended too. Just the sight before him was enough to send him into a frenzy. His swordsmanship was agile and fleeting. To be able to inscribe a formation plate in place of a carving knife, it meant that his control over the saber was strong. But the saber was heavy, especially the 9-ringed saber. It was definitely several dozen kilograms heavy, and even an ordinary person would find it difficult to lift it. To use it to inscribe formation marks. How in the world did he do it? Formation marks could be inscribed in such a manner. Guild leader Xing's eyes darkened and his body trembled. Having studied formations for more than 80 years, he had always thought that he was talented and his ability to inscribe formation plates far surpassed others. However, upon seeing the other party's actions, he realized that this wasn't the case. If one was talented, could one inscribe formation marks with a sword? Could one hack out a formation plate with a saber? Definitely not. This was something he didn't even dare to think about. Ding 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 ding, as the saber came into contact with the formation plate, more and more inscriptions appeared on the smooth surface of the formation plate. Just when guild leader Xing thought that the other party would succeed in inscribing the formation plate, he saw the other party toss aside the saber in his hand, wipe the sweat off his forehead, and look at them expectantly. Who here has a spear? Everyone. A moment later, with a spear in hand, the young man stood 4 meters away and pierced the formation plate on the wall. Pung pung pung, the spear swept across, and just like the previous saber and sword, it left behind inscriptions. Clutching their chests, guild leader Xing and Wang Haoshuan stared at one another. Even when using a carving knife, they were afraid of making a mistake. Yet, this fellow was using a sword, a saber, and now, he was even using a spear. If he still couldn't carve it out, would he have to take out a hammer as well? When others inscribed formation plates, they would treat it as a work of art or porcelain, afraid that it would shatter if they used too much force. Yet, he treated it as a blacksmith, daring to use any kind of weapon. Seeing it with his own eyes, he felt like he was going crazy. Everyone covered their chests and mouths. At this time, Xianxia was highly concentrated. After using 3 weapon intent consecutively, even though Xianxia was on the verge of puking blood, the formation plate before him was about to be completed. The last one, with a gleam in his eyes, he flicked the spear in his hand and drew a beautiful arc in the air before stabbing right into the center of the formation plate. Rumble, the immense force of the spear struck the formation plate, and with a resounding boom, the wall behind the formation plate couldn't withstand the force anymore and collapsed, creating a huge hole. He had fixed the formation plate on the wall. Due to its sturdiness, it wouldn't be damaged. However, the wall was different. Even if the Formation Master Guild used the best green steel rock to construct the wall, it wouldn't be able to withstand the violent force of a saber and sword. The long corridor used by the guild for the examination of Formation Masters collapsed, and a cloud of dust rose into the air, filling the entire room with dust. Cough cough, with a face covered in dust, guild leader Xing's lips twitched as he looked at the rubble before him. Are you here to take the Formation Master examination or to demolish a building? First, you stopped the guild's formation, and now, you even went as far as to destroy the wall. What in the world is this? What kind of grudge do you have with our Formation Master Guild? The formation plate isn't damaged, right? Master Sai walked forward. Everyone turned to look at him as well. Even a building could collapse from the sheer force exerted, so how could the formation plate be fine? I don't know either. Xianxia scratched his head. Hurriedly, he walked forward and took out the round plate which was buried in the dust. He wasn't being humble when he said that he didn't know. Rather, he really wasn't too sure. Under normal circumstances, if he were to inscribe the final formation mark with the spear, he would be able to complete the formation perfectly. However, he didn't expect the wall to collapse. This way, he wouldn't be able to exert the full might of the final spear strike, and it would be hard to say whether the formation would be able to achieve the desired effect. Lowering his head, he took a look. On the smooth surface of the formation plate, inscriptions of varying depths could be seen. They resembled the 8 trigrams, but at the same time, they seemed to contain the essence of the world. Just a single look at them left one feeling dizzy. How is it? Guild leader Xiang walked forward. It was difficult to discern the quality of a formation plate without activating it. Even he couldn't tell if it was good or bad just from the inscriptions. Let's give it a try, Xianxia said. Knowing this logic, he placed his palm on the plate and infused his Xianxia into it. Hoo-hoo, there was no movement at all. It failed? Everyone's face paled. As long as Xianxia was infused into the inscribed formation plate, it would be activated immediately. Since there was no movement from the one before them, it meant that it was a failure. The entire guild only had this blank grade 5 formation plate. Despite using swords, sabers, and spears for so long, it still didn't work. Everyone looked at Xianxia in sympathy. Sabers and swords are weapons, and their strength is too great. Even though you managed to suppress your strength, it's still inappropriate to use them to inscribe a formation plate. Wang Haoshuan couldn't help but say. There was a certain method to inscribe a formation plate. Since everyone chose to use a carving knife, there must be a reason behind it. No matter how well one controlled one's strength, a spear or a sword was still a sharp weapon, and it would cause great damage to the formation plate. It was understandable that they failed. Before Xianxia could finish his words, guild leader Xiang shook his head. That's not right. If you didn't succeed, the formation plate should have shattered. However, this thing is perfectly round, and its aura is flowing smoothly. Clearly, it isn't damaged at all. Ah? Wang Haoshuan was taken aback. The other party was right. A formation plate was an inscription of a huge formation on a palm-sized round plate. The energy involved in it was immense, and a single mistake would cause the formation plate to shatter into pieces. On the other hand, even though it was impossible to activate the formation plate, the inscriptions were clear. Xianxia flowed within, and there wasn't the slightest sign of losing control. What was going on? If it was a success, why couldn't it be activated? If it was a failure, how could the formation plate be preserved perfectly without shattering? Could it be that the formation plate was inscribed incorrectly? That's why the formation plate was preserved perfectly without the spirit gathering effect. Wang Haoshuan said. Inscribed incorrectly? That's impossible. Xianxia shook his head grimly. He had followed the formation blueprint strictly, and he had even used the Heaven's Path formation art to inscribe it. Even if there was a slight mistake in the final stroke, it shouldn't be so far off, right? Just as Xianxia was about to use the Library of Heaven's Path to see what was going on, he saw Master Sai walking forward with quivering lips. Can I take a look? Here. Seeing him in such a state, Xianxia was perplexed. Thus, he passed the formation plate over. Even though he was a 5-star appraiser, he had the capability of the Library of Heaven's Path. In terms of understanding of artifacts, he really couldn't match up to the person before him. Master Sai had immersed himself in appraising for several decades now. Even though he might not know much about the inscription of formations, he was still able to tell whether there was a problem with the formation plate or not. The formation plate fell into the other party's hands. Before Master Sai could take a closer look, he suddenly felt his hands empty. With a light buzz, the formation plate flew back into Xianxia's hands. As I expected. With a flushed face, Master Sai's body trembled uncontrollably. What's wrong? Seeing the other party's attitude, guild leader Xiang seemed to have noticed something. Unable to hold himself back any longer, he asked anxiously. Did the formation plate fail? Wang Haoshuan asked. Failed? Taking in a deep breath, Master Sai calmed himself down and shook his head. How is that possible? Then, everyone blinked their eyes in bewilderment. Even Xianxia was perplexed. If the formation plate succeeded, why couldn't it be activated with Xianxia? The formation plate left on its own the moment it came into my hands. Didn't you all notice it? Master Sai said agitatedly. This is clearly the manifestation of a spirit. It felt that I wasn't suitable, so it left on its own accord. Spirit? You mean to say that, activated on its own, the formation plate possesses a spirit? This. Only after saying this 3 times did guild leader Jing come to a realization. His eyes widened and his body stiffened, as though he had seen a ghost. He nearly died from shock. This is the ability of a grade 6 formation plate. This is only a grade 5 formation plate. How can it be done? The formation plate possesses a spirit? Wang Haoshuan also trembled uncontrollably. He hurriedly turned to look at the round plate in Zhang Xian's hands. The more he looked, the paler his face became. It seemed as though he would go insane at any moment due to his disbelief. What's going on? Seeing the frenzied expressions on the faces of the others, Zhang Xian turned to look at them in bewilderment. Even though he had collected all of the books on the Formation Master Guild and learned the Heaven's Path formation art, he hadn't fully assimilated all of them yet. There were still many things that he was unclear of. The formation plate possesses a spirit. Guild leader Jing said with a trembling voice. Spirit? It does possess a spirit, but what's the difference? Zhang Xian nodded his head. He wouldn't have noticed it if guild leader Jing hadn't mentioned it. Just like the Imperial Jade Sword and Saber from before, this formation plate possessed a spirit. It was just that he had just forged it, so he didn't pay much attention to it. As such, he didn't manage to get it to acknowledge him as its master. Due to the limitation of the surface area, ordinary formation plates aren't compatible with the environment. As a result, the might of a formation plate is only half of that of a normal formation. If the inscriber is weak, he might not even be able to bring out half of its might. Seeing the confusion in Zhang Xian's eyes, guild leader Jing explained while trembling. Zhang Xian nodded his head. From the books he had read previously, he had already learned of the unique trait of formation plates, so he wasn't too surprised by it. However, this is just an ordinary formation plate. There is another type of formation plate that possesses a spirit within it. It's completely different. With a pale face, guild leader Jing said with a trembling voice, a formation plate that possesses a spirit is not only able to bring out 90% of the might of a formation, it can also grow on its own with the passage of time, causing its might to grow stronger and stronger. In fact, it doesn't even need to be infused with Xianxia to activate it. A formation plate that possessed spirit wasn't just powerful, it was able to absorb spiritual energy to grow. More importantly, it didn't require the Xianxia of the cultivator to activate itself. Even though it didn't seem too different from activating it with Xianxia, it was actually very useful. For example, if the owner was in danger and was unable to touch the formation plate, a treasure with spirit might be able to save his life. As such a formation plate was one of the most popular life-saving items for cultivators. However, it required a 6-star formation master to inscribe it. Furthermore, one couldn't succeed every single time. A huge amount of luck was required as well. He had only heard of it in legends before, so he didn't think of it immediately. In fact, even after Master Sai confirmed it, he couldn't believe that this fellow could actually inscribe one right in front of him. More importantly, he even used a saber, sword, and spear. Those were tools that had nothing to do with a carving knife. After recovering from his shock, guild leader Jing glanced at Xianxia and sighed. Previously, he thought that the other party's ability to set up formations was on par with him. But now, he finally understood that there were geniuses in the world. Once they made a move, they would be able to reach a level that he could only look up to. In just a few minutes, he broke 5 formations consecutively, and even the formation that maintained the operations of the guild came to a halt. To think that even a formation plate inscribed with a saber or sword would possess spirit. If not for the fact that the other party's cultivation wasn't even at transcendent mortal realm, he would have suspected that the other party was a 6-star formation master in disguise. You mean that this thing can be activated on its own? Ignoring guild leader Zhang's shock, Zhang Xian asked. That's right. As long as one refines it and communicates with one's consciousness, one will be able to activate the formation easily. There's no need for Xianxia. Guild leader Xing nodded. That's great. Hearing that the forging wasn't a failure, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Touching the formation plate lightly, he felt a sense of joy being transmitted to him. Using the carving method recorded in the Heaven's Path Formation Manual along with sword intent, saber intent, and spear intent, if it was the same as an ordinary formation plate, he would have found it hard to believe. Forge. Dripping a drop of blood onto it, the spirit within the formation plate began to communicate with his consciousness. Activate. Tossing the formation plate into the air, the formation plate was immediately activated. The spiritual energy within a radius of several thousand meters gathered toward it. Due to the intensity of the energy gathering, it sounded as though a gust of wind blowing through a cave. So strong, seeing the spiritual energy in the surroundings being torn apart, the crowd was shocked. As expected of a fifth-grade array, its power was so great and terrifying. Even though he was not in the formation, he could still feel the density of the spiritual energy within. It was at least 3 times that of the outside world. If one cultivated in it for a long time, their cultivation speed would definitely increase by several times. Furthermore, the spirit of the formation plate could repair itself automatically. As long as it was not used too frequently, it would not be affected by the number of times it was used. It could be used without limit. Not bad. Xianxia nodded in satisfaction when he felt that the power was similar to what was recorded in the formation diagram. He grabbed the formation plate and put it away. Then, he raised his head and looked at the old man. President Xing, may I know the price of this blank disc array? The sword, saber, and spear used for carving were only borrowed, but this blank formation plate was bought by the other party with money. Now that he was taking it for himself, he naturally had to inquire about the price. He couldn't just take other people's things for free. What are you talking about, Xianxia? This thing is useless in my hands, so I'll just give it to you, guild leader Xing said hurriedly. The other party was in existence who could inscribe a spirit formation plate, and given his young age, he had a bright future ahead of him. You're giving it to me? Frowning, Xianxia shook his head. Since you haven't tamed the Imperial Jade Sword yet, I'll help you with it. Consider it as the price for the formation plate. Accepting another's favor was equivalent to accepting the other party's karma. He had always been unwilling to take advantage of others. Help me tame it? Weapons can be tamed for others? President Xing was taken aback. Taming a weapon was no different from dating. One had to spend a lot of time with the object one wanted to tame in order to deepen their relationship. Cough cough, this thing could be used to help as well? Why did it feel as though he was helping the other party to consummate their marriage? Of course. With a faint smile, Xianxia stretched out his hand, took the Imperial Jade Sword from the other party's hands, and stroked it lightly. The Imperial Jade Sword has already acknowledged you as its master, how can it accept me as well? Seeing the other party's expression, President Xing shook his head. Don't worry, Xianxia is a 5-star appraiser. Since he was able to make the Imperial Jade Sword acknowledge him as its master so easily, naturally, he has a better way to make it acknowledge you as its master as well. Seeing that his old friend didn't believe him, Master Sai stroked his beard and reassured him. At this moment, he trusted Xianxia too much. If the other party said that it would succeed, then it would definitely succeed. He was on the verge of blindly worshipping the other party. A better way, seeing how confident the other party was, President Xing couldn't help but look at the other party expectantly. Just as he was about to see what kind of astounding means this legendary figure would come up with, the other party's cold voice sounded. Listen to guild leader Xing obediently and acknowledge him as your master. Otherwise, do you believe that I won't kill you within minutes? Cough cough. Guild leader Xing and Master Sai choked on their saliva. Their faces turned green, and they nearly burst into tears on the spot. They were still wondering what kind of method the other party would use, but to think that it would be a threat, don't you know that spirit tier weapons are the most fearless of threats, killing you within minutes. If it could understand human language, he wouldn't have been placed in such a passive position. Why did he feel that the other party before him was unfathomable at times, and that he didn't know anything at all, as though he was a newbie who had just stepped out of the academy. Xianxia, suppressing the frustration in his heart, guild leader Xing shook his head. Just as he was about to advise the other party not to waste his efforts, the imperial jade sword suddenly flew toward him. He hurriedly reached out to grab it, and immediately, he felt a surge of spirit within it. Clearly, it wanted to acknowledge him as its master. Guild leader Xing was frenzied. What in the world was going on? He had tried for 5 years, but to no avail. Yet, the other party managed to do it with just a single kill within minutes. If it was any other time, he would definitely be dancing in joy upon hearing the sword which he had spent several years on acknowledging him as its master. Yet, for some reason, not only did he not feel the slightest bit of joy, he even felt so stifled that he could spurt blood. Looks like I shouldn't be too gentle when taming spirit-tier weapons in the future. I should be more ferocious. After a long moment of frustration, guild leader Xing finally managed to drip a drop of his blood on the imperial jade sword to make it acknowledge him as its master. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave first. Thus, Zhang Xian clasped his fist and bade farewell to Luo Ruoxin and Luo Ruoxin. The reason why he came to the Formation Master Guild was to look for a spirit-gathering formation. Now that he had obtained the formation plate, it was about time for him to return and hasten his cultivation. Farewell. Guild leader Xing nodded. Seeing the young man and Master Sai leaving without any hesitation, Wang Haoshuan walked up to guild leader Xing and asked, "That Xianxia? Who is he?" "I have no idea either, but we have to report this matter to the headquarters immediately. To use a sword, saber, and spear to carve a spirit formation plate even though he hasn't reached transcendent mortal realm." Recalling the other party's actions, guild leader Zhang's mouth twitched. "That's right, we have to report this matter immediately." Wang Haoshuan nodded in agreement. This was the first time that he had taken the Formation Master examination in their branch, so he was considered a talent of their branch. If he were to report this matter to the headquarters right away, it wouldn't be long before he broke through his bottleneck and became a 5-star Formation Master. However, before that, you have to find out more about that Xianxia's background and whereabouts, as well as where he came from and where he's heading to. This way, we'll be able to report this matter properly. Guild leader Xing instructed. Yes. Wang Haoshuan nodded and hurried out. Not too long later, he returned with a piece of paper. On it was written all of Zhang Xian's information. As one of the top powers in the continent, the Formation Master Guild wasn't too difficult to find information on a person. Furthermore, Zhang Xian and the others didn't try to cover up their tracks. An insignificant figure from Tianqian Kingdom? In less than 3 months, he has become a 2-star master teacher, 3-star apothecary, 3-star physician, 3-star painter, 2-star beast tamer, 5-star appraiser, quasi 4-star formation master. After reading the words on the paper, guild leader Zhang's lips went dry. Seeing it with their own eyes, they felt that it was heaven-defying. In less than 3 months, the other party had gone from an insignificant place like Tianqian Kingdom to the League of Nations. At the age of 20, he had taken at least 7 occupations and passed all of them. In fact, some of his occupations were even higher than his. How in the world did he do it? I'm also shocked by this. Wang Haoshuan smiled bitterly. After gathering all of this information, he nearly died from shock as well. Actually, I wasn't the one who gathered all of this. That Xianxia once destroyed a small clan known as the Lin clan in Tianwu Kingdom, and this Lin clan has close ties with the local Formation Master Guild. That's why they were able to gather so much information. Wang Haoshuan continued, however, even though we've received news of his arrival, we don't know what he's going to do next. Should we ask him before reporting it to the headquarters? There's no need to ask. If I'm not wrong, given his heaven-defying talent, he's definitely going to participate in the Myriad Kingdom City's Master Teacher Tournament. Guild leader Xing waved his hands and said, Master Teacher Tournament? Wang Haoshuan was taken aback. The 27 Mingshi Tang Branch Tournament that is on par with the League of Nations? That's right. This tournament is jointly organized by the Miryu Empire and the 27 Mingshi Tang branches under it. It's an event that occurs once every 10 years, and a genius of his caliber will definitely be there. Even if he doesn't participate in the tournament, he'll definitely be there to spectate. Guild leader Zheng nodded. Indeed. The tournament organized by the Miryu Empire 2-Star Empire offers generous rewards. As long as one is a genius, it would be hard for him to reject it. Wang Haoshuan nodded with a grim expression. Given that Xianxia possesses such capabilities at such a young age, he'll definitely participate in it. Alright, let's report this matter. Even though we can't compete with the Mingshi Tang branch, we must make sure that his main occupation is formation master. We can't let his talent go to waste. Guild leader Zheng didn't say anything else. Together with Wang Haoshuan, he walked toward the communication wall. I wish everyone good luck during the Dragon Boat Festival. At the same time, I would like to request for fans on my official account to search for Sweeping the World on WeChat to follow me. Today, Laowa has shared some of his insights and discussions on formations. Everyone, take a look and see if there's anything else that you need to add. Let me give you an example. Once activated, the author will start writing uncontrollably. If he doesn't, he'll be killed on the spot. On the other hand, I can use the official subscription formation. As long as it's activated, the readers will uncontrollably subscribe, tip, and vote for me. Hehe, just the thought of it feels good. Back at the Appraiser Treasure Hall, Xianxia went straight to his living quarters. The moment he entered his meditation room, he immediately activated the spirit gathering formation. Previously, Xianxia had been reading books, studying formations, executing his sword intent, saber intent, and spear intent, and he was already exhausted. If not for his will, he would have collapsed long ago. Sitting at the center of the spirit gathering formation, Xianxia flicked his wrist, and a pile of spirit stones appeared around him. TSS. As soon as the spirit stones entered the formation, the spiritual energy contained within them was immediately drawn out. Like vegetables in a pot of oil, it let out a sizzling sound. Following which, the concentration of spiritual energy in the chamber rose rapidly. 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, in the blink of an eye, the density had increased to 6 times that of the outside world. Crackle, as more and more spiritual energy was extracted, some of the spirit stones started to crack. However, Xianxia didn't care and continued to add more spirit stones, allowing the array to extract more. Finally, the concentration stopped at about 10 times. The density of the spiritual chi was almost the same as directly absorbing spirit stones. Begin. After making the necessary preparations, Xianxia opened up all of his acupoints and frenziedly absorbed the concentrated spiritual energy in the surroundings, converting it into Heaven's Path Xianxia to replenish the energy he had expended previously. 2 hours later, all the fatigue in his body disappeared. He was filled with vigor, and his condition was at its peak. Breakthrough. With a deep roar, Xianxia infused his Heaven's Path Xianxia into his body, and his strength surged swiftly. Ka-cha, after an unknown period of time, a sound reminiscent of a chick pecking through its eggshell sounded. Following which, the Xianxia in Xianxia's body seemed to have broken through some kind of shackles, undergoing an astonishing metamorphosis. Every cell in his body, even his soul, was nourished and strengthened at an astonishing speed. His lifespan, which had stopped at around 100 years, increased at a visible rate. 110. 120. 130. The muscles and skin on his body also seemed to have changed, becoming more tender and full of vitality. In a person's life, the skin of an infant or a child was the best. At that time, the body was full of vitality. Even if there were some injuries, they could recover quickly. As one grew older and consumed grains, the impurities in one's body would gradually increase, and the aura of decay would also increase. One would no longer be able to resist aging, and thus become weak, and their functions would not be as good as before. The transcendent mortal realm was meant to overcome this bottleneck. Once the breakthrough was successful, it would be like being reborn. Even if one was old, they would still radiate vitality once again. Even though the Heaven's Path Xianxia that Xianxia cultivated was extremely pure and beneficial to both his body and soul, in terms of lifespan, as long as he hadn't reached transcendent mortal, he would remain at the level of an ordinary human. At the very most, he would be able to extend his lifespan by 10 to 20 years at Xianxia realm. This was the difference in life levels. Just like ants and elephants, no matter how strong an ant was, it was impossible for it to defeat the weakest elephant. Now that he had taken this step, his lifespan seemed to have been nourished by the purest energy of the heaven and earth. His entire being felt refreshed and full of energy. Continue. Upon reaching prolonged longevity realm, Xianxia tossed out another pile of spirit stones, and with a deep roar, he drove the transcendent mortal realm heaven's path divine art swiftly, and the bottlenecks that had been hindering his cultivation began to vanish. Early prolonged longevity stage, middle stage prolonged longevity stage, late prolonged longevity stage. 2 hours later, he reached the pinnacle of the prolonged longevity realm as he wished. His lifespan had doubled from 100 years to 200 years. At the pinnacle of prolonged longevity realm, one's lifespan would be doubled. Exhaling a mouthful of air, not only was there no foul odor, it even carried the fragrance of licorice. Upon reaching transcendent mortal, one's body would undergo a metamorphosis, becoming as though a newborn baby, free of impurities and pollution. Due to the overflowing vitality within a child, it was rare for them to suffer from bad breath. This was the case for Xianxia as well. Hearing, sight, smell. My 5 senses have undergone an astonishing transformation as well. Opening his eyes, Xianxia gazed into the distance. Even the ants dozens of meters away could be seen clearly. In fact, he could even hear the chirping of birds hundreds of meters away. The increase in his cultivation had enhanced his 5 senses significantly. Even his reaction speed had increased by at least 2-fold. The increase in one's perception allowed one to be more attuned to nature, allowing one to absorb spiritual energy more easily. As such, one's cultivation speed would also increase. It was no wonder why there was a saying that those who haven't reached transcendent mortal are all ants. Only those who had reached transcendent mortal realm could understand the fearsomeness of this realm. Seems like Ding Hong is only the weakest prolonged longevity realm cultivator. It won't be easy for those who are slightly stronger to defeat him. Only upon reaching this level did Xianxia realize how fortunate he was to be able to defeat Ding Hong back then. Even though that fellow had achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation, he was still the weakest. If he were to meet a transcendent mortal primary stage cultivator from the League of Nations, it would be difficult for him to defeat him. Now that I have reached prolonged longevity realm pinnacle, my strength has reached a total of 200,000 ding. Clenching his fists tightly, Xianxia chuckled softly. When others reached transcendent mortal realm, they would only gain an increase in their lifespan. A strength of 100,000 was a huge hurdle that they would never be able to overcome. But Xianxia already possessed this strength when he was only at half transcension. At this moment, his strength had increased by 2-fold, reaching the threshold of 200,000 ding. In terms of strength, he was already on par with the transcendent mortal 2 Dan Origin Energy Realm Intermediate Stage expert. Origin Energy Realm Primary Stage, 150,000 ding, Intermediate Stage, 200,000 ding, Advanced Stage, 250,000 ding. And this was just his Xianxia cultivation. If he were to complement it with his comprehension of nature, his strength would be even greater. Breaking through in the heavens path divine art is indeed fast, but the consumption is simply too great. Having collected more than 1,000 cultivation technique manuals, Xianxia was well aware of the speed at which a transcendent mortal 1 Dan cultivator could achieve a breakthrough from primary stage to pinnacle without several years of hard work. Yet, Xianxia only took 2 hours. His speed was so fast that it would definitely leave one dumbfounded and frightened to death. However, while the speed was fast, the consumption was simply too frightening. Along with the advancement in his cultivation, his heaven's path Xianxia had become purer and finer. If one were to say that his Xianxia was like a grain of sand that could pass through the cracks in the rocks without any obstruction, then at this moment, it was like flowing water. Even if there were cracks invisible to the naked eye, he would be able to pass through them easily. The purer his Xianxia was, the greater the demand on spiritual energy. Even though he had scammed several tens of thousands of spirit stones, only a small portion of them had been refined and absorbed by him. Most of them had gone to waste. Initially, he thought that several tens of thousands of spirit stones would be sufficient for him to reach transcendent mortal 3 Dan, but from the looks of it, he had underestimated it. Through the cultivation, the bet, the pointers, and the sale of the soulless metal humanoid, the spirit stones he had earned from the appraiser hall were nearly depleted. In other words, 50,000 spirit stones were only sufficient for him to advance from prolonged longevity realm primary stage to pinnacle. If it had been anyone else, this amount of spirit stones would have been more than sufficient for them to reach transcendent mortal Dan. I've become a pauper once more. With a bitter smile, Xianxia shook his head helplessly. 3 days ago, he had managed to scam more than 50,000 spirit stones, and he thought that he was already wealthy enough to rival an entire country. Who could have thought that he would end up in such a state after cultivating for a while? It was no wonder why people said that cultivation was a money-burning business. From the looks of it now, that was indeed the case. Without spirit stones, it would be even more taxing for him to achieve a breakthrough in the future. Low-tier spirit stones of this caliber are no longer sufficient for my cultivation. After a bitter smile, Xianxia began to ponder over the matter. Tens of thousands of spirit stones were only sufficient to raise his cultivation by a single realm. If he wanted to reach Origin Energy realm or even higher, wouldn't he require even more spirit stones? Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of spirit stones would be far from sufficient. Furthermore, once his cultivation reached a certain level, the spiritual energy contained within the spirit stones would become too pure for his body to absorb. Thus, no matter how much he consumed, it would still be ineffective. It seemed like he would have to find even higher middle-tier spirit stones in order to advance his cultivation swiftly. The higher the purity of the spirit stones, the more convenient it would be for him to absorb them. 3 days have passed, and Luo Zhu should be arriving soon. I should pay the Soul Oracle tomb a visit and try to find a way to save Lu Chong. Standing up, Xianxia walked out of the room. Back when Xianxia headed to the Formation Master Guild, it had already been 2 days. Now that he had cultivated for 4 hours, it was about time for him to meet up with Luo Zhu, and it was about time for him to head over. This trip to the Soul Oracle tomb would determine whether he could save Lu Chong or not. He couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Walking into the lounge, Xianxia saw Luo Zhu waiting for him. Xiaoya and the others had also finished their cultivation, and they were standing in the room. His students didn't let him down. Within 3 days, they had all reached Jizuan realm. This was especially so for Xiaoya, who had already reached Jizuan realm intermediate stage. Her aura was indistinct, and she seemed to possess immense strength. Sun Chong hadn't been slacking off in the past 3 days either. He had reinforced his cultivation as a transcendent mortal Dan intermediate stage cultivator. Even though he was still far from matching up to Xianxia, it was still a fearsome feat for him to advance from Jinqi realm to his current level within such a short period of time. Xianxia. Upon seeing Xianxia, the group immediately stepped forward. If you're ready, let's set off. Xianxia said. I'm ready. Luo Zhu nodded. In the past 3 days, he had prepared the items required for the trip to the Soul Oracle tomb. Will the few of you be following us or returning to Myriad Kingdom City? Xianxia turned to Zhao Feiwu and the others. The Soul Oracle tomb is dangerous, so we won't be going. Just as Jin Songhai was about to reject the offer, Zhao Feiwu interjected, of course we're going. I've only read about soul oracles in ancient books. If we can obtain their heritage, there's no need to fear any danger. Gongongzi, your body. Jin Songhai was taken aback, and he hurriedly asked. He wasn't weak, and he was capable of protecting the Gongzi if they were to encounter any trouble. However, the soul oracles were simply too bizarre. Even he was fearful of them. The Gongzi didn't possess any cultivation at all, and if he were to head there just like that, he would be in grave danger. As a subordinate, he didn't dare to make the decision. Don't worry. Even though I'm weak, I'm still capable of protecting myself. Zhao Feiwu chuckled. Besides, isn't Xianxia around? I'm still interested to see how he wreaks havoc in the Soul Oracle tomb. Seeing the other party's confident tone, Jin Songhai hesitated for a moment, but eventually, he nodded his head in agreement. Alright, let's set off. Since everyone had decided to go, the group immediately got onto the back of an aerial spirit beast and left the appraiser hall. This time, they were riding on Zhao Feiwu's aerial spirit beast. Even though more than a dozen people were riding on it at the same time, it didn't feel cramped at all. Soaring into the sky, they soared into the sky. Soul Oracle Tomb, here we come. The spirit beast streaked across the sky. It had been 3 days since they left Honghai City. The direction of the Soul Oracle tomb wasn't in the same direction as Myriad Kingdom City. Instead, it was on the other side of the Alliance. The winding mountain range here resembled a massive dragon lying on the ground, ready to soar into the heavens at any moment. In the house on the back of the spirit beast, Xianxia stood before the window with his eyes closed. In the past 3 days, he had managed to reinforce his cultivation as a transcendent mortal one-dan pinnacle cultivator. At this moment, he wasn't cultivating but going through the records of soul oracles in his head. In order to confirm the identity of the soulless metal humanoid, Master Sai had collected quite a number of books on soul oracles. Back then, when he was browsing through the books in the appraiser hall, he had collected all of them into the Library of Heaven's Path. Compile. Xianxia muttered in his head, and the dozens of books compiled all the flawless information together. All of the books on soul oracles had the same content. Eerie, making one shudder in fear. Their deep understanding of souls left one fearful. Soon, after flipping through the books, Xianxia shook his head. The heritage of this occupation had been severed, and there weren't any records on it. Even the books at the moment only contained a few words. There wasn't much practical information. Not only was Xianxia unable to make sense of it, he was even confused. Forget it, I'll just take it one step at a time. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to obtain any useful information, Xianxia sighed and opened his eyes. Turning to Sun Chong and Xiaoya, he said, "Come here." "Teacher." "Young master." The group walked over. Seeing the grim expression on the other party's face, Zhao Feiwu asked, "If Xianxia has something to say, do you need us to leave?" Under normal circumstances, it would be inconvenient for outsiders to listen in on the heritage of their lineage. There's no need for that, it's nothing major. I just want to remind them of some things to take note of after entering the Soul Oracle tomb. Xianxia waved his hands. Oh? Things to take note of? Then. Can we listen in? The eyes of Zhao Feiwu, Master Sai, and the others lit up, and they turned to look at Xianxia. Who was that? On top of that, the other party was a 5-star appraiser and formation grandmaster who was capable of driving away even the soul of a possessor. Given how solemn the other party was, it was bound to be an extremely important matter. Perhaps, after listening to the lecture, he might be able to benefit greatly from it. Entering the Soul Oracle tomb would increase his survivability significantly. Of course. Ignoring the excited crowd, Xianxia looked at the students and servants before him with a grim expression. When we arrive at the Soul Oracle tomb, make sure to pay attention. Whoever is going to be possessed, make sure not to devour him. I still have questions for you. If the soul that possessed Luo Zhu was still alive, he would surely be able to obtain some useful information from the other party. Perhaps, he wouldn't have to take the risk to enter the Soul Oracle tomb. The more he thought about it, the more regretful he felt. That was why he had to be serious this time. If he was too late, these brats and Sun Chong would fight to kill him. Even if he wanted to ask, it would be too late. Yes. Xiaoya and the others quickly nodded. In order to prevent any accidents from happening, their teacher had already placed a surge of Jinqi in their bodies. Even if a soul were to charge toward them, they would be able to fend it off. That's more like it. That's all for this matter. Go and cultivate. After instructing them, Xianxia waved his hands. Xiaoya and the others nodded their heads. Then, they dispersed and sat down quietly. That's it. Initially, they thought that Xianxia would instruct them on some matters to take note of so that they would be filled with anticipation. But upon hearing those words, the mouths of Zhao Feiwu, Master Sai, and the others twitched, and they nearly fainted on the spot. Others would be extremely nervous when entering the Soul Oracle tomb, fearing that something might go wrong. Yet, this fellow didn't seem like he was heading to a dangerous place but a picnic with his students. Otherwise, why would he instruct them to eat less so as to leave a few mouthfuls for him? Cough cough. Luo Zhu coughed a few times, and he nearly choked on his saliva. In order to enter the Soul Oracle tomb, he had prepared a lot of things, and he had even written his will. Yet, this fellow seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll in the streets. Sure enough, there was a difference between humans. Suppressing his frustration, Luo Zhu glanced at the terrain below to determine his location before walking up to Xianxia. Xianxia, we're about to arrive at the Soul Oracle tomb. We're about to arrive? Where is this place? Xianxia asked. It's the Nine Folds Mountain of the League of Nations. 10,000 Li Crimson Wave Sea, 1,000 Li Nine Folds Mountain. Is this the border of Mingxia Empire? Xianxia frowned. The appraiser hall had a map of the League of Nations, and he had taken a look at it previously, so he had a rough idea of where to go. He thought that the Soul Oracle tomb would be somewhere in the center of the alliance, but to think that it would be at the border. Mingxia Empire was a powerful empire on par with the League of Nations, and their name was on the list of 27 participating powers in the Master Teacher Tournament. As the border between the two powers, the Nine Folds Mountain was one of the most dangerous regions. We haven't reached the border yet. It's at the third section, Ridge of Gentle Speech. Luo Zhu said. The Nine Folds Mountain was a mountain range of 9 bends, and each of them had a more detailed name. Ridge of Gentle Speech was where the third section was located. Legend had it that an unparalleled expert was ambushed by a stampede of spirit beasts while passing through this area. Unhurriedly, he spoke to the stampede of spirit beasts, and eventually, the stampede of spirit beasts retreated. This was how the name Ridge of Gentle Speech came about. This area was rich in spiritual energy, and there were many spirit beasts and savage beasts. Even though it wasn't at the border of the two countries, it was still one of the most dangerous places. Many people were reluctant to head there upon hearing the name. There are many spirit beasts in the Ridge of Gentle Speech, so we can't fly there directly. Otherwise, we might be ambushed by aerial spirit beasts. Hearing the name of the mountain, Jin Songhai frowned. Transcendent mortal experts were unable to fly. If they were to be attacked by aerial spirit beasts, they would be in grave danger. If they were to fall from the sky, there was a high chance that they would die on the spot. Thus, very few people dared to fly over a mountain range with many aerial spirit beasts. Elder Jin is right. However, there's no need to worry. Gongzi's spirit beast has reached Transcendent Mortal 3 Dan Pinnacle. Ordinary spirit beasts wouldn't dare to offend it, so it should be able to bring us there. Luo Zhu said, but of course, we can't fly there directly. There's indeed a formidable aerial spirit beast living in the vicinity of the Soul Oracle tomb. If we were to get too close, we might incur its wrath. You're talking about the demon sink beast, right? Jin Songhai asked. Elder knows of this beast? Luo Zhu was taken aback. Of course. That fellow has reached Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan Pinnacle, and on top of that, it's capable of flight. It has killed many people, and the Alliance has sent many experts to hunt it down. However, all of them have failed. Jin Songhai said grimly. Furthermore, it's said to possess the dragon bloodline, granting it an invincible defense. Even the Beast Hall is helpless against it. How far is the Soul Oracle tomb from where it lives? It's not far, only several hundred meters away. The previous time I came here, I studied its movements and waited for it to head out to hunt for food before finding an opportunity to enter. This time, we have the advantage in numbers. In my opinion, it's best for us to proceed cautiously. We should make preparations in advance and head there on foot. Luo Zhu said. Several hundred meters? That's a little too close. Jin Songhai frowned. At Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan Clarifying Turbidity Realm, one would be able to separate one's soul from one's body. Even without looking, one would be able to sense something several hundred meters away. Given the proximity, it could be said that they were already at the core of the other party's nest. Putting aside flying, even if they were to walk over, it was possible that they would alarm the other party. Even though Jin Songhai was a Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan expert, he was only at primary stage. Against an aerial savage beast that possessed the dragon bloodline, he was completely helpless. Even though he could use poison as a poison master, he had to make sure that the other party was defenseless. On top of that, the dragon bloodline granted the other party a high resistance to poison. If he were to miss and incur the wrath of the other party, it might just slaughter everyone here. He thought that the Soul Oracle tomb was dangerous enough, but to think that there would be such a ferocious fellow in the vicinity. Luo Zhu hesitated for a moment before saying, it's indeed very close. however, after hiding here for 3 months, I've found a pattern. As long as we proceed cautiously, we shouldn't be discovered. Since you've found a pattern, why don't we do it this way? After a moment of hesitation, Xianxia turned to Xianxia and asked, Xianxia, can we alight at a place 2 kilometers away and walk over? Currently, everyone was following Xianxia's lead. Naturally, they had to listen to him. All right. Xianxia nodded his head. He had never been here before, so he didn't know how powerful the demon sink beast was. Since the both of them were done discussing the matter, it was fine for them to go along with it. To experts of their caliber, 2 kilometers wasn't a distance at all. Alright, it's decided then. Inform me when we're there, and I'll inform my tamed beast to land on the ground, Xianxia said. Luo Zhu nodded his head. You've heard of the demon sink beast, as well? While the few of them were discussing, Sun Chang noticed Master Sai's pale face upon hearing of the demon sink beast. Thus, he couldn't help but ask. Of course I've heard of it. Master Sai smiled bitterly. That fellow is incomparably powerful. It's said that the hall master of the beast hall brought 12 elders to hunt it down, but they failed. 12 elders? Indeed. To be able to become an elder of the beast hall, their strength is on par with mine. For so many of them to fail, it's clear how powerful it is. Master Sai shook his head. Not only is that fellow capable of flight, due to its dragon bloodline, it possesses incredible defense, making it invulnerable to weapons. Even a spirit intermediate tier weapon wouldn't be able to do anything to it. Fast speed, strong defense, violent personality, and territorial instincts. If it were to guard the area, it wouldn't be easy for us to reach it. Are you afraid? Interrupting his words, Sun Chang said disdainfully, if you're really afraid, then don't go. How dare you call yourself the head of the appraiser hall? I'm afraid? Seeing the other party's expression, Master Sai nearly fainted on the spot. To think that a transcendent mortal 4-dan expert like him would be looked down upon by a mere butler, not to mention, the other party's tone was even filled with mockery. The master might be arrogant, but the butler was even more so. Panting heavily, he was just about to speak when Luo Zhu's voice sounded. We're here. Right after Luo Zhu's voice sounded, the group felt the aerial savage beast beneath them descending toward the mountain range. While I was typing at night, my eyes got blurry for some reason. I couldn't see a single word on the screen. I can still see other things, and they have appeared before in the past, but I have no idea why. I rested for a long time before I could recover. Apologies for updating late. Also, there are still 2 hours before the end of the month. It would be too late if I don't cast my monthly votes. If you manage to cast 5 monthly votes, you can enter the group to look for the moderator, Qing Yang. He has a way to convince you to continue supporting Laowa. Thank you. Group number 289258448. Those who have subscribed to the group can join the VIP reception group 299735404. After verifying your identity, you'll be able to enter the main group. Leaping down from the back of the spirit beast, Xianxia took in a deep breath and immediately felt the spiritual energy in the surroundings. Indeed, it was much denser than other places. About twice as much. Xianxia assessed. It was no wonder why Luo Zhu, Xianxia, and the others said that there were more spirit beasts here. With such dense spiritual energy, one would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Indeed, many powerful beasts would be attracted here. Regardless of whether it was spirit beasts or savage beasts, just like humans, they preferred places with dense spiritual energy. Activating his eye of insight, Xianxia scanned the surroundings. As expected, he saw many traces left behind by savage beasts and spirit beasts. Why are there so many footprints? Suddenly, his eyes came to a halt. On the ground not too far away, not only were there the claws of savage beasts, there were also human footprints. There were at least a dozen of them, and judging from the moisture of the soil, it seemed like they had just walked in. Someone has gone over. Could it be that they know about the Soul Oracle tomb as well? Upon seeing the footprints, Xianxia frowned. Within a radius of 2 kilometers, one was already close to the territory of the demon sink beast. Logically speaking, one should hide as far away as possible from such a dangerous place. Why would anyone rush over to their deaths, unless there was a greater motive? In other words, there was a high chance that someone else knew about the Soul Oracle tomb as well. Even though this ancient occupation was bizarre, it represented the heritage of a civilization. If the location of the tomb was exposed, it would definitely attract countless experts. It was just like how the auction of the soulless metal humanoid had attracted countless powers. Impossible. The location of the Soul Oracle tomb is extremely secretive. Even when I found the relevant information, it took me a long time to find it. It's impossible for anyone to know about it. Furthermore, when I left, I sealed the tomb tightly and didn't leave any traces behind. Luo Zhu shook his head. The heritage of the Soul Oracles had been lost since the ancient era. The reason why he knew about it was due to the information he obtained from an ancient tomb. The ancestor of the owner of the tomb had participated in the construction of the Soul Oracle tomb, and he had left behind a few words. Based on these words, it took him a long time to find the location. He didn't believe that anyone would be so lucky. Then, these footprints. Jin Songhai was perplexed. I don't know either. Even though Luo Zhu was certain that the location of the Soul Oracle tomb wouldn't be exposed, he still couldn't help but worry when he saw the fresh footprints. These footprints are heading in the right direction, right? Xianxia asked. That's right. Luo Zhu nodded. Then don't worry about it. We'll know when we get there. Xianxia waved his hand. Since someone had beaten him to it, he might as well go over and take a look. It would be best if he could share information with them, but if he couldn't, he could think of other ways. Besides, these were just footprints. It didn't necessarily mean that he had found the Soul Oracle tomb. Yes. Everyone nodded and walked forward. There are more and more footprints. As they moved forward, the density of the footprints was clearly higher than before. It was obvious that many people had gathered here. These footprints are very shallow, and the distance between each step isn't too far apart. This shows that the culprit has great control over nature. Even if it isn't intentional, it's still possible to accurately measure it. Thus, the person who left behind the footprints is at least a transcendent mortal Dan expert. Lowering his head to look at the footprints, Jin Songhai asked. As a poison master, he had once been hunted down for over 10,000 li. As such, he had specialized in studying such matters. As such, he was able to accurately deduce such clues. Xianxia nodded. Even though he had never studied tracking before, through the eye of insight, he was still able to roughly deduce the cultivation of the owner of the footprints. Gongzi, if you meet with any danger, summon your tamed beast immediately and bring everyone away. Seeing that there were quite a few people with decent cultivation, Jin Songhai sent a telepathic message to Zhao Feifei. What about you? Zhao Feiwu asked. Even though my cultivation isn't top-notch in the League of Nations, I still have some means to protect myself. If I were to divert my attention to protect you all, none of you would be able to escape from danger. Jin Songhai said. As a poison master, no matter how many people there were, it wouldn't be easy for them to kill him. What poison masters feared the least was being surrounded. All right. Seeing that the other party had made up his mind, Zhao Feiwu nodded. Even though the Mingshi Tang had enlightened the world and there weren't many cases of people killing others for their belongings, it didn't mean that there weren't any. If they were to be surrounded in the wilderness, they wouldn't even know how they died. Even though she was the Princess of the League of Nations, it would be difficult for her to track down the culprit. Thus, it was best to be careful. You all need to be careful too. Seeing that the atmosphere was tense, Xianxia instructed Xiaoye and the others before walking forward. With the Eye of Insight and the Library of Heaven's Path, Xianxia was still able to protect himself. On the other hand, these students had just achieved a breakthrough not too long ago, not to mention that they hadn't even reached Transcendent Mortal Realm yet. Yes. Seeing their teacher standing in front of them like a towering mountain, Xiaoye and the others clenched their fists tightly. No matter when or where, as long as their teacher was around, they would find peace in their hearts. Proceeding forward cautiously, they walked for roughly a kilometer before passing by a mountain ridge. Soon, a valley appeared before their eyes. The valley was deep, and they couldn't see the end of it. Due to the rich spiritual energy in the surroundings, the vegetation grew densely. The footprints they had left earlier had disappeared completely. Xianxia, the Soul Oracle tomb is in this valley, Luo Zhu walked forward. Xianxia nodded. Just as he was about to instruct Luo Zhu to be careful, voila! A few silhouettes suddenly appeared from the bushes and blocked their path. Who are you? The other party lowered his voice menacingly. Zhang Xian turned his gaze over. They were 6 young men, and each of them seemed to be in their 30s. Zhang Xian could vaguely sense the aura they exuded. Surprisingly, they were all at least at Transcendent Mortal 2 Dan. The strongest of them, the grey-robed young man, had even reached Transcendent Mortal 3 Dan, Yin Yang realm. His strength was on par with that of Master Teacher Song Chao whom he had met previously. Who are you all? Jin Songhai took a step forward and revealed his strength. What are you trying to do by sneaking around here? Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan? Sensing Jin Songhai's aura, the faces of the 6 young men warped in astonishment. They glanced at one another, and the grey-robed young man, who was the strongest among them, said, "This elder over here, our elder has something to do in there, and we don't want to disturb him. Please take a detour." Take a detour? Frowning, Jin Songhai's face darkened. We have something to do in there as well, so please step aside. Elder, are you intending to make a move? Seeing Jin Songhai's unyielding attitude, the faces of the 6 young men darkened. Walala, a crisp sound echoed as they drew their swords simultaneously. Even though they were only at Transcendent Mortal 2 Dan and 3 Dan, they had no intention of backing down at all. Make a move? Do you think you can stop me? Jin Songhai stepped forward and exuded an aura reminiscent of a dragon or a tiger. Begging for monthly votes at the beginning of the month. Even if I can't block it, I still have to. The grey-robed young man didn't retreat. Instead, he gestured and stepped forward. Following which, the others drew their swords simultaneously. With a light buzz, 6 swords formed a net and pierced toward Zhang Xian. There was a huge gap between their cultivation and Jin Songhai's, but the overwhelming might of their sword chi made it hard for them to break through. Collaborative formation? Jin Songhai's eyebrows shot up. Their moves complemented one another, and the formation they were executing wasn't weak at all. Even though Zhang Xian was stronger than them, if they were to engage in a battle, he wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand. This kind of collaborative formation allowed those with lower cultivation to work together to better exert their strength, thus allowing them to defeat those stronger than them. It was just like how Xiaoya, Yuan Tao, and the others were able to defeat Lu Sun despite being weaker than them. The strongest of the 6, the grey-robed young man, was only at Transcendent Mortal 3 Dan, and the rest were only at Transcendent Mortal 2 Dan. However, when paired with a collaborative formation, their fighting prowess was on a whole new level. Their aura surged, and sword chi filled the area. Even when facing a Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan expert, they weren't weak at all. Humph. Jin Songhai's eyebrows shot up. Without the slightest hint of nervousness, he stepped forward. The thick fingers of True Chi whistled, compressing the surrounding air and blocking all the sword chi that was coming at him from all directions. This was the first time Zhang Xian was seeing a Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan expert exerting his full strength. With just a few looks, Zhang Xian was astonished. Even though Jin Songhai didn't use a weapon, his every move carried a unique rhythm. Regardless of how powerful or light his strength was, he was able to manipulate the surrounding air. Even though the collaborative formation of the 6 was ingenious, it wasn't that easy to injure him. However, he was also trapped by the 6 swords, so it wouldn't be easy for him to break free in a short period of time. Of course, this was also due to the fact that he didn't use poison. If he were to use it, regardless of what kind of formation it would be defeated immediately. However, there wasn't any deep grudge between the two of them. Besides, these few people weren't sufficient for him to use his trump card. Pung pung pung, despite the ferocious might of the two parties, they only circled within a radius of several dozen meters without leaking out. This showed their powerful control over their attacks. Let me help you. Seeing that both parties were locked in a stalemate, and that it would be impossible for a victor to be decided within a short period of time, Master Sai was afraid that he might alarm the demon sink beast if he were to delay for too long. Thus, he let out a low shout and entered the battle. His strength was not inferior to Jin Songhai's at all. Once he joined in, the combined attack sword formation could not withstand it, and the 6 youths retreated one after another. After a few moves, their swords fell from their hands, and everyone seemed to be on the verge of collapse. In the first place, they were already lacking in strength. Not to mention, there were 2 transcendent mortal 4 Dan experts as well. Naturally, they wouldn't stand a chance. Done. Seeing that he had been defeated, Master Sai and Jin Songhai still wanted to step forward, but Zhang Xian waved his hand and said, "Stop fighting, we're all on the same side." Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Could it be that Zhang Shi knew these things? One of us? The gray-robed young man was even more puzzled. He looked over curiously. "I am Beast Tamer Zhang Xian." Ignoring the other party's attitude, Zhang Xian stepped forward, flicked his wrist, and took out the Beast Tamer emblem that represented his identity. "I believe that all of you are Beast Tamers as well, right?" Upon seeing the emblem, the youths heaved a sigh of relief. Flicking their wrists, they took out their respective identity tokens as well. Just as Zhang Xian had said, they were all Beast Tamers. "You are from the Beast Hall?" Frowning, Hall Master Sai asked. Only the Beast Hall had the ability to summon 6 Beast Tamers at once. "Yes." The gray-robed young man nodded. "I am Sai Xiaoyu of the Appraiser Hall. May I know if you are the Hall Master, Han Chong, or Luo Ming?" Master Sai asked. "It's Hall Master Han Chong. Sai Xiaoyu." "So you're Master Sai?" "Pardon my rudeness." Upon hearing the name, the gray-robed young man was taken aback. However, he soon recalled a certain person and hurriedly clasped his fist. There were 2 Beast Hall branches in the entire League of Nations, and the Hall Masters were Han Chong and Luo Ming. However, there was only one Appraiser Hall branch, and it was located in Honghai City. Even though the Hall Master's cultivation couldn't match up to their guild leaders, his standing wasn't inferior at all. In fact, he was respected by many occupations, and he had a wide range of connections. It wasn't a big deal for him to lose to someone of the same standing as Hall Master Han. So you're old Han's men." "I'm an old friend of your Hall Master Han." Knowing the background of the gray-robed young man, Master Sai nodded. At the same time, he turned to the gray-robed young man and asked doubtfully, "Your Beast Hall branch is located in the vicinity of Myriad Kingdom City, what are you doing here?" The Beast Hall branch of Han Chong's Hall Master Beast Hall was located in a mountain range close to Myriad Kingdom City. This was the Nine Folds Mountain, a distance of several 100,000 kilometers. What were these Beast Tamers doing here? Reporting to Master Sai, "Our Hall Master is currently taming the Demon Sink Beast." Knowing that the other party was an old friend of the Hall Master, the gray-robed young man didn't hide anything from him. "Taming the Demon Sink Beast? Didn't your Hall Master fail to tame it 3 years ago?" Master Sai was perplexed. Previously, he had told Sun Chong that Hall Master Han Chong had led 12 elders to hunt down the Demon Sink Beast 3 years ago, only to end up in failure. Could it be that the other party still hadn't given up and was here again? The Hall Master did try to tame the Demon Sink Beast, but due to his failure, he has been coming here whenever he has the time to communicate with it. After such a long period of interaction, the relationship between the human and beast has improved significantly. Thus, the Hall Master intends to use his final trump card today to tame the Demon Sink Beast. In order to prevent any disturbances, he instructed us to guard this area to prevent any savage beasts or strangers from entering. The gray-robed young man said. Master Sai nodded. Zhang Xian also came to a realization. Ordinary beast tamers didn't possess the Heaven's Path Xianxia, so it was impossible for them to use the Demon Sink Beast as bait to force it to submit. Thus, they could only approach it and fawn on it over a long period of time. Back then, when Mou tamed the viridescent eagle, she had to rely on various treasures to attract its attention. In the past 3 years, given Hall Master Han Chong's means, the Demon Sink Beast should have been more or less convinced. Thus, he intended to tame it in one fell swoop. Can we head over to take a look? Hearing that his old friend was taming this infamous savage beast, Master Sai hesitated for a moment before saying, if you encounter any trouble, we can lend a hand. Taming a savage beast wasn't an easy task. It was fine if it was an easy taming, but if it were to fail, there was a high chance that the other party would be provoked. It was said that 3 years ago, Hall Master Han had been injured by this fellow and had to recuperate for more than a month. All right then. After hesitating for a moment, the gray-robed young man nodded. However, you must be careful. The demon sink beast has a violent and prideful personality. You mustn't provoke it. Given Master Sai's esteemed standing, even if he wanted to stop him, he wasn't qualified to do so. In any case, the beast taming process hadn't started yet. Even if he were to bring the other party in, the Hall Master wouldn't blame him. Don't worry, I have been friends with your Hall Master for many years. I won't interfere in his matters. Master Sai chuckled. Knowing that an expert of his caliber wouldn't lie, the gray-robed young man nodded. Then, he turned to the other young men and instructed, the rest of you will continue to guard this area. Don't let any savage beasts or strangers in. After which, he beckoned to the others and led the way into the valley. Master Sai, this way please. The crowd followed behind him. After walking for a moment, the narrow valley filled with vegetation suddenly opened up. The sound of flowing water echoed, and a waterfall flowed down from the mountain stream, forming a lake with a diameter of several hundred meters on the ground. Not too far away from the lake was a massive cavern. Outside the cavern, a few elders were standing, seemingly waiting for something. Hearing the sound of footsteps, the few of them turned around. The elder at the very center was just about to speak when he caught sight of Hall Master Sai, and his eyes lit up. Hall Master Sai, why are you here? I happened to pass by this area to look for something, but I was stopped by your students. Only then did I learn that you intend to tame the demon sink beast once more, so I came to take a look. Master Sai said. He was the Hall Master of the Myriad Kingdom City Beast Hall, Han Chong. You should know about my situation as well. The competition between the two beast halls in the League of Nations is intense, and only one Hall Master has the opportunity to enter the Miryu Empire to study. If I can't tame a savage beast that can intimidate others, there's no other choice. Hall Master Han Chong smiled bitterly. The two beast halls in the League of Nations had always been in a stalemate. In order to obtain the right to enter the higher-ranked beast hall, the two hall masters had been competing with one another for many years. However, to a beast tamer, all other conflicts were just a facade. Taming a formidable spirit beast was the true path to victory. Thus, for the past 3 years, he had been determined to tame the demon sink beast so that he could surpass the other party. That's true. I heard that you've been communicating with it for the past 3 years. How is it? Master Sai asked. It's about the same as before. The demon sink beast possesses the dragon bloodline, and it has an arrogant and reclusive personality. If it was that easy to tame, I wouldn't have spent so much effort on it. If not for the envoy from the Miryu Empire arriving in a few days' time, I wouldn't have been so rash. I would have laid all my cards on the table today. Hall Master Han shook his head. To a spirit beast of this tier, 3 years was indeed a little too short. However, he had no choice. The envoy was arriving soon, and if he couldn't tame this massive fellow before then, not only would he be at a disadvantage compared to Hall Master Luo Ming, he would even be at a disadvantage. If he couldn't be chosen, his path to becoming a 5-star beast tamer would be completely sealed. Then, why are you all waiting here? Since he was going to tame the demon sink beast, where was it? What was the purpose of this huge group of people standing here? It's in that cave. That fellow usually comes out at noon to hunt for food. It isn't time yet, so it's still resting. Hall Master Han pointed. Oh. Master Sai nodded. These are your juniors? After explaining, Hall Master Han turned to look at Xianxia and the others and asked doubtfully. Cough cough. Hearing that Xianxia was his junior, Master Sai was taken aback. Just as he was about to explain, Zhang Xian's voice sounded, I am Zhang Xian, Master Sai's friend. Friend? Hall Master Han was taken aback. Master Sai was a 4-star appraiser, and his standing was on par with him. Why would he be friends with a fellow who wasn't even 20 yet? May I know? What is Brother Zhang's occupation? Perplexed, Hall Master Han couldn't help but ask. Reporting to Hall Master Han, he's a 2-star beast tamer. I saw his emblem earlier. Before Xianxia could reply, the gray-robed young man by the side replied. Two-star beast tamer? Hall Master Han's expression turned even more bizarre. There were plenty of such beast tamers in the beast hall. When did Master Sai stoop so low as to befriend such a person? Everyone has a guaranteed monthly vote at the start of the month, so please vote for Laoa. He has already dropped to the 15th place, woo. So little brother is a beast tamer as well. To be able to reach 2-star at such a young age, you are indeed a hero. Even though Xianxia was perplexed, he didn't show it on his face. Instead, he clasped his hands and smiled before falling silent. Even though a 2-star beast tamer who hadn't reached 20 was considered a genius, there were still plenty of them in the beast hall. Thus, it wasn't a big deal at all. Seeing the other party's perfunctory tone, Xianxia couldn't be bothered to explain further. He was here for the Soul Oracle tomb, so it didn't matter to him whether the other party thought highly of him or not. As long as it didn't interfere with his business, it was fine. Hall Master Han, Zhang. Seeing his old friend's attitude, Xianxia knew that the other party didn't know the identity of the young man before him. Just as he was about to explain the matter to the other party, the ground in front of him suddenly trembled, and an intense roar echoed. Roar, it came from the cavern, and it carried the scent of thunder. Under the reverberation of the sound waves, the withered trees in the surroundings began to shed their leaves. Incredible! Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Putting everything else aside, just this voice alone would be enough to kill any cultivator below the Zhongshe realm without the slightest ability to resist. To think that a single roar would be so powerful. As expected of a ferocious beast renowned throughout the League of Nations, it was indeed fearsome. It's awake, let's begin. Hall Master Han's eyes lit up. Ignoring Master Sai's words, he turned around and instructed. Upon hearing the order, the old man beside him nodded in unison and stepped forward. One of them flicked his wrist, and the first one nodded. Boom, a massive corpse of a spirit beast appeared before their eyes. The corpse of a transcendent mortal Tudan, deer horde beast? You can even hunt such a beast? Upon seeing this fellow, Zhao Feiwu's eyebrows shot up in disbelief. Is this spirit beast very formidable? Sun Chang asked doubtfully. The deer horde beast is a transcendent mortal Tudan spirit beast. Its cultivation isn't high, but its speed is incredible. Its meat is delicious, and it's the favorite prey of spirit beasts and cultivators alike. There might not even be a single one in the entire Juku Mountain. It must have taken a lot of time and effort to capture and kill it. Suffering from a bizarre illness since young, Zhao Feiwu could only rely on reading books to pass her days. The deer horde beast was an avid hunter. It seems like you know quite a lot. It took 17 beast tamers of our beast hall half a year to capture the deer horde beast, and after setting up an inescapable net, we finally managed to capture it. It can be said that there's only one of them in the entire Myriad Kingdom Alliance. It's impossible to find another one even if you want to. Hearing the conversation of the duo, the gray-robed man smiled proudly. Even though the deer horde beast's cultivation was not too high, it possessed a wary and cunning nature. If not for so many beast tamers working together, it would have been impossible for them to capture it. Even though the other party sounded narcissistic, Zhao Feiwu still nodded in agreement. This thing was indeed not easy to capture. Back in the day, a prince of the Alliance royal family, also known as the Alliance head's residence, had fallen ill and needed the heart of this spirit beast for medicine. They had offered a high bounty for 5 years, but to no avail. As of the matter, the king, as well, the king, as the king, how? He had also heard about this matter. He had looked through the books and found out about the deer horde beast. Not only is the meat of the deer horde beast delicious, more importantly, it feeds on spirit herbs. Even though its cultivation isn't too high, its spiritual energy is abundant, making it a nourishing tonic. If other spirit beasts were to consume it, they would be able to easily achieve breakthroughs in their cultivation. Master Sai interjected, you could say, this is a moving advancement pill. I see. It seems like they are intending to use this fellow's corpse to please the demon sink beast. Sun Chang finally understood and couldn't help but click his tongue. To think that the beast hall master would be able to capture such a difficult spirit beast. It seemed like the Beast Hall Master had really gone all out for this demon sink beast. Amidst the hushed discussions, Hall Master Han took a deep breath and stepped forward. "Brother Demon Sink, I've prepared the things I told you about last time. They're right here. Come out and have a look." His voice drifted into the cavern, and a moment of silence fell. Just when everyone was nervous, a massive figure suddenly flew out. It was a massive savage beast with a height of 7 to 8 meters. When it spread its wings, it spanned a total of 30 meters. Its eyes were scarlet as though blood, and its entire body was covered in scales, displaying its formidable defense. Transcendent Mortal Fordan Pinnacle, the aerial spirit beast feared by the entire League of Nations. Demon Sink, roar, seemingly understanding Hall Master Han's words, the massive spirit beast stared at the corpse of the deer-horde beast with a feverish gaze. Spirit beasts were already capable of absorbing spiritual energy from the surroundings to raise their cultivation, and they possessed intelligence on par with humans. The corpse of the deer-horde beast exuded a rich medicinal aroma and intense spiritual energy ripples. It knew that as long as it ate it, its cultivation would surely soar. Even if it couldn't reach Transcendent Mortal 5 Dan, its strength would surely soar. How could it not be agitated? "Brother Demon Sink, as long as you agree to my conditions, this corpse of the deer-horde beast will be yours." Seeing that it was tempted, Hall Master Han chuckled lightly. Roar, turning its head over, the demon sink beast seemed to be interested to hear his conditions. "For the past 3 years, Brother Demon Sink and I have interacted day and night, so I believe you should have a good understanding of his personality by now. My request is simple. I hope that you can become my tamed beast." Hall Master Han said. "Don't worry, we can sign a fair contract. As long as you are unwilling to do anything, you can turn me down." Roar, hearing that it wanted to become Xianxia's tamed beast, the demon sink beast roared savagely. Powerful shockwaves rippled from its body, leaving one with goosebumps. If Hall Master Han were to continue speaking, it would surely make a move on him. But that was to be expected. Possessing the bloodline of the spirit tribe, how could it possibly submit to a mere human and become a guard dog? "Don't be in such a hurry to make a decision." Seeing the demon sink beast's determined attitude, Hall Master Han's complexion turned awful. However, he still chuckled and said, "I believe you are aware of my identity in the human world. I'm the Hall Master of the Beast Hall. Brother Demon Sink, as long as you are with me, I will treat you as my best friend. As long as you ask for cultivation resources, no matter how difficult it is, I will find a way to help you. Even though spirit beasts have a long lifespan, how long do you think it will take to raise your cultivation just by absorbing spiritual energy? Isn't it much better for you to stay by my side?" After which, Hall Master Han waved his hands. The elders walked forward, and a pile of spirit stones appeared on the ground. They were all low-tier spirit stones, and they were piled up into a small hill. There were at least a few thousand of them, and the concentrated spiritual energy emanating from them caused one's pores to open up and feel an indescribable sense of comfort. Spirit stones weren't just required by humans. Spirit beasts required them as well. Absorbing spiritual energy from spirit stones was clearly much faster than absorbing it from the air. There are a total of 8,000 spirit stones here. As long as you are willing, I can give them to you right now," Hall Master Han said. The reason why Xianxia was able to take out so many spirit stones in a single go while Hall Master Sai couldn't even take out 5,000 wasn't because the latter was wealthier than him. Rather, Hall Master Sai had used most of his spirit stones to purchase treasures, so he didn't have much to spare. In terms of wealth, Hall Master Sai was definitely superior. It was just like those antique collectors in Zhang Xian's previous life. Even if they were to sell all of their treasures, they would still be unable to match up to those wealthy merchants. If you aren't interested in these spirit stones, I'm sure this will be of great use to you. Seeing that the demon sink beast remained motionless even after taking out the spirit stones, Hall Master Han hesitated for a moment. Gritting his teeth, he flicked his wrist and took out a jade box. Opening it lightly, a spirit stone was embedded within. Hung Long, as soon as the spirit stone appeared, the surrounding spiritual energy immediately grew denser, as though forming a mist. As long as one held onto the spirit stone, even without absorbing it, the concentrated spiritual energy would automatically seep into one's body, nourishing one's muscles and body. To put it simply, if one were to place such a spirit stone on an infant, even if the latter didn't know how to cultivate, the nourishment from the spiritual energy within would allow one's body to grow stronger. In less than 2 months, one's physical body would be on par with a Pika realm expert. Could it be a middle-tier spirit stone? Xianxia's eyes lit up, and he clenched his fists tightly. After reading innumerable books, he had gained a rough understanding of the grading of spirit stones. The spirit stones in his possession were of the lowest grade, the so-called lower grade. Spirit stones of this grade could be used by transcendent mortal 4 Dan and below to cultivate. However, it would be difficult for one to use the spiritual energy contained within to reach higher realms. Taking Xianxia for example, his heaven's path Xianxia was simply too pure. Even though he was only at transcendent mortal 1 Dan prolonged longevity realm pinnacle, low-tier spirit stones were no longer of much use to him. In order to reach origin energy realm, not only would he require Heaven's Path secret manuals, more importantly, he would need a middle-tier spirit stone. Putting everything aside, just this middle-tier spirit stone was more than sufficient for him to push for origin energy realm pinnacle from prolonged longevity realm pinnacle. Even though quantity could induce qualitative change, the difference in quality was too great. No amount of quantity was sufficient. It was just like how a sufficient amount of grass could be used to purchase a diamond. However, it was impossible for it to replace the properties of a diamond. Thus, even if 10,000 low-tier spirit stones could be exchanged for a middle-tier spirit stone, it was impossible for it to replace the effects of a middle-tier spirit stone. Indeed, it's a middle-tier spirit stone. Not expecting his old friend to take out such an item, Master Sai's eyes widened in shock. Middle-tier spirit stones were incomparably valuable. Even the League of Nations didn't have many of them in their storage. For his old friend to take out one, the price he had to pay was probably even higher than that of the deer-horde beast, Roar. Upon seeing the middle-tier spirit stone, not only was the crowd astonished, the eyes of the demon-synced beast turned even redder. Hall Master Han was also reluctant to take out his trump card. However, he knew that he wouldn't be able to achieve anything without risking something. Thus, gritting his teeth, he said, "As long as Brother Demon Sync agrees to become my tamed beast, I'll give this middle-tier spirit stone to you for your use." Brother Demon Sync, what are you up to? Before he could finish his words, the Demon Sync beast flapped its blade-like wings, and its massive body charged forward. Its claws whistled through the air as it tried to grab the middle-tier spirit stone in Hall Master Han's hand. Snatch it by force? The heck? It's time for the 3rd update. Due to the change of map, I've been stuck for the past 2 days. Even so, Laowa didn't stop updating. Yesterday, my eyes suddenly blurred, and I couldn't see anything at all. Yet, I still managed to complete the update and added another one. To the hardworking Laowa, do you think it's worth it to vote for me? Thanks. Hall Master Han felt vexed. He had accompanied this fellow for 3 whole years. Whenever the other party wanted to eat something, he would rush to the front to help. Whenever the other party wanted something good, he would go to great lengths to search for it. All of this was for the sake of earning the other party's gratitude, hoping that the other party would consider their friendship when taming the other party. Yet, this fellow actually forgot about all of this and snatched the other party's food. The heck? He was simply an ingrate to the extreme. If only he knew that this would happen, he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. Activate the formation. Seeing how the other party was charging at him aggressively with no intention of stopping, Hall Master Han knew that this wasn't the time for him to be vexed. Since the other party wasn't going to fall for it, he could only resort to his last resort, that was to shed all pretense of cordiality and use the most violent means to force the other party to submit. This was a last resort. After all, the Demon Sync beast was extremely powerful. Even though the beast hall had the advantage in numbers, it was still difficult to capture it alive without injuring it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have ended up in such a pathetic state 3 years ago. Even though Hall Master Han felt that the other party would submit after 3 years of interaction and the enticement of benefits, he still prepared for the worst. He set up a formation here in advance so as to prevent any mishaps, to think that it would really come in handy. Yes. The few elders nodded. Then, they split into 4 different directions. Driving the Xianxia in their body, they grabbed at the air. Hong Long, several hundred meters in front of the group, a mist rose. Caught off guard, the demon sink beast fell into it. It's a confinement formation. Having learned the Heaven's Path formation art, Xianxia's current understanding of formations was on par with a 4-star pinnacle formation master even without the help of the Library of Heaven's Path. Iron chain confinement formation. Recognizing the formation, Jin Songhai's eyes narrowed. That's right. Xianxia nodded. The iron chain confinement formation was created by a 4-star pinnacle formation master 1,000 years ago. The formation made use of the natural environment and the violent spiritual energy in the surroundings to form intertwining iron chains. Any life form caught within the chains would be trapped in an instant, making it difficult for them to even struggle free. A grade 4 pinnacle confinement formation. Looks like Hall Master Han has really put in a lot of effort in order to capture this fellow. Xianxian sighed in awe as he watched the formation in action. A formation of this level wasn't something that could be set up just because one wanted to. A formation master had to assess the terrain beforehand and find the location where the formation flags were to be buried. Then, one had to bury the formation flags one by one so as to not leave any traces on the surface, thus preventing the demon sink beast from discovering them. Even if one's mastery of formations had reached 4-star pinnacle, it would take at least half a month for one to accomplish this feat. That's right. If I'm not wrong, in these 3 years, not only did he try to please this big guy, he also secretly put in a lot of effort. Master Sai smiled wryly. This formation wasn't something that could be completed within a day. Furthermore, it required the cooperation of a 4-star pinnacle formation master as well. In the past 3 years, he thought that this old friend of his was only fawning on the demon sink beast. However, from the looks of it now, that wasn't the case. He reckoned that after he had suffered a loss 3 years ago, he had come up with this plan. On the surface, it looked like he was trying to curry favor with the other party, but in reality, he was secretly looking for people to set up a formation to prevent any accidents. That's normal. Before a beast tamer succeeds, they must first consider the possibility of failure. If they can't even think of this, it's impossible for them to reach 4-star. Xianxian waved his hands casually. Even a high-tier beast tamer couldn't succeed every single time, especially when facing such a ferocious and arrogant spirit beast. Hall Master Han had failed once. If he were to foolishly charge forward without any preparations and attempt to tame the other party, he wouldn't be fit to be the head of the Beast Hall, a 4-star pinnacle beast tamer. Roar! While they were talking, the trapped demon sink beast finally realized that it had fallen for Xianxian's ploy. Furious, it roared furiously, and a violent might burst forth from it, causing the ground to tremble. It's useless. Harumphing, Hall Master Han stepped forward and flicked his wrist. A light screen appeared before him, displaying the full appearance of the demon sink beast. Upon reaching transcendent mortal realm, one's Xianxia would transform into origin energy, granting one the ability to execute unimaginable means. Similar to the walls in the corridor, this light screen allowed one to observe the situation within the formation clearly. At the same time, it also allowed those outside to converse with the trapped beast. The spiritual energy gathered by the formation formed thick metal chains that bound the demon sink beast tightly. At this moment, the incomparably arrogant fellow that struck fear into the hearts of countless experts from the Kingdom Alliance had a savage expression on its face. It struggled to break free from the chains, but to no avail. I told you, it's useless. Don't make a pointless struggle. Seeing its frenzied roar, Hall Master Han chuckled lightly and transmitted his voice into the formation. Roar! Hearing those words, the demon sink beast felt even more infuriated. After 3 years of interaction, it had let down its guard against humans. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to remain oblivious to the formation at its doorstep. It didn't expect that its carelessness would land it in such a predicament. Hatred welled up in its heart, and if it could, it would tear this Hall Master Han apart and eat him alive. This is a grade 4 pinnacle formation. You might be powerful, but if you don't know how to decipher it, it's impossible for you to escape. Since that's the case, let's continue our previous conversation. As long as you agree to become my tamed beast, the promise you made previously will still be valid. If you don't, I believe you should understand the situation you're in now. There's a high chance that you'll be killed. Hall Master Han said. This was his last resort, and he didn't want to use it. After all, even if the demon sink beast were to submit to him in the future, it would be forced to listen to his orders, resulting in an awkward situation between both parties. However, the other party refused to submit to him and even wanted to snatch his treasure. Thus, he had no choice but to resort to this method. Roar, the demon sink beast glared furiously at Hall Master Han's words. There's no need to rush into making a decision. I have time to wait for your reply. Seeing its attitude, Hall Master Han shook his head. Since he had already trapped the other party, he would just have to spend some spirit stones to tame it. Killing it was just a threat. After all, if it were to die, his 3 years of effort would go to waste. Infuriated, the demon sink beast struggled with all its might, only to realize that it was unable to break free. Thus, it could only remain still for the time being. Slowly, it closed its eyes, seemingly deep in thought. Hall Master, what do we do now? Seeing that the massive fellow had stopped trying to escape and had instead quietened down, the few elders who were in charge of activating the formation glanced at one another before walking up to Hall Master Han. What else can we do? We can only wait. Elder Hu, take out the deer horde beast and roast it. Make sure to inject the aroma into it. I don't believe that given that fellow's gluttony, it will be able to hold itself back. Hall Master Han said. The deer horde beast carried a rich medicinal fragrance. If it were to be roasted, it would surely arouse one's appetite. As a gluttonous spirit beast, it would be a wonder if the demon sink beast could hold itself back. It must be said that Hall Master Han's mastery of beast taming had indeed reached a high level. First, he enticed it, then he threatened it, and now, he was even seducing it. If it were an ordinary spirit beast, it would have submitted to him on the spot. Yes. Elder Hu nodded. Taking out the deer horde beast, he was just about to roast it when the 2-star beast tamer shook his head helplessly and said, I advise you not to roast it. Elder Hu frowned, why? Not expecting a mere 2-star beast tamer to interject, Hall Master Han and the other elders turned to look at him in displeasure. Even the weakest of them was a 4-star primary beast tamer. At this moment, they also felt that roasting the deer horde beast was the best decision they could make. Yet, the fellow before them said that it was impossible. What did he mean by that? I'm just worried that you won't be able to handle the situation after roasting it. Shaking his head, Xianxia nodded. Even though he was a master teacher, he wasn't a saint either. Seeing that something was amiss, he had to intervene. Not to mention, the other party didn't seem to respect him at all. It's just roasting the deer horde beast, what kind of situation could there be? Seeing how the other party was spouting nonsense, Elder Hu harumphed coldly. Even so many 4-star beast tamers didn't say anything. Yet, a mere 2-star beast tamer like you actually dared to speak up. You sure don't know your place. It's fine if you don't want to listen to my advice. Xianxia sighed. He had already said what he needed to say. It was the other party's problem if they didn't want to listen to his advice. Stop putting on an act and trying to scare us. Elder Hu flung his sleeves furiously. The others weren't too happy either. This was especially so for Hall Master Han. If not in consideration of Master Sai, he would have surely reprimanded the other party. What does a mere 2-star beast tamer know? How dare he speak up here? How uncultured. Alright, hurry up and roast it. With a cold expression, Xianxia waved his hands casually. Initially, he thought that it was weird for Master Sai to address him as a friend. However, from the looks of it now, the other party was just a fellow who didn't know etiquette. It was just roasting the deer horde beast. At the very most, it would be too fragrant. Could it be that there would be some kind of change in it? Yes. Elder Hu nodded. Together with the other elders, they set up a bonfire and began roasting the deer horde beast. In order to tame the demon sink beast, they had stayed in the forest for many days. As such, they still had the means to feed themselves. Not too long. Later, the bonfire was lit, and Zizi, the deer horde beast, was placed on top of it. The deer horde beast grew by consuming spiritual herbs, and its body was already filled with spiritual energy. Thus, when roasted, it was even more fragrant. Just the smell that had appeared had already left everyone salivating. Let's retreat. Upon seeing the fragrance, Xianxia shook his head. Retreat? Master Sai and the others were taken aback. At the very least, we should be several hundred meters away from it. Otherwise, I fear that we might meet with misfortune. Xianxia said calmly as he led the way to the back of the room. The moment he left, Xiaoya, Zhao Feiwu, and the others hurriedly followed behind him. With an awkward expression, Master Sai hesitated for a moment before following behind as well. This fellow. Seeing the group turn around and leave, fearing that they might meet with misfortune, veins popped on Hall Master Han's head. He nearly couldn't hold it in any longer. He was already a little angry that he wasn't able to tame that huge fellow. Now that this fellow kept saying such disheartening words, he felt even more infuriated. A 2-star beast tamer actually dared to put on an unfathomable expression. You. What are you acting all high and mighty for? Actually, if it was any other 2-star beast tamer who said such words, he wouldn't have gotten angry. More importantly, the expression of the fellow who spoke just now was simply infuriating. It was as though one would suffer if one didn't listen to the advice of an old man. Furthermore, there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. To think that a 4-star pinnacle beast tamer like him would be looked down upon by a little fellow. Disdain your head, this demon sink beast possesses the dragon bloodline, so it is normal for it to be difficult to tame. Do you think that I want to use force? Haven't I already exhausted all of my methods? Humph, conceited and arrogant, I really can't understand why Master Sai would befriend such a person. Ignore them, hurry up and roast it. The more fragrant it is, the better. Suppressing the rage in his chest, Hall Master Han instructed. Yes. Elder Hu and the others nodded their heads and increased the intensity of the fire. In an instant, the fragrance of the demon sink beast grew even more concentrated. While Xianxia was on the verge of exploding from anger, the group stopped several hundred meters away. Let's do it here. Xianxia waved his hands. Xianxia. Everyone turned to look at Xianxia doubtfully. They had faith in Xianxia's capabilities. Since he had said that something had happened, there was no way he would lie about it. Is Xianxia worried about a beast stampede? Master Sai suddenly thought of something and frowned. The aroma of the deer horde beast meat permeates the surroundings. It is a medicinal warehouse coveted by all spirit beasts. Once it is cooked, it is likely that countless spirit beasts will be alarmed. Just that. If it really is a beast stampede, it shouldn't matter how far we hide, right? If it really was a beast stampede, all living beings would be torn apart on the spot. Even if one were to hide several kilometers away, it would still be difficult to escape. Indeed? Only then did everyone realize what was going on. Just like Master Sai, they were guessing that Xianxia was worried about a beast stampede. There were historical records of such a situation occurring in the Gentle Speech Ridge. Given how concentrated the aroma of the deer horde beast meat was, it was normal for spirit beasts to be attracted. If a beast stampede really appeared, they should hide as far as possible. Furthermore, weren't they courting death by staying here? Beast stampede? I can't believe you came up with this idea. Hearing those words, Xianxia realized what everyone was thinking. With a speechless expression, he said, even you are able to tell that the aroma of the deer horde beast's meat would attract the attention of other spirit beasts. How could the most formidable beast tamer of the beast hall possibly be unaware of it? This, blinking their eyes, everyone's faces turned red. Indeed. Even amateurs like them were able to see through it. As the head of the beast hall, how could Han Chong not have noticed it as well? As a 4-star pinnacle beast tamer, he had come into contact with savage beasts for his entire life. Even if the demon sink beast didn't agree to it, he was still able to predict it in advance and come up with a solution to deal with it. If a beast stampede were to occur, he would have long prepared for it. Don't worry, that won't happen. Xianxia shook his head. Why? Zhao Feiwu was perplexed. Given how fragrant the deer meat was, even humans like them could not resist it. How could spirit beasts resist it? Seeing the intelligent Gongzi asking such a question, Xianxia rolled his eyes. Even if the meat of the deer horde beast is fragrant, how far can it travel? This? Zhao Feiwu was speechless. The meat was fragrant, but at this point, the smell wasn't as strong anymore. If they were to retreat another few hundred meters, they probably wouldn't be able to smell it anymore. Even if spirit beasts had better senses than humans, it was impossible for them to smell something several thousand meters away. Besides, what kind of place is this? This is the territory of the demon sink beast. Even if other savage beasts and spirit beasts were to smell it, would they dare to approach it? Xianxia continued. Zhao Feiwu felt awkward. Spirit beasts and savage beasts had their own territories. The weaker ones didn't dare to approach the territory of the stronger ones. If they were to approach it, there was a high chance that they would be killed as prey. The demon sink beast was famous throughout the entire Kingdom Alliance, and it could be considered as the strongest spirit beast in the entire Nine Folds Mountain. Given that it had lived here for many years, how could there be any other beasts in the vicinity? Wasn't that courting death? If I'm not wrong, there shouldn't be any other spirit beasts within 10 kilometers of the demon sink beast's territory. No matter how fragrant the deer horde beast is, it's impossible for it to rouse the spirit beasts 10 kilometers away. Xianxia explained. 10 kilometers? Only then did everyone come to a realization. They had descended from 2 kilometers away, and along the way, they didn't see any spirit beasts. Even if they did see some footprints, they were extremely sparse. Most likely, they were just passing by, and upon smelling the scent left behind by the demon sink beast, they immediately fled in fright. Otherwise, with such a large group of people, how could there not be any spirit beasts looking for trouble? No matter how fragrant the deer horde beast was, it was impossible for its scent to travel 10 kilometers away. Besides, even if it did, would other spirit beasts dare to approach it? After all, this was the nest of the strongest spirit beast in the Nine Folds Mountain. It was no wonder why Hall Master Han was so fearless. It turned out that he knew that it was impossible for a beast stampede to occur. If that isn't a beast stampede, what is it? Returning to the original topic, everyone turned their gazes over once more. We'll know soon enough. Xianxia didn't bother explaining. If there's any danger, I beseech Xianxia to save Hall Master Han. It's just that he doesn't know of your capabilities, that's why he was careless. In truth, he isn't a bad person. Seeing that Xianxia wasn't willing to speak, the crowd didn't dare to pursue the matter. Thus, Master Sai said awkwardly. No matter what, Hall Master Han was his friend. If they were to meet with danger, it would be immoral for him to avoid it first. If that happens, I'll make a move. However, I'm afraid that they might be displeased if I make a move. Chuckling, Xianxia's eyebrows suddenly shot up. Let's continue watching. The change is about to begin. Hearing those words, everyone turned their gazes to the front. At this moment, the meat of the deer horde beast was about to be cooked, and the aroma was getting more and more intense. Most of the elders were proficient in wilderness survival, so they had brought plenty of seasonings with them. Even though it was a hasty barbecue, it didn't pale in comparison to the formidable chefs of Honghai City. Not only was the meat delicious, the color was superb as well. Brother Demon Sink, do you smell it? Become my tamed beast, this is yours. Besides, you're just accompanying me. Once my lifespan comes to an end, I'll regain my freedom. What's there to be conflicted about? Seeing that the aroma had already seeped into the formation, Hall Master Han continued, hurry up and make your decision. If you hesitate any longer, we might end up devouring the deer horde beast. By then, it would be too late for you to make your decision. I believe that you should know how valuable this beast is. There's only one of it in the entire Nine Folds Mountain, and if you miss it, you'll regret it for life. It must be said that Hall Master Han's words were indeed convincing. If it was any other spirit beast, they would have long given in. However, the demon sink beast in the mirror had its eyes tightly shut. It didn't struggle or resist, as though it was asleep. When did the demon sink beast become so amiable? Zhao Feiwu also noticed the problem. According to the legends of the League of Nations, this fellow was extremely ferocious. Back then, someone had tried to trap it in a formation, but it was a pity that its stamina seemed to be boundless. Soon, the spirit stones in the formation were depleted, and it broke out of the formation. Formations could be sustained by absorbing spiritual energy from the world or by using spirit stones. The former required a long period of accumulation. As for the latter, as long as there were sufficient spirit stones, there was no need to absorb spiritual energy. Regardless of which it was, it required a huge supply of energy. Formations weren't perpetual motion machines, and it would consume a huge amount of energy if it were to be rammed continuously. Once the spirit stones in the formation were depleted, even if one didn't know how to break the formation, it would still crumble. This was precisely the reason why there was a time limit of 2 hours in the Formation Master Guild corridor. If one didn't do so, it wouldn't be too dangerous for one to encounter a confinement formation. Once the formation was activated, it would only be a matter of time before the energy within was depleted. Under such circumstances, even if one were to escape, it wouldn't be considered as breaking the formation. Even though the demon sink beast was extremely ferocious, ever since it was trapped, it had become as silent as an obedient child. Even though it was lusting after the deer horde beast, it didn't show any signs of breaking the formation. "Hall Master, it's done." While everyone was still perplexed, Elder Hu and the others had already finished roasting the deer horde beast. The golden spirit beast meat was extremely fragrant, and it was hard for anyone to reject it. "All right, bring it over." Hall Master Han nodded. Elder Hu and the others nodded before bringing the roasted deer horde beast over. "Do you see that? If you hesitate any longer, we'll start eating." Chuckling lightly, Hall Master Han lowered his head to look at the deer horde beast. Just as he was about to pick it up to entice the other party, his eyes suddenly widened, and he nearly exploded on the spot. "The heck? Which one of you secretly ate it? Secretly ate it?" Everyone quickly turned their gazes over, only to realize that the previously intact deer horde beast had lost one of its legs at some point in time. All that was left were its bones, hanging from its body. In other words, someone had already eaten one of its legs. Hall Master Han was frenzied. Who could be so wicked? Even though he said that he wanted to eat it, it was just a ploy to deceive the other party. If he were to eat it, it would be impossible for him to tame the other party. Thus, it was only words, not action. How in the world did it lose a leg in the blink of an eye? To eat it so cleanly? Aren't you guys too vicious? Don't you know how much I have to pay in order to capture this fellow? Hall Master Han glared at Elder Hu and the others coldly. Master Sai and that foolish 2-star beast tamer had just started roasting the meat when they left. It was impossible for them to be the culprit, so it could only be them. "Hall Master, we didn't do it." Being stared at by Hall Master Han, Elder Hu and the others leaped in shock. They hurriedly waved their hands and were on the verge of tears. Swallowing their saliva, they suppressed the agitation in their hearts, not daring to move in the slightest. How could they suddenly lose a leg? "You didn't? Could it be that the meat flew away on its own?" Hall Master Han was infuriated. "What kind of teammates did you find? I told you to roast meat to lure the demon sink beast into submission, and yet, you guys ate it first. Not only that, you even ate a leg. Are you for real?" "Hall Master, it really wasn't us. We can swear." Seeing that Hall Master Han didn't believe him, Elder Hu raised his palm and was just about to explain when he suddenly froze on the spot. As though he had seen a ghost, he exclaimed, "Hall Master. What's wrong?" Hearing the shout, Hall Master Han turned his gaze over and staggered once more. He nearly spurted a mouthful of blood. The deer horde beast, which had only lost a leg a moment ago, was now missing its other leg as well. Its bare bones hung on its body, creating an indescribably bizarre sight. "Who is it?" Scanning his surroundings, Hall Master Han raised his palms warily. If he was still doubting whether Elder Hu and the others had eaten the deer horde beast a moment ago, he was certain that it wasn't the case now. But who could it be? To be able to eat the meat of the deer horde beast right before his eyes without being noticed, wasn't this a little too bizarre? "Hall Master, look." Elder Hu pointed. Lowering his gaze, Hall Master Han immediately noticed that something was amiss. Unknowingly, the golden deer horde beast was crawling with a layer of faint yellow worms the size of ants. Wherever they went, the meat of the beast would vanish, leaving only bones behind. Clearly, these worms had devoured the 2 legs of the deer horde beast. These worms were small in size, and their color was similar to that of roasted beast meat. If one didn't look carefully, it was impossible to notice them. "What are those things?" Hall Master Han was taken aback. Despite being a 4-star beast tamer, he had never seen them before. Hall Master, could it be that? Suddenly recalling something, Elder Hu's body stiffened, and fear surfaced in his eyes. You mean? Seeing the other party's expression, Hall Master Han was taken aback for a moment before realization dawned upon him. That's right. Otherwise, how could the deer horde beast's meat be consumed so quickly? Elder Hu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. If it's really that thing, we're in trouble. Suddenly recalling something, Hall Master Han hurriedly lifted his head to look at the screen of light. Unknowingly, the demon sink beast had opened its eyes, and they were glowing brightly. Its massive lips suddenly curled up, as though it was sneering coldly. Xianxia, what is that? Upon seeing this bizarre sight, Hall Master Sai couldn't help but exclaim. As the head of the appraiser hall, he possessed vast knowledge, but he had never heard of such a bizarre thing before. The others also turned their gazes over. Xianxia knew that something would happen, and that was why he brought them here. From the looks of it, this was what he should be worried about. It's the soul-devouring ants. Zhang Xian said with a grim expression. Soul-devouring ants? Everyone was perplexed. They had never heard of such a thing before, needless to say, what it was. However, upon hearing this name, Luo Zhu's body stiffened. Disbelief surfaced on his face. Legend has it that this is the nemesis of soul oracles. It feeds on souls and spiritual energy. The soul-devouring ant could devour souls and spirit energy. It was extremely strange. It was the nemesis of soul oracles. Why would there be such a thing in the vicinity of a soul oracle's tomb? Instead of answering his question, Zhang Xian turned to look at Zhang Xian and asked, if I'm not mistaken, the soul oracle tomb you spoke of should be beneath the lake, right? How did you know? Luo Zhu was taken aback. He had only said that the tomb of the soul oracles was in the vicinity, but he hadn't mentioned the exact location. How did the young man manage to see through it with a single glance? Burial grounds were particular about feng shui. Being buried under a deep pool was inauspicious in itself. Almost no one would do such a thing. Therefore, if he were to tell others that there was a tomb underwater, he would definitely be laughed at for being ignorant. Even though he had found the relevant records and knew the exact location, he still found it hard to believe. It was precisely because of this that he was so confident that no one could discover him. Yet, the young man before him was able to say that it was related to the soul-devouring ants? Soul-devouring ants devour souls, making them the nemesis of soul oracles. However, they are afraid of water. If one wishes to hide from them, one's soul has to be buried underwater. Zhang Xian. Even though the books on soul oracles that Master Sai had collected didn't contain much useful information, he was still able to analyze some things after reading through them. On top of that, the soul-devouring ant was a type of spirit beast, and it was recorded in the books of the Beast Tamer Guild. As soon as Zhang Xian examined the ground with his eye of insight, he realized that something was amiss. With a slight deduction, he was able to understand the situation. The one who asked wasn't Luo Zhu but Zhao Feiwu. Isn't it inauspicious for the dead and the living to be buried underwater? Upon hearing that the tomb was located beneath the lake, she was astonished as well. She had noticed the lake as soon as she arrived. The waterfall was several hundred meters wide, and it was hard to tell how deep it was. Wasn't the person who built the tomb beneath the lake afraid of being corroded by the water all year round? Soul oracles have the ability to possess another body to reincarnate. Thus, in their eyes, death is just a temporary sleep. There is no such thing as geomancy. Regardless of whether it's in the water or anywhere else, it doesn't matter. Zhang Xian explained. Oh. Everyone came to a realization. The reason why a tomb was built based on geomancy was so that one could change their fate after death. Soul oracles didn't think of themselves as dead, so it didn't matter where their tomb was located. That's not right. After a moment of hesitation, Luo Zhu suddenly recalled something and looked at Zhang Xian once more. Even though the soul oracle tomb is hidden beneath a lake, it's an underground palace. Even if the soul-devouring ants aren't able to enter the water, they should be able to enter the palace. Why, if the soul oracle tomb was in the water, it wouldn't have been possessed by the soul-devouring ants. Even though it had been sealed for innumerable years, the air was still dry, allowing one to breathe freely. If even a human could enter, the soul-devouring ants should be able to as well. If so, how could the soul be preserved for so many years? If I'm not wrong, you were the one who provoked these soul-devouring ants. Xianxia said. Me? Luozhi was taken aback. Even though he had heard of these ants, he had never seen them before. How could he be the one who provoked them? The Soul Oracle tomb is well sealed. For the past thousands of years, no one has entered, and the aura within has never leaked out. You brought a soul out with you, and the aura that leaked out. Thus, it attracted these fellows who specialize in eating souls. It's just that they haven't been here for long, so they haven't found the entrance yet. If we were to delay for another month, we might not be able to find the soul even if we were to enter again. Xianxia said with a grim expression. The soul-devouring ants were the nemesis of soul oracles. Soul oracles knew how to prevent the aura of their souls from leaking out. However, Luozhi wasn't aware of this. If he wasn't mistaken, these soul-devouring ants should have just arrived here not too long ago. Otherwise, they would have already dived into the depths of the lake. It was impossible for them to remain here and be attracted by the aroma of the deer-horde beast. This? Luozhi's face paled. To think that he was the one who attracted these fearsome beings. Just the thought of it left him shuddering in fear. Even if the soul-devouring ants are fond of eating the flesh of the deer-horde beast, there's no need for us to hide so far away. Under normal circumstances, aren't they harmless to humans? Recovering from his shock, Luozhi was perplexed once more. The soul-devouring ants were the nemesis of soul oracles. However, they were completely helpless against humans. Even though they looked bizarre, they were only disgusting. Why were they retreating several hundred meters away? They aren't harmful to us, but don't forget that on top of devouring souls, they consume spiritual energy as well. And the energy consumed by the formation is spiritual energy. Xianxia continued. Formation? Taken aback, everyone narrowed their eyes and hurriedly turned their gazes to the front. This is bad. Seeing the demon sink beast open its eyes, Hall Master Han also realized that something was amiss. His eyes narrowed and his body tensed up. Even as a beast tamer, he was unable to detect the presence of the soul-devouring ants underground. However, the demon sink beast was different. Spirit beasts were born sensitive to their surroundings. Not to mention, this was its nest, so how could it be unaware of the presence of the soul-devouring ants? It seemed like the demon sink beast knew that the soul-devouring ants would be attracted by the deer-horde beast. That was why it didn't struggle or wreak havoc. Instead, it closed its eyes and waited patiently. If the spiritual energy of the formation were to be devoured by the soul-devouring ants, it would be equivalent to a carriage losing its steed. Without a driving force, how could it continue operating? Upon thinking of this, Hall Master Han hurriedly instructed, "Hurry up and reinforce the formation." Before he could finish his words, a furious roar sounded. The demon sink beast's trapped wings suddenly flapped violently. Voila, the spiritual shackles binding it seemed to have been bitten off by something, causing them to break apart. Following that, an extremely powerful aura burst forth from the spirit beast. It flapped its wings and flew out in a straight line. The formation was completely destroyed, and the mist before everyone disappeared. Following which, the massive silhouette of the demon sink beast appeared right before Elder Hu and the others. Roar, an infuriated roar. Flapping its wings, a strong gust of wind blew. What? Before Elder Hu and the others could even retaliate, they were already struck by the demon sink beast and were sent flying. Fresh blood spurted from their mouths. As a transcendent mortal four-dan pinnacle. Spirit beast, it was much stronger than humans of the same cultivation realm. On top of that, it had just been captured and forced to submit. The rage in its heart had accumulated, and it was currently in a frenzied state. How could they possibly withstand its might? In just a single move, all of them were injured simultaneously. Damn it! Not expecting this fellow to be so ferocious, disregarding their 3 years of friendship, Hall Master Han's face turned livid. Raising his arm, a spear appeared in his hands. Even though he was a beast tamer, his cultivation was extremely powerful as well. He had already reached transcendent mortal four-dan pinnacle. As soon as the spear appeared, it morphed into a long dragon that pierced straight toward the demon sink beast. Facing the attack, the demon-sink beast didn't even bother dodging. Ding ding, the incomparably sharp spear struck the chest of the demon-sink beast, but it didn't even pierce through its skin, needless to say, hurt it. What a powerful defense. Xianxia, Master Sai, and the others stared at one another with widened eyes. They knew that this fellow possessed the dragon bloodline, granting it an invincible defense. Yet, Hall Master Han's full-powered strike didn't even leave a mark on it. This was truly shocking. It was no wonder why the demon-sink beast was so famous throughout the Myriad Kingdoms alliance. The royal family had tried to hunt it down multiple times, but to no avail. Roar, blocking the spear with its chest, the demon-sink beast roared furiously. As though a furious storm, the roar reverberated through the air. Hall Master Han was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Even though he was a transcendent mortal 4-Dan pinnacle expert, he still felt his head spinning, and he nearly spurted a mouthful of blood. Hula, after roaring, the demon-sink beast flapped its massive wings. Dust flew into the air, and a huge crack appeared on the ground. Hall Master Han hurriedly pulled his spear back to defend himself. However, how could he possibly withstand the might of the demon-sink beast with his current strength? He felt his arms going numb, and as though a rubber ball, he was sent flying. Pooh! In midair, fresh blood spurted from his mouth, and his face turned pale. Could it be that the 2-star beast tamer knew that such a thing would happen? Hall Master Han felt so uncomfortable that he felt as though he was going to explode. However, for some reason, a thought suddenly popped into his mind. The 2-star beast tamer who had left him feeling frustrated just a moment ago, upon seeing that they were going to roast the deer horde beast, tried to dissuade Xianxia before leading the crowd away, fearing that they might get into trouble. Xianxia thought that the fellow was just trying to scare him, but to think that he would really get into trouble. Could it be that he had already foreseen that they would encounter the soul-devouring ants and predicted that the formation would be broken, resulting in the current situation? That's impossible. Soul-devouring ants are extremely rare, and even I can't recall where they are at the moment. How could a 2-star beast tamer who isn't even 20 possibly know of them? Even though he thought that it was possible, he still found it hard to believe. Soul-devouring ants were the nemesis of the soul oracles in ancient times, and they had been missing for many years. As for their habitat and living environment, how could the other party be able to deduce all of that in just a few minutes? If the other party had such means, putting aside 2-star, he might even be a 4-star or 5-star beast. These thoughts flashed across his mind, and even if he wanted to delve deeper into the matter, there wasn't enough time for him to do so. Straightening his back, he suppressed the stifled feeling in his chest and landed on the ground. Shaking the spear in his hand, he glared at the massive savage beast and said, "Brother Demon Sink, you should know my temper well after knowing me for 3 years. I don't have any intention of harming you, so why don't we call it quits today? Let's continue to get along fairly." Stop, why are you still coming at me? Before he could finish his words, the massive figure appeared before him once more and raised its claws. Pong, deflecting the attack with his spear, Xianxia retreated once more. Even though they were both transcendent mortal 4-Dan pinnacle cultivators, there was still a huge gap between their strength. He wasn't a match for the other party at all. Feeling the stifling sensation in his chest, Hall Master Han bellowed furiously, "Don't force me. Do you think that I can tame you with that formation? What the heck?" However, before he could finish his roar, he was struck by the demon-sink beast's wing once more, and he was sent flying several times before crashing heavily onto the ground. At this moment, Hall Master Han was stifled. Honestly speaking, if he knew that roasting the deer horde beast would attract the soul-devouring ants and destroy the formation, he would have never done so. Now, not only had the deer horde beast's meat been completely devoured, this fellow was also on the verge of going berserk. No matter what he said, it seemed like he wouldn't stop until he was beaten to death. Turning his head to look at the 2-star beast tamer, Master Sai, and the others, he nearly spurted a mouthful of blood. They saw a group of people standing several hundred meters away. The young man from before looked over leisurely as he spoke to the young men behind him. "Do you see that? This is the consequence of not listening to others. In the future, when you go out to explore the world, you must pay attention and learn more from others. Don't be obstinate and self-opinionated. In short, don't learn from him." Also, even though his previous move might seem impressive, it's actually a mistake. If he had executed it half a breath earlier, the demon sink beast would surely have been distracted. To be able to execute such a move, it goes to show that his battle technique isn't anything impressive. In the future, all of you must practice your martial skills properly. Don't think about taming this and that every day. Rather than wasting 3 years here, why not hone your own strength? That's more powerful than anything else. As the young man spoke, he commented. After hearing those words, Hall Master Han's eyebrows twitched uncontrollably. At this moment, he even felt like pinching the other party to death. The heck, I am a transcendent mortal 4-dan pinnacle expert, the Hall Master of the Beast Hall. How can I be nothing in the eyes of a brat like you? Nothing at all, but... What left him even more frustrated was that, after listening for a while, it seemed like the other party's words were all correct. Even if he wanted to refute them, he didn't know where to start. There's something weird about this fellow. After dealing with the demon sink beast, I'll ask Master Sai about it. At this moment, no matter how foolish he was, it was clear that the young man before him wasn't simple. The other party must have seen through something in advance for him to say those words. However, this wasn't the time to be conflicted. Dodging the demon sink beast's attack, Hall Master Han raised his head. Brother Demon Sink, since you don't agree to it, don't blame me for getting nasty. After which, Hall Master Han took in a deep breath and shook his arms. At this moment, he was already standing before Elder Hu and the others, forming a unique formation with them. Even though Elder Hu and the others were sent flying by the demon sink beast, they didn't sustain any severe injuries. After resting for a moment, they had already recovered from their injuries. Upon hearing Hall Master Han's words, they immediately got into position and whipped out their weapons. Voila! Their aura surged into the sky, and a collaborative formation was formed. It's the formation that those people used previously, but it's much more profound and powerful. From afar, Xianxia took a glance and nodded his head in approval. It just so happened that he had the opportunity to witness a battle between transcendent mortal 4-dan experts. Naturally, he had to explain it to Xiaoye and the others. Otherwise, how could they possibly improve? Indeed, this formation is able to bring out the strengths of each individual, thus increasing their fighting prowess by more than twofold. Jin Songhai nodded. He had crossed blows with those few young men who used this formation previously. If not for his vast combat experience and superior cultivation, it would have been difficult for him to emerge victorious. Given how formidable the juniors were, these elders had been immersed in the formation for an even longer period of time. On top of that, their fighting prowess was even greater. If they were the ones who executed it, even if there were 4 or 8 of us, we would still be helpless before them. Hall Master Sai couldn't help but exclaim after taking a glance at the situation. The reason why the two of them were able to suppress the young men wasn't due to the formation itself but because they were far stronger than the other party. On top of that, they weren't too familiar with collaborative formations. On the other hand, Hall Master Han, Elder Hu, and the others were different. Clearly, they had immersed themselves in the field of formations for several years. Every single movement of theirs was intricate, and their coordination with one another was even more ingenious. From the very start of the formation, they were able to exert immense pressure on the charging demon sink beast. So this is his true trump card. Most probably, after failing to tame it 3 years ago, he started practicing it. That's why he was able to achieve such incredible results. Hall Master Sai continued. Even though the confinement formation was formidable, what if the other party refused to submit to it? Honestly speaking, even if he wanted to tame it, he didn't dare to kill it. He had been wondering if Hall Master Han had any trump cards up his sleeves, and from the looks of it now, it seemed like this was the case. The formation formed by the collaboration of the few of them was extremely powerful. Even a transcendent mortal 5-dan primary stage expert would be a match for them. Naturally, it wouldn't be a problem for them to deal with a demon sink beast which was only at transcendent mortal 4-dan pinnacle. Do you think that they can win? Seemingly seeing through Xianxia's thoughts, Xianxia chuckled lightly. They must have practiced this formation innumerable times, and they should be able to suppress the demon sink beast. Master Sai said. As a transcendent mortal 4-dan expert, he was well aware of the fighting prowess of a person of their caliber. This collaborative formation was extremely profound, and it was able to bring out the strengths of the group. No matter how powerful the demon sink beast was, it wouldn't be easy for it to triumph. Should? Xianxia shook his head. He might have a trump card, but does that mean that the demon sink beast doesn't have one as well? If a joint attack formation could suppress them, they would have been killed by the League of Nations long ago. Back then, the Alliance had sent several experts to deal with Xianxia, but none of them succeeded. Yet, Hall Master Han thought that he could succeed with a single formation. He was really underestimating that fellow. Moreover, this is actually a killing formation, able to kill the people or creatures within it. He wholeheartedly wants to tame it, not daring to kill it. He is restricted at every turn, so how can he display the greatest power? After learning the Heaven's Path formation art, Xianxia's understanding of formations had reached an incredible level. Although Xianxia did not know the name of the joint offensive formation, he could clearly tell that it was a killing formation used to kill enemies. Currently, Hall Master Han was only focused on taming the demon sink beast, so he chose to use the killing formation as a confinement formation instead. As such, the might of the killing formation was greatly reduced. It was just a matter of time before he failed. Just as Xianxia had said, Hall Master Han and the others still held the upper hand initially. However, as the demon sink beast charged forward without any regard for defense, they began to retreat. Pu. A few minutes later, the old men were swept by the wings. Blood sprayed everywhere as they suffered serious injuries. Bang! Under the other party's attack, Hall Master Han's spear flew out of his hands and fell heavily to the ground. After destroying the formation, the demon sink beast grew even more furious. Raising its massive hoof, it stomped down on Hall Master Han. This stomp was as powerful as a mountain. If Hall Master Han were to be stepped on, no matter how powerful he was, it would be difficult for him to survive. Facing such a ferocious move, Hall Master Han forcefully endured the pain and stood up. Xianxia gushed forth from his palms as he faced the attack. Pung, the hoof clashed with his palms, and the two were locked in a stalemate. Just as Hall Master Han felt that the strength of the other party's hoof was growing stronger and stronger, and he felt as though he would be crushed into a meat patty at any moment, an anxious voice sounded. Xianxia, I beseech you to save Hall Master Han. The one who spoke was Master Sai. Having known each other for so many years, he didn't wish for his old friend to die before him. However, he was well aware of his own strength. If he couldn't even match up to his old friend, how could he possibly defeat this monster before him? At this point, he could only plead with Xianxia to save him. Even though Xianxia's strength was far beneath his, after the past few days of interaction, he had learned that the other party possessed incredible means. Perhaps, there might be a way for him to save Hall Master Han. I'm not a match for this demon sink beast, how can I save him? Following which, the voice of the young man sounded. Hearing those words, despair filled Hall Master Han's eyes. He thought that after 3 years together, the demon sink beast had made several preparations for him. Yet, never in his dreams did he expect that this fellow would be so powerful that he wouldn't be able to stop it. You must have a way. Otherwise, once the demon sink beast kills Hall Master Han, it will surely make a move on us. Master Sai said anxiously. Oh, I do have a way. The impassive voice of the young man sounded. What way? Master Sai asked agitatedly. Hall Master Han's body tensed up, and he seemed to have regained his motivation. Pricking up his ears, he wanted to hear what the other party had to say. Simple, we just have to get that fellow to let him go, the young man said. Hall Master Han spurted a mouthful of blood. Those who haven't cast your monthly vote yet, please vote for Laowa. I'm going to fall out of the top 10 soon. I haven't made any mistakes recently. I've already turned over a new leaf. Release the hostage. Everyone knows that the most direct method is to have it release the hostage, but look at how this fellow is so aggressive, as if it wants to eat you alive. Can you really release the hostage? He had trapped the other party and used a collaborative formation to attack him, thus forming a grudge between them. At this moment, he couldn't wait to kill the other party. Release the hostage? You must be joking, He thought that this young man was able to foresee the soul-devouring ants, and he even confidently declared that he had a solution to save him. Never in his dreams did he expect the other party to be so unreliable. Rather than wait for the demon sink beast to release him, he might as well wait for the other party to beat him to death. Just as Hall Master Han felt that there was no hope left, Hall Master Sai continued questioning him. Release the hostage? What do you need me to do? I'll make the preparations right now. There's no need for preparations. As long as you tame this fellow and make it into your tamed beast, it will listen to you. The young man's impassive voice sounded once more. Tame? Make it into your tamed beast? Hall Master Han's vision darkened. He had spent an entire 3 years tossing a mountain of treasures to the demon sink beast. He had even used deer horde beasts, middle-tier spirit stones, and various other treasures in exchange, but the other party didn't even spare him a glance. Yet, you actually said that you could tame it the moment you opened your mouth. If it was that easy, would I be trampled to death here? Forget it, I shouldn't count on this fellow anymore. I'll think of a solution myself. Knowing that this young man was unreliable, Hall Master Han gathered his strength and tried to push the other party's claws away. However, just as he exerted his strength, the demon sink beast's strength suddenly surged as well. Hung Long, a powerful shockwave rippled through the air, and Hall Master Han fell half a meter deep into the ground. His face was covered in dust. Pooh, fresh blood spurted from his mouth. Under the powerful impact, his injuries worsened, and he felt a little dizzy. To think that I would fail to tame a beast and die here. Hall Master Han felt a deep sense of despair. He had spent his entire life in beast taming, and he thought that with all his means, this fellow would definitely become his tamed beast. Never in his dreams did he expect that he would end up dying under the other party's claws, not to mention, he was trampled to death. Just the thought of it left him sullen. Just as he was about to close his eyes and wait for death to claim him, he suddenly heard a voice reminiscent of a cow and a thunderous roar. Following which, he felt the claws pressing down on him vanish in an instant. Touching his body, Xianxia realized that the demon sink beast, who would have crushed him into a meat patty, had indeed removed its claws. Only then did he open his eyes and take a look. With a single glance, his body convulsed and he nearly fainted on the spot. This, Hall Master Han's lips twitched, and his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. It was as if he had just seen an inconceivable sight, and he was on the verge of collapsing. Right in front of him, the arrogant demon sink beast, who was determined to kill him a moment ago, was currently lying obediently before a figure. Its head was close to the ground, and its thick tongue was licking the soles of the other party's shoes incessantly. With a respectful and fawning expression on its face, it was as though a tamed pug that had finally met its master. It was an indescribable wretchedness. What was going on? Wasn't this fellow extremely arrogant and would rather die than submit? Wasn't it true that no matter how delicious the food was, it wouldn't waver? How did he lick the soles of other people's shoes in the blink of an eye? Besides, what's with that look in your eyes? With a look of respect and admiration on your face, your saliva is drooling, as though you would want to lick the other party's other shoe as well. Can't you have some integrity? Rubbing his eyes forcefully, Hall Master Han wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him. At this moment, the figure before him impatiently kicked the demon sink beast's face. Scram to the side and eat the grass. You have dirted my shoes. Pooh, Hall Master Han staggered. The demon sink beast was acting so respectfully, yet you actually kicked it and made it eat grass? It was a carnivorous beast, how could it eat grass? Just as Hall Master Han was hesitating, the incomparably arrogant demon sink beast ran to the side excitedly, opened its mouth, and tore at the grass on the ground. It seemed to be fearing that someone would snatch the grass away from it. Fearing that he was dreaming, he slapped himself harshly. The intense pain jolted him awake. Taking another look, he saw the demon sink beast raising its bottom and going against the grass with all its might. The heck? What is going on? Clutching his hair, Hall Master Han fainted. He could clearly see the figure standing before him. It was the boastful 2-star beast tamer from before, Xianxia. He had tamed it for 3 years, but the other party remained unmoved. On top of that, the other party even tried to kill him. With just a roar, this fellow licked his shoes and ate the grass, Was there any justice in this world? Was he the 4-star beast tamer, or was the other party the 4-star beast tamer? Could it be that this is the reason why Master Sai is so respectful toward him? Suddenly, a thought popped into Hall Master Han's mind. Master Sai was extremely respectful toward this young man. Previously, Hall Master Han was perplexed as to what was going on. However, from the looks of it now, this young man wasn't just a simple 2-star beast tamer. Otherwise, how could the demon sink beast submit to him with just a roar? Furthermore, how could it behave so shamelessly? Adjusting his breathing, Hall Master Han endured the excruciating pain and walked up to the other party. Thank you, Beast Tamer Zhang, for saving my life. If the other party hadn't tamed the demon sink beast, he would have surely died. No matter what, he had to repay the debt of saving his life. Xianxia waved his hands casually. I only made a move on account of Master Sai. If you want to thank someone, you should thank Master Sai. If not on account of Hall Master Sai, who would have cared about you? I still have to thank Beast Tamer Zhang. If you hadn't made a move, I would have surely died. Hall Master Han thanked Xianxia once more before clasping his fist. Master Sai, thank you, we're old friends, there's no need to stand on ceremony. Master Sai's face reddened. I didn't do anything. It was Xianxia who tamed the demon sink beast. Xianxia? Even though he had heard this name before, he thought that the other party was referring to Beast Tamer Zhang. After all, they were in the midst of a battle, so it was normal for him to be unable to hear it clearly. However, standing before the other party and hearing it clearly, his heart jolted. Could it be that the person before him was a master teacher as well? On top of being a master teacher, Xianxia is also a 2-star beast tamer, 5-star appraiser, and quasi 4-star formation master. Master Sai explained. Master teacher, 5-star, appraiser? Quasi 4-star formation master? Hall Master Han's face reddened. Previously, he thought that the other party was only a 2-star beast tamer, so he looked down on him. Never in his dreams did he expect that the other party would have so many occupations. Putting everything aside, just the fact that Xianxia was a master teacher was more than enough to make him unable to raise his head. Master teachers were not to be belittled or insulted. Even if he were to be beaten to death, no one would dare to speak up for him. Not to mention, he was a 5-star appraiser and quasi 4-star formation master. Seeing that Hall Master Han was frightened, a plump man behind the young man stepped forward and harumphed. Of course. Not only does our young master have these occupations, he is also a physician, an apothecary, and a painter. 7 occupations? Hall Master Han swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and his lips trembled. A person would have to spend a lot of time and effort to learn a single occupation. Yet, the person before him actually had 7 occupations. How could there be such a monster in the League of Nations? It was no wonder why Master Sai respected him so much. If he had known of his identity, he wouldn't have dared to put on such an act. Indeed. Why? Our young master saved your life, and you think that you can forget about it with just a word of gratitude? The plump man glanced at Hall Master Han from the corner of his eyes. I saw that you took quite a few good items when you tamed the savage beast. Now, you think that your life isn't even worth a savage beast? Hall Master Han froze. The debt of saving one's life was as great as the heavens. It was indeed inappropriate for him to only say a word of gratitude. I intended to use the spirit stone to lure the demon sink beast over so that I could tame it. Taking out the middle tier spirit stone from before, Hall Master Han glanced at the demon sink beast, who was still gnawing on the grass, and knew that it was impossible for him to tame it anymore. Thus, gritting his teeth, he passed it over and said, Now, it's of no use anymore. I'll give it to Xianxia as a token of gratitude for saving my life. The plump man took the spirit stone and curled his lips. Just this one? Just this one. Hall Master Han's face reddened, and he was at a loss for words. There were only a handful of middle-tier spirit stones in the entire League of Nations. He was already extremely lucky to be able to find one. All right then, just this one then. Seeing that the other party couldn't take out more, Sun Chang shook his head and passed the spirit stone over to Xianxia. Young master. Receiving the spirit stone, Xianxia nodded his head in satisfaction. It had to be said that Sun Chong knew what he was thinking, and he had already taken a liking to the spirit stone. Otherwise, he wouldn't have saved the other party for no reason. Master teachers had to make a living as well. He wasn't a saint, and he had to repay the other party for saving his life. Otherwise, with so many people in the world waiting for him to save them, wouldn't he die of exhaustion? I happen to be in need of a middle-tier spirit stone, so I'll accept it. Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you. I'll treat your injuries now as a token of my gratitude. Keeping the spirit stone, Xianxia turned to look at Hall Master Yao. Treat my injuries? Hall Master Han was taken aback. My injuries can be treated? Previously, he had been pummeled by the demon sink beast consecutively, and on top of that, he had overexerted his strength, causing his internal organs to be dislocated. Given his age, as well as the blow to his confidence, it would be difficult for him to treat his injuries. Hearing that the other party was going to treat his injuries now, Hall Master Han couldn't believe his ears. I said that I can treat your injuries, so of course I can. It's fine if you don't wish to. Xianxia waved his hands. Of course I'll treat you. Recalling the other party's identity as a physician and master teacher, Hall Master Han hurriedly nodded his head. If it was before, he wouldn't have believed the other party's words. However, after witnessing how obedient the demon sink beast was, he couldn't help but respect and trust the other party. Xianxia, do you need any medicinal herbs? I have quite a few here. Confirming that the other party was going to treat him, Hall Master Han turned to Xianxia and asked. Even though he wasn't a physician, as an expert, he knew a thing or two about injuries. Without several hundred years of medicinal herbs, it would be difficult for him to treat his injuries. And he did have some medicinal herbs on hand. Just as he was about to take out the medicinal herbs, the young man before him suddenly spoke. Medicinal herbs? There's no need for that. That demon sink beast, come here and knock that fellow out. Knock him out. Not only did Hall Master Han widen his eyes in shock, the others also stared at one another in bewilderment. Didn't you say that you wanted to treat his injuries? What do you mean by knocking him out? There's no need to panic. This is our old master's unique method, the knockout treatment method. Sun Chong explained. Having followed behind Xianxia for many years, he knew of the old master's secret method. Since the young master had inherited the old master's legacy, naturally, he knew of it as well. Everyone was bewildered. Treating a patient is treating a patient, treating a patient is treating a patient, knocking him out is treating a patient. There's such a method, before the crowd could process what was going on, the demon sink beast suddenly turned around and walked over. Staring at Hall Master Han, the latter felt goosebumps rising all over his body. Xianxia. I think we should forget about knocking him out. Why don't we? Take the medicine instead. Looking at the other party's appearance, Hall Master Han couldn't help but shudder at the thought of how the other party had intended to kill him a moment ago. That fellow couldn't possibly be abusing his authority to exact vengeance. Even though he said that he was going to knock him out, the truth was that he was going to kill him. It was better to be safe than sorry. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Demon sink beast, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and do it. Xianxia frowned. Roar. Upon hearing the order, the demon sink beast let out an excited roar. Who? It rushed forward and whipped its massive wings toward Hall Master Han. Hall Master Han burst into tears. If I had known that you would use such a method, I would have given you the spirit stones for free. Pung, due to his severe injuries, Hall Master Han was unable to dodge in time. Struck by the wings at the back of his head, his vision darkened and he fainted. This. On the other hand, Jiao Feiwu's mouth twitched and her body trembled. At the same time, she rejoiced in her relief. It was fortunate that this fellow was too far away back then, so she could only rely on the wall of prescription to transmit the treatment method. Otherwise, wouldn't she have been knocked out as well? Was there such a treatment method in the world? She had seen countless skilled physicians since young, but she had never heard of a treatment method that required one to knock one out first. Curious, Xianxia couldn't help but turn his gaze over. He saw Xianxia walking up to the unconscious Hall Master Han and placing his finger on the latter's pulse. A moment later, he stood up, flicked his wrist, and silver needles appeared. So. The silver needles danced in the air and they landed on Hall Master Han's acupoints. Done. Clapping his hands, Xianxia walked back and glanced at Master Sai. Go wake him up. Done? Everyone stood rooted to the ground, dumbfounded. You're treating him, not playing house. You think you're done with a few needles? Zhao Feiwu, Jin Songhai, and the others glanced at one another. They had seen the locations of these needles. They were either acupuncture points or life gates. If it were other doctors, they would definitely not dare to touch them. Even if they had some skills, such a serious injury would not immediately get better after a few needles, right? Could it be that he had used some trick that they didn't understand? Master Sai had only seen him identify artifacts and make them acknowledge him as their master, but he had never seen him save a person before, so he was even more confused. However, since the other party had said so, he could only nod his head. Placing his hand on the other party's philtrum, he infused a surge of Xinqi into the other party's body. Cough cough. Hall Master Han coughed and opened his eyes. Whoosh, he slapped the ground with his palm and hurriedly took 2 steps back. Xianxia, I won't treat you anymore, okay, but before he could finish his words, he suddenly froze, and his eyes widened in shock. As a cultivator, he was well aware of the condition of his body. For him to soar into the air with just a push of his palm, there could only be one possibility, that his injuries were completely healed. How was that possible? Perplexed, Hall Master Han clawed at the air, and in an instant, a massive palm materialized in the air. The air in the palm refracted, and it felt as if a river would pour out at any moment. Great Sun Sea seizing technique? Hall Master, you have recovered? Seeing Xianxia's actions, not only was Hall Master Sai and the others bewildered, the elders who had been working with him to set up the formation widened their eyes in shock, and their breathing hastened. Great Sun Sea seizing technique was a powerful spirit intermediate stage battle technique. Without sufficient Xinqi and strength, it was impossible to execute it. As the core of the formation, Hall Master Han bore the brunt of the attack from the demon sink beast. Logically speaking, his injuries should be much more severe than theirs. At this moment, they were already struggling to get up, and they felt as if they would die at any moment. Yet, the other party was able to execute a battle technique that could only be executed when his body was fully healed. Did it have to be so exaggerated? My injuries have recovered? Hall Master Han widened his eyes in disbelief. Suddenly, he thought of something and flicked his wrist. A spear appeared in his hand, and he flicked it lightly. Wang, weapon intent shot out and struck a massive boulder not too far away. Boom, the boulder was reduced to dust, and debris flew everywhere. Unimpeded aura, flawless weapon intent. Hall Master, your internal injuries, have recovered as well? Elder whose lips trembled in shock. The reason why the elders of the beast-taming Hall, were willing to sacrifice themselves to help the Hall Master capture the demon sink beast wasn't because of their authority, but because of the Hall Master's character. Back then, in order to help them tame the spirit beast, he had once entered the depths of the swamp and was bitten by a venomous worm. Ever since then, his meridians had become stagnant, resulting in his internal injuries. As a result, he was unable to channel his weapon intent through his body, and thus, his cultivation of weapons came to an end. If that wasn't the case, given the Hall Master's talent and strength, even if he couldn't tame the demon sink beast, what else could he do? He would still be able to defeat Luo Ming, and he wouldn't have to spend so much effort on it. For their sake, the Hall Master had never asked for any compensation. Naturally, for their Hall Master, they were willing to do so as well. No matter how tired they were, they would still cultivate the collaborative formation without any complaints. They thought that their Hall Master would never be able to advance his cultivation in weapons for the rest of his life. Who would have thought that after being knocked out and injected with a few needles, he would be able to achieve either Great Sun Sea seizing hand or weapon intent? What in the world happened? My internal injuries have recovered? How could Hall Master Han possibly not understand what was going on? He hurriedly turned to the young man beside him. Oh, I saw that there was something wrong with you, so I just treated it casually. There's no need for me to pay more. Xianxia waved his hands casually. Previously, when the other party executed a battle technique, a book had already been compiled in the Library of Heaven's Path. The reason why Xianxia pretended to touch the other party before knocking him out was because he didn't want the secret of the Heaven's Path Xianxia to be leaked. In the book, the other party's internal injuries had also appeared. Since Xianxia was treating the other party's internal injuries, he had to treat all of them. To put it bluntly, the other party's meridians were clogged by lethal poison, just like many others whom he had treated in the past. The Heaven's Path Xianxia could turn into medicine or poison with a single thought, so it was easy to resolve this problem. While I'm at it. Hall Master Han's eyes reddened, and he nearly went insane. He had searched through all of the physicians in the Myriad Kingdom City Physician Guild, but none of them were able to treat his internal injuries. That was because the lethal poison had invaded his body while he was executing weapon intent. Even though the poison had been resolved, his meridians were still clogged, making it impossible for him to recover. He hadn't even said a single word about it, and yet, not only did Xianxia treat his injuries, he even treated his internal injuries. Did he have to be so vicious? Suddenly, a thought popped into Hall Master Han's mind, and he couldn't help but ask, Elder Hu, how long was I unconscious? To treat all of his injuries, including his internal injuries, it should have taken him quite some time. 2 hours? 4 hours, or even, a day? How long? From the moment you were knocked out, until now, it should be around a minute. Elder Hu calculated. A minute? Hall Master Han's body swayed. He had been awake for at least half a minute. In other words, from the moment he fainted to the moment the other party treated his injuries, it should have only been half a minute. How did he know? Since he was able to treat my injuries, he should be able to treat their injuries as well. Suppressing the shock and agitation in his heart, Hall Master Han's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly stepped forward. Xianxia, Elder Hu, and the others were injured because of me. I hope that you can treat them. I'll be eternally grateful to you. It was because of him that these elders ended up in such a state. Since he had already recovered from his injuries, naturally, he couldn't bear to see them suffer from injuries. Our young master is a formidable physician, and he has to pay for his treatment. Sun Chong stepped forward. I know that. Hall Master Han hurriedly nodded. Flicking his wrist, he took out the several thousand spirit stones that he had taken out to tempt the demon sink beast previously. These spirit stones were valuable, but compared to the lives of his old friends, they were nothing. All right. Placing the spirit stones into his storage ring, Xianxia turned to Elder Hu and said, You should have heard of my treatment method, right? I heard it. Elder Hu hurriedly nodded. I know what to do, after which, he turned to the demon sink beast and said, Come, beat me with all your might. I can hold myself back. The crowd. Xianxia staggered. The heck? As long as you faint, it'll be fine. Why did you have to speak so lustfully to a spirit beast? Cough cough. Actually, there's no need for it to make a move. You can just faint on your own. As long as you faint, I'll be able to treat you. Suppressing the urge to spurt blood, Xianxia nodded. As long as I faint? Elder Hu was taken aback. Hall Master Han's vision darkened. If only I knew that it would be so simple, I wouldn't have asked it to make a move. I nearly died from a single strike of its wings, all right. After confirming the treatment method, Elder Hu gritted his teeth, stretched out his palm, and struck his forehead. Pada, his vision darkened, and he fainted. Xianxia walked up to him. A moment later, the former woke up and leaped to his feet with glowing eyes. It's your turn. After treating Elder Hu, Xianxia walked up to another elder. This elder was tactful as well. Upon seeing Xianxia's arrival, he immediately struck his forehead. Thus, Zhao Feiwu and the others saw a bizarre sight. The renowned transcendent mortal 4-Dan beast tamers of Myriad Kingdom City immediately slapped their own foreheads and fainted upon seeing Xianxia. After which, after being injected with a few needles, they began jumping around in excitement. So fast? Only then did Hall Master Han see the other party's treatment method and speed, and his throat went dry. Even though he had heard of the other party's swift treatment, seeing it with his own eyes still left his face green in shock. Calculating the time, from the moment the elders fainted to the moment the silver needles were removed, less than 20 breaths had passed. In less than 20 breaths, the other party was able to treat such severe injuries, stand up, and move freely. he didn't know much about physicians, but he was well versed in beast taming. To be able to subdue the demon sink beast with just a shout, most likely, the other party's cultivation had reached at least 5-star, a 5-star beast tamer and possibly a 5-star physician. Where in the world did this fellow come from? A few minutes later, Elder Hu and the others recovered from their injuries. Every single one of them looked refreshed, as though they had never been injured before. "Thank you, Xianxia." The crowd expressed their gratitude. Even though they had already paid the other party and they didn't owe each other anything, this kind of medical skill was simply too astounding. It was simply unbelievable. Since the demon sink beast has already been tamed by Xianxia, it's a waste of time for us to remain here. Farewell. Hall Master Han clasped his fist. His main motive for coming here was to tame the demon sink beast. Since that fellow had already been tamed by Xianxia, there was no reason for him to remain here any longer. Even though he failed to tame the beast, he had already recovered from his trauma. Even without the demon sink beast, he was confident that he could defeat Luo Ming and obtain the right to enter the headquarters. It could be said that he had achieved his goal, and this trip wasn't in vain. Farewell. Zhang Xian, Master Sai, and the others clasped their fists. Xianxia, given how talented you are, you should be participating in the Master Teacher Tournament 2 months later, right? At that time, I'll definitely head over personally to support you. Hall Master Han chuckled before turning around to leave. With such a genius, not to mention a master teacher, it was hard for him not to guess what was going on. No matter what, he owed the other party a favor. If there was a chance, he had to repay the other party. Besides, such a formidable beast tamer, physician, master teacher, and appraiser was worth befriending. After Hall Master Han and the others left, silence fell once more. Xianxia, should we enter now, or should we rest and recuperate? Luo Zhu looked at Zhang Xian in admiration. The last time he came here, he had to sneak in, fearing that the demon sink beast would notice him. Yet, the person before him had actually tamed this infamous fellow. If it was in the past, he wouldn't have dared to imagine such a feat since the demon sink beast was no longer interfering, they had more time. They could enter whenever they wanted. Don't worry, we'll enter after I resolve the problem with the demon sink beast. Zhang Xian waved his hands. Its problem? It isn't injured? Everyone was bewildered. This massive fellow possessed ferocious strength and invincible defense. Even when fighting against Hall Master Han and the others, it didn't suffer the slightest setback. Solve the problem? Resolve what? Even though the soul-devouring ants don't have much of an effect on normal living beings and humans, they are extremely powerful beings of the cold attribute. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to devour souls. The demon sink beast has been here for at least a month or 2. Even if it doesn't come into contact with it, it should still be affected by it. With his hands behind his back, Zhang Xian said calmly, furthermore, the intense battle earlier has caused the yin energy to seep into my heart and lungs. If I don't expel it as soon as possible, it will be difficult for me to advance my cultivation once more. There's such a thing? If that's the case, shouldn't we stay away from these soul-devouring ants? Hearing that even a powerful life form like the demon sink beast would be affected, everyone was taken aback. Warily, they turned their gazes forward. At this moment, the soul-devouring ants had already eaten all the roasted deer horde beasts and burrowed back into the ground in satisfaction. There was not a single trace left on the ground. If he hadn't experienced it for himself, he would have found it hard to believe that this strange life form that had disappeared for tens of thousands of years not only existed, but was also so strange. To be able to devour even a formation. That was simply too terrifying. It'll be fine as long as it doesn't drink the lake water. Zhang Xian said, the soul-devouring ants are always able to sense the presence of the soul oracle tomb beneath the lake water. Even though the lake water looks clean, there are many corpses of those fellows. One of the main reasons why the demon sink beast is affected by the yin energy is because it has to drink the lake water. Everyone came to a realization. Since those fellows were attracted by the aura of the soul oracle tomb, it was only a matter of time before they noticed the presence of the tomb. Naturally, they would investigate it as well. As time went by, the water became unsuitable for consumption. Then, how do we resolve this situation? Luozhu couldn't help but ask. Even the demon sink beast was affected by the Yin energy. If it was really affected by the Yin energy, how could it be resolved? The others also turned their gazes over. They wanted to know the answer so that they could take precautions. Simple, go over there and eat the grass. Xianxia pointed. Eat the grass? Everyone was taken aback. Glancing at the demon sink beast, who was still feasting on the grass, they fell into a daze. Previously, when Xianxia instructed the demon sink beast to eat the grass, they thought that he was intentionally punishing it. However, from the looks of it now, he had another motive. It was no wonder why this fellow didn't retaliate at all. Instead, it was eating happily. If I'm not mistaken, that should be green rain grass. There are plenty of this grass in the forest, and it doesn't possess any attribute. Why would eating it be able to dispel the Yin energy in one's body? Master Sai was perplexed. As an appraiser, he possessed vast knowledge. While others might not be able to recognize this grass, he knew it very well. Green rain grass grew in the forest near water sources. It was lush and green, and it didn't possess any attribute or effect. Even apothecaries didn't consider it as a medicinal herb. Why would this grass be able to dispel the Yin energy of the soul-devouring ants? Besides, the soul-devouring ants didn't exist in the past. Wasn't it too much of a coincidence that this grass grew here? This grass doesn't possess any attribute, but it also depends on the environment it grows in. If it grows over there, it won't be of any use. Xianxia pointed. Following his finger, they saw that there were plenty of green rain grass by the side of the lake as well. Everyone blinked their eyes in bewilderment. The two were only several dozen meters apart, so why wouldn't the grass over there work? Looking at the environment, there wasn't any difference. Seeing the bewilderment in everyone's eyes, Xianxia shook his head with a smile. This is where the demon sink beast goes to relieve itself. To put it simply, this is its toilet. Toilet? Everyone blinked their eyes. The demon sink beast possesses the dragon bloodline, and it possesses immense yang attribute. Naturally, the feces it excretes are filled with yang attribute as well. As such, the green rain grass that grows from it naturally possesses this attribute as well. After explaining, Xianxia turned to the crowd and said, if you're worried, you can cut a few stalks and carry them with you. If you feel that something is amiss, eat some of them. It's fine, thank you for your goodwill, Xianxia. Since you said that it's fine, I think we should just forget about it. Everyone waved their hands in agreement. It was just a moment ago that they were agitated, but upon recalling that this grass grew from the demon sink beast's toilet, they lost all interest in it. Knowing what they were thinking, Xianxia didn't say anything. Instead, he walked up to the demon sink beast. At this moment, this massive fellow had already eaten a large patch of green rain grass. The yang attribute energy within its body was burning, and the yin attribute energy within its body was being tempered. Walking up to it, Xianxia took out a silver needle, pinpointed a spot, and casually pricked it a few times. Hung long, with a resounding boom, everyone could feel the energy within the demon sink beast surging, and its strength was rising rapidly. Is it going to achieve a breakthrough? Master Sai and Jin Songhai glanced at one another in shock. At Transcendent Mortal 5-Dan Consonant Spirit Realm, one's soul would be in harmony with nature, and one's strength would be greatly enhanced. If the first 4 Dan of Transcendent Mortal, longevity, origin energy, yin-yang, and turbidity, were to temper one's Xinqi and increase one's control over nature, then from this realm onwards, one's soul would be nourished, thus increasing one's strength significantly. This was precisely the reason why no matter how formidable a Transcendent Mortal 4-Dan Pinnacle Master Teacher was, he was only a 4-star Master Teacher. Thus, he was unable to produce a long-distance tutelage Jade token and reach half 5-star. Only when one's cultivation reached Consonant Spirit Realm would one be able to sever a sliver of their soul and seal it within, allowing them to conduct a lecture anytime and anywhere. It could be said that the difference between Transcendent Mortal 4-Dan and 5-Dan was a massive watershed in one's soul. Countless people were stuck at this step, unable to achieve a breakthrough. As such, despite the long history of the League of Nations, there were innumerable outstanding geniuses. However, there weren't many who were able to take this step. Compared to humans, spirit beasts had weaker souls, thus making it harder for them to achieve a breakthrough. This fellow was already at transcendent mortal 4-dan pinnacle, and now that its aura was accumulating, it was growing stronger. Could it really break through the bottleneck that everyone was looking forward to and reach 5-dan? The duo couldn't help but turn their gazes over. It won't be able to achieve a breakthrough for the time being. Seeing the anxiety in the duo's eyes, Xianxia said calmly, "Everything in the world is fair. Everything is decided by the heavens. The demon sink beast's physical body is too powerful, so it will be difficult for it to achieve a breakthrough in its soul. Similarly, those with a powerful soul usually won't be able to achieve a breakthrough in their physical body. However, after resolving the yin energy in its body and fusing its yang attribute as one, I also cleared some of its meridians. Thus, its cultivation will surely soar. Even though it won't be able to achieve a breakthrough to consonant spirit realm, it should still be able to reach half-consonant spirit." After contemplating for a moment, Xianxia said, "Half-consonant spirit? That's still a fearsome feat. If I recall correctly, the old ancestor of the League of Nations was at this realm as well." Hearing those words, the duo leaped in shock. Half-consonant spirit was the same as half-Xianxia and half-Shizuan. Even though there was no limit to reaching consonant spirit realm, it was still unable to break through the final bottleneck. An expert of this level not only possessed a powerful physical body, but a powerful soul as well. Even a transcendent mortal 4-dan pinnacle expert wouldn't be a match for it. If the demon sink beast was already insanely powerful due to its dragon bloodline and innate talent, it would be even more fearsome now. If it were to go on a rampage, even the old ancestor of the League of Nations might not be a match for it. Incredible, hung long. Before the duo's astonished gazes, the demon sink beast's strength finally came to a halt. Just as Xianxia had guessed, it hadn't reached consonant spirit realm, but half-consonant spirit realm. With such strength, it was more than sufficient to roam the entire League of Nations fearlessly. Roar! Knowing that it was due to its master, the demon sink beast rushed forward excitedly with a respectful look on its face. In the past, it was afraid that the other party might possess the pure-blooded dragon bloodline due to his ability to speak the dragon language. But at this moment, it was completely convinced. If not for the other party, it wouldn't have been able to reach this realm without at least 100 years of effort. "Indeed, we're heading to the lake. You'll stand guard outside. If any human or spirit beast dares to trespass, kill them on sight." Seeing its attitude, Xianxia knew that this fellow had already pledged its loyalty to him. Thus, he nodded in satisfaction. The situation below was unknown. Not only must they be careful, they also had to prevent anyone from causing trouble. Previously, they didn't dare to guarantee their safety. However, with this massive fellow guarding the lake, there was no need for them to be afraid of anyone. Roar! The demon sink beast nodded. "Alright, let's set off." After assigning the necessary instructions, Xianxia scanned the surroundings before leaping into the lake with Luo Zhu. Xiaoya and the others followed closely behind. After a long journey, the Soul Oracle tomb was finally right before their eyes. The frigid pond was cold and gloomy. Upon entering, everyone immediately felt a bone-piercing cold. Following behind Luo Zhu, they swam downstream in a straight line. Even the weakest among them was a supreme being. At this level, holding one's breath underwater for 20 to 30 minutes was no problem at all. Even though Zhao Feiwu's cultivation was lacking, with Jing Songhai constantly channeling his Xinqi into her to form a Xinqi barrier, she didn't feel suffocated at all. Initially, Xianxia was still able to see the situation before him with the help of the sunlight from the surface of the water. However, as he got deeper, he found himself unable to even see his own fingers. Luo Zhu was already prepared. He took out a few night illumination pearls and gave one to each of them. Under the warm light, the underwater world appeared clearly in front of them. Because this pool was too cold, there was no life in it. They swam downstream until they reached a depth of about 70 or 80 meters. Finally, they saw the ground, which was covered with all kinds of dark-colored aquatic plants. Unable to speak underwater, Luo Zhu gestured to the crowd. Following the path that was filled with aquatic plants, he slowly advanced forward. Not long later, he arrived before the cliff. It was a smooth stone wall, and there didn't seem to be anything special about it. If one didn't know about the Soul Oracle tomb, one wouldn't be able to notice anything amiss. Flicking his wrist, Luo Zhu took out a smooth stone plate. After feeling around the wall for a moment, he found the right spot and placed it on the stone plate. Creak, as if some kind of mechanism had been activated, the wall slowly opened. This seemingly intact stone wall was actually alive. What exquisite craftsmanship! Xianxia's eyes lit up. The mechanism was carved out of stone, and there was not the slightest gap on the surface. While it could not be compared to the celestial designer mechanical box from before, it was still far superior to many treasures that he had seen before. From the looks of it, the craftsman who constructed this Soul Oracle tomb was of a high rank. At the very least, he had to be a 9mo craftsman. Legend had it that even a transcendent mortal expert would find it hard to discern the authenticity of a 9mo craftsman's mechanical puppet. From the looks of it, that was indeed the case. It was no wonder why Luo Zhu was so confident that no one would be able to find this place other than him. It was indeed difficult to find such a secretive place. The stone wall opened and a door appeared before them. Luo Zhu walked in first. Inside the door was a special waterproof mechanism. Life could enter, but water couldn't. As soon as everyone stepped inside, they felt the air flow inside, and they didn't feel suffocated at all. This is the passageway to the Soul Oracle tomb. At the end of it is the tomb, Luo Zhu said. After everyone entered, the stone wall closed automatically. Xianxia nodded. Everyone looked at it curiously. It was a long and narrow corridor with all kinds of murals carved on both sides. Most of them depicted the rituals of soul oracles, and under the illumination of the night illumination pearls, they seemed exceptionally eerie. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. There's an extremely powerful mechanism in this corridor. We have to probe it step by step before we can enter. Seemingly extremely familiar with the environment of ancient tombs, Luo Zhu made a grabbing motion, and two child-sized puppets appeared before him. It must have been specially prepared by him these past few days. Xianxia took out two spirit stones and placed them into the cauldron before proceeding along the passageway. Creak! Creak! The first puppet hadn't even taken 3 steps when a gust of wind blew past, followed by a crisp sound, and it exploded into pieces. Everyone's pupils constricted. The puppet that Luo Zhu had just taken out was forged using a unique material, making it extremely sturdy. Putting everything else aside, even someone of Jin Songhai's strength would find it difficult to shatter it. He did not know what kind of mechanism he had fallen into, but it had exploded. If he had not been vigilant and held the crowd back, wouldn't he have died if he had charged in an instant, he broke out in cold sweat. As expected of one of the most bizarre occupations in the world, this Soul Oracle tomb was indeed extraordinary. If not for Xianxia resolving the issue of soul possession and allowing the other party to lead them here, they might have been wiped out before they could even enter. Creak! Creak! Amidst everyone's shock, the second puppet also suffered an attack before it could even take a few steps. Just like the first puppet, it exploded into pieces. There are 2 death traps within 5 steps. I'll lead the way and mark out the position of your feet. Make sure to follow me closely. Otherwise, I won't be able to guarantee your safety. Luo Zhu instructed with a grim expression. All right. Knowing this, the crowd nodded their heads. Luo Zhu carefully took a step forward. The moment his feet stepped into the passageway, he heard a gust of wind and a sharp glint flashed not too far away from him. From the looks of it, if he were to be struck by it, he would be severely injured, if not dead. However, with the puppets leading the way, he was already prepared for it, so he wasn't injured. Seeing the dangers in the passageway, Master Sai asked doubtfully, "This is a formation? Danger lurking in every corner of the passageway, could there be a formidable slaughter formation here? If that was the case, given Xianxia's understanding of formations, wouldn't it be much easier for him to destroy it?" That's not it. Xianxia shook his head. If it was a formation, he would have been able to sense the spiritual energy within and find the core of the formation. However, this clearly wasn't the case. What the Soul Oracle tomb is most guarded against isn't humans but soul-devouring ants. Formations are ineffective against soul-devouring ants. Thus, there shouldn't be a formation here. If I'm not mistaken, it should be some kind of mechanism. After a moment of hesitation, Xianxia analyzed. The nemesis of soul oracles was the soul-devouring ants. Naturally, the tomb had to be guarded against them. The soul-devouring ants were able to devour the spiritual energy within a formation and stop it. If a formation were to be set up, it would be ineffective. The crowd nodded. If it's a mechanism, it'll be troublesome. None of us are skilled in mechanics. If we had a celestial designer here, things would be much simpler. Master Sai frowned. Celestial designer? Sun Chong and the others turned to look at Xianxia. Xianxia had never mentioned this occupation before, so they weren't too familiar with it. Indeed. Celestial designers are also known as mechanics. They are an occupation of the lower 9 paths, and they specialize in designing these seemingly ordinary objects. They are able to infuse sword chi and battle techniques into them, and once they are activated, they will unleash immense might. Many experts are unable to withstand their might. Master Sai explained. There's an organization for this occupation known as the Celestial Designer Academy. It specializes in designing the most mystical weapons and mechanisms in the world. However, I've only read about this occupation in books, and our League of Nations doesn't have such an organization. It's said that only the Miryu Empire is qualified to build a branch. The designs of this occupation are extremely intricate, and it's indeed difficult for those who don't understand the principles behind it. Xianxia nodded as a deep frown appeared on his forehead. He had a deep understanding of the complexity of the Celestial Designer mechanical box. If not for the Library of Heaven's Path, it would have been impossible for him to open it. For such a small box to be designed so intricately, if such a person were to interfere in the passageway, the danger would be unimaginable. Puha, just as Xianxia was deep in thought, he suddenly heard the sound of a blade piercing through flesh. Following which, he saw Luo Zhu retreating with a reddened face. His arm seemed to have been cut by something, and blood was flowing profusely. Are you all right? Jin Songhai and the others rushed forward to help him staunch the wound. I'm fine. Luo Zhu shook his head. The mechanisms in this passageway seemed to be more difficult to navigate than before. More difficult to navigate? How long is this passageway? How long did you take to reach the end? Xianxia asked. It's around 300 meters long. The last time I was here, I used a puppet to test it out, and it took me around 4 days to reach the end. Luo Zhu frowned. However, this kind of mechanism is similar to a formation. Every time I enter, it will be different. My previous experience is completely useless this time, or else I wouldn't have been injured. You walked for 4 days? Xianxia was speechless. To travel 300 meters in 4 days, it was indeed too difficult. Indeed. However, if we don't proceed slowly, there's nothing we can do. The sword chi harnessed in the mechanisms is at least at Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan Pinnacle, and there are even some at Transcendent Mortal 5 Dan. If we don't avoid it in time, we will be sliced into 2 on the spot. Luo Zhu shook his head. Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan Pinnacle Sword Chi? Everyone was astonished. When they saw the puppet being killed, they knew that the sword chi harnessed in the surroundings was fearsome, but they didn't expect it to be this formidable. In such a narrow passageway, even a Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan Pinnacle expert would find it hard to defend against it. If one were to be struck by such a powerful sword chi, even a Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan Pinnacle expert would find it hard to survive. Is there no other way but to explore step by step? Zhao Feiwu frowned. There's no other way. The mechanisms left behind by celestial designers are incomparably complicated, and they are constantly changing. If one doesn't know how they work, it'll be difficult to pass through them. Luo Zhu shook his head. Even if we find a way to destroy the mechanisms in the passageway? Xianxia frowned. If they could find the switch or the crux of the mechanism, they should be able to destroy it. Destroy? Luo Zhu smiled bitterly. How can it be that easy? The mechanisms left behind by celestial designers are similar to a water wheel, they are constantly moving. Even if you have seen the blueprint, it's useless if you don't know how it works. After all, celestial designers are an incredible occupation. Just like formations, if you can destroy them so easily, there's no need to fear them anymore. Mechanisms were similar to formations. Even if one had seen the blueprint, it would be useless if one didn't know how it worked. This was because the mechanisms were constantly moving. If one didn't know the slightest thing about this occupation, it would be hard to say whether one could survive or not. Indeed. This is what makes celestial designers so fearsome. They are able to use machinery to create tools that can kill others. Furthermore, these tools don't require spirit stones to drive them. If I'm not wrong, the mechanisms in the passageway are powered by the waterfall above. If one doesn't know how it works, even with a compass, it's impossible to locate them. Master Sai nodded his head. A compass could determine the flow of spiritual energy, determine the strength of a formation, and find a way to find its weakness. However, the mechanisms in the passageway were powered by physical energy instead of spirit stones. For example, the waterfall above. How could it be destroyed? Hearing the analysis of the duo, the faces of the crowd darkened. The excitement that they had when they first arrived was nowhere to be seen. Seeing that the morale of the crowd had plummeted, Xianxia shook his head. Just because we can't find the compass doesn't mean that we can't find it through other means. Don't worry, I'll give it a try. After which, Xianxia smiled faintly. He placed his palm on the ground and touched it lightly. Be careful. Seeing how Xianxia was touching the ground instead of studying the mechanism, Luo Zhu felt a little lightheaded. Do you think that you can figure out what mechanism it is just by touching the ground? Just like formations, the mechanisms designed by celestial designers were incredibly profound. There were countless types of mechanisms, and even though the mechanisms looked similar to one another, there were at least several tens of thousands of variations. On top of that, the different operating methods of the same mechanism would result in different effects. It could be said that even a true celestial designer would have to study the mechanism for a very long time before they could decipher it. No matter how formidable one might be in the other occupations, it would be impossible for one to understand the concept of the celestial designer occupation. Everyone, calm down. I'll make some adjustments and send out another puppet to test the mechanism. In any case, we have plenty of time, and I brought sufficient rations and water with me. It should be sufficient for our daily needs. Seeing that the crowd wasn't as enthusiastic as before, Luo Zhu consoled them with a smile. In truth, his occupation was that of a tomb raider, and he had entered all kinds of dangerous places before. However, these people were different. They had never encountered such a formidable mechanism before, so naturally, they would want to retreat. I guess that's the only thing we can do. We don't know anything about mechanisms like this, so we'll have to rely on you to find our way forward. Jin Songhai nodded. Don't worry. Even though the mechanism is more difficult than before, as long as I have enough time, I'll be able to reach the end. You just have to follow closely behind me. Luo Zhu nodded. Most of the tombs of the wealthy and experts would invite celestial designers to design them. He had been dealing with such mechanisms for many years now, so even if the mechanism was more dangerous than before, he would still be able to find his way to the end safely. Just as Xianxia was about to enter the passageway with a confident look on his face, he suddenly saw Xianxia standing up and stretching his back lazily. After which, he raised his eyelids and walked into the passageway. Xianxia. Luo Zhu narrowed his eyes, and he nearly died from fright. He had prepared the puppet for a long time, but it was still nearly sliced into two by the sword qi. Wasn't the other party courting death by charging in so recklessly? Panicking, Luo Zhu was just about to pull the other party out when the young man raised his leg and kicked the wall beside him. Hong Long. A loud explosion sounded, and everyone felt the ground shaking. All right, the mechanism has stopped. The young man's impassive voice sounded, and before anyone could react, he walked into the passageway. It has stopped? Seeing the other party walking further and further away without triggering any mechanism, Luo Zhu was frenzied. What was going on? He had personally tested the mechanisms in the passageway earlier, and he was certain that they were much more powerful than the previous time he had been here. Even for someone like him who spent most of his time in the graveyard, it would take him at least 10 days to half a month to decipher them. Yet, the other party had stopped them with a single kick. Was there a mistake? This was a mechanism designed by a celestial designer, and it was extremely powerful. He was already prepared to sacrifice several hundred of his puppets, but who would have thought that they would be stopped by a single kick? Luo Zhu felt like he was going insane. He turned to look at the others and saw that they were also looking at him in confusion. Didn't you just exaggerate how powerful this thing is? Why did it end with just one kick from Xianxia? Let's go and take a look. His chest felt stifled. Knowing that Xianxia was able to deal with even a possession, it wasn't impossible for him to understand the workings of a celestial designer. Thus, he hurriedly chased after Xianxia. As expected, the mechanism of the passageway had already stopped working. Walking forward, there was no danger at all. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the end. It was a spacious hall. The last time I came here, I was possessed, so I didn't dare to enter. Upon seeing the hall, Luo Zhu explained with a grim expression. Xianxia raised his head to take a look. It was an underground palace that was roughly 20 to 30 meters wide. At the very center of the hall were 4 massive coffins. It was hard to tell what material they were made of, but they were grayish-green in color. I have insight. Not in a hurry to enter, Xianxia took a closer look at the coffins. A moment later, he frowned. Given that his cultivation was only at Transcendent Mortal 1 Dan Pinnacle, it was still rather strenuous for him to observe these coffins. It seemed like there was a barrier set up by someone stronger than him. Let me see if I can form a book on the ground. Even though his eye of insight was unable to see through it, he wasn't in a hurry. Thus, he bent down and continued touching the ground. When he thought of the celestial designer mechanical box, he thought that since it was a mechanism, there must be a flaw in it. Thus, he tried touching it with the intention of testing it out, and to his surprise, it worked. The name and flaw of the mechanism immediately appeared in the Library of Heaven's Path. After taking a look, Xianxia came to a realization. Mechanisms were similar to formations. If there was a death gate, there would be a life gate as well. Otherwise, if the person who designed the mechanism set it up properly, how could one enter and exit it? Not only so, there was also a central hub. As long as one could find it and shut it off, no matter how formidable the mechanism was, it would be reduced to mere decoration. It was just like how a machine would lose its power source. Without a source of energy, no matter how powerful the mechanism was, it would be rendered useless. This was also the reason why Xianxia was able to stop the mechanism after touching the ground and lead the group in. A book appeared in the Library of Heaven's Path. Bluestone rock, produced in the depths of the earth. It is extremely tough. With just a glance, Xianxia nearly spurted blood. He thought that even though the Eye of Insight was unable to see through the mechanism, the Library of Heaven's Path would still be able to find the problem with the coffins and the hall. Never in his dreams did he expect that the analysis would be on the rock that he had just touched. The mechanism in the passageway was a complete mechanism. Just by touching it, the characteristics of the mechanism would be reflected. On the other hand, this is just an ordinary ground. Whatever I touch will appear, just like how I touched the bookshelves back then. After a moment of contemplation, Xianxia came to a realization. Back then, when he tried to touch the bookshelves in the book collection vault to collect the books within, a similar situation occurred. It seemed like the Library of Heaven's Path worked on a holistic basis. Otherwise, it would appear based on what one touched. That was true as well. To be able to discern the situation of the entire continent just by touching the ground, this was too unbelievable. There's no danger here, we can enter directly. Seeing Xianxia's contemplative expression, Luo Zhu explained before taking the lead. When he stepped into the hall, he did not cause any changes. Everyone followed behind and entered in a single file. These coffins are used to store the soulless metal humanoids. The one that I took with me is one of them. Walking up to the coffin, Luo Zhu pointed to the coffin and said nervously. The last time he was here, he opened the coffin and took the soulless metal humanoid away. However, he was possessed by the soul hidden within. As such, he didn't dare to step forward. Let me take a look. Xianxia nodded and stepped forward. Of the 4 coffins, one of them was already opened. It was empty, and there was nothing inside. He touched the empty coffin. A book appeared in the Library of Heaven's Path. Grade 7 metal coffin, forged by 4-star blacksmith, folding beard. It is used to store soulless metal humanoids, preventing them from rotting even after 10,000 years. Flaws: 1. Unable to store normal corpses. The book introduced the history of the coffin, its uses, and its flaws. Grade 7 metal coffin? After browsing through the book, Xianxia was perplexed. Based on the description in the Library of Heaven's Path, this coffin was used to store soulless metal humanoids, so there shouldn't be any soul in it. Why would this fellow be possessed? Xianxia reached out to touch the other coffin. It was also a grade 7 metal coffin, and its use was also to store soulless metal humanoids. There wasn't much difference between the two coffins. Touching the remaining coffins, Xianxia came to the same conclusion. Knowing that they were all soulless metal humanoids, Xianxia lost interest in them. His main motive for coming here was to obtain the heritage of the Soul Oracle. To him, soulless metal humanoids were dispensable. However, soulless metal humanoids were incomparably valuable, and they were sold for an exorbitant price previously. Even if they weren't what he wanted, he would still make a killing if he sold them. Xianxia, this is where I was possessed. Should we open them? Seeing Xianxia touch the 4 coffins, Luo Zhu asked anxiously. The others were also waiting for Xianxia's decision. Don't open them yet. Even though he knew that there was nothing wrong with the coffins, he couldn't guarantee that nothing would happen if he opened them. If it was only the soul that possessed Luo Zhu back then, it would still be easy to deal with. However, if it was a powerful soul, it was hard to say whether his Heaven's Path Xianxia would be effective. It was better to be safe than sorry. After pondering for a moment, Xianxia said, "Keep the coffins into your storage ring and open them after we get out." "All right." Sun Chang had been waiting for these words. He hurriedly stepped forward, and with a grab, he kept the 4 massive coffins into his storage ring. These belong to the young master. No matter who you are, you can forget about fighting for them. Cough cough. Seeing how shameless the other party was, Xianxia's face reddened. He turned around, instructed the others, and walked forward. "Wait here, I'll take a look around first." The palace was eerie, and it felt cold and forlorn. The surrounding walls were made of sturdy limestone. It seemed that not only did the construction of this palace hollow out the ground, they even reinforced it with the sturdiest of rocks to ensure that it wouldn't crumble even after 10,000 years. After walking around the walls, Xianxia didn't find any traps. Thus, he continued walking forward. Connected to this room was a narrow passageway as well. Walking forward, he squatted down and touched it lightly. A book appeared in the Library of Heaven's Path. This is just an ordinary passageway, not a trap? It was written on the structure of the rock, not a trap. Heaving a sigh of relief, Xianxia pondered for a moment before coming to a realization. It was one thing for him to set up traps before entering the tomb, but since he was already inside, it would be pointless for him to set them up. Rather than paying the price, he might as well give up. "There's no danger here, come over." Xianxia turned around and shouted. The crowd hurriedly followed behind him. Xianxia led the way in. The passageway wasn't long, only 10 meters long. At the end of the passageway, there was another spacious hall. This one was much more spacious than the previous one. Based on what I know, the first chamber of the Soul Oracle tomb is the Guardian, the soulless metal humanoid. The second chamber is the main chamber. This should be where the Soul Oracle's soul is stored. Luo Zhu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "You mean that the Soul Oracle's soul is here?" Xianxia asked. "Since it's the main chamber, there should be." Luo Zhu nodded. Hearing the other party's confirmation, Xianxia lifted his head to take a look. However, with a single glance, he suddenly frowned in disbelief. What is going on? The sight before them wasn't a room or a hall, but a place filled with flowers. The fragrance of the flowers assailed their nostrils, and white clouds drifted in the air. It felt as though they had returned to the forest instead of the underground. Could this be an illusion formation? Master Sai and the others were astonished. It was impossible for vegetation to grow in such a deep underground palace. Needless to say, it was impossible for there to be white clouds and blue skies. Clearly, this was an illusion. And the most likely reason for such a situation was that it was an illusion formation. "It's not an illusion formation." Xianxia shook his head. As a formation master, he would have been able to tell if it was an illusion. However, there wasn't the slightest ripple of spiritual energy in the surroundings, and it felt as though they had entered another dimension. It was indescribably bizarre. Could it be a mechanism? No, how could a mechanism have such an effect? To put it bluntly, a mechanism was a physical mechanism. The flowers, grass, and flowing water before them. This wasn't something that could be created by a mechanism. Let me try throwing in a puppet. Perplexed, Luo Zhu flicked his wrist and a puppet appeared. Then, the puppet walked into the passageway. As soon as it left the passageway, the puppet vanished, as though it didn't exist at all. What is going on? Everyone leaped in shock. Even if the puppet couldn't withstand the attack of the formation, it should have been reduced to dust. Yet, the puppet before them vanished as soon as it stepped out of the passageway. This was way too bizarre. Could it be a teleportation formation? Master Sai's throat went dry. Everyone turned to look at him doubtfully. The teleportation formation of the League of Nations is only capable of transmitting words and messages. It's also known as the communication wall. Master Sai said with a trembling voice. It said that upon reaching grade 6 and above, one would be able to transmit resources, currency, weapons, and even treasures. Upon reaching grade 8, one would be able to teleport life forms. In other words, one would be able to teleport a human from one place to another. Teleport a human? Everyone was astonished. Xianxia widened his eyes in shock. As a 4-star formation master, his understanding of teleportation formations was far greater than Master Sai's. He thought that it was only capable of transmitting information, but upon reaching a higher grade, one would be able to teleport life forms as well. Teleporting a human was already related to the manipulation of space. For the puppet to vanish, could it be that there was a formation before them? If Xianxia had truly reached such a level, it would be perfectly normal for him to be unable to notice the presence of a hidden space. Formation Master was an occupation of the upper 9 paths, and it had an extremely high requirement on one's cultivation. If one's cultivation wasn't up to par, one wouldn't be able to learn deeper knowledge. Take Xianxia for example. Even though he was able to inscribe a grade 5 formation plate, he was only a quasi 4-star formation master. He couldn't even obtain a 4-star emblem. To be able to set up a grade 8 formation, the other party's cultivation had definitely exceeded Transcendent Mortal 9 Dan. For such a figure to set up a formation personally, just how powerful was the owner of the Soul Oracle Tomb? As Xianxia thought of this, the others also understood, and their faces paled. It was one thing for a Soul Oracle to possess a Transcendent Mortal 3 Dan or 4 Dan Soul Oracle. Even if he were to be possessed, he would still be able to protect himself. However, if a Soul Oracle who had surpassed that realm, even if he had been dead for many years, his means would still be far beyond their imagination. Xianxia, are we still going in? Everyone turned to look at him. Xianxia pondered. If Xianxia's conjecture was right, the Heaven's Path Xianxia wouldn't be of much use to him. It could be said that advancing forward meant certain death. However, if they didn't enter, who knew how long it would take for Luchong to recover? For me, his teacher, he isn't even afraid of death. What do I have to fear? Recalling the young man's expression when he stood before him to face death calmly, Xianxia chuckled softly, and determination gleamed in his eyes. For him, Luchong was willing to give up everything, even his life. If he, as an elder, were to back down just because of the dangers ahead, what right did he have to be the other party's teacher? You all wait here, I'll go in alone. If he doesn't come out in 4 hours, I might have to trouble Master Sai and Zhao Gongzi to bring my students and Sun Chang out. Xianxia instructed with a flick of his wrist. Teacher, I won't go back. I want to go with you. Zhao stepped forward. Us too. We'll follow wherever teacher goes. Yuan Tao and the others also nodded resolutely. Without Xianxia, they would have been nothing more than insignificant students of Tianqian Kingdom. Yet, they had become Jizuan realm experts, possessing strength that could even uproot mountains. Yet, their teacher was willing to put himself in danger for Luchong. As his students, how could they back down? Xianxia felt a surge of warmth in his heart. However, the situation ahead was simply too bizarre. It would be too dangerous for them to enter. Thus, after a moment of hesitation, he shook his head and said with a darkened expression, "Stay here obediently." Why? Are you disobeying my words? Teacher, please don't chase us away. As students, we can't sacrifice ourselves for teacher. Even if we were to survive, our conscience would condemn us day and night, and we wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Xiaoya said resolutely. Indeed, teacher, please don't chase us away. Even if I have to disobey teacher's orders, I'll follow you. Wang Ying said. She was usually the most indecisive one, and her personality was also relatively weak. However, at this moment, her gaze was resolute and unwavering. Since you all wish to go, fine, follow me. Knowing that they didn't want him to take the risk, Xianxia eventually nodded. The teacher is the student, and the student is the teacher. This is the true relationship between a teacher and a student. Seeing this sight, Zhao Feiwu and the others couldn't help but feel moved. Previously, they were still wondering why a capable person like Xianxia would bring a bunch of weak and young fellows along with him. Only at this moment did they realize that this was the true relationship between a teacher and a student. A teacher could stand firm in the face of danger for the sake of his student, and a student could stand firm in the face of danger for the sake of their teacher. Everyone for me, and I for everyone, Hong Long. Just as Xianxia was lamenting in his heart, he suddenly felt a powerful aura descending upon him. A unique energy gathered in the air. It was neither spiritual energy nor Zhenyuan, but with just a whiff of it, one would feel their mind becoming clearer and faster. This energy gathered in front of Xianxia, and as though a powerful torrent, it made him seem taller and stronger. It's Celestial Master Teacher. Zhao Feiwu narrowed her eyes in shock. Her lips trembled in disbelief. Celestial Master Teacher? This? How is this possible? Jin Songhai also leaped in shock. The acknowledgement of a celestial master teacher was equivalent to the acknowledgement of the heavens, and one would automatically become a master teacher. Even without taking the examination, one would still be acknowledged. In the history of the master teacher continent, only Kongshi had succeeded. Yet, this Xianxia actually did it. Could this be real? He's indeed a celestial master teacher, and it doesn't seem to be as simple as a 2-star master teacher. Master Sai's face flushed in agitation. As the head of the only appraiser hall in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance and a 4-star pinnacle appraiser, he had seen his fair share of master teachers. However, he had never heard of a master teacher receiving the acknowledgement of the heavens. The other party had said that he was a 2-star master teacher, so even if the heavens were to acknowledge him, he would at most be a 3-star master teacher. Yet, the aura before him was so dense that he felt like submitting to the other party. Without a doubt, he was definitely above 2-star. As for how many stars he had reached, he wasn't a master teacher, and he had never experienced it before, so he wasn't able to tell. However, regardless of how many stars he had, being able to receive the acknowledgement of the heavens was already an astounding feat. This, in contrast to the astonishment of the crowd, at this moment, Xianxia was also a little taken aback. He didn't mean anything by agreeing to Xiaoya and the others' request. It was just that he felt that his students couldn't be under his wing all the time. Sometimes, they would have to face dangers as well. Just like a sapling, if it was protected by a wall all the time, it would never grow into a useful person. After thinking through all of this, Xianxia immediately agreed to it. He didn't expect that the rise in his soul depth would trigger the acknowledgement of a celestial master teacher once more. He had encountered such a situation once before. Even though the unique energy gushing into his head left him a little dizzy, he knew that this was a good opportunity for him to advance his cultivation. Without any hesitation, he sat down cross-legged on the floor and focused his attention on absorbing the unique energy gushing into him. Hong Long, under the impact of the unique energy, his soul depth rose continuously, and his thoughts became clearer and faster. Myriad Kingdom City, Mingshi Tang Academy. As the host of this Master Teacher tournament, we have to prepare well and obtain a good placing. Pavilion Master Kong scanned the surroundings as he sat on his seat. Seated in the room were the elders of Mingshi Tang Academy, and Su Fan and Ling Yuheng were among them. The location of the Master Teacher tournament wasn't fixed. The 27 powers would take turns to host it, and Myriad Kingdom City was just coincidentally the host this time. In the past, when their results weren't good, they could still say that it was an away match. However, it would truly be embarrassing if they were to perform so poorly here. Yes. Everyone nodded. This time, our elders have recommended a total of 6 candidates. I've taken a look at their resumes, and they are indeed young geniuses. However, only 2 of us are qualified to participate in the tournament, so we have to select them beforehand, Pavilion Master Kong continued, but before he could finish his words, his body suddenly froze. All of the elders also seemed to have noticed something, and their eyes narrowed. They quickly turned their gazes toward a certain direction. Tremor of the myriad tokens, chime of the bell. This is the result of the acknowledgement of a celestial master teacher? After a long while, Pavilion Master Kong finally exclaimed with a hoarse voice. Even though the celestial master teacher has appeared in the corresponding guild, all of the geniuses from the various powers have already arrived at Myriad Kingdom City. There's a high chance that they were the ones who triggered the celestial master teacher. Indeed. To obtain the acknowledgement of the heavens in Myriad Kingdom City is more than enough to cause our Mingshi Tang Academy to tremble. Quick, check how many geniuses there are in the city. Seems like that person is bound to be the champion this time around. The faces of the elders paled as they muttered under their breaths. Celestial Master Teacher was in existence even more fearsome than the acknowledgement of the elders. In the entire continent, only Kongshur had achieved such a feat regardless of which power it was. Without a doubt, the champion of this tournament was bound to be theirs. Could it be him? In contrast to the astonishment of the crowd, Sushur and Lingshur glanced at one another, and a figure suddenly appeared in their minds. However, they soon shook their heads. He had just passed the 2-star Master Teacher examination, and his cultivation hadn't even reached Jizuan realm yet. Even if he was able to pass the 2-star Master Teacher examination, how could he possibly attract the attention of a celestial Master Teacher? Thus, it couldn't be. After an unknown period of time, Xianxia finally came to a halt and stood up. As expected of a celestial Master Teacher, he was indeed extraordinary. Even though his cultivation remained at prolonged longevity realm pinnacle, he had gained a deeper understanding of cultivation and battle techniques. His fighting prowess had increased by more than 2-fold. If he was able to stand his ground against a transcendent mortal 2-dan intermediate stage cultivator previously, even without the help of the Library of Heaven's Path, he was already on par with an Origin Energy Realm advanced stage cultivator now. His soul depth had also increased tremendously, rising from 12.1 to 14.1. In other words, it had increased by 2.0. Even though this increase wasn't as frightening as the Book of Heaven's Path, it would still require several decades of hard work. In other words, becoming a celestial master teacher had reduced his soul depth by at least a few decades. Fearsome, on top of that, his eye of insight and impartation of heaven's will had also improved. The former could now easily see through existence's 2 small realms above him. At this point, he could even see through Origin Energy Realm intermediate stage cultivators easily. As for impartation of heaven's will, he was able to make it even more convincing and difficult to reject. Previously, he had to exhaust his soul energy to persuade Song Chao. But now, as long as he used impartation of heaven's will, he would be able to unconsciously trust him. More importantly, after receiving the acknowledgement of the heavens, his understanding of master teachers had deepened, and his soul depth had reached a new level. As expected of the acknowledgement of the heavens, it was extremely useful to master teachers. Even though I haven't achieved a breakthrough in my cultivation, I'm not far from it. The acknowledgement of a celestial master teacher had given him a clearer understanding of cultivation. Even though he was still at prolonged longevity realm pinnacle, it would be easy for him to achieve a breakthrough. After all, he had studied several hundred Origin Energy Realm cultivation technique manuals. Even though he hadn't managed to form a complete Heaven's Path divine art, he had still managed to point out the direction of his cultivation. As long as he had sufficient spirit stones, achieving a breakthrough wasn't too difficult. Look at this room. After sensing the changes in his body, Xianxia lifted his head to look at the room before him once more. This isn't a formation or a mechanism. With his soul depth improved, his perception of things was vastly different from before. Previously, he was unable to recognize what was before him, but now that he took a closer look, he understood everything. Did Xianxia notice something? Everyone turned their gazes over. They had never met a celestial master teacher before, but given that he was able to become a legend of Mingshi Tang, there was no way that he would be an ordinary person. Frowning, Xianxia said, "This is the means of the soul oracles to beguile souls. In other words, what we are seeing is an illusion. If it was an illusion, why would the puppet disappear all of a sudden?" Luozhu was in disbelief. Illusions could at most make people hallucinate, but it wouldn't be able to send things out, right? As soon as the puppet walked out of the passage, it disappeared. It was obvious that it had been teleported away by some powerful array. Soul oracles use bewitchment on life forms with souls so that we will see the same image, and we will naturally believe it to be real. However, puppets are different. They don't have a soul, they don't have a mind of their own, and they can't be bewitched. Thus, they don't disappear. Rather, they exist in the real world, unable to enter the illusory realm. Naturally, they can't be seen. Xianxia explained. Soul oracles use bewitchment on life forms with souls, causing them to be unable to discern reality from illusion. However, puppets were different. Since they were unable to bewitch them, they were able to walk straight into reality. If it's real, could it be the soul oracles? Mirage deities illusory sea? Upon recalling something, Luozhu's face suddenly paled, and he nearly fell to the ground in fright. Mirage deities illusory sea? Everyone was confused. Even the knowledgeable Master Sai was unable to comprehend what was going on. Mirage deities illusory sea is a unique means of the soul oracles. Through using soul energy, one can create an incomparably realistic image, inducing one to walk into it uncontrollably, similar to a mirage in the desert. Once one enters it, one's soul will be separated from his body, falling under his control. As Luozhu explained, his body trembled. Soul separation? Everyone was shocked. The reason why humans were able to stand against soul oracles was due to the existence of their physical body. If one were to separate from their physical body, they would be at the mercy of the other party? Indeed. If we had entered it, it would have been equivalent to our souls leaving our bodies. Even if we didn't die, we wouldn't be far from it. Cold sweat trickled down Luozhu's forehead. The faces of the others paled as well. It was fortunate that they didn't rush over upon seeing the anomaly. Otherwise, if their souls were to leave their bodies, they wouldn't even know how they died. As expected of a soul oracle, they were indeed fearsome. Even their means of killing were hard to guard against. Just that. To be able to execute the Mirage deity's illusory sea, it means that the other party has reached at least 6-star. Could this be the tomb of a 6-star soul oracle? Luozhu was perplexed. The Mirage deity's illusory sea wasn't something that just any soul oracle could execute. Only those who had reached 6-star were capable of doing so. Just like master teachers and the other upper 9 paths occupations, soul oracles had a high requirement on one's cultivation. Without sufficient cultivation, it was impossible for one to execute it. In other words, there was a high chance that the owner of this tomb was a 6-star soul oracle. At this level, if he were alive, he would have stood at the pinnacle of transcendent mortals. Even after his death, he was still in existence that none of them could stand against. I think we should leave immediately. Master Sai's eyebrows shot up. Even though he was interested to take a look at the tomb of a soul oracle and see what kind of treasures there were. If the owner of the tomb was a 6-star soul oracle, he wouldn't dare to disturb him. Indeed. An expert of that level isn't someone we can afford to offend. Jing Songhai clenched his fists tightly as he hurriedly spoke up. The higher one's cultivation, the more one would understand respect. The more knowledgeable one was, the more one would understand ignorance. To deal with a 6-star soul oracle, even if the soul oracle had died many years ago, it was impossible for the few of them to do so. Leave? That's a good idea. Lifting his head, Xianxia smiled bitterly. However, I'm afraid that it's already too late. Hee hee. Before Xianxia could finish his words, everyone suddenly felt a chill run down their spine. A sinister laughter echoed in the air. To think that my Mirage deity's illusory sea would be seen through so easily. Not bad, it seems like there are quite a few decent bodies here. The voice was eerily piercing, and it seemed to resonate in the depths of one's soul. Voila, as soon as the voice came to a halt, the flowers and clouds before them vanished, and an empty hall appeared before their eyes. There was only a single coffin in the hall, and it was placed about 40 to 50 meters away from the group. Due to the distance, it was impossible to see the exact size of the coffin. However, just from its appearance, it was clearly much larger than the 4 coffins in the first hall. Resurrection? Are you intending to possess us? Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Driving his soul clarity, he was no longer nervous or fearful. After sleeping for so many years, it's only natural that I have to possess someone else. Otherwise, how am I supposed to recover? The voice chuckled. Hearing those words, Xianxia activated his eye of insight and began scanning the surroundings. No matter how powerful that fellow was, he had been dead for many years. For him to choose to use an illusion to beguile the group instead of revealing himself, it could only mean that he wasn't as fearsome as they had thought. As long as they could find his hiding spot, they might be able to turn things around. However, after scanning the surroundings, he realized that he couldn't see anything at all. Seemingly seeing through Xianxian's intentions, the voice sounded once more. Don't waste your efforts. If I don't want to appear, who in the world can possibly find me with your meager strength? Xianxian fell silent. The voice was transmitted through their souls, and it was indeed difficult to find the other party if he didn't want to appear. Xianxian turned to look at Jin Songhai, Master Sai, and the others, only to see them shaking their heads. It seemed like the 2 of them were thinking the same thing as him. They were trying to find the source of the voice, but to their disappointment, they were unable to do so. Xianxia, I'll think of a way to stall him. You take Gongzi and the others and leave. Just as Xianxian was contemplating what he should do, Jin Songhai's voice sounded in his ears. Lifting his gaze, Xianxian saw Jin Songhai's eyes filled with determination, as if he was determined to die. Do you have a way? Xianxian asked telepathically. I don't, but I have a few poisons on me that are effective against souls. It might work. Jin Songhai replied grimly. Formidable poisons could not only kill one's physical body, they could even destroy one's soul. Take the innate fetal poison in Xianxian's body for example. It was planted in him when he was pregnant, and along with his life force, he wouldn't be able to live past 30. You want to kill me with poison? You'll have to find me first. Just as the duo was discussing, the voice sounded once more. You can hear telepathic messages? Xianxian widened his eyes in shock. Even Hall Master Sai, who was standing by the side, wasn't aware of the contents of their conversation. Yet, this fellow actually heard it clearly and knew that they were going to poison him. This was way too formidable. I can communicate with you through my soul. Putting aside telepathic messages, I can even hear your thoughts clearly. Harumphing coldly, the voice continued, all right, stop your futile struggle. Even though there aren't any traps or dangers in this passageway, it can be opened and closed. When you were bewitched by the Mirage deity's illusory sea, I closed it. It's too late for you to leave now. Hearing those words, everyone turned around, and what they saw made their faces pale. Just as the other party had said, the passageway behind them was blocked by a boulder. It was as if the passageway didn't exist at all. Let me give it a try. With a livid face, Jin Songhai turned around and punched the boulder. Hung Long, the boulder seemed to be protected by some kind of powerful object. Even with his strength as a transcendent mortal 4-dan expert, he was unable to move it, needless to say, break it. Let me give it a try as well. Master Sai also stepped forward, took out his saber, and hacked at the boulder several times. However, just like Jin Songhai, there was no effect at all. This is the dragon severing lock, set up by a 6-star celestial designer. Only a transcendent mortal 9-dan cultivator will be able to break it with brute force. Otherwise, you will have no choice but to die here. Or be possessed by me. The voice chuckled. Dragon severing lock? Everyone's complexion turned awful. Trapped here, unable to advance, unable to retreat either. Could it be that they could only wait for death? The dragon severing lock is the final defense of a sealed mechanism. Due to its ingenious design, it is impossible to break it unless one's cultivation reaches a certain level. In fact, even a celestial designer wouldn't be able to open it. Master Sai said with a livid face. This was the final trump card of a celestial designer, similar to a cultivator's self-detonation. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would use it. Usually, it would only be activated to prevent the invasion of an enemy or to perish together with another. Once it fell, there was no way to open it again. Even a dragon wouldn't be able to enter it, so it was known as the dragon-severing lock. Unless one's strength exceeded the limits of the mechanism, only then would one be able to break it. Just like what the other party had said, Transcendent Mortal 9 Dan. Otherwise, no matter how one attacked, it would be futile. Then, doesn't that mean that we won't be able to leave? Only Transcendent Mortal 9 Dan cultivators were capable of opening it, and the strongest among them was only at Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan. They were still a long way from being able to open it. If they couldn't even break it, how could they possibly leave? Let me take a look. Xianxia frowned. Walking up to the stone door, he touched it with his finger, and a book materialized in the Library of Heaven's Path. Grade 6 Dragon Severing Lock, forged by 6-star celestial designer Xianxia. Forged using unique materials, it is extremely difficult to break. Flaws. 1. The forging technique. After reading through the book, Zhang Xian's complexion turned awful. Even though there were flaws in the dragon-severing lock, it wasn't something that he could break with his current strength. In other words, the other party was right. Without reaching Transcendent Mortal 9 Dan, it would be impossible for him to break this thing. What should they do? Were they really going to be trapped here forever? Just as Zhang Xian was contemplating how they could leave, Zhao Feiwu's voice sounded, "Everyone, there's no need to panic. Since he wants to possess us, he won't trap himself here forever." That's right. Everyone was taken aback for a moment before their eyes lit up. Since that fellow wanted to possess them, he must be thinking of a way to leave after succeeding. How could he possibly place himself in a perilous situation? We'll think of a way to leave after dealing with that fellow. Right now, our greatest danger isn't being trapped here, Zhang Xian said. Even if they were unable to get out, the food in the storage ring should be able to sustain them for at least a few years. On top of that, they should be able to survive for some time. At the moment, the greatest threat was the owner of the tomb, the Soul Oracle hiding in the surroundings. If they didn't find him and kill him, they would surely die. Deal with me? Do you have the strength? Hearing Zhang Xian's words, the voice harumphed coldly. Regardless of whether it exists or not, I have to give it a try. Taking a step forward, Jin Songhai flicked his wrist and a jade bottle appeared in his palm. He carefully surveyed his surroundings, seemingly trying to locate the other party. Give it a try? Then let me show you how laughable such a thought is. Woo! As soon as the voice ended, a beam of light shot out from the hall. Before Jin Songhai could react, he was struck in the chest. Puff! His entire body was sent flying, and he landed heavily on the wall, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. Senior Jin. Not expecting the strongest of them, Jin Songhai, to be severely injured before he could even withstand a single blow, everyone clenched their fists tightly. To be able to leave a Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan expert in such a state, even if the other party wasn't a 6-star Soul Oracle, he wasn't someone they could deal with. Even though Jin Songhai was injured, Zhang Xian didn't panic. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the source of the light. Weng, a book appeared in the Library of Heaven's Path, and Zhang Xian flipped it open. Is it the power of a mechanism? Zhang Xian frowned. The attack previously wasn't a battle technique executed by a Soul Oracle. In other words, it was the power of a mechanism. In other words, it was impossible for them to locate the other party with just that attack. It's impossible for a Soul Oracle to allow others to locate him. Otherwise, if they sealed their acupoints in advance, how could they possibly possess him? Seeing Zhang Xian's actions, Luo Zhu sent a telepathic message over. You're right. Zhang Xian nodded. When a Soul Oracle attempted to possess someone, it was similar to a sneak attack. If one was prepared beforehand and sealed their acupoints to resist, the other party would have to pay a heavy price in order to succeed. After all, it was driving the original soul out of the body and fusing it into the body. If the owner of the body were to resist, the other party would only end up with a destroyed corpse. This was precisely the reason why this fellow couldn't allow anyone to find him. Otherwise, if someone were to take out an artifact that could deal with souls, it would be futile no matter how strong he was. There's no need to search for me. It's impossible for you to find me, and there's no need to think about killing me. You are still too weak. Hearing the conversation between the duo, the voice continued, those who entered this place should be prepared to be possessed. However, I can only possess one body, so the others are safe. Safe? I doubt that it's that simple. Master Sai harumphed. Since the other party had trapped them here, there was no way he would let them leave this place alive. He didn't believe that the other party would be able to leave this place alive after successfully possessing him. After all, soul oracles were a taboo. If news of his possession were to spread, there would be many who would want to kill him. By safe, I mean that you won't die for the time being. As for how long you can live, that will depend on your choice. The voice chuckled. Choice? Xianxia frowned. That's right. I'll give you 2 choices now. First, I have 3 trials here. Those who can clear them can be spared. However, I won't bring you away either. You'll be left here to fend for yourselves. The voice said. Trials? Everyone was taken aback. Wasn't this fellow here to possess them? Why was he challenging the trials? Xianxia was also completely bewildered. Usually, only those taking the master-teacher examination or the examination for unique occupations would challenge the trials. Given how powerful this fellow was, it would be a walk in the park for him to kill them. However, they were currently trapped here. Even if the other party didn't show himself, he could still kill them as he pleased. The decision wasn't in their hands. No matter how perplexed they were, there was nothing they could do. Second? Xianxia continued asking. Second, I'll kill you one by one until someone is willing to challenge the trials. The voice harumphed. Not expecting the second condition to be challenging the trials, everyone was even more perplexed. What was this fellow's purpose in wanting them to do so? Could it be a guest goat? Luozhu couldn't help but ask. Guest goat? Xianxia's mouth twitched. Guest goat was a nomenclature used by herdsmen. When guests arrived, they would usually slaughter a goat to welcome them. However, choosing the most delicious goat to slaughter was a huge problem. Under normal circumstances, the herdsman would allow the herd to run, and the one who ran the fastest would have the best meat. Could it be that the other party was challenging the trials and choosing the most suitable physique for possession? Only then would he be able to fuse with the most suitable physique and weaken his cultivation to the minimum. That's possible. After a moment of analysis, Xianxia nodded his head. If that was the case, it was highly possible. Not everyone was suitable for a soul oracle to possess. Take the soul of the other party for example. Not only had his cultivation plummeted after possessing Luo Zhu, it was also difficult for him to fuse with the other party successfully. Even if he were to succeed, due to the incompatibility of the physique, his future achievements would be limited. It was just like how a swordsman was forced to use a metal hammer. If something wasn't suitable, no matter how good it was, it wouldn't be able to bring out its full potential. This was probably the reason why the Soul Oracle was forcing them to challenge the trials. Through the selection, he would determine the most suitable physique before making his decision. Otherwise, a soul who had lived for countless years wouldn't be so bored as to close the dragon's severing lock and play with them. Most likely, the group had already made up their minds as soon as they arrived. Only after they entered the passageway did the Soul Oracle reveal its voice. Indeed, I'm choosing a guest goat. Let me see if there's a physique suitable for a Soul Oracle. Why, are you afraid? Hearing their conversation, the voice sounded once more. Afraid? Not yet. Xianxia shook his head. Where is your trial? Bring it out for us to take a look. That's more like it. Seeing Xianxia agree to it, the voice continued, don't think that you won't catch my eye just because you haven't passed the trial. My criteria is your physique, not your speed and means of clearing the trial. Remember, only those who are able to clear the trial will be spared. Those who fail can only bid farewell to the crowd with regret. Hong Long, following which, the surroundings suddenly jolted, and a massive stone tablet appeared in the hall. This is the most basic soul-guiding formula of the soul oracles. Cultivate it, and if you are able to draw your soul out of your body within 10 days, you will pass the trial. Those who are unable to do so after 10 days will be killed by the traps. The voice harrumphed emotionlessly. Soul guiding formula? Xianxia turned to look at the stone tablet, and sure enough, it was filled with words. The first 3 words seemed to pierce right into one's soul, causing one's soul to tremble in fear. Soul guiding formula, the cultivation technique of the soul oracles. He had been wondering what the first trial would be, but to think that it would be a cultivation technique. Seems like that fellow is trying to find someone who is able to cultivate the soul oracle art. Xianxia nodded in realization. That's right. Since one is able to cultivate the soul guiding formula, it means that they are suited for the soul oracles. Once I possess another body, I will be able to return to my peak. Those who were skilled in swordsmanship would naturally hope to possess a swordsman. This way, it would be much easier for them to cultivate. As a soul oracle, they would naturally hope to find someone who was able to cultivate the soul oracle art. If they succeeded, they would be able to use this body to cultivate. Don't think that you can draw your soul out on the last day. That won't do me any good. Talent doesn't depend on how fast you can draw your soul out. Furthermore, once you start cultivating the soul guiding formula, you won't be able to control yourself. Fearing that the crowd would push the responsibility onto one another, the voice spoke up coldly. However, before he could finish his words, the young man's voice sounded impassively. This soul guiding formula doesn't seem too bad. However, do you have any other similar cultivation techniques? The more, the better. Why don't you? Give me 1,000 books first? The voice was stunned. 1,000 books? Not only was the voice dumbfounded, even Master Sai and the others felt their vision darken, and they nearly spurted blood. Let's start with 1,000 books. Why does it feel more like ordering food in a restaurant instead of a trial? I don't know if it's good or not, but I'll try it first. Soul guiding formula is the foundation to becoming a soul oracle. There is only one method to it, and this is the only cultivation technique manual. There is no other method. After a moment of stifling silence, the soul oracle hiding in the darkness harrumphed coldly, as though he was feeling suffocated. There is no other method? Xianxia frowned. That's right. This is the cultivation technique that all soul oracles practice. There is no other method. The voice continued. If you can successfully guide your soul within 10 days, you will have passed the trial. All right. Knowing that the other party was conducting a trial, it was impossible for him to set up another illusory sea of mirage. Thus, the group walked out of the passageway and walked up to the stone tablet. It was hard to tell who had carved the words on it, but they carried a unique sense of beauty. Even without reading the content, just looking at the words was enough to calm one's soul. That person is probably a 6-star soul oracle. The fact that the words were on par with a 5th-level painting meant that the soul oracle who carved the stone tablet had a deep understanding of souls. From the looks of it, Luozhu was right. The person who had spoken was probably a 6-star soul oracle. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to possess such capability. Xianxia touched the stone tablet lightly. A book with the same content appeared. Soul guiding formula. Created by the first soul oracle, Lu Mozi, it allows one to separate their soul from their physical body. Flaws. The first page was an introduction of the soul guiding formula, followed by its flaws. There aren't many flaws, only 10. Flipping through it casually, Xianxia realized that there were only 10 flaws in the cultivation technique. Of the thousands of cultivation technique manuals that Xianxia had seen previously, the fact that there were only 10 flaws meant that the soul guiding formula was already close to perfection after being modified by countless people. It was no wonder the other party said that there was only a single perfect cultivation technique. It was already incredible that a single perfect cultivation technique could appear. It was impossible for a second perfect cultivation technique to appear. There was only one way of life, and the fewer mistakes one had, the closer one was to the truth. It would be difficult to find a second perfect cultivation technique. Let's take a look at the flaws first. He lowered his head to take a look. Firstly, if one succeeds in cultivating it, one's cultivation will be attached to one's soul, and one's physical body will become an empty shell. While one's physical body will appear no different from that of an ordinary person, it is actually driven by one's soul, making it impossible for one to fuse with one's body perfectly. Soon, Xianxia finished looking at the first flaw. His expression did not look good. Based on what was written on the manual, the success of the soul guidance art was equivalent to the separation of one's soul from one's physical body. Even if one was able to control one's own body in the future, it would be no different from controlling a puppet. Other than continuing to practice the soul oracle's cultivation technique, it would be impossible for one to practice normal human cultivation techniques. It was just like driving a carriage. After successfully guiding one's soul, one's physical body would become the carriage while one's soul would become the driver. One could drive wherever one wanted to go and what one wanted to do, but no matter how good one's driving skills were, it wouldn't be as nimble as the human body. In other words, if the soul guidance was successful and the cultivation base was attached to the soul, it was equivalent to giving up one's body and previous cultivation. Even if his soul could rely on possession in the future and exist for a long time, he would still be neither human nor ghost, unable to see the light of day. Initially, Xianxia was still thinking of learning the soul oracle occupation if he could obtain the heritage of the soul oracle. However, with just a single glance, he lost all interest in it. He continued to look down. Soon, he finished looking through all 10 flaws, and he gained an extraordinary understanding of the soul guidance art. If one were to cultivate according to this method and succeed, one would become neither human nor ghost. If one were to fail, there is a high chance that one would be killed by this fellow. Xianxia frowned. Previously, he didn't think much of the soul oracles, but now that he knew of the flaws of the soul guidance art, he couldn't help but reject it. Putting aside the fact that his Heaven's Path divine art was unparalleled in the world, it was only a matter of time before he reached the pinnacle of the world. Just the fact that his soul would be separated from his physical body and he would become neither human nor ghost was something that he wanted. Besides, he had the innate fetal poison in his body. As long as he didn't reach 9 stars before 30, even if he were to leave his physical body as a soul, he would still die. The innate fetal poison was something that even Xianxia was unable to resolve back then. If the soul oracles were able to resolve it, they wouldn't have had to venture into the depths of the ocean, the wastelands, and the subterranean gallery just to raise their cultivation swiftly. I can't cultivate this technique, but I can't not cultivate it either. The person hiding in the shadows was at least a 6-star soul cultivator, and they were no match for him at all. Furthermore, even if they weren't strong enough, just by relying on the traps hidden in the shadows, they would be able to slaughter all of them. If they were to cultivate it, it would be impossible for them to become a master teacher. If the innate fetal poison were to act up, they would definitely die before 30. If they were to not cultivate it, that fellow could very well turn on them and kill them on the spot. They couldn't do it, and they couldn't do it either. Xianxia was so troubled that his head was about to explode. If I can find a way to improve the soul guidance art so that one's soul and physical body can be separated and fused together, wouldn't that solve the problem? After pondering for a moment, Xianxia's eyes lit up, and an idea popped into his head. There were flaws in the soul guidance art. As long as he could fix these flaws and fuse his soul and physical body together to form a perfect Heaven's Path divine art, wouldn't he be able to cultivate it without worry? Heaven's Path divine art was a perfect Heaven's Path divine art. As long as the Heaven's Path divine art was formed, there wouldn't be a situation where one's soul and physical body couldn't fuse together. But where can I find sufficient soul oracle cultivation techniques? Xianxia frowned. The cultivation techniques of soul oracles lay in one's will and soul. Most of the soul oracles that Xianxia had collected in the past were mainly physical body and jinqi, and they were completely incompatible with one another. Even if he were to put them together, he wouldn't be able to create a Heaven's Path divine art. Only by finding more soul oracle cultivation techniques would he be able to complete the soul guidance art. But, the soul oracles had long been lost, and the fellow hiding in the shadows couldn't possibly take out more cultivation techniques. Why do I have to look for soul oracle cultivation techniques? As long as it's beneficial to one's soul, it should be fine. Just as Xianxia was conflicted, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he slapped his forehead. He had been on the wrong path all this while. To put it bluntly, soul oracles were a unique soul cultivation method. They wanted to make use of the possession of a soul to achieve the goal of immortality. Even though Xianxia couldn't find any soul oracle cultivation technique, he had collected quite a few soul cultivation techniques. Throughout his journey to Xianxia Kingdom, every single book collection vault he had collected contained quite a few introductions to soul cultivation and soul cultivation techniques. Even though most of them were superficial and simple, and there was no need for him to cultivate them, there were simply too many of them. If he were to compile all of them together, what would happen if he were to combine them with the soul-guiding art that only had 10 flaws? With burning eyes, Xianxia chuckled softly. Cultivation techniques and books for cultivating the soul and spiritual force. Voila, with a thought, all of the books in the Library of Heaven's Path appeared before Xianxia's eyes. They were densely stacked on 10 bookshelves, and there were at least several tens of thousands of them. Soul and soul weren't just the foundation of soul oracles, they were the foundation of a cultivator as well. There were quite a number of such cultivation techniques. However, compared to the soul-guiding art, they were much cruder. Most of them focused on tempering one's will and cultivating like an ascetic monk. After which, they would make use of external temptations to strengthen one's heart. Compile. Tossing the soul-guiding art that he had just obtained into the bookshelf, Xianxia muttered. Hula, several tens of thousands of books fused together to form a secret manual. Grabbing it, Xianxia hurriedly flipped it open. The soul of a human is incomparably mysterious. It can be fused with one's body to cultivate, and it can also be separated from one's body to form one's soul. The two contradict each other, but at the same time, they can be considered as one. A new cultivation technique was recorded in the book. Soon, after reading through it, Xianxia's breathing hastened. Excitement gleamed in his eyes. As expected. There were no flaws. Heaven's Path divine art, taking the soul cultivation technique of a cultivator and the correct portion of the soul oracle's soul-guiding art and fusing them together, it was indeed possible to form the correct cultivation technique. This cultivation technique didn't require the fusion of one's soul and body. In other words, if one were to cultivate according to this cultivation technique, one could become a soul oracle as well. However, without the restrictions of a normal soul oracle, one's soul would be able to fuse perfectly with one's body, and one would be able to cultivate the cultivation technique of a cultivator. The previous flaw had been resolved perfectly. Great! Time to cultivate. These thoughts sounded complicated, but they only took a few breaths. Memorizing the Heaven's Path soul-guiding art in his mind, Xianxia focused his mind and began cultivating. The energy in his body surged, and his soul was slowly drawn out from his body. The Heaven's Path soul-guiding art was to separate one's soul from one's body. There was no need to absorb spiritual energy or rely on spirit stones, so it was extremely easy to cultivate. Jai. It felt as though something was being squeezed out of his body, but at the same time, it felt as though he was leaping down from a tall mountain. In an instant, the world before him changed. Xianxia seemed to have seen another him standing quietly on the spot while he was floating lightly in the air. Soul separation, as expected of the Heaven's Path soul-guiding art, it didn't take him long to master it. Xianxia scanned the surroundings with his soul to see if he could sense the other party's presence, but there was nothing. It seemed like the other party had hidden himself well, or else it would have been impossible for the eye of insight to miss him. His soul returned to his body. Xianxia's vision darkened, and he staggered. Even though it hadn't been long since his soul left his body, Xianxia felt extremely fatigued. After circulating his Heaven's Path Xianxia for a full cycle, Xianxia finally recovered. When he opened his eyes once more, he saw Xiaoya and the others crowding around him with worried looks on their faces. "Teacher, are you all right?" They had just finished reading through the soul-guiding art, and before they could fully comprehend the meaning behind it, they saw their teacher nearly falling to the ground. Thus, they couldn't help but worry. "I'm fine." Xianxia chuckled. At the same time, he was perplexed. Logically speaking, the soul oracle should have noticed his soul leaving his body a moment ago. Why didn't he say anything? Could it be that the soul formed by the Heaven's Path soul-guiding art was different from the soul oracles, and he couldn't see through it? "Let me give it a try." With a gleam in his eyes, Xianxia smiled and gestured to the crowd. "Everyone, don't be in such a hurry to cultivate. I just took a look at it, and I don't think that it's possible for one to successfully draw out one's soul." Could it be that the soul oracle intentionally used a fake cultivation technique to deceive us? Fake cultivation technique? What nonsense. Hearing those words, the cold voice berated. You're already fifth in your monthly votes. Can you improve any further? The crowd did not know why Miss Zhang would say such a thing, and all of them were puzzled. Nonsense? Xianxia shook his head and said, take a look at this part. Scatter all of your Xianxia into your acupoints, coordinate it with your soul, and condense it into a tangible form. Normally, one would gather the Xianxia in one's acupoints into one's dantian, accumulate it, and make use of it. On the other hand, this would cause one's Xianxia to dissipate and one's strength to dissipate. This was no different from dispersing one's cultivation. If one were to really do that, how could one advance one's cultivation further? Even if you have the strength to begin with, if you follow this method, you will become weaker and weaker. Everyone was stunned. It was common for Xianxia to flow through the entire body, circulating in the acupoints and dantian. Only by doing so could a cultivator's body be strong and healthy, preventing them from getting sick. Why did it sound like he was dispersing his cultivation? If that's the case, it's really similar to dispersing one's cultivation. Master Sai was in a daze. It was not a problem for the Xianxia to circulate through the acupoints. However, if the Xianxia was released from the acupoints quickly, it would be the method to disperse one's cultivation. Right? Seeing that someone was pandering to him, Xianxia nodded his head in satisfaction. You're letting us slowly disperse our cultivation, like boiling a frog in warm water. When we're weak, you'll catch us all in one go. The Library of Heaven's Path had already written out all the flaws of this secret manual. It was extremely simple to find a few and give some suggestions. Nonsense. A load of nonsense. Only by spreading his Xianxia to the various acupoints could he fuse with the soul, allowing the soul to leave the body and exist. Otherwise, given that you have yet to reach consonant spirit realm, your soul energy is weak, and without the protection of your Xianxia, how could you possibly walk independently? The voice snorted. Upon reaching transcendent mortal 5-dan consonant spirit realm, one's soul energy would be enhanced significantly. Even if one wasn't a soul oracle, one's soul energy would still be able to leave one's body without any interference. If his strength was insufficient, he could only use Xianxia to protect himself. Why did the other party say that he was dispersing his cultivation? Protecting the soul with Xianxia? You make it sound nice, but let me ask you, what does it mean when the vital energy gushes out from the Huishan acupoint? The Huishan acupoint was the place where a person's mental power gathered. True energy gushed out from this acupoint, causing dizziness in light cases and death in heavy cases. If I'm not wrong, if you really cultivate according to this method, even if your soul leaves your body, your physical body will be severely injured or even die. Xianxia. The voice stopped. The most important aspect of drawing the soul out of the body was the death of the body. Only then would the soul be able to break free from its shackles and roam freely. Of course, as long as his soul returned to his physical body, his heartbeat would resume, which was equivalent to being resurrected again. Taking my cultivation as an example, I am a transcendent mortal 1-dan prolonged longevity realm cultivator. Given my current cultivation realm, even if I were to successfully draw my soul out of my body, the separation of my soul from my body would mean that I would have to consume pills every day in order to maintain my appearance without being noticed by others. Before he could continue speaking, Xianxia snorted and said, even if it was your soul, once your spirit and body were separated, your body would become unfamiliar after faking death. If you didn't take medicine to maintain it, sooner or later your life would be extinguished and your body would be covered in livor mortis. This was just like the transplant of a kidney in his previous life. Even if it was his own kidney, if it was taken out of the body and returned, there would still be rejection. Without medicine to maintain it, it would die sooner or later. You. How did you know? The voice was stunned. This was the secret of the soul oracles, and they had never spoken of it before. How could an outsider learn of it? You don't have to worry about how I know. Using this soul-guiding formula to draw out one's soul, one's cultivation realm will be able to alleviate the symptoms significantly. But, even if one's cultivation realm reaches your level, do you dare to travel on a stormy day? Do you fear lightning? Xianxia continued. The voice seemed to be quivering a little. Soul was of the yin attribute whereas lightning was of the yang attribute. Even a soul oracle would have to avoid lightning when traveling in their own body. This was a taboo of the soul oracles. Yet, this fellow was able to deduce all of these just by looking at the soul guiding formula. Are you for real? Putting aside lightning, let's talk about the night. When the yin energy in the world is at its densest, do you feel an intolerable itch all over your body, and only by drawing your soul out of your body will you be able to resolve the problem? Knowing that there was no mistake in the records of the Library of Heaven's Path, Xianxia chuckled softly. Placing his hands behind his back, he stood before the stone tablet and slowly said, Soul oracles don't rely on their physical bodies. So what if their physical bodies are feeling unwell? As long as their souls are fine, there's nothing to worry about. The voice harumphed, seemingly having been hit on the mark yet again. You're right. The strongest aspect of a soul oracle is their soul. Even if their physical body is destroyed, it doesn't matter. They can easily possess another body and live on forever. But without the protection of a physical body, can you really survive? The 5 soul declines? Xianxia counted with his fingers. Possession decline, luster decline, combat decline, searing yang decline, and the most fearsome 5 senses decline. You know of the 5 soul declines? The voice was no longer as composed as before. Possession decline refers to the natural decline of one's strength during possession, causing one's cultivation to drop by at least 2 realms. Thus, unless it's absolutely necessary, you won't possess another body. Luster decline refers to the inability to resolve the conflict between one's soul and body. As such, one's soul will weaken as time passes. In order to remain as weak as possible, one can only cultivate with all one's might. Combat decline refers to the weakening of one's cultivation when one fights using one's soul energy. As such, you specialize in seduction, bewitchment, and setting up frightening illusions, but you rarely make a move in battle. As for searing yang decline, I've already mentioned it before. Lightning and yang energy are things that you don't dare come into contact with. The moment you approach them, your soul will automatically weaken. Of course, even though the first 4 soul declines sound fearsome, they can still be avoided. The most fearsome is the last one. 5 senses decline. Humans have 5 senses and 6 senses. They know shame, right and wrong, honor and disgrace, and good and evil. However, a soul can't have these. Love hurts one's heart, and emotions hurt one's soul. Once one has emotions, one's soul will tremble violently, causing one's strength to weaken. Xianxia chuckled lightly and lifted his eyelids. Am I wrong? Why you? The voice was horrified. The heavens were fair. Even though a soul oracle possessed an unimaginable lifespan, even if their cultivation was lacking, they also suffered incomprehensible pain. Unable to love and unable to hate, there were many limitations. Living in darkness was a fate worse than death. Just that. 5 soul declines was an indescribable flaw of soul oracles. Even Mingshi Tang was unable to comprehend it back then, so how did this fellow know of it? Just because he had read the soul guiding formula once. If that was the case, then his understanding of cultivation techniques was way too deep. There's no point in saying all this. Regardless of whether it's a fighter or a soul oracle, as long as one cultivates, one has to fight against the heavens. Just like the 5 soul declines, cultivation also has 5 tribulations: heaven, earth, human, wealth, and dharma. Since that's the case, why don't you cultivate your soul? That way, your lifespan will be limitless. After recovering from his shock, the voice harumphed. As long as one cultivated, there was no guarantee of one's safety. One would inevitably encounter all kinds of battles, and death was inevitable. Someone had done a rough calculation, and out of 1,000 cultivators, at least 999 would die in order to reach transcendent mortal realm pinnacle. While the suppression of the Master-Teacher Pavilion had significantly reduced the number of brawls in the martial world, there were still conflicts between powers, conflicts in the open and in the shadows, fights over treasures, and cultivation going berserk. These were all calamities that cultivators faced, and many had lost their lives due to them. Unlimited lifespan? Is the lifespan of a soul oracle really unlimited? Xianxia shook his head. Even if you cultivate non-stop to resist the light decline, can you really withstand such loneliness? If I'm not wrong, your physical body has already rotted to the point of death. Without the nourishment of your physical body, even if you manage to survive, you will still be in agony every single day. Putting everything aside, just the afternoon, when the yang energy in your body is at its peak, are you still able to get used to the piercing pain you feel? If not for the fact that this underground chamber is hidden in the deepest part of the lake, do you think that you would be able to survive till now with just your soul? Why you? Upon hearing those words, the voice could no longer suppress its fear, and its trembling intensified. The other party was right. A soul could live on indefinitely, but the same couldn't be said for a physical body. Even if a soul were to hide in the darkest corner of the lake, it would still be tormented every single day at noon, a life worse than death. In fact, he had even thought of death many times. However, in his soul state, physical attacks were useless, and he was unable to kill himself. Is there a problem with this cultivation technique? Is it not worth learning? Seeing the other party lose his composure, Xianxia continued. There is a problem, but no cultivation technique can be flawless, the voice roared. You're wrong. Look at the words of the soul guiding formula, devoid of thoughts, the soul flows through the Tianzhu acupoint, exiting through the Huishan acupoint. If it were changed to gather the soul, break through the Huishan acupoint, exiting through the Tianzhu acupoint, what would the effect be? Xianxian. The Tianzhu acupoint is a yang acupoint whereas the Huishan acupoint is a yin acupoint. If one exits from a yang acupoint, one's soul would naturally carry yang energy in it. As such, it wouldn't be completely dominated by yin energy. The owner of the voice was a soul oracle who had studied souls for many years. Upon hearing the change in the soul guiding formula, he muttered incessantly on the spot. Even though the other party had only changed a few words, it had altered the cultivation technique, nourishing one's soul with the yang energy within one's body. This way, the searing sun decline would weaken or even vanish. On the other hand, by changing the order of the two acupoints, one's soul would become even stronger after soul guiding formula was completed. But such a change has a high requirement on one's Xianxia. Otherwise, due to the narrow Huishan acupoint, a soul carrying Xianxia wouldn't be able to pass through it. After a moment of shock, he realized that it was impossible. A soul cultivator's soul carried Xianxia. If one's Xianxia wasn't pure enough and was filled with impurities, it would be impossible for one to pass through the Huishan acupoint. Xiaoya, show him your Xianxia. Ignoring Zhang Xian's words, Zhang Xian turned to instruct. Yes, teacher. Xiaoya stepped forward, and with a flick of her finger, a surge of Xianxia shot out. This. Feeling the purity of the surge of Xianxia, Zhang Xian's voice quivered. Is it possible to pass through the Huishan acupoint? Zhang Xian chuckled. It is possible. But not everyone's Xianxia is as pure as that. Zhang Xian's voice was slightly deep. Don't worry. Do you want to learn? Acknowledge me as your teacher. Zhang Xian chuckled softly. I can teach you. Now that the college entrance examination is over, Laowa can finally write his story in peace. Everyone can also read their novels in peace. Hee, I have my monthly tickets now too. Pooh, hearing those words, Zhao Feiwu, Master Sai, and the others nearly spurted a mouthful of blood. Aren't we in grave danger? Isn't the other party threatening to kill us? Soul oracles were one of the most bizarre occupations in the ancient times, and they were even more fearsome than poison masters. Not to mention, the other party was a 6-star expert. Why did it suddenly turn into him taking in a student? Do you have to be so ridiculous? Even if you are a master teacher, you have only just reached transcendent mortal realm whereas the other party is a transcendent mortal pinnacle. Expert. The gap between the two of you is huge. Aren't you afraid of death? Luo Zhu widened his eyes in shock. When Zhangshi first entered the Soul Oracle tomb, he didn't know anything at all. Yet, with just a glance at the soul guiding formula, not only did he know about the 5 soul declines, he even found a way to resolve it. Wasn't this too incredible? It was no wonder why even the heavens acknowledged him as a master teacher. His capability was simply too fearsome. On the other hand, Sun Chang and the others were impressed. As expected of the young master, teacher, he was simply too incredible. Soul oracles and six-star experts were easily fooled by him. Acknowledge you as my teacher? The owner of the voice also seemed to stagger. He was a six-star soul oracle, a transcendent mortal pinnacle expert. A mere transcendent mortal one Dan fellow wanted him to acknowledge him as his teacher? You must be joking. Audacious. Under the effects of his rage, his voice turned sharp and piercing. Gotcha! The sound of a mechanism being activated echoed, and a ray of sword chi shot toward Xianxia, seemingly intending to teach him a lesson for his disrespect. However, before the ray of sword chi could reach him, Xianxia had already left the spot and dodged it easily. No matter how powerful the mechanism was, it was still immobile. With the eye of insight, he was able to predict its movements and evade with the Heaven's Path movement art. There's no need to waste your efforts. If you were to make a move yourself, you might still be able to injure me. As for the mechanism, save it. I was the one who destroyed the previous mechanism. Do you think that it would be of any use to me? Xianxia said calmly. Humph. The voice bellowed. Even such a powerful mechanism was stopped by a single kick from this young man. No matter how powerful the mechanism was, it would be difficult for him to injure the other party. With such thoughts in mind, the owner of the voice fell silent, and the mechanism was no longer activated. This soul oracle tomb had been buried underground for innumerable years. Even if the mechanisms were still functioning, there was a limit to the number of soul oracles that could be used. Since it was useless, the more it was used, the more it would be wasted. Seeing that he really wasn't using the mechanism, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. As for the mechanism, he had to touch it with his palm to be able to see the book and know the flaws to deal with it. Xianxia had no idea where the other party was using this. He might be able to dodge the arrows once, but if the arrows were to be shot at him at the same time, it would be impossible for him to dodge them with his current level of martial arts. His previous words were just a bluff so that the other party would hold back for fear of harming the innocent. Who would have thought that he would actually succeed? To deal with this kind of guy who was hiding somewhere, he had to fight a battle of wits and courage. He had to think of a way to use words to suppress him. What a pity! Seeing that the other party was no longer speaking or activating the mechanism, Xianxia shook his head and sighed dejectedly. It's such a good opportunity, but he doesn't know how to grasp it. Sigh, he really is a soulless fool. Hearing those words, the eerie voice was so angry that he nearly vomited blood and died on the spot. The heck, I am a six-star soul oracle. What kind of attitude is this? Other transcendent mortal 1 Dan and even transcendent mortal 4 Dan would tremble in fear before me. Yet, not only do you want to take me in as your disciple, you even call me brainless. You're the brainless one, your entire family is brainless. Don't think that I'll hold back just because I want to possess your body. If you really wish to die, I don't mind killing you right now. The voice was filled with savagery. Kill me? Do you dare? Xianxia gazed ahead with a look of disdain on his face. Besides, you're just a monster who has been dead for many years. You can only rely on the Heaven's Path mechanism to show off your prowess. If you could kill me, you would have done so long ago. What you? I'm talking about. If you have the capability, hurry up and stop wasting time here. Otherwise, you should hurry up and clear all 3 stages. To think that you're a 6-star soul oracle, you sure are stupid. Xianxia sighed. Forget it. Even if you want to acknowledge me as your teacher now, I don't want it anymore. I don't want to tarnish my reputation. The owner of the voice was on the verge of exploding. Acknowledging him as his teacher and tarnishing his reputation, can you be any more shameless than that? Why? So, you only know how to talk, but you don't dare to make a move, right? Seeing that the other party was stomping his feet in anger, Xianxia continued. You're courting death. Seeing Xianxia's fearless attitude, the owner of the voice was already on the verge of exploding. Hong long, a violent explosion sounded, and a powerful pressure immediately enveloped the area. The soul oracle who had been in hibernation for innumerable years was afraid that he would exhaust himself in battle. However, at this moment, he was on the verge of death. Unable to hold himself back any longer, he made a move. Hula, Xianxia's neck tightened, and as though an invisible hand had grabbed him, he was lifted into the air. Teacher, Xianxia. Seeing that the Soul Oracle had made a move, everyone panicked and rushed forward. Kill me? It won't be that easy. Despite being grabbed by the other party, Xianxia didn't panic at all. Instead, he chuckled lightly. With a thought, a gray scale-like object appeared before him. Wang, a light buzz sounded. A barrier of light appeared on his body, and as if being stained with hot oil, the hand that was grabbing onto Xianxia hurriedly retracted. Ah, cries of agony echoed in the air. From the looks of it, the other party had sustained significant injuries. Dragon Scale Amulet. Back then, Xianxia had obtained this artifact from the appraiser hall. Through the examination of the Library of Heaven's Path, it was able to defend against the attack of a transcendent mortal 9-dan expert. At this moment, it finally came in handy. The amulet could only protect oneself, it wouldn't attack. However, once it was activated, it would still be able to retaliate against the attack. This was precisely the reason why Xianxia intentionally provoked the other party with his words so that the latter would make a move. Then, he would use his defensive ability to deal with the other party. In any case, the other party could only be used thrice. Under such circumstances, if he didn't allow the other party to make a move, the crowd would be at his mercy. Besides, the other party was only a soul oracle who had been in hibernation for innumerable years. His cultivation was no longer at his peak, so how could he possibly withstand a transcendent mortal 9-dan amulet? In just a single strike, he was already severely injured. Everyone thought that Xianxia would be doomed if the other party were to make a move personally. Who could have thought that the other party would be so formidable as to injure even a 6-star soul oracle? Everyone was shocked. I'll kill you. Severely injured, the soul oracle roared frenziedly, seemingly intending to attack Xianxia once more. You want me to die? It was hard to say previously, but now. I don't think I have a chance anymore. The barrier of light was able to last for a few breaths, so it hadn't dissipated yet. Xianxia's eyebrows shot up, and he abruptly dashed forward, heading straight for the stone tablet. Previously, he didn't know where the other party was, so even if he had the means to attack, he wouldn't have been able to do so. However, now that the other party was executing a battle technique, not only did the Library of Heaven's Path record his location, it even listed out his flaws. Hung Long, as a transcendent mortal 1-dan pinnacle cultivator, Xianxia harnessed 200,000 ding of strength. How could the stone tablet possibly withstand his might? In an instant, it shattered into dust, and its fragments scattered all over the place. After smashing through the stone inscribed with the soul-guiding formula with his shoulder, Xianxia didn't stop. Instead, he continued dashing forward, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived before the coffin. Just as everyone thought that he was going to open the coffin, he suddenly placed his palm on the coffin, and with a swift movement, he struck the coffin more than a dozen times. Pa 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 pa. There was a total of 16 strikes, and there was no pattern to his strikes. His strength wasn't heavy either. Ordinary boulders might have been able to be destroyed, but against an artifact forged by a skilled blacksmith like the coffin, it was completely ineffective. No one could tell what he was up to. After striking the coffin, he stopped. Just as everyone was perplexed by his actions, he suddenly turned around and said, "Master Sai, give me the saber." Saber? All right. Master Sai was taken aback for a moment before understanding what was going on. Flicking his wrist, he threw a saber straight toward Xianxia. Back then, when he was inscribing a formation plate in the Formation Master Guild, he had used it once. Since Xianxia wanted a saber, he must be referring to this one. Grabbing the saber in his hand, Xianxia's disposition abruptly changed. Concentrated weapon intent immediately gushed out from his body. Voila, as though a brilliant ray of light, the aura of the saber descended upon the coffin. Boom, as soon as the saber came into contact with the coffin, a deafening explosion sounded. As though a bomb had been ignited, the coffin immediately exploded. The massive coffin lid flew into the surroundings and was pinned to the sturdy wall. That is the crimson metal coffin. Not even a transcendent mortal 9-dan expert can break it. Yet, Xianxia managed to break it with a single strike. How is this possible? While the others didn't think much of this sight, Luo Zhu's body trembled uncontrollably. He was on the verge of going insane. Crimson metal coffin? You mean? The crimson metal coffin forged by a 6-star blacksmith using deep-sea frigid metal and melted metal? Seeing Luo Zhu in such a state, Master Sai was taken aback. Then, as though recalling something, his eyes narrowed. That's right, that is the crimson metal coffin. Luo Zhu nodded. Isn't it said that once this coffin is locked, no one will be able to break it open? How could this be? Master Sai was on the verge of going insane. As the head of the appraiser hall, he had seen countless treasures, and he had heard of them as well. Ordinary coffins could be divided into 9 tiers. Take the 4 coffins outside for example, they were known as grade 7 metal coffins. Forged using metal essence, they were incomparably resilient. Even a spirit intermediate tier weapon would find it nigh impossible to break them. Above grade 9 metal was crimson metal. The crimson metal coffin was forged by a 6-star blacksmith. Once it was locked, even the most formidable tomb robber would be unable to break it open. This was the reason why there was a saying, that is the crimson metal coffin, one will be able to sleep peacefully for 10,000 years. In order to prevent themselves from being disturbed after their death, many powerful cultivators would hire such a coffin to be forged. This way, not only could it prevent the corpse from rotting, it could also prevent the intrusion of thieves. Even a transcendent mortal pinnacle expert was unable to break open the coffin. Yet, at this moment, Xianxia managed to break it open with a single strike. How could he not be shocked? It was already a blessing that he didn't die from shock. To be able to see through the flaws of the soul-guiding formula, injure a 6-star soul oracle, and break open the crimson metal coffin with a single strike. His cultivation technique was profound, and his might was unparalleled. This Xianxia. Was he really only a transcendent mortal one-dan cultivator? Before the duo could recover from their shock, they saw the saber in Zhang Xian's hand slashing toward the corpse in the coffin without the slightest hesitation. Voila! As soon as the saber chi came into contact with the corpse, it immediately disintegrated into dust. A transcendent mortal 9-dan possesses a body as tough as diamond. How could it possibly be reduced to dust by a single saber chi? Upon reaching transcendent mortal 9-dan, not only would one's soul energy be enhanced, one's physical body would also become flawless, as though a diamond, impervious to corrosion. Even if the corpse was dead, under the protection of the crimson metal coffin, it should still be invulnerable. How could it be reduced to dust in an instant? Could it be that Xianxia's saber art is formidable? No, that's not it. Even though Xianxia's saber art is formidable and his saber chi is powerful, it's still impossible for him to split open the crimson metal coffin and reduce the body of a transcendent mortal 9-dan expert into dust. Jing Songhai walked over with a grim expression. After consuming a pill, he had already recovered significantly from his injuries. What's going on then? Let's wait and see first. Xianxia will surely explain it to us. Jing Songhai shook his head. Everyone turned their gazes over. Even after shattering the corpse of the tomb owner, Zhang Xian didn't stop. Flicking his wrist, several silver needles appeared in his palm, and he pierced them downward. Ah! What are you doing? As soon as the silver needles fell, everyone heard a piercing scream. It was the voice from before. At this moment, that fellow was no longer as arrogant as before. Instead, his voice was filled with fear and disbelief. Nothing much, I just want to dig you out. Chuckling lightly, Zhang Xian flicked his saber toward the ground beneath the coffin. Who? A black lotus appeared before everyone's eyes. This lotus was around the size of a palm, and it emanated a sinister aura. A black aura swirled around it, and every single leaf had a silver needle inserted into it. The reason why Zhang Xian had pierced his silver needles was to stab this lotus. To think that such a bizarre lotus would be hidden beneath the indestructible crimson metal coffin. Even though everyone was looking at it with their own eyes, they couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. Who? Although it sounded complicated, from the moment the tomb master attacked Zhang Xian until now, only a few breaths of time had passed. The halo of light from the dragon scale amulet disappeared. Could it be? Seeing this sight, Luo Zhu fell into deep thought for a moment. Suddenly, he recalled something and his eyes narrowed. With a trembling voice, he said, 7 Hearts Underworld Lotus? Hell 7 Hearts Lotus? What is that? This time, it was Master Sai's turn to be confused. Although he was knowledgeable, he didn't know everything. As such, there weren't many people who knew much about artifacts related to soul oracles. Legend has it that it is a treasure of the soul oracles. It can be used to reforge one's physical body, and the reforged body would possess an innate constitution. Luo Zhu said. Innate constitution? Master Sai's eyes widened. As long as the innate special constitution was activated, one's cultivation speed would far surpass that of ordinary cultivators. It was truly admirable. To be able to condense a physical body, and one with an innate constitution, this was too terrifying. Yes, but something is not right. Luo Zhu said hesitantly. What's wrong? The Seven Hearts Underworld Lotus survives by absorbing energy. If I'm not mistaken, the corpse of the Tomb Master should have been devoured as well. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for a transcendent mortal nine-dan corpse to be reduced to dust with just a light touch. Luo Zhu said. Master Sai nodded. They were perplexed as to why a transcendent mortal nine-dan corpse, which was as tough as diamond, would be reduced to dust with just a touch of the saber chi. From the looks of it now, it was likely that the bizarre lotus had devoured all of its energy. Using a corpse to nurture a lotus, logically speaking, this lotus should soon become the physical body of the tomb's master and accompany him to roam the world. Why, is it still sleeping in the tomb, and even thinking of possessing us? Luo Zhu voiced out the doubts in his heart. This. Master Sai and the others were taken aback. Indeed. Since there was a saint artifact like the Seven Hearts Underworld Lotus that could be used to reforge a physical body, why would it possess them? On top of that, it even made them go through so much trouble to cultivate the soul-guiding formula. What else could it be other than having nothing better to do? I don't understand either. However, Xianxia must know the answer. Otherwise, he wouldn't have opened the coffin and dug out the lotus. Luo Zhu said. Everyone turned their gazes over. In front of them. You. Let me go. As soon as the black lotus was dug out, a horrified voice sounded from within. The tomb master, who had tried to kill them earlier, was hiding inside. It was no wonder why they couldn't find the source of the voice. Since it was hidden in the lotus beneath the coffin, how could they find it? Let you go? So that you can continue killing us? Xianxia rolled his eyes. Why you? As long as you let me go, we can negotiate. As a soul oracle, I have collected quite a few treasures. I can give them all to you, including the Seven Hearts Underworld Lotus. The voice said anxiously. Give it to me? I don't want it. Xianxia harumphed. Also, what treasures? If I'm not mistaken, your treasures have all been converted into spirit stones to feed this lotus. How did you know? A horrified voice sounded from within the lotus. How would I know? The lotus is surrounded by dust formed from spirit stones. It's not like I can't recognize it. Xianxia shook his head. The lotus wasn't buried underground. Instead, it was surrounded by spirit stones, and the spiritual energy within them had been devoured dry. From afar, it looked like dust on the ground. He used a spirit-gathering formation to extract spirit stones. Naturally, he was able to tell with a single glance that such trash had appeared. Furthermore, this trash was completely different from the low-tier spirit stones that he used to cultivate. Judging from its white color, it was likely that it had reached middle tier. To be able to produce so much trash, there were probably more than 10,000 middle-tier spirit stones. Even a 6-star soul oracle would have to spend all of their wealth here. How could he possibly be bewitched after seeing this? Why you? The lotus trembled non-stop, as though it had seen a ghost. It seemed like it had never won a fight with this fellow before. The other party seemed to be omniscient, knowing everything that it had gone through. All of you, come over. Paying no heed to the trembling of the tomb owner in the lotus, Xianxia waved his hand. Only then did the crowd enter the passageway. Xianxia. What is going on? Zhao Feiwu couldn't help but ask. Everyone else was bewildered by the situation as well. Everything had happened too quickly. It was just a moment ago that the tomb owner was acting arrogantly, but in the blink of an eye, he was dug out from the ground. It was too strange, and no one could make sense of it. What's going on? Why don't you explain it to me? Xianxia patted the black lotus before him. Voila, the black lotus swayed a few times. The voice that had just spoken seemed to have become mute, and it shut its mouth. It seemed like after being found out by a transcendent mortal one-down cultivator and given a good beating, Xianxia felt so stifled that he couldn't speak at all. Do you think that it will be fine as long as you don't speak? Seeing that the other party wasn't cooperating, Xianxia flicked his finger, and a silver needle appeared on his fingertip. Then, he pierced it toward the lotus. Ah! Following which, a cry of agony sounded from within the lotus, you. I'll speak, I'll speak. The voice seemed to have weakened significantly. Clearly, the silver needle had struck its vitals, and even its cultivation had been affected. Hurry up and begin then. Pulling out the silver needle, Xianxia infused Xianxia into it once more, and a cold glint flashed in the surroundings. It seemed like as long as the other party refused to speak, he would pierce it in once more. Yes. Sensing Xianxia's threat, the lotus trembled, and it hurriedly said, I am a 6-star soul oracle, and my cultivation has reached transcendent mortal 9-dan pinnacle. However, I failed to reach that final step. Even though my soul is still alive, my physical body has reached its end. Even though the lifespan of a transcendent mortal was doubled, it was only a matter of time before one reached 300 years old. As long as one didn't achieve a breakthrough, it was only a matter of time before their physical body died. This was something that couldn't be helped. Even though soul oracles could possess other people, in terms of compatibility, one's own body was still the most suitable. At that moment, I discovered this. 7 Hearts Underworld Lotus. The voice continued, this is the greatest treasure of us soul oracles. As long as one assimilates it, one will be able to forge a physical body, and a Xiantian body at that. With this, one might be able to overcome the final hurdle and reach higher realms. Thus, I began to make arrangements for my funeral and spent all of my fortune to build a tomb so that I could assimilate this lotus peacefully. Everyone nodded. Previously, they had been perplexed. Since soul oracles were able to possess corpses, why would they spend so much effort to build a tomb and hide it beneath the lake? But from the looks of it now, it was to avoid detection. His motive was simple, to assimilate this lotus. This lotus was extremely rare in the world, and if other soul oracles were to learn of it, they would be in deep trouble. Thus, he faked his death. Even though soul oracles could live forever, they would still have to undergo the 5 declines before they died. Thus, by building a tomb and burying it underground, the other soul oracles thought that he was dead. Who would have thought that he had obtained a 7 Hearts Underworld Lotus? Since you're trying to assimilate this lotus, why haven't you succeeded yet? Xianxia asked. The soul oracles had already been extinct for several dozen millenniums, and this tomb was bound to be even more ancient. Given so much time, the lotus should have long been assimilated. Why hadn't he succeeded yet? If he had succeeded, he would have already turned into a physical body. How could he still be trapped within? Hearing the question, the lotus hesitated for a moment and said, after I faked my death, I began to refine this thing. I thought that with my strength and experience, I would be able to quickly succeed and resurrect. Who would have thought that? I would never have dreamed that I would fail. Fail? Xianxia was perplexed. Since you faked your death, you should know how to assimilate this lotus. How could you fail? This fellow had prepared for so long, exchanging all of his treasures for spirit stones and burying it underground. He even went to the extent of hiring a celestial designer to design the tomb and a 6-star blacksmith to forge a coffin. How could he fail? Because. The owner of the tomb said with a quivering voice, as though recalling something frightening. This isn't a 7 Hearts Underworld Lotus but a 9 Hearts Lotus. 9 Hearts Lotus? This time, Xianxia wasn't the only one who frowned in confusion. Even Luo Zhu had a bizarre look on his face, as if he had never heard of this name before. That's right. The 7 Hearts Lotus is known as a saint artifact, and it allows one to forge a physical body upon assimilation. However, the 9 Hearts Lotus is something that has never appeared on the Master-Teacher continent before. If we really have to classify it, it can definitely be considered as a god artifact, the tomb owner said. Divine item? Everyone was speechless and stunned. Just like cultivation techniques, artifacts could be divided into 5 tiers, namely God, Saint, Spirit, Phantom, and Mortal. Saint artifacts were treasures that couldn't be found even if one searched through the entire League of Nations. As for God artifacts of higher tiers, they only existed in legends. It was hard to say whether one could even be found on the Master-Teacher continent. Yet, this pitch-black object was actually an artifact of that tier, that was way too fearsome. God artifacts were treasures that even Xianxia was unable to obtain back then. Naturally, I failed to assimilate a God artifact forcefully. Not only was all of my possessions devoured, my soul was also imprisoned within the God artifact, unable to leave. This imprisonment lasted for tens of thousands of years. Speaking up to this point, the tomb owner felt extremely stifled. It was no wonder he wanted to assimilate the 9 Hearts Lotus to forge a physical body so that he could soar through the heavens. Yet, not only did he fail, he was even imprisoned to the point where he couldn't die even if he wanted to. It was already a blessing that he didn't go insane from frustration. This was like being imprisoned for an unknown number of years without being able to leave. To be able to endure this torment until now, this fellow's willpower was already extremely strong. "So, you want one of us to take your place so that you can regain your freedom?" Xianxia asked. "That's right," the tomb owner replied. "After being imprisoned for tens of thousands of years, I have been thinking about how I can escape from this fellow's clutches. After a long time, I finally thought of an idea. Since the 9 Hearts Lotus didn't assimilate or devour me, it means that it doesn't have the ability to kill me. If I can find another fresh soul to take its place, I might be able to escape." It was as if someone had drowned in a river, and every few years, it would find a scapegoat to take its place. What the 9 Hearts Lotus wanted was a soul. As long as it could find a replacement, it would be able to escape the abyss of suffering and not have to guard this pitch-black tomb every day. After figuring this out, I began to work hard to separate my soul. I don't know how long it took, but I finally managed to separate one. However, his cultivation was simply too weak. He was only at Transcendent Mortal 3 Dan. Initially, I thought that with such a low cultivation realm, I wouldn't be able to live for long before my light flow decline devoured me completely and I would die on my own. Who knew that, at this very moment, this tomb raider would come? Everyone was taken aback and turned to look at Luo Zhu. The latter's face turned red. His identity was exposed in front of everyone, and he felt a little embarrassed. After all, this profession wasn't glorious at all. Instead, it was like a petty thief that couldn't be seen in public. So, I had a bold idea. I intentionally made the mechanism to enter relatively simple so that he would be able to enter smoothly. Then, he would rush over and possess me. The owner of the tomb continued. In the end, it really succeeded. This fellow left this place in a hurry out of fear. Initially, my plan was simple. After successfully possessing him, I would use the soulless metal humanoid to attract more people here. After which, I would choose the most suitable soul to replace me. However, that fellow's will was too strong, and on top of that, his cultivation was greatly reduced after the possession. Thus, I didn't succeed, and in the end, he was even killed by a weak fatty. At this point, the lotus flower trembled incessantly, carrying with it a thick resentment. Cough cough. Being called a weak fatty, Sun Chang scratched his head awkwardly. Back then, that soul tried to possess him, but it was devoured by the heaven's path Xianxia that the young master had left in his body. Speaking of which, his strength was indeed nothing compared to the other party. Hearing these words, everyone came to a realization. It was no wonder why there was such a formidable fellow here. How could Luo Zhu possibly escape successfully when he was here for the first time? It turned out that he had intentionally allowed the other party to leave so as to attract more people here. Even though the plan was good, he probably didn't expect that he would meet with a monster like Xianxia. The soul that he had painstakingly created over many years was destroyed on the spot. Wait a moment, Xianxia waved his hands. Frowning, he asked, "Since you are able to separate your soul from the lotus, why do you still want to possess others?" Since this fellow's main goal was to leave the lotus, and he could even separate a part of his soul to leave, why would he want to lure others over and think of a way to possess them? After all, the separated soul was still a part of him. It carried his thoughts and thoughts, which was equivalent to breaking free from the shackles. I did separate my soul, but, when this soul left the lotus, it was severely injured, and it won't be able to live for long. Even if the possession were to succeed, it would only be treating the symptoms and not the root of the problem. In order to truly leave the lotus, I would need a new soul to replace me. The tomb owner said. Then, why didn't you beguile Luo Zhu and have him replace you? What if he doesn't want to return after leaving? Xianxia continued asking. After being trapped in the tomb for tens of thousands of years, Luo Zhu had finally appeared. How could he be certain that the other party would bring someone over? Since that was the case, he might as well find a way to beguile Luo Zhu and have him replace him. Tomb robbers have a nature. It's impossible for such a person to cultivate the soul-guiding formula. The tomb owner said. Besides, judging from his age, he's already nearing the end of his lifespan. Given his low cultivation, what's the point of possessing him? Is he going to face death once more? Luo Zhu's face reddened. He didn't expect that right after Sun Chong was looked down on, he would be looked down on as well. Hearing the explanation, Xianxia nodded his head. Everything made sense now. Every time a soul oracle possessed a body, their strength would weaken. Since that was the case, if they were to make a move, they would have to make do with a good one. Since that was the case, they might as well not waste this opportunity. Later on, the soul I separated from my body was destroyed. I thought that there was no hope for me anymore, but you all appeared. The rest became simple. The tomb owner said. Then, you tempt us to cultivate the soul-guiding formula. Once you manage to draw your soul out of your body, you will bring it into contact with the lotus in the name of clearing the trial. This way, your soul will be drawn over and become your scapegoat. Xianxia. Yes. The tomb owner didn't deny it. At this moment, everyone finally understood what was going on, and cold sweat trickled down their backs. Previously, this fellow had said that he would be testing them. But from the looks of it now, if they were to cultivate the soul-guiding formula and succeed, their souls would have already been devoured by the bizarre flower, and their physical bodies would have been possessed. It was fortunate that Xianxia had noticed it early, or else the consequences would have been dire. That's not right. Zhao Feiwu frowned. Given your strength, you should be able to draw our souls out of our bodies and have them devoured by the lotus. Since this fellow was a 6-star soul oracle who could even set up the mirage deity's illusory sea, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to draw their souls out of their bodies. Why did they have to go through so much trouble to cultivate the soul-guiding formula? Let me explain this to you. Xianxia looked at them calmly. It's not that he doesn't want to do it, but he can't do it. Can't do it? Everyone was perplexed. There are 2 reasons. Firstly, soul oracles suffer from battle decline. Forcefully drawing out the souls of others will inflict great harm on him. Secondly, he's already using his full strength to control the mechanisms and assault me. It's impossible for him to fight or even kill so many of us. Otherwise, he would have made a move long ago. He wouldn't have to resort to using mechanisms to deal with us, going as far as to conceal himself. Xianxia. The book compiled by the Library of Heaven's Path allowed him to notice something amiss. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to charge forward and dig out the lotus so easily. It was already incredible that he was able to extend his soul and aura to control the mechanisms while being trapped by a god artifact. If he could kill them easily, he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. Only then did everyone come to a realization. It was no wonder why an expert like him had to act so cowardly before a bunch of weaklings like them. It turned out that this fellow was just a facade. At the very most, he was only able to release his aura and use some mechanisms. In truth, he was unable to do anything to them. The tomb owner didn't expect that the young man before him would be able to see through his inability to exert his strength. Fear and frustration filled his face. He was still thinking that he could threaten the other party with his aura if the other party didn't know about it. However, from the looks of it now, his last hope was gone. Furthermore, the other party's silver needle was planted in the area where the will of the lotus could be released, rendering him incapable of controlling the mechanisms. It was a fate worse than death. It was impossible for him to retaliate. Alright, let's talk about the dragon severing lock. With everything resolved and the strongest 6-star soul oracle subdued, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Xianxia turned to look at the two-moner. Now that the passageway was sealed, the only way to leave was to open the dragon's severing lock. Since this fellow had locked it up, he must have a way to leave. I'm indeed unable to open it. The two-moner replied awkwardly. Unable to open it? Then how are you going to leave after successfully possessing me? Xianxia asked. Since this fellow wanted to escape from the lotus, he must be thinking of a way to leave. After all, he couldn't possibly be trapped here due to the dragon's severing lock. I can use the means of a soul oracle to leave, the two-moner said. Means of a soul oracle? Everyone was perplexed. Look up. There's a mechanism at the top of the tomb. As long as you open it, you will be able to reach the lake above. Soul oracles have light souls, so they are able to fly freely. Even if I successfully possess you, as long as I'm willing to pay the price, I can still fly out from here. On the other hand, normal transcendent mortal cultivators are incapable of flight. Thus, the two-moner said. Fly? Everyone turned their gazes upward and saw a bizarre boulder at the very top of the hall. Putting aside Xianxia and the others, even the transcendent mortal 4-Dan Master Sai wouldn't be able to reach it. Needless to say, escape. Even though transcendent mortals were far stronger than fighter and possessed a certain level of control over nature, they were still incapable of flight. The ceiling was at least 70 to 80 meters away from the floor, and the surrounding walls were smooth and hard, making it impossible for them to climb up. Then what should we do? Are we really going to be trapped here? They thought that the other party had given them a way out, but upon hearing those words, their hearts turned cold. Given that the other party's possession had failed, naturally, he couldn't use the powers of a soul oracle. Even if he could, they wouldn't be able to trust him, since he couldn't use it and the others couldn't fly, they would probably be trapped here forever. Why don't we do it this way? Sacrifice one of you for me to possess, and I'll bring you out of here. Otherwise, no matter how many resources we have, we will run out sooner or later. Sooner or later, we will all die here, the two-moner said. This was a sealed environment, and there was no way for them to leave. No matter how much they ate, they would run out sooner or later. Sooner or later, they would be trapped to death. Shut up, you have no right to speak here. Seeing that the other party was still unwilling to give up, Xianxia slapped the lotus and said in displeasure, You don't need to worry about how we are going to leave. I'll give you 2 choices now. First, become my servant and write down all the soul oracle techniques you know, and I'll think of a way to free you from this darn thing. Become my servant? The two-moner was taken aback, and he nearly burst into tears. Didn't I acknowledge you as my teacher? That was just a moment ago. I promised you that not only would I find a way to free you, I would even impart you the most authentic cultivation technique so that you wouldn't have to fear the 5 soul declines. But now, it's too late. Xianxia waved his hands. The two-moner sounded as though he was suffering from constipation. He felt so stifled that he was about to die. Indeed, he had the upper hand earlier, and the other party didn't manage to find the exact location. Acknowledging him as his teacher was limited by his identity as a master and disciple, he would surely guide him with all his might. But now, he was the meat on the chopping block. It would only take a single thought to kill him. It was already merciful of him to accept him as a servant. What about the second choice? After a moment of stillness, the two-moner asked helplessly. I will slowly interrogate him. When I am done asking, I will kill him. Xianxia said indifferently. Even though the other party had spoken calmly, the two-moner knew that the other party would be able to do it. Trembling slightly, the lotus said, Fine. I, Mo Huncheng, am willing to be Xianxia's subordinate. The fellow before him was able to break through his attack, see through his ploy, and even split open the crimson metal coffin. His means and prowess had far surpassed his imagination. It would be a simple matter for him to kill the other party. Rather than being conflicted, he might as well just agree to it. After living for so many years, he knew how precious life was. As long as he could escape from this damned thing, not to mention being a servant, he could do anything, Having made up his mind, Xianxia was just about to continue speaking when the other party's impatient voice suddenly sounded, "What are you doing?" "I'm swearing." The owner of the tomb, Mo Hunsheng, stopped. "Pa. What's the use of swearing? Don't tell me that a soul oracle doesn't even know how to sign a soul contract." Xianxia slapped the lotus again. "You must be joking. Soul oracles have many means at their disposal. If swearing worked, you wouldn't even know if you were killed." "Soul contract?" The lotus trembled. He felt as though he was going insane. Initially, he was still thinking of making a vow to fool the other party, but who knew that the other party wouldn't fall for it at all. A soul contract was similar to a savage beast contract. Once it was signed, the other party wouldn't dare to go against it. Otherwise, his soul would dissipate, and no one would be able to save him. For a transcendent mortal 9-dan expert, a 6-star soul oracle who was just a step away from reaching that realm, to contract a transcendent mortal 1-dan servant, the more he thought about it, the more stifled he felt. "Why? You aren't willing?" While Xianxia was still in a dilemma, he suddenly felt a silver needle piercing him. A surge of pure Xianxia pierced right into his soul. "Ah. I agree." Feeling that the other party could slaughter him as easily as a chicken, Mo Hunsheng didn't dare to hesitate any longer. Following which, a white light flashed, and a bundle of soul shot straight into Xianxia's head. "Soul contract, formed. Done." Feeling that he could destroy the other party's soul easily, Xianxia knew that the other party had submitted to him. Flicking his wrist, he kept the lotus into his storage ring. This was a god artifact. If he were to study it, it might prove to be of great use to him. After a moment of hesitation, Xianxia turned to Master Sai and the others and said, "This lotus is incomparably bizarre. I hope that you won't spread it around." Xiaoya and the others were his students, so he could trust them. However, the same couldn't be said for the others. God artifacts were treasures that surpassed even saint artifacts. If news of it were to spread, he would surely be hunted down. Even with his identity as a master teacher, the others might still be wary of him. "Xianxia, don't worry. If I were to leak this matter, I will be punished by the heavens. I will die immediately and enter the cycle of reincarnation, never to be reincarnated." Knowing what Xianxia was worried about, Master Sai raised his palm and swore to the heavens. Following which, Zhao Feiwu, Jin Songhai, Gu Mu, Luo Zhu, and the others also made their vows. They also knew that a man's wealth would arouse the envy of others. Since everyone has worked hard to come here, we mustn't return empty-handed. That coffin was forged by a 6-star blacksmith, so it can be considered a treasure. If we were to sell it, it should fetch a hefty price." After taking away the most valuable lotus, Sun Chang collected the other coffins as well. After all, they had worked hard to come here, so they couldn't possibly return empty-handed. Xianxia pointed to the coffin boards embedded in the wall and said. These were the items on the crimson metal coffin. Forged by a 6-star blacksmith, they were incomparably resilient. Even if they couldn't match up to a spirit pinnacle weapon, the quality of the materials was definitely on par with it. If they were to be sold, they would surely fetch a decent price. "Forget it, we didn't really help much anyway." "Xianxia, you're being too polite." Knowing that Xianxia didn't want them to return empty-handed, Master Sai and the others hesitated for a moment before shaking their heads. If not for Xianxia, they would have long been wiped out. Treasures. Don't even think about it. Even though they didn't obtain any treasures, they did learn the soul-guiding formula. If they could slowly comprehend it in the future, it would surely be beneficial to their cultivation. "Since you don't want it, I won't stand on ceremony then. Sun Chang, take all of these items." But before he could finish his words, Xianxia's voice sounded in the air. "All right." After which, Butler Sun walked up to the crimson metal coffin with an excited look on his face. He began collecting the coffin boards that Xianxia had destroyed with a single slash into his storage ring. The crowd. The fellow before them was clearly a formidable master teacher. If he wanted to, he could have any treasure he wanted. Yet, he just had to be so greedy. These coffin boards had already been destroyed, and yet, he was still collecting them one by one. Could it be that if he could take away the mechanisms outside, he would also do the same? Just as they were thinking of this, the other party's voice sounded, Sun Chong, bring little Mo around to take a look. Take away the mechanisms that you can dig out as well. These are good stuff. The crowd. Cough cough. Xianxia, it's still too early to talk about collecting treasures. Regardless of whether it's the mechanisms or the coffin boards. We have to get out of here first. Choking on her saliva, Zhao Feiwu couldn't help but say. The most important matter at hand wasn't whether the lotus would reveal the matter or not, nor was it the matter of the coffin boards and mechanisms. Rather, how were they going to get out of here? With the dragon severing lock locked, there was no way out. Furthermore, it was impossible for them to fly, so how were they going to get out of here? Since they couldn't get out of here, all of the previous topics were useless. How do we get out? Didn't little Mo say it just now? There's a passageway above. Zhang Xian pointed. But, given the height, if we're unable to fly, it's impossible for us to leave. Seeing that the fellow wasn't considering this matter at all, everyone fell speechless. Zhao Feiwu rolled her eyes and said, it's just flying. Seeing that the other party was conflicted, Zhang Xian glanced at her calmly and said, it's just flying. You know how to fly? Shocked, everyone widened their eyes in shock. Are you for real? Even a transcendent mortal 9-dan expert isn't capable of flight. Yet, you, a transcendent mortal 1-dan cultivator, actually said that you know how to fly. Zhang Xian nodded casually. It's just one of the abilities of a celestial master teacher, it's nothing much. Just like the lotus, the matter regarding the red dust heaven ascending steps couldn't be spread out. It was impossible to hide the fact that Zhang Xian could fly from the crowd. Thus, after some thought, he could only push the matter onto the celestial master teacher. In any case, this was the greatest opportunity that a master teacher could obtain. Even if they knew about it, they would only be envious of it. Besides, only Xianxia had become a celestial master teacher. As for whether he was capable of flight or not, no one could verify it. This was the best excuse they could come up with. It's nothing much. Everyone felt like spurting blood. That was flight. Even a transcendent mortal 9-dan expert was incapable of doing so. Why did the other party make it sound as simple as buying a cabbage from the roadside? While they were shocked, they were also perplexed. Could a celestial master teacher really allow one to fly? But why wasn't there any record of it in the books regarding Xianxia? However, they didn't know much about master teachers either. As such, they couldn't say for sure whether it was possible or not. Wait for me. Without further explanation, Zhang Xian's mind jolted, and his whole body rose straight up, quickly flying towards the mechanism at the very top. Red dust heaven ascending steps, parallel heaven scroll. When Zhang Xian was at half transcension, he could only remain in the air for a few breaths before plummeting to the ground. Now that his cultivation had reached transcendent mortal 1-dan pinnacle, his Xianxia had become purer. Naturally, he could remain in the air for a longer period of time. It had already reached dozens of breaths. In such a short period of time, it was impossible for Zhang Xian to travel a long distance like the aerial savage beasts. However, it wasn't too difficult for him to open a passageway and fly out. You can really fly? Everyone's mouths twitched when they saw him standing on the ground. Flight was the greatest dream of mankind. Yet, the young man before them, despite being only at transcendent mortal 1-dan, was actually able to fly. This was too terrifying. Regarding the matter regarding the celestial master teacher and the soul oracles, it would be best for us to keep it a secret for now. Xianxia will surely become a figure who will soar through the 9 heavens in the future. After a long silence, everyone had the same thought. A dragon would always gallop across the universe, and a hero would sooner or later become famous throughout the world. This kind of person could only be befriended and not offended. As for Xianxia, he was exactly such a person. Who, ignoring everyone's shock, Zhang Xian walked up to the roof and touched the mechanism. Then, with lightning speed, he tapped on the protruding rock a few times. With the Library of Heaven's path, he could easily find the flaws in the mechanism. Take the crimson metal coffin for example. It was said to be unbreakable, but as long as one found the flaws in it, it would be easy to break it open. The mechanism before him was the same as well. Gotcha. After tapping on it a few times, a crisp sound echoed, and the rock slowly opened up. Xianxia dived in. It was a passageway. Lifting his head, he saw nothing but darkness. There was probably a mechanism above that blocked the lake water from seeping into the passageway. After walking for several dozen meters, Xianxia saw a massive rock. Using the same method, he opened it up, and the lake water immediately appeared before his eyes. Just like how he came here, there was a unique mechanism here. Humans could pass through, but the lake water couldn't. Incredible. Taking a look, Xianxia realized that the mechanism was on par with formations. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. As expected of a celestial designer. These mechanisms were indeed something that most people would never be able to comprehend even after studying for their entire lives. After adjusting himself on the spot and feeling that the red dust heaven ascending steps had mostly recovered, Xianxia returned to the crowd. He found a rope from Luo Zhu and tied it to the passageway. With the rope in place, the crowd quickly climbed up. As cultivators, even though they couldn't fly, climbing ropes was a walk in the park. Following the lake water, they soon reached the shore. Only then did they realize that it was a dream. Even though they hadn't been in the Soul Oracle tomb for long, they had been through life and death situations. Who could have thought that they would still be able to walk out alive? Thank you, Xianxia. After drying his clothes with his Xianxia, Master Sai and the others walked up to Xianxia and bowed in admiration. As expected of a celestial master teacher. Through his wisdom, he managed to turn the situation around and even tame a transcendent mortal 9-dan 6-star soul oracle as his servant. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have dared to believe it. You're being too polite. Since we aren't in a hurry to leave, why don't we rest here for the night? We'll leave tomorrow. After a while, the sky had already darkened. The stars hung in the sky, bright and dazzling. A crescent moon hung diagonally above the mountain, giving off a sense of peace and tranquility. Autumn was hazy, and the leaves on the trees were no longer as green as before. They were slowly turning yellow, and the mountain breeze brought with it a hint of coolness. All right. Hearing that they weren't in a hurry to leave, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. He hadn't spent too much time in the Soul Oracle tomb, but his mind was already worn out. It felt even more exhausting than a huge battle. This was the lair of the demon sink beast, so there weren't any spirit beasts who would dare to cause trouble here. Everyone started a bonfire and took out the food that they had prepared beforehand. Not too long later, the aroma of meat filled the air. Teacher, what happened to your neck? Xianxia was also very hungry. He had just eaten for a while when he saw Wang Ying walking over with a puzzled look. Neck? Xianxia was taken aback for a moment before Luo Ruoxin passed him a copper mirror. Taking a closer look, he saw that there was a slight grayish color on his chin. Oh, it was infected by Little Mo's soul aura. Don't worry, it should be gone soon. Back in the Soul Oracle tomb, in order to lure Mo Hunching into taking the bait, he had used the dragon scale amulet to injure the other party and willingly allowed himself to be captured by the other party. This should have been the mark left behind then, but it wasn't serious. If one didn't take a closer look, it would be impossible to notice it. It was only due to Wang Ying's meticulousness that he noticed it. Soul oracles and humans were two completely different life forms. It was normal for such an expert to leave a mark on his chin, and it shouldn't take long for it to disappear. That's good. Seeing that it wasn't a huge problem, Wang Ying heaved a sigh of relief. Bring Lu Chong over with Xiaoya and the others. I have some matters to deal with. Xianxia instructed. Lu Chong didn't follow the rest. Instead, he was placed on the back of Zhao Feiwu's spirit beast. Now that the demon sink beast had been tamed, it was time to bring him over. Yes. Knowing that his teacher wanted to save Lu Chong, Wang Ying nodded. After making the arrangements, Xianxia walked into the demon sink beast's cavern. The cavern was spacious and clean. After finding a quiet spot, Xianxia took out the 9 hearts lotus. He didn't take a good look at it while he was underground. Now that he was here, he could interrogate the other party to see if there was any way to save Lu Chong. Master. Leaving the storage ring, Mo Hunching immediately realized that he was no longer underground. His voice was filled with excitement. After being trapped for tens of thousands of years, he was finally able to see the outside world once more. The agitation he felt was unimaginable. Thus, he addressed Xianxia as master willingly without the slightest bit of embarrassment. I would like to know if you have any way to wake up a person whose soul is in hibernation. Xianxia looked at him with a grim expression. A person whose soul is in hibernation? Mo Hunching was taken aback for a moment before replying, since the soul is in hibernation, all you have to do is to enter his body and wake him up. It isn't too complicated. Xianxia was taken aback. He had heard of this method before, but as a fighter, his soul was unable to leave his body. Thus, he could only give up on it. However, the situation was different now. Cultivating the Heaven's Path soul-guiding formula, he was able to allow his soul to leave his body and enter the other party's body to wake him up. Yes. However, this is similar to possession. The slightest carelessness could lead to possession decline. With the soul contract in place, Mo Hunching didn't dare to hide anything. Entering another's body was similar to possession. It would be fine if he could wake the other party up, but if he couldn't, it could lead to possession decline, causing his cultivation to plummet. More importantly, if you fail to wake him up, your soul might be acknowledged by the other party's body. If that happens, it would be impossible for you to wake him up. Mo Hunching hesitated for a moment before continuing. After all, a soul that can enter another's body is bound to be extremely powerful. Since the other party is in hibernation, he must be extremely weak. Given that his body hasn't been nourished by his soul for a long time, it is easy for him to mistake him as his master. If that happens, not only will you be unable to save him, you might even end up killing him. Only when one's soul was severely damaged would one fall into hibernation. This was due to the fact that the soul was extremely weak. If a powerful soul were to enter the other party's body to summon him, it would be best if he could wake him up. Otherwise, it would be easy for the other party to take over his body. Is there any way to avoid this? Xianxia's face darkened, and he clenched his fists tightly. Since he had made a move, he had to ensure that the other party would survive. If he were to fail and die, how could he feel at ease in the future? After all, Lu Chong had died for him. If he couldn't be saved, he would be a disgrace to his teacher. Avoid it? Unless the other party's soul has become resilient and powerful. Even if the summoning fails, he should still be able to control his body. Mo Hunching said. The best way is to use soul rouse grass to forge soul rouse incense. After which, light it up and allow the other party to absorb it. This way, the chances of success will be much higher. Soul rouse grass? Xianxia frowned. As an apothecary, he had read many books on medicinal herbs. However, he had never heard of such a herb before. Soul rouse grass isn't a plant. Instead, it is a unique artifact that can only be produced by nourishing the soul of a soul oracle. It can be grown. Mo Hunching said. How long will it take to grow a stalk? Xianxia asked. If it took too long, he would have to think of another way. Not long, a month is sufficient. Just that. I am trapped here and my soul is unable to leave. As such, I am unable to plant it. Mo Hunching smiled bitterly. He was trapped in the Nine Hearts Lotus, unable to escape. Even if he wanted to, he didn't have the strength to do so. You can plant it as long as you are a soul oracle? Instead of replying, Xianxia turned to look at Mo Hunching. Yes, as long as you are a soul oracle who has successfully drawn in his soul, you will be able to plant it. The method is simple, I can tell you right now. Mo Hunching said. Tell me the method then. Xianxia waved his hands calmly. All right. Mo Hunching replied with a grunt and continued. Soon, he explained the cultivation method of the soul rouse grass. Just as he said, the soul rouse grass wasn't a specific plant. Rather, it was an artifact that required one's soul to be nurtured. Only through this could one's soul resonate with it and awaken it. You can't be thinking of cultivating the soul-guiding formula and becoming a soul oracle, right? Seeing the master before him memorize the cultivation method, Mo Hunching couldn't help but feel incredulous. Xianxia nodded his head. Since it was useful to Lu Chong, he did intend to plant it himself. But you are a celestial master teacher. Mo Hunsheng was taken aback. This master of his was a celestial master teacher. Given his talent, if he were to cultivate as a soul oracle, it would be equivalent to abandoning his identity as a celestial master teacher. Wasn't this a little too reckless? Don't worry, I have already modified the soul guiding formula. Even if I were to successfully draw in my soul, it wouldn't affect my physical body at all. I will be able to achieve the union of soul and body. Xianxia said calmly. Modified? Union of soul and body? In the lotus, Mo Hunsheng's eyes widened and his lips quivered in disbelief. The soul guiding formula was a cultivation technique that soul oracles had cultivated for countless years. It had been modified by innumerable experts, but none of them had been able to achieve such a feat yet. This fellow was able to modify it with just a few breaths and achieve the union of soul and body. How was this possible? Just as Mo Hunsheng was perplexed, he saw his master sitting down cross-legged. His body shook, and an illusory figure appeared above him. Drawing his soul out of his body? Mo Hunsheng's voice trembled. As a 6-star soul oracle, he could clearly tell that his master's soul had already left his body. Just as Mo Hunsheng was in shock, he heard the voice of the other party's soul. Xianxia was standing quietly before the lotus. Yes. Mo Hunsheng trembled. Xianxia nodded his head in satisfaction. It seemed like using the Heaven's Path soul guiding formula to draw his soul out of his body was similar to the Heaven's Path Xianxia. As long as he willed it, even a stronger soul oracle wouldn't be able to see through it. He would only be able to see through it if he willed it. Who? After confirming the matter, Xianxia's consciousness returned to his physical body. Soul returning to its original position, acupoints resonating with one another, soul and body becoming one. Why you really modified the soul guiding formula? Seeing that Xianxia's soul had returned to his body without any changes, and on the contrary, his acupoints were resonating deeply, reminiscent of the roar of a dragon. Mo Hunsheng shrieked, seemingly on the verge of fainting from fright. Congratulations to Uncle Black Robe for becoming the 28th Alliance leader of this book. An additional chapter has been added. Normally speaking, once one's soul left the body, the vitality of one's physical body would swiftly decline. Yet, the person before him was brimming with vitality. His acupoints were resonating with one another, and his soul and body were in harmony. Not only was his soul no different from that of an ordinary transcendent mortal cultivator, his disposition was even superior, exerting immense pressure on one's soul. With just a single look, Mo Hunsheng could tell that the other party's soul guiding formula was definitely different from his. It had been modified to avoid the 5 soul declines and reach a whole new level. Legend had it that the founder of the Soul Oracle Guild, Lu Mozi, created the occupation by stealing information regarding souls from the Heaven's Path. However, due to the flaws in the Heaven's Path, the stolen information was incomplete, resulting in the 5 soul declines and the inability to fuse one's soul with one's physical body. The soul oracles of later generations had tried countless methods, but to no avail. Yet, not only did the person before him manage to modify it with just a single look, he even succeeded. How could he not be astonished? How did he do it? After a moment of shock, intense excitement washed over him. A celestial master teacher capable of modifying the soul guiding formula. This capability and insight will probably bring me to great heights. The reason why he was forced to acknowledge the other party as his master and sign a soul contract with him was because he had no other choice. However, after seeing the other party's capability and means, he suddenly realized that he might have made the right choice if he were to follow such a talented figure in the future. As long as he received the other party's guidance, he would surely be able to surpass his limits. These are the means of the soul oracles that I have learned and the secret manuals that I have researched over the years. They might prove useful to master. With this thought in mind, Mo Hunsheng no longer hesitated. With a thought, pieces of information were transmitted from his soul to Qin Nan. Soul oracles were able to transmit information directly through their souls. This method was much more convenient than lecturing or reading books. Due to the soul contract, the speed of transmission was much faster. Xianxia only felt his vision blurring, and a huge pile of knowledge regarding soul oracles appeared in his mind. Mo Hunsheng was a 6-star soul oracle who had survived since the ancient era. Back then, his heritage hadn't been severed yet, and the knowledge he had accumulated encompassed the entire occupation. As expected of the occupation that everyone feared in the ancient era, it is indeed profound. After roughly looking through it, Xianxia's mouth widened in astonishment. It was no wonder this occupation had been passed down for so many years and was feared by so many. In fact, it was even more fearsome than poison masters. It was indeed not to be underestimated. The soul drawing technique from before was only the most basic introduction to these people. Did you create this soul-splitting technique? Suddenly, he saw something. Xianxia looked at the lotus in front of him. This fellow had been trapped in the Nine Hearts lotus for tens of thousands of years and had only succeeded in splitting a part of his soul in order to escape. This cultivation technique was probably the result of his many years of research. I figured it out myself. Mo Hunching nodded his head. Through this method, I can create a clone of myself. In the future, even if my main body's soul is destroyed, I can rely on this clone to survive. Clone? Xianxian was taken aback. Yes, this kind of soul-splitting can make a complete copy of oneself, including memories. To put it bluntly, it's equivalent to condensing a new soul. If I were to encounter danger, I can use it to save my life. Mo Hunching said. Xianxian nodded as he swiftly scanned through the soul-severing art. It had to be said that this cultivation technique was indeed formidable. It was something that could only be created by someone who had reached the pinnacle of mastery over the soul. If not for the fellow being trapped in the Nine Hearts lotus and being unable to absorb spiritual energy to cultivate, with his tens of thousands of years of accumulation and deep understanding of the soul, it wouldn't have been a problem for him to reach 8-star or even 9 Hearts lotus. But that was to be expected. After living for so long and being trapped in the 9 Hearts lotus, every day, he had to study how to escape. If his understanding of the soul wasn't strong enough, he might as well just kill himself. Let me see how many flaws there are. Immersing his consciousness into his mind, Xianxian arrived at the Library of Heaven's Path. With a thought, he copied the knowledge that the other party had imparted to him onto a blank book. Casually grabbing the book on soul-splitting, Xianxian flipped it open. Soul-splitting, created by Mo Huncheng. After cultivating it, one's soul will be able to split into 2. Flaws. It was densely packed with information. Only 120 flaws, this is already a small number. After reading through the content, Xianxian couldn't help but compliment. To be able to create a cultivation technique with only 100 flaws through his own efforts, even though the experience of the soul oracle before him wasn't reliable, his talent and capability were undeniable. But that was to be expected. Without talent, how could he have reached transcendent mortal pinnacle and become a 6-star soul oracle? Compile. With a thought, Xianxian fused the books of the soul oracles together to form the soul-splitting manual. He flipped through it once more. At this moment, there were only a dozen or so flaws in it. It seems like I haven't collected enough books on the soul. I should buy more of them when I reach Myriad Kingdom City. Xianxian was extremely interested in a cultivation technique that could preserve his life through splitting his soul. No cultivator could guarantee what kind of danger they would face. If he could successfully cultivate this cultivation technique, the danger he would face would be greatly reduced. However, there were simply too many flaws in this cultivation technique. Xianxian wasn't too interested in it at the moment. Even if he wanted to cultivate it, he would have to collect more books first. Let's take a look at the 9 Hearts lotus. After studying the knowledge that the other party had imparted to him, Xianxian wasn't in a hurry. Opening his eyes, he looked at the black lotus before him. This lotus was known as a god artifact, and he was interested to know what its effects were. Placing his finger on it, he muttered flaws in his mind. A book materialized before his eyes. 9 Hearts Lotus Embryo, obtained by Mo Huncheng from beyond the heavens. It requires the nourishment of the purest energy, and upon maturity, it can be used to forge a perfect physical body. Flaws. Number 1, it hasn't reached maturity yet. Upon maturity, its body will turn white. So, it isn't called 9 Hearts Lotus but 9 Hearts Lotus Embryo. It seems like forging a physical body is correct. Flipping through the first page, Xianxian nodded his head. Initially, he thought that it was called 9 Hearts Lotus, but from the looks of it, even though he had been trapped for several dozen millenniums, Mo Hunching was still unable to recognize it. 9 Hearts Lotus Embryo. Even though the book didn't state its tier, it seemed like it wasn't low at all. To think that there are only 5 flaws. Flipping to the second page, Xianxia was just about to continue reading when he suddenly froze. There were only 2 pages of flaws on it, a total of 5. This was the first time he had seen such a treasure ever since he had obtained the Library of Heaven's Path. As expected of a god artifact. Xianxia's eyes burned with passion as a thought suddenly popped into his mind. If I were to learn the soul-severing art and create a clone, wouldn't that be equivalent to gaining an additional life? The more he thought about it, the more agitated he became. This was a god artifact with only 5 flaws. If he were to create a clone out of it, he would surely become incredibly powerful. It's a pity that I probably won't be able to live long enough for this thing to mature. The first flaw recorded in the book was that the 9 Hearts Lotus embryo had yet to mature. A fully matured 9 Hearts Lotus embryo would be completely white, unlike the pitch-black one before him. After devouring Mo Huanxing's entire fortune and living for several dozen millenniums, it was still in such a state. Given his lifespan of several hundred years, it was impossible for him to live long enough for it to mature. If it were to mature, it would be impossible to assimilate it. If he were to forcefully assimilate it, he might very well end up like Mo Hunching, trapped within. This thing requires the nourishment of the purest energy in order to mature. My Heaven's Path Xianxia is incomparably pure. Can it be used as nourishment? A thought emerged in Xianxia's mind. The first part of the description regarding the 9 Hearts Lotus embryo was that it required the nourishment of the purest energy. Xianxia was unable to find sufficient spirit stones at the moment, but his Heaven's Path Xianxia was incomparably pure. Perhaps he could give it a try. Grabbing the stem of the lotus embryo, Xianxia infused a surge of Xianxia into it. As soon as his Xianxia infused in, a scream reminiscent of a pig being butchered sounded. I've already said everything I need to say, don't kill me. Mo Hunching was on the verge of going insane. He had only just imparted the information regarding the soul oracles when the other party immediately infused his Xianxia into the lotus embryo. Anyone would have thought that the other party was trying to kill him. Xianxia hurriedly halted his movements. He had been too focused on the nourishment of his Xianxia to think that the fellow was still inside. Soul oracles had an innate fear of Heaven's Path Xianxia. On top of that, Mo Hunching had been severely injured by the dragon scale amulet, so how could he possibly withstand the attack of Heaven's Path Xianxia? It was already a blessing that he wasn't killed on the spot. Stopping the infusion of Xianxia, Xianxia was just about to place the lotus embryo into his storage ring to study it in the future when he suddenly noticed that the stem of the lotus embryo had turned white. It turned white? Is the Heaven's Path Xianxia really effective? Xianxia's eyes lit up in disbelief. He picked up another stem and infused another surge of Xianxia into it. Following which, a tragic scream sounded from the lotus embryo. A moment later, he picked up the lotus embryo. It has indeed turned white again. The Heaven's Path Xianxia is indeed able to speed up the maturation of this thing. Seeing yet another stem turning white, Xianxia couldn't help but feel excited. He consoled, I'm not trying to kill you, I just want to test out the 9 Hearts Lotus. Don't worry, I'll give it another try, just one more time. No, Mo Hunching burst into tears. I'll listen to you obediently from now on, alright? Even if you try a few more times, I'll probably die before you can even get me out. Outside the cavern. What happened? Should we go in to take a look? It seems to be a Mo Huanxing scream. Will Xianxia be fine? Hearing the scream, the group who were in the midst of eating immediately stood up. Xianxia just said that he has something to study, so it's best if we don't disturb him. Why don't we? Listen to what's going on first before making a decision. Zhao Feiwu was slightly more composed and she persuaded the group. The group nodded their heads. Pricking up their ears, they tried to peer into the cavern. Following which, they heard a faint voice. Don't worry, I'll give it another try, just one more time. No, Give it another try? Just one more time? Don't worry? The group stared at one another with widened eyes. Zhao Feiwu's face flushed, and it took her a long while before she could speak. The two of them are men. After experimenting for a moment, Xianxia realized that the heaven's path Xianxia was indeed able to induce the Nine Hearts Lotus to mature. Thus, he stopped his experiments, and his eyes lit up in excitement. Since he was able to mature it and have a way to separate his soul, it was only a matter of time before he could create a clone. However, before that, he had to think of a way to get Mo Hunching out, otherwise, as soon as he infused his Xianxia into the lotus embryo, he would probably die before it matured. Even if a transcendent mortal nine-dan soul oracle servant was no longer as powerful as before, it was still better than nothing. I should cultivate my soul cultivation technique first and nurture the soul-rouse grass, knowing that it would take a fortuitous encounter to get Mo Hunching out. Xianxia wasn't in a hurry. Instead, his eyes fell on the soul oracle cultivation technique manuals. The soul guiding formula that Xianxia had cultivated previously was similar to fighters gathering breath. If one couldn't even reach gathering breath, it would be impossible for one to become a fighter. Similarly, if one couldn't draw in one's soul, it would be impossible for one to become a soul oracle. The soul drawing art only allowed the soul to leave the physical body. Once it left the physical body, it would be complete. If one wanted to continuously strengthen the soul like a cultivator, they would need all sorts of cultivation techniques. As a 6-star soul oracle, Mo Hunching had quite a few soul cultivation methods in his head. Adding in his insights on soul cultivation, he could easily gather more than 1,000 books. After sorting through the information, Xianxia realized that there were no mistakes in the cultivation technique from soul guiding to Transcendent Mortal 2 Dan. However, after Transcendent Mortal 2 Dan, there were some flaws. It happens to be about the same as my current cultivation. Let's start cultivating. Currently, Xianxia was at Transcendent Mortal 1 Dan Pinnacle. If he could cultivate his soul to this level as well, he would be able to achieve perfect synergy with his soul, thus raising his fighting prowess significantly. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, Xianxia drew his soul out of his body and began cultivating according to the Heaven's Path soul art. TSS, his soul power was increasing rapidly. After an unknown period of time. As his soul returned to his body, Xianxia slowly opened his eyes. At this time, the sky outside was already bright. Sunlight shone through the cracks in the cave, making it particularly dazzling. After a night of cultivation, my soul cultivation has reached Transcendent Mortal 2 Dan. With the nourishment of the Heaven's Path divine art and the middle-tier spirit stones, Xianxia's soul cultivation rose swiftly. In just a single night, he had already reached Transcendent Mortal 2 Dan. In other words, the strength of his soul was stronger than his own cultivation. However, soul oracles are a taboo on the master-teacher continent, so it would be best not to use them recklessly. Just like poison masters, soul oracles were taboo existences. If anyone were to learn that Xianxia was able to detach his soul from his body and possess fighting prowess, it would be hard for him to maintain his identity as a master-teacher. Therefore, it was best not to use this power unless it was absolutely necessary. I can already cultivate the soul awakening grass. He stretched and stood up. Mo Hunching had already taught him the method to cultivate the soul awakening grass. The so-called soul-rouse grass did not refer to a specific kind of plant. Instead, it was cultivated using a special method by the soul, allowing the medicinal herb to attract the soul and awaken it. However, no matter how he cultivated it, he had to find a plant that could fuse with his soul. It wasn't easy to find such an item, so Xianxia would have to head to the Myriad Kingdom City to purchase it. Walking out of the cave, Xianxia realized that the others had woken up as well. Every single one of them was already prepared and brimming with vitality. After a night of recuperation, Xianxia had fully recovered from the fright and exhaustion he had felt in the Soul Oracle tomb. Let's head to Myriad Kingdom City. Xianxia called out. The group leaped onto the back of Zhao Feiwu's spirit beast and soared into the sky. The demon synced beast followed closely behind them. As for Master Cyan Luo Zhu, they had heard of the Master-Teacher tournament and were interested in watching it as well. Thus, they followed behind the group. Voila, it was as though a black line streaking across the sky. Riding on the backs of the spirit beasts, the group advanced in a straight line. With the renowned demon sync beast escorting them, there weren't any savage beasts or spirit beasts who dared to mess with them. In fact, even the experts riding on aerial spirit beasts hurriedly avoided the powerful aura it exuded, not daring to approach it. Thus, the journey was smooth. 5 days later, a massive city appeared before everyone's eyes. This city was even more majestic than Honghai City. There were all kinds of buildings, and it was a beautiful sight to behold. Standing before the window on the back of the spirit beast, Xianxia looked down. The massive city was situated on a vast plain, and it was clean and tidy, reminiscent of a sketch. A massive river flowed through the center of the city, bringing with it boundless vitality. In the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, there are the embassies of the various nations, trading centers established by the other powers of equal standing, and even the teleportation point of Huanyu Empire. There are all kinds of people here. However, regardless of who they are, as long as they are in Myriad Kingdom City, they will have to listen to the orders of the Alliance head residents. Zhao Feiwu chuckled. Xianxia nodded. The Alliance head residence was known as the royal family of the League of Nations, and it was the true ruler of the Alliance. Xianxia had heard of it back when he was in Tianwu Kingdom. As for Mingshi Tang, even though he had a high standing, he didn't interfere in political affairs. As long as there wasn't any unrest in the society, he wouldn't make a move. There's still some time before the Master-Teacher tournament. Why don't you follow me to the Alliance head residence and rest for a few days? I'll take good care of you, and it won't be too late to head to Mingshi Tang's residence after finding out more about the situation. Zhao Feiwu said. There were still 2 months before the Master-Teacher tournament, so there was no hurry. Alliance head residence? Could it be that Zhao Gongzi is from the Alliance head residence? Master Sai asked doubtfully. Zhao Feiwu had been following behind Xianxia all this while, so he thought that she was a friend. He didn't know that she was actually from Myriad Kingdom City. Even Zhao Ye and the others only knew that young Master Zhao was the envoy of the Alliance. They didn't know his exact identity. Yes, Alliance head Zhao Tianhao is my father. Zhao Feiwu said. You are Alliance head Zhao's son? That can't be. Alliance head Zhao only has one son, Zhao Hui. I've met him before. Master Sai was taken aback. Alliance head Zhao was the most authoritative figure in the League of Nations. His son was equivalent to the heir to the throne. As the head of the appraiser hall, Zhang Xian had met him a few times, and he was completely different from Zhao Feiwu. I didn't mean to deceive you all. It's just that I'm traveling alone, so for convenience's sake, I decided to disguise myself. Chuckling lightly, Zhao Feiwu wiped her face, and her appearance immediately underwent a slight change. Even though she still looked the same, her eyes were bright, and her teeth were pearly. Even though she was still dressed as a man, her disposition and appearance were flawless. In fact, she didn't pale in comparison to Princess Mou. You are a woman? Master Sai, Luo Zhu, Zhao Ye, and the others came to a realization. In the crowd, the one who was the calmest was probably Zhang Xian. Back then, with his eye of insight, he had already recognized her identity as a woman. Even though she had revealed her secret now, he didn't feel the slightest bit of shock. The Zhao Hui that Master Sai spoke of is my elder brother. I am the second princess of the Alliance, Zhao Lian. Zhao Feiwu introduced herself. I've been weak since young, and in order to allow me to live like an ordinary person, my father conferred me the title of Princess Feiwu. You can also call me Zhao Feiwu. So it's Princess Feiwu. Master Sai and Luo Zhu glanced at one another before coming to a realization. They had long heard that the Alliance head had a sickly princess, and they had long heard that she was afflicted with innate muscular deficiency. Despite searching the entire Alliance, there was no way to treat her. Furthermore, when they first met, she was a man, so they didn't expect it to be her. I heard that Alliance head Zhao bestowed this title upon the sickly second princess so that she would be able to dance gracefully like a swallow. However, it's a pity that no one managed to find a way to treat her, so. Master Sai looked at Zhao Feiwu doubtfully. Princess Feiwu's treatment had alarmed many people. Countless physicians had rushed over, but they had all failed in the end. Logically speaking, she should be bedridden, unable to walk at all. Why was her spirit no different from an ordinary person? Could the rumors be wrong? It was Xianxia who saved me. Zhao Feiwu smiled. Her eyes were bright, and everyone's eyes couldn't help but light up. Oh. Only then did Master Sai come to a realization. After learning of the other party's identity, he had been perplexed as to why a princess, one of the most authoritative figures in the League of Nations, would be so subservient to Xianxia. So this was the reason. I've long heard that Xianxia's medical skills are incredible, but I didn't expect him to be so formidable. Master Sai smiled bitterly. Previously, he had heard Sun Chang praising his young master's medical skills, and he had personally witnessed the prowess of the knockout treatment method at the Gentle Speech Ridge. Only after hearing Princess Fei Wu's acknowledgement did he realize that this Xianxia was just as fearsome in the field of treatment. The princess' innate muscular deficiency had caused a huge uproar in the alliance back then. Countless physicians had taken a look at it, but none of them were able to find a solution to it. Yet, the fact that Xianxia was able to resolve it showed that his medical skills were incredible. Xianxia, Fei Wu didn't mean to hide the truth from you. Please forgive me. After introducing her identity, Zhao Feiwu turned to look at Xianxia with a smile. This young man was around the same age as her, but he had a deep understanding of master teachers, physicians, appraisers, formations. Not to mention, his talent was even above that of her famous elder brother. This made her feel respect for him from the depths of her heart. You're being too polite. Since you're a princess, you should have a wide network of sources. I just happen to have something that I would like to ask you about. Even though he knew that the other party was a lady, upon hearing that she was a princess, Zhang Xian was still a little surprised. Thus, he couldn't help but ask. Xianxia, feel free to speak. Zhao Feiwu nodded. It must be said that she was indeed beautiful. Even though she didn't possess any cultivation, she exuded a valiant aura. I would like to purchase a stalk of soul-calming grass, the older the better. If I really don't have any, I would like to purchase a sentiment-drowning flower as well. It would be best if it is at least 500 years old. Most importantly, it has to be fresh and can be grown. Dried ones are useless to me. May I know if Princess Fei Wu can help me look into it? After pondering for a moment, Zhang Xian asked. Soul-calming grass wasn't a special plant, as long as it contained the aura of one's soul, it would suffice. In the past few days, Zhang Xian had been thinking of 2 medicinal herbs that the Alliance of Nations could offer. Soul-calming grass and sentiment-drowning flower. These 2 medicinal herbs weren't too famous, but they were exceptionally valuable. Zhang Xian wasn't familiar with the Alliance of Nations, and since the other party was a princess, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to find them. Soul-calming grass and sentiment-drowning flower? Fresh? Not expecting Xianxia to ask for such things, Zhao Feiwu was taken aback and her eyebrows knitted together. The soul-calming grass could calm one's soul and calm one's mind. The sentiment-drowning flower could calm one's mind, and even one's emotions would fade away. These 2 medicinal herbs were extremely rare, such that even the League of Nations couldn't find more than a handful of them. To obtain one of them, and it was a living, 500-year-old one at that. This. I'm not too sure either. However, when we arrive at the Alliance head residence, you can ask my father about it. Even if he doesn't know, he should be able to help you look into it. Zhao Feiwu said. Zhang Xian nodded. The lady before him was only a gravely ill princess. No matter how well-read she was, it was impossible for her to know much about these rare medicinal herbs. On the other hand, her father, Alliance head Zhao, was different. With the entire Alliance head in his grasp, it would be a walk in the park for him to look for a single medicinal herb. Understanding this, Zhang Xian didn't ask any further. Instead, he stood quietly before the window to reinforce his cultivation. In the past 5 days, even though his cultivation hadn't reached transcendent mortal 2 Dan yet, the Xianxia in his body had grown denser and purer. With the experience of using the red dust heaven ascending steps, Zhang Xian knew that not only must one's Xianxia be pure, it must be dense as well. Thus, he had been accumulating his Xianxia non-stop for the past few days. At this moment, the Xianxia in his dantian was turning furiously. In terms of Xianxia quantity, it had increased by at least 1/10. If he were to use the red dust heaven ascending steps, he would be able to maintain an additional 2 to 3 breaths to avoid falling from the sky. Knowing that they had arrived at Myriad Kingdom City, the group continued flying on their spirit beasts, and soon, a majestic building came into sight. As the core of the League of Nations, the Alliance head residence carried an imposing aura. Even before arriving, one could already feel a powerful pressure pressing down on them. Even my spirit beast isn't able to fly into the Alliance head residence directly. Let's alight here, Zhao Feiwu instructed with a smile. The spirit beast beneath her flapped its wings, and soon, they landed on the vast square in front of the Alliance head residence. Leaping down from the back of the spirit beast, Xianxia scanned the surroundings, and he couldn't help but be impressed. As expected of the core of the League of Nations, not only was the building tall, it was also filled with spiritual energy. Without even taking a look, one could tell that it was filled with all kinds of formations. If anyone dared to come and cause trouble, the formation alone would be enough to wipe out the entire army without the need for the soldiers to act. It was no wonder why Zhao Feiwu didn't dare to drive her savage beast in. If she were to do so, she would probably be trapped in the formation before she could even get far. Looking up, in front of the palace, there were groups of soldiers patrolling. These people were all wearing greenish-gray armor, holding long spears in their hands, and their auras were magnificent. Grandmaster Mighty One? Taking a look, Xianxia was astonished. These ordinary guards were actually Xianxia realm experts. In a place like Tianxian Kingdom, there wasn't a single Xianxia. Even in the Tier 2 kingdom that Luxia came from, there was only a single Xianxia. Yet, in Tianxian Kingdom, he was only a guard. The disparity between them left one speechless. After all, the Myriad Kingdom City was a place with a 4-star master teacher. Just by listening to the lecture of such an expert, one would be able to gain a deeper understanding of cultivation, and it would be much easier for one to break through their bottlenecks. Even if one couldn't listen to the lectures of such experts, the lectures of 3-star and 2-star master teachers were more than sufficient for one to achieve a breakthrough. On top of that, the Myriad Kingdom City was the center of trade, and it was rich in resources and spiritual energy. Initially, Xiaoye and the others thought that Jizuan realm experts could be considered as formidable figures in their own right. However, upon seeing that these soldiers were no weaker than them, they couldn't help but feel helpless. As expected of the capital of the League of Nations, it was indeed fearsome. Subordinate pays respect to Princess Feiwu and Lord Jin. Just as they were deep in thought, a group of soldiers walked up to them, and a golden-armored general stepped forward to welcome them. Zhao Feiwu's mount was a transcendent mortal 3-dan spirit beast, and everyone in the Alliance head residence recognized it. Upon seeing it, they immediately knew that the princess had returned. The aura of the general was indistinct, and he seemed to possess incredible control over his surroundings. Without even taking a look, it was clear that he had already surpassed Jizuan realm, reaching transcendent mortal realm. Prepare a clean courtyard with abundant spiritual energy for my friends to stay in. Don't neglect them. Zhao Feiwu waved her hands with an indifferent expression on her face. It was hard to tell what was going on with her normally, but at this moment, the aura of a princess was on full display. Yes. The general hurriedly nodded, not daring to be negligent. Zhao Feiwu turned around and said, Xianxia, I'll bring you to meet my father. All right. Nodding his head, Xianxia instructed Xiaoye and the others to follow behind the general before heading to the palace with Zhao Feiwu. The palace wasn't extravagant, and there weren't too many guards within. On the contrary, it was exceptionally quiet, reminiscent of a tranquil park. If not for the fact that Zhao Feiwu had brought him here personally and the guards outside, he would have thought that he had come to the wrong place. My father doesn't like escorts, so he didn't leave any guards here. Besides, knowing that this is the Alliance head residence, I believe that no one will dare to cause trouble here. Noticing the doubt in Zhang Xian's eyes, Zhao Feiwu chuckled. Zhang Xian nodded his head. Ever since his reincarnation, he had been to several royal palaces, and all of them were heavily guarded. Yet, this place was so heavily guarded. It seemed like Zhao Feiwu's father had absolute confidence in his own strength. While chatting casually, the two of them walked through a long corridor before arriving at a large hall. After having someone announce their arrival, Zhang Xian walked in. Upon entering the hall, Zhang Xian immediately saw a dignified middle-aged man seated at the very center. The aura he emanated was on par with that of the demon sink beast. Clearly, he had reached transcendent mortal 4-dan pinnacle. Hall Master Sai and Hall Master Han, whom Zhang Xian had met previously, paled in comparison. Even though they were both at transcendent mortal four-dan pinnacle, there was still a huge gap in their strength. Take the demon sink beast for example. Even with the formation set up by Hall Master Han and the others, they were still unable to deal with it. Father. Zhao Feiwu stepped forward. You're back. The middle-aged man nodded his head. Then, his eyes fell on Xianxia, and his eyes lit up. Due to his superior cultivation and his long tenure in the Physician Guild, he had a disposition that made even the guild leader of the Physician Guild tremble in fear when speaking to him. Yet, this fellow who didn't seem to be in his 20s spoke calmly without the slightest hint of fear. Just based on this, it was clear that he wasn't an ordinary person. You must be Xianxia, right? Alliance head Zhao asked with a smile. I am Xianxia, paying respect to the Alliance head. Xianxia nodded. Seeing the other party's attitude, Alliance head Zhao was even more satisfied. I've heard of your deeds. You became a 2-star master teacher before reaching 20, challenged Tianwu Kingdom's wall of dilemma, solved all of the questions, took the appraiser examination, saved Hall Master Han. You even cured my daughter's illness. You are indeed a young hero. Alliance head, you're flattering me. Hearing the other party's detailed explanation, Xianxia was perplexed at first, but soon, he came to a realization. Even though his daughter had Jin Songhai protecting her, it was impossible for him not to be concerned about her. It wasn't surprising for him to find out about these matters through some casual inquiries. Besides, as his subordinate, Jin Songhai would surely report to him as well. I have been in charge of the Alliance for many years, and I have seen many geniuses. However, it is rare to see someone as capable as Xianxia. Alliance head Zhao praised. Just as Xianxia had guessed, Jin Songhai had indeed reported many things to him. Even though there wasn't the matter of the Soul Oracle Tomb, the acknowledgement of Celestial Master Teacher, and so on, his previous experiences were sufficient to shock the Alliance head. To be a 5-star appraiser, quasi-4-star physician, 3-star painter, and 2-star master teacher before reaching 20. His many titles and capabilities were more than enough to leave anyone in awe of him. As the person who wielded the most authority in the Alliance, he had seen innumerable outstanding geniuses. However, compared to the young man before him, all of them were as insignificant as fireflies. After chatting for a moment, Alliance head Zhao asked, I believe that Xianxia is here to participate in the Master Teacher Tournament as well. Xianxia nodded. Back then, he had promised Sushi and Lingshi that he would participate in the tournament. More importantly, the prize for the Master Teacher Tournament was extremely generous. The Master Teacher Tournament is a gathering of countless geniuses from the 27 branches of Mingshi Tang. It is indeed difficult for one to obtain a good placing. Even if Xianxia possesses outstanding talent, it won't be easy for him. Speaking of the Master Teacher Tournament, Alliance head Zhao shook his head with a bitter smile. He knew that the young man before him possessed unparalleled talent, but it wouldn't be easy for him to obtain a good placing in the Master Teacher Tournament. If it were that easy, the League of Nations Mingshi Tang wouldn't have been ranked at the bottom for so many years. Forget it, let's not talk about this for now. There were still 2 months to the Master Teacher Tournament. Knowing that it was still too early to talk about such matters, Alliance head Zhao shook his head. Turning to Xianxia, he said, May I know how I should express my gratitude to Xianxia for saving my daughter? As long as it is within my means, I will surely do my best to fulfill your request. Alliance head, you're being too polite. However, I do have a request to ask of you. Hearing the other party's words, Xianxia clasped his fist and said. Even though the other party was the head of the Alliance, he had seen many things in his life. It was impossible for him to feel nervous. Alliance head Zhao looked at Xianxia. It's like this. I require a unique medicinal herb, and I'm not sure where I can find it in our Alliance. I hope that you can help me look into it. Xianxia quickly explained the soul-calming grass and sentiment-drowning flower to Alliance head Zhao. Soul-calming grass? I've never heard of it before, but I do know of a sentiment-drowning flower that is more than 500 years old, and it's still alive. Alliance head Zhao hesitated for a moment before saying. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Soul-calming grass and sentiment-drowning flower were the foundation of the soul-rouse grass. Just a single stalk would suffice. However, even if you know where it is, it won't be easy for you to purchase it. Alliance head Zhao shook his head. Oh? Calm down, Xianxia. You'll understand once I finish my words. The places where the League of Nations has the most medicinal herbs are the Herb Kings, followed by the Apothecary Guild and Physician Guild. As a master teacher, you should know this even without me saying it. Alliance head Zhao said. Xianxia nodded his head. The Herb Kings were, in fact, medicinal herb merchants. In terms of medicinal herbs, they were definitely the ones who had the most. After them were the Apothecary Guild and Physician Guild. These two places had a huge demand for medicinal herbs, so they would usually stock up on medicinal herbs. Monday, please recommend me. Just that. Most of the medicinal herbs in these places are either dried or dried. There aren't many fresh ones that can survive, needless to say, a bizarre medicinal herb like the sentiment drowning flower. Alliance head Zhao continued. In these three places where medicinal herbs were most abundant, dried medicinal herbs had the same effect, and they were easier to carry around. As such, most of them were dried and dried. It was impossible for there to be any fresh ones. There are several sources of Herb King medicinal herbs. The most common one is from herbalists. However, as rare as the sentiment drowning flower, most herbalists wouldn't plant it, and they don't have the ability to do so either. The only place I know of that is a herb garden located in the western part of Myriad Kingdom City. There are countless bizarre medicinal herbs planted there, and you can find many rare medicinal herbs there. Just that. Alliance head Zhao smiled bitterly. The owner of the herb garden has an eccentric personality. She doesn't sell her medicinal herbs no matter how much money you offer her. Back then, when Lianer was seriously ill, I tried to buy a few unique medicinal herbs, but I failed. She doesn't sell her medicinal herbs? Xianxia was perplexed. Then why does she plant so many medicinal herbs? Medicinal herbs were either for her own use or for sale. Since she planted so many of them, it was clear that she was using them. But since she didn't sell them, why would she keep them? Medicinal herbs were similar to ordinary plants, they had a lifespan as well. Most medicinal herbs only had a lifespan of a few years, and those that could live for several hundred years were rare. More importantly, planting medicinal herbs required a huge sum of money. Spirit stones, unique nutrient solutions, and even manpower. If she didn't sell them, it was as good as throwing money at her. No matter how wealthy she was, she wouldn't be able to afford it. I have no idea either. Many people in Myriad Kingdom City are curious about it, but it's a pity that no one knows the answer. Alliance head Zhao shook his head. Then, doesn't anyone try to snatch it? Xianxia was perplexed. Since many people wanted medicinal herbs but were unable to buy them, surely someone would take the risk. Of course, there are, but all of them failed. The owner of the herb garden, Xianxia, reached Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan Pinnacle 50 years ago, and her name shook the entire Myriad Kingdom City. No one knows how strong she is now. Even I might not be able to defeat her. Alliance head Zhao said. A Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan Pinnacle 50 years ago, even if he couldn't achieve a breakthrough, he would still be ranked at the very top of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. More importantly, there's an extremely powerful formation in the herb garden. It's at least at 4-star pinnacle, and it was personally set up by guild leader Jing of Honghai City's Formation Guild. Many people who tried to steal the herb were either killed or trapped before they could even enter the herb garden. As time went by, everyone came to realize how dangerous the herb garden was, and no one dared to venture in anymore. Alliance head Zhao said. He had nurtured countless valuable medicinal herbs, but he refused to sell them. Those who dared to lay their hands on those medicinal herbs were either killed or imprisoned. That fellow was indeed a troublesome person to deal with. Are there any other places with these two kinds of medicinal herbs? No, other than this herb garden, I really don't know where else to find it, unless it's already baked. Baked ones are useless to me. Xianxia shook his head. To cultivate the soul awakening grass, one could only use fresh herbs that were still growing. Once they were dried and roasted into edible herbs, how could they fuse with the soul and obtain the effect of soul awakening? Where's the herb garden you spoke of? I would like to take a look. He had to have the soul awakening grass so that he could save Lu Chong. Since he had even gone to a place as dangerous as the Soul Oracle Tomb, no matter how troublesome the owner of the herb garden was, he should be able to find a way to save Lu Chong. Hearing that Xianxia wanted to head over, Alliance head Zhao hesitated for a moment. Alright then. I'll have Jin Songhai accompany you. If the other party tries to make a move on you, he should be able to hold you back. Alright. Xianxia nodded. He didn't know the location of the herb garden, so he needed someone to lead the way. Father, I'll head over to take a look as well. Zhao Feiwu hurriedly said with a smile. Why are you heading over? Alliance head Zhao frowned. The owner of the herb garden doesn't even listen to your words. I'd like to see how formidable he is. Zhao Feiwu chuckled. Having followed Xianxia all this while, she knew that he was a person who wouldn't give up until he achieved his goals. On the other hand, the other party sounded even more troublesome. She really wanted to see how the two of them would end up. Seeing that her father was still hesitating, Zhao Feiwu hurriedly said, Don't worry. With Elder Jean around and my identity, no matter how disrespectful the owner of the herb garden is, she won't make a move on you. After a moment of hesitation, Alliance head Zhao said, Alright then. The two of you must be careful, especially Xianxia. If the other party isn't willing, don't force him. If there's really no other choice, I'll make a trip personally. Perhaps, the other party might give me some face. Back then, when he was rejected by Zhao Feiwu, he wanted to head over himself. However, the Physician Guild eventually found a medicinal herb to replace him, so he gave up on the idea. Xianxia was his daughter's savior, and given his talent, his future was bound to be limitless. He couldn't allow anything to happen to him. If push came to shove, he could only head over personally. As the Alliance head of the Alliance of Nations, a transcendent mortal 4-dan expert, no matter how eccentric the other party was, she would still give him some face. After asking a few more questions, Xianxia bade farewell to Alliance head Zhao and left. Together with Zhao Feiwu and Jin Songhai, he rode on an aerial savage beast and headed to the west of the city. Myriad Kingdom City was massive, spanning at least several hundred kilometers. It would take at least several hours to reach the city on foot. This time, the trio didn't ride on Zhao Feiwu's mount but on the back of the demon sink beast. A transcendent mortal 4-dan pinnacle demonic beast flapped its wings, and several dozen minutes later, a massive manor appeared before the trio's eyes. The manor spanned several hundred mu, and it was shrouded in a thin layer of mist. With just a look, it was clear that there was a formation protecting it. Let's alight here. Knowing that it was impossible for them to fly in directly, Xianxia nodded. The demon sink beast let out a light cry and landed not too far away from the main entrance. The doors of the manor were tightly shut, and there wasn't a single person outside. It seemed like everyone knew that the medicinal herbs here couldn't be bought, so they lost interest in it. Otherwise, given how many people were in need of medicinal herbs every year, it was impossible for the manor to be completely deserted. Jin Songhai walked forward and was about to knock on the door when the doors opened from within, and a maid walked forward. Our herb garden doesn't sell medicinal herbs to outsiders, so please return. It seemed like she was already used to those who came to ask for medicinal herbs. As long as she saw them, she would immediately speak. Not expecting to be rejected before he could even speak, Xianxia felt a little helpless. If they couldn't even enter the manor, how could they buy medicinal herbs? Just as Xianxia was about to say something to convince the other party to let them pass, he suddenly heard the sound of galloping hooves. Following which, he saw a carriage stopping not too far away, and a middle-aged man alighted from it. Garden owner Mu, please enter. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, the maid immediately recognized him, and her face lit up in delight. She quickly opened up a path for him to enter. Didn't you say that we don't sell medicinal herbs? Why is he allowed to enter? Jin Songhai frowned. Wasn't this a little too obvious? They were rejected before they could even speak, and yet, this fellow was able to walk right in. Did it depend on the person as well? My apologies, but he was specially invited here by our garden owner. He has an invitation letter. The maid said apologetically. One has to have an invitation letter to enter. Xianxia was perplexed. Of course, one has to have an invitation letter to enter. Before the maid could reply, a cold and haughty voice sounded. The one who spoke was a seductive lady in her 30s. She had heavy makeup on, and even before she walked over, one could already smell the heavy scent of rouge on her. Garden owner Shui is organizing a banquet today, and only the garden owners of the other herb gardens are allowed to enter. Not just anyone can enter. If you want to buy medicinal herbs, you should leave. We don't welcome you here. The seductive lady tilted her head haughtily, and the gaze she directed at Xianxia carried disdain. Banquet? Only the garden owners of the herb gardens are allowed to enter? Does that mean that you're a garden owner as well? Zhao Feiwu asked. Of course. I'm the garden owner of Qingyan Herb Garden, Luo Qingyan. With a prideful look, the seductive lady flicked her wrist and took out an item. It was the invitation letter to enter the herb garden. Do you see that? This is the invitation letter. If you don't have it, leave immediately. Don't cause trouble. The seductive lady looked at Zhang Xian coldly and sneered, judging from your age, you shouldn't even be in your 20s yet. Given your age, you don't even know what medicinal herbs are. You don't even have the right to take a look at such a high-class banquet. You should just leave. Study hard in the future, and perhaps, you might be qualified to enter once in 30 to 50 years. He 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 he. Covering her lips, the seductive lady straightened her body. Her voluptuous breasts seemed to be about to break free from the restraints of her clothes. 30 to 50 years? Zhang Xian shook his head. He turned to the maid guarding the entrance and asked, can one enter with an invitation letter? Yes. The maid hesitated for a moment. Recalling her previous instructions, she hurriedly nodded. That's good. Hearing the other party's reply, Zhang Xian turned to the seductive lady and scratched his head in embarrassment. I have something to discuss with you. Can you lend me your invitation letter? Lend it to you? Ha ha ha. As though she had heard the funniest joke in the world, the seductive lady stared at Zhang Xian with eyes filled with disgust. Why should I lend it to you? Garden owner Shui gave it to me, who do you think you are? You don't want to lend it to me? Zhang Xian stared at the seductive lady. Scram before I lose my temper. Otherwise, do you believe that I won't let you go back lying on your back? With a bellow, the seductive lady's aura began flowing out uncontrollably. Her Xianxia was clear and impure, and its strength was astounding. To think that she was a transcendent mortal 3-dan expert. Kill me? Shaking his head, Zhang Xian glanced into the distance and instructed, Demon Sink, discuss with her and see if she can pass the invitation letter to me, roar. Hearing Zhang Xian's command, the demon sink beast roared softly and flew over. So. What are you trying to do? Taken aback, the seductive lady's vision darkened. Then, she saw a gigantic bottom smashing down on her. Putong, before she could react, the demon sink beast had already sat on her, leaving only her limbs and head exposed. Large mouthfuls of blood spewed from her mouth. Ding, after sitting on her, the demon sink beast twisted its beak and tossed the emblem in her hand over. Jin Songhai and Zhao Feiwu staggered, and their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Didn't you say that you wanted to discuss something? Why did you sit on her with your bottom? Library of Heaven's Pathbook Group 1 is full. Those who wish to join in the discussion, please don't join the previous group. Please join the second group, 4341655507. For those who subscribe to the Library of Heaven's Path, please join the V group. 2997355404. After verification, you will be able to enter the VIP group. The Demon Sink Beast was a renowned beast even in the League of Nations. Its weight exceeded 10,000 kilograms, and for it to sit on top of the other party. Needless to say, the duo couldn't help but shudder in fear. Shaking their heads, the duo glanced at the bewitching lady who was on the verge of fainting in sympathy. Of all the people you could have offended, why did you have to offend this fellow? This Xianxia might seem like an amiable person, but in truth, he was a fearless individual. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to single-handedly destroy Xianyuan Kingdom. If you spoke to him nicely, he would be polite to you. Yet, you spoke so ferociously, it would be strange if he didn't teach you a lesson. It was already giving you face that he didn't make you acknowledge him as your teacher on the spot. Back then, even transcendent mortal 9-dan soul oracles were willing to acknowledge him as their teacher. Teaching you a lesson. Wouldn't that be a walk in the park? While the duo was shocked, the bewitching lady beneath the demon sink beast was on the verge of going insane. She was powerful, beautiful, and possessed a high standing. Countless people would vie to please her. She thought that this fellow was intentionally trying to attract her attention or even tease her. Yet, not only did he do it for real, he even had the spirit beast sit on top of her. Spurting a mouthful of blood, Luo Qingyan was frenzied. "You! I'll kill you!" Roaring furiously, she was just about to gather her strength to push the fellow away when she heard the displeased voice of the young man not too far away. "Demon Sink, what's wrong with you? I told you to negotiate with the other party. Borrowing the invitation letter is borrowing. I didn't ask you to enter her. How dare you?" Roar? The demon sink beast was taken aback. Its lantern-like eyes blinked in confusion. Even though it possessed intelligence on par with humans, it was still prone to misunderstandings when it came to human speech. When Xianxia said negotiate, it probably heard the word enter instead. Besides, this fellow had always been arrogant. Anything that caught its eye, it would simply snatch. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been dispatched by the League of Nations to hunt it down. Since its master wanted it to discuss, it couldn't care less and directly rushed over. "Alright, stop putting on an act. Since you've done wrong, you have to accept your punishment. How about this? I'll punish you to sit here for an hour. Without my command, you're not allowed to move." The angry voice of the young man rang out. Pfft! Luo Qingyan spat out another mouthful of blood, tears streaming down her face. "Are you punishing it or me? Not only did it sit on me for a while, it even had to sit on me for an hour. If I really sat on it like that, I'm afraid I would die in less than an hour." Just as Xianxia was spurting blood, he heard the lady dressed as a man say, "We're here to buy medicinal herbs, so it's best not to complicate matters." "That's true." The young man nodded and turned to look at the maidservant at the entrance of the herb garden. He stretched out his hand and handed over the invitation he had just received. "Okay, I have the invitation. Can I go in now?" The maid. To be honest, she was about to go crazy. He had seen arrogant people, but he had never seen someone as arrogant as this. "The invitation letter I'm talking about represents one's identity, one's status, and one's invitation from the yardmaster. What's the meaning of snatching one? Who would do that? More importantly, even if he wanted to do it, he had to find a place where there was no one around and do it quietly. If they didn't know about it, then so be it. Perhaps they might just turn a blind eye and let him in. But, to snatch it right before my eyes, do you think that I'm blind or blind? What's more infuriating is that, after doing so, you even brought the invitation letter over to ask if I can enter your head." Her breathing hastened, and her chest heaved up and down, as though she would explode at any moment. "No. You dare to snatch my invitation letter in public? You'll have to kill me if you wish to enter." Gritting her teeth, the maid drove her Xianxia, ready to fight to her death at any moment. "No?" Just as she was about to make a move to defend the dignity of the herb garden, she heard the hesitant voice of the young man before her. "Young lady, are you sick?" The maid staggered. "Do you need to be so overboard? You're saying that I'm sick because I refuse to let you in. You're the one who's sick. Your entire family is sick." She had never been so angry in her entire life. If she could, she would have charged forward and killed that fellow on the spot. With a flick of her wrist, a weapon appeared in her hand. Just as she was about to make a move, the young man's voice sounded once more. "I saw that the Yongbai acupoint on your glabella is slightly red, and the Xianxia on the left side of your body isn't flowing smoothly. If I'm not mistaken, do you suffer from an intense headache every night?" "You." The furious maid froze. She was just about to charge at Xianxia, but she stopped in her tracks. The other party's words were spot on. She did suffer from an intense headache every night, and she felt as though the back of her head was convulsing. She had visited the physician guild to find a physician to take a look, but it was a pity that the physician was unable to find the root of the problem. As time went by, she got used to it. Why would this fellow be able to point it out so easily? Not only so, the meridians in your right leg aren't flowing smoothly, resulting in an imbalance in your strength. As such, you are unable to achieve a breakthrough in your cultivation. If I'm not mistaken, you must have secretly cultivated an ice attribute cultivation technique. The other party's voice sounded once more. Why you? How did you know? The maid was taken aback. Recently, she had been unable to raise her cultivation. In order to achieve a breakthrough as soon as possible, she had indeed cultivated an ice attribute cultivation technique. However, she had never told anyone about this matter, not even her close friends who lived with her. How did this fellow see through it? You don't need to know how I know. You were once attacked by someone who cultivated a yang attribute cultivation technique, and a surge of yang energy accumulated in your body, resulting in blockages in your meridians. You thought that as long as you cultivated an ice attribute cultivation technique, you would be able to neutralize yin and yang energy and resolve your bottleneck, thus regaining your cultivation talent. The young man shook his head. That's a good idea, but the method you used was wrong. The maid trembled. Her eyes widened to the point that they were about to pop out of their sockets. Her mouth was agape, but no words came out of it. A year ago, she had indeed fought with a person who cultivated a yang attribute cultivation technique. However, due to her injuries, her cultivation stagnated, and she lost the right to cultivate medicinal herbs. As a result, she was reduced to a doorkeeper. It's true that yin and yang energy are mutually exclusive, but it's a pity that this surge of yang Xianxia has already fused with your meridians and blood. If you were to cultivate an ice attribute cultivation technique, the two of them would turn your body into a battlefield. It's true that the yang Xianxia would weaken in every battle, but the ice attribute Xianxia would also disperse into the surroundings during a battle, entering your consciousness along with your blood. Naturally, it would cause you to suffer from a convulsive headache. With his hands behind his back, the young man looked at the maid calmly. This? The maid's lips quivered. Is there a way to treat it? The other party's words were flawless. She thought that her headache was caused by exhaustion, but never in her dreams could she have imagined that it was caused by her cultivating an ice attribute cultivation technique. Now that she thought about it, her headache was indeed caused from the moment she started cultivating this cultivation technique. In other words, not only did the other party see through her illness, he even managed to find the cause of it that even the physician guild was unable to find. To be able to tell that she was ill with a single glance, he even managed to find out the cause of her illness. Who in the world was the person before her? The treatment method is actually very simple. Practice the falling flower swordsmanship 5 times a day without driving your Xianxia. 10 days later, you will recover completely. Xianxia said. You know that I know the falling flower swordsmanship? The maid staggered. The falling flower swordsmanship was imparted to her by garden owner Shui, and of all of her sisters, she was the only one who had mastered it. Even without making a move, she was able to see through it just by taking out her sword. Why did it feel like a dream, snatching the invitation letter and causing garden owner Qingyan to spurt blood on the ground? To be able to tell that she was ill with a single glance and even offer a solution to it. Was this fellow speaking the truth? Ignoring her question, the young man looked at her calmly and said, the falling flower swordsmanship is a technique that causes the sword to fall flowers. If you don't drive your Xianxia to cultivate, the yang attribute Xianxia in your body will be expelled along with the sword qi. Practice it 5 times a day, and 10 days later, the Xianxia in your body will dissipate completely. At that point, even if you were to continue cultivating an ice attribute cultivation technique, it wouldn't affect you anymore. Hearing that the treatment method was so simple, the maid hesitated for a moment before gritting her teeth. Brandishing the sword in her hand, she began to cultivate according to the other party's instructions. The falling flower swordsmanship caused the sword qi to fall flowers. In an instant, it was as though a paradise filled with falling flowers had appeared before everyone's eyes. Seeing the maid execute her swordsmanship, Xianxia couldn't help but be impressed. As expected of the myriad kingdom city, even a maid guarding the entrance had reached half-transcension. Soon, she completed a set of swordsmanship. Feeling the changes in her body, the maid widened her eyes in shock. Even though she had only executed the falling flower swordsmanship once, her body felt much more comfortable. The shadow-like yang attribute Xianxia from before had indeed dissipated slightly. Even though it was still a distance away from dispelling it completely, just this fact alone was enough to show that the other party's words were true. It was really possible to treat her illness. Sheathing her sword, the maid clasped her fist respectfully and said, "Thank you for your guidance." At this moment, her rage had already dissipated. To be able to see through her illness with a single glance and offer a treatment method, even the physicians of the Physician Guild were incapable of such a feat. The person before her was definitely not simple. How could such a formidable person possibly cause trouble here? Xianxia waved his hands casually. The other party's problem was extremely simple, and it was just a slight effort on his part. Chuckling lightly, Xianxia spoke with an elegant tone reminiscent of a gentleman. May I know if I can enter now? May I know who this Gongzi is? The maid couldn't help but ask. Even though she had guessed that the other party wasn't simple, she still had to know the other party's identity. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to account to the garden owner. This is Xianxia, Xianxia. Jin Songhai stepped forward. Xianxia? You are a master teacher? The maid was taken aback. Xianxia was perplexed. Even a master teacher shouldn't be so nervous. Myriad Kingdom City might not have many master teachers, but there was a huge group of them. Was there a need for him to be so frightened? If only I knew that you are a master teacher, I wouldn't have stopped you. Other than inviting the other garden masters to the banquet, the garden master has also instructed that as long as you are a master teacher, you are allowed to enter freely. The maid said. Master teachers are allowed to enter freely? Xianxia's body swayed weakly, and his vision darkened. What in the world was this? If only he had known that it would be so simple, he wouldn't have had the demon sink beast make a move. Now, not only did he have to beat the other party up, he even offered pointers. After so much effort, he realized that it was all for naught. Xianxia, this way please. After confirming that the other party was a master teacher, the maid hurriedly gestured for him to enter. Suppressing his frustration, Xianxia led Zhao Feiwu and Jin Songhai in. However, barely after taking 2 steps, the maid pointed to Luo Qingyan, who was still sitting on the bottom of the demon sink beast, and said, Xianxia, Garden Master Qingyan, she. Oh, you should rest by the side first. You can come back when the time comes. Understanding the other party's intentions, Xianxia waved the demon sink beast away. Even though the demon sink beast had misunderstood his intentions, this woman was rude to a master teacher, so it wasn't a big deal for him to teach her a lesson. Roar! Upon hearing the order, the demon sink beast nodded its head. Shaking its plump bottom, it flew into the sky. Damn it, damn it. Feeling that her body was about to be flattened, Luo Qingyan stared at Xianxia and the others walking into the herb garden. She gritted her teeth in anger, and her body trembled uncontrollably. As the garden master of the Qingyan herb garden, her standing was comparable to some of the nobles in the League of Nations. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? To be sat on by a spirit beast was an insult to her. Even though the other party was a master teacher, she couldn't take this lying down. Garden Master Qingyan, what's wrong? Just as Luo Qingyan was filled with rage, she suddenly heard a surprised voice. Following which, she saw a young man walking over. There was a master teacher emblem pinned on his chest, and there were 4 dazzling stars on it. 3,400 words. It's already the middle of the month. Do you still have a monthly ticket? We aren't too far away. Hee hee. The young man who had just arrived was actually a 4-star master teacher. Luo Qingyan pays respect to Xianxia. Upon seeing the young man, Luo Qingyan hurriedly clasped her fist and bowed respectfully. If Xianxia were here, he would surely be able to recognize the other party as the fellow who had bought the soulless metal humanoid from him back at Honghai City and was scammed of a huge sum of spirit stones. Garden Master Qingyan, this is. Song Chao was perplexed as he looked at the proud and beautiful garden master covered in mud and in a sorry state. After obtaining the soulless metal humanoid, Xianxia returned to Myriad Kingdom City. Recalling Xianxia's guidance, he didn't stop to rest at all, heading to the herb gardens to purchase medicinal herbs. As such, he met the garden owner a few times. Beautiful and alluring, she could be said to be a seductive beauty. Yet, why did she look so disheveled at this moment, as though she had just been beaten up? Xianxia, I beseech you to plead on my behalf. Luo Qingyan's eyes flashed. Then, she pretended to be on the verge of tears and was about to kneel down. Plead on your behalf? What's going on? Song Chao stretched out his hand to stop her. Someone tried to enter the herb garden just now, and remembering that garden owner Shui doesn't like strangers, I tried to stop him. Who knew that? I would have been beaten up by his tamed beast. Luo Qingyan said pitifully, Xianxia, I really didn't know that he was a master teacher. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to stop him. Just because you tried to stop him, your tamed beast beat you up? Song Chao frowned. Actually, that master teacher isn't to be blamed. Even though he wasn't wearing a master teacher robe and didn't reveal his identity, I should have asked him beforehand. Otherwise, I would have had him wait outside. I beseech you to plead on my behalf. Qingyan won't dare to do it again. Luo Qingyan hurriedly said. Even though she said that she was apologizing, she was intentionally playing down her rudeness and accentuating the other party's domineering attitude. This way, she would give others the impression that she was being unreasonable. It was one thing for her not to reveal her identity, but to even beat up a person who was abiding by the rules. Audacious. To think that a master teacher would actually disregard his appearance and assault another person in such a setting. What is this? Sure enough, hearing her specious words, Song Chao's face darkened. Master teachers represented Mingshi Tang. When they were outside, they had to maintain their identity at all times. If they were to commit such atrocities, how were they any different from a tyrant? Don't worry, this isn't your fault. When I see that guy later, I'll definitely teach him a good lesson. I'll let him know what it means to be a teacher and what it means to be a teacher. Make him apologize to you. Song Chao waved his hand. It was one thing for a master teacher to not have an invitation letter, but to beat someone up? Aren't you being a little too arrogant? Thank you, Xianxia. Seeing that the other party believed her words and was even willing to stand up for her, Luo Qingyan's eyes lit up in excitement. She turned to look at the young man once more, and her eyes were filled with admiration. Did you see that? This was the dominance of a 4-star great teacher. Only a master teacher of this level would dare to say that he wanted to teach another master teacher a lesson. Humph, let's see how arrogant you can get your tamed beast to sit on me. Let's see how arrogant you can be when we meet Xianxia later. In her view, the other party wasn't even 20 yet, and his cultivation was clearly beneath hers. Even if he was a 2-star master teacher, he would at most be a 2-star master teacher. Wouldn't he have to bow down to a 4-star master teacher? Be obedient? I'll bring Xianxia to look for him now. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. She quickly led the way. Song Chao nodded. With his hands behind his back, he followed along with the intention to stand up for the beauty. Under the lead of the maid, Xianxia and the others walked through a long corridor and arrived at a large hall. At this moment, there were already quite a few people in the hall. There were at least 100 of them. The banquet hadn't started yet, but these people were gathered together in groups of 6 to 7, seemingly discussing something. Xianxia, this is where the banquet will be held. The yard owner will be coming over personally later on. I'll be taking my leave first. The maid nodded and left. If her previous impression of the other party was that he was reckless, arrogant, and conceited, then after pointing out her illness and giving her a solution, she was completely filled with admiration for him. She even viewed him as her idol. Knowing that she had to guard the gate, Xianxia waved his hands and walked into the hall. Usually, garden owner Shui doesn't even allow us into the herb garden. Why would she suddenly invite us here? Is there something wrong? It can't be as simple as a banquet, right? You don't know? I've been out for the past few days, and I received an invitation as soon as I returned. How could I possibly know? I heard that the herb garden's guardian treasure has fallen gravely ill and could die at any moment. The banquet is just a facade. The real intention is for us garden owners to work together to think of a solution. Guardian treasure? You mean? Shoo, lower your voice. I only heard it from an insider, but I'm not too sure what's going on. Since that's the case, why don't you just find someone to treat it? Why do you have to act so secretively and even talk about a banquet? I'm not too sure about that. It's not like you don't know how eccentric garden owner Shui's temper is. She doesn't even care about the Alliance head residents, so she must have her reasons for saying this. That's true. As they walked through the crowd, the three of them heard a hushed conversation. Guardian treasure? Could it be? Zhao Feiwu frowned. You know about it? Seeing that Zhao Feiwu had recalled something, Xianxia turned to look at her. I've read books on herb gardens in the past, so I know a thing or two about it. Zhao Feiwu nodded. With a hushed voice, she said, it should be, Earth Vein Spirit Vine. Earth Vein Spirit Vine? Xianxian was perplexed. Even though he had read quite a few books, he had never come into contact with herb gardens before. This was the first time he had heard of this name. Zhao Feiwu nodded her head. It's not much of a secret. As long as there's a herb garden, it will be present. Earth Vein Spirit Vine is a unique plant. It grows along the vein of the earth, absorbing spiritual energy, minerals, and water to nourish the soil, thus forming a fertile field suitable for the growth of all kinds of medicinal herbs. If a flock of sheep were to be allowed to roam in the same place, even the densest grass would eventually be eaten up. The same logic applied to medicinal herbs as well. It was still fine for a single medicinal herb to grow in a single place, but if too many of them were to grow, competition would arise. Spiritual energy, water, unique minerals, these were all things that one would have to fight over. With too much competition, it would be no different from a grassland that had been eaten up. Without nourishment, no matter how formidable a medicinal herb was, it would eventually wither. The reason why herb gardens were able to produce an endless supply of medicinal herbs was due to the existence of the Earth Vein Spirit Vine. If the Earth Vein Spirit Vine were to wither and die, the entire herb garden would be doomed. All of the medicinal herbs on the fertile field would be destroyed. With the existence of the Earth Vein Spirit Vine, not only are the colors and sizes of the medicinal herbs growing in the fertile fields much better than those grown in other places, more importantly, their growth rate is also much faster. Some of the legendary 500-year-old medicinal herbs can be produced here in just 200 years. Otherwise, who in the world would be able to live for 500 years just to grow a single medicinal herb? Zhao Feiwu said. I see. Xianxia nodded his head. He had been a little curious previously as well. Spirit herbs weren't wheat, which required a huge amount of spiritual energy and nutrients. No matter how fertile the soil of the herb garden was, it would be difficult for it to supply so many different types of medicinal herbs. To think that such a thing existed in the world. If that's what they are talking about, it's no wonder garden owner Shui is so anxious. Without the Earth Vein Spirit Vine to regulate the growth of medicinal herbs, the medicinal herbs planted in the field will wither swiftly. Zhao Feiwu continued. This was similar to a formation that regulated the growth of spirit herbs. Once it was destroyed, the demand for medicinal herbs would fall into chaos. Without sufficient nourishment, it would be a wonder if the medicinal herbs didn't wither. Xianxian nodded his head. Just as he was about to speak, a passionate voice sounded not too far away. Brother, are you here to attend the banquet with your elders as well? The one who spoke was an amiable young man. When he smiled, 2 dimples would appear on his cheeks, making him look rather adorable. Elders? Xianxian was taken aback. That's right. Other than the herb garden's owner and herb king, only herbologist clans have received the invitation. I've met all of the 8 herb garden owners and 7 herb kings of the Myriad Kingdom City, but I've never met you before. Naturally, you're here with your elders. The young man said with a smile. Herbologist clans? Xianxian was perplexed. He knew of the herb garden's owner, and so did the herb king. What were herbologist clans? You don't know of herbologist clans? Seeing Xianxian's perplexed expression, the young man widened his eyes in disbelief. This was the very foundation of the herb garden. If you don't even know this, how in the world did you sneak in? The cultivation of medicinal herbs requires the care of specialists, and herbologist clans like us are the ones who supply herbologists to the herb garden, the young man explained. Where there were crops, there would be farmers. Where there were flocks of sheep, there would be shepherds. Similarly, where there were medicinal herbs, there would be herbologists. The higher the grade of a medicinal herb, the harder it was to cultivate it. Just like beast taming and pill forging, it was an extremely complicated field of study. To cultivate a formidable medicinal herb, not only did one have to spend time, more importantly, manpower, resources, and experience. During the cultivation process, a single mistake could result in the medicinal herb failing to reach perfection. In fact, it could even wither and die. Take the transcendent mortal herb, Xianxia grass, as an example. This medicinal herb required the watering of a virgin lady in order to survive. If this lady were to have relations with another man, just a few drops of water would cause the entire medicinal herb to dissipate into a puff of smoke. Xianxia grass was also known as Xianxia grass. Due to this unique trait, it was also used to test whether a lady was a virgin or not. The melody flower resembled a human's eye after it bloomed. In order to survive, it required someone to dance and sing beside it. Otherwise, it would die very quickly. There were countless bizarre medicinal herbs in the world, and without systematic knowledge, it was extremely difficult to cultivate them. It was precisely because of this that herbologist clans specialized in cultivating herbologists came into existence. Back then, when Mingshi Tang established an occupation, he mentioned herbologist. However, the inheritance of this occupation was chaotic, and there wasn't a unified school of thought. More importantly, it didn't have too high of a requirement on one's cultivation. As long as one was knowledgeable, it would suffice. As such, it didn't become a unique occupation. Otherwise, there would surely be a place for it in the lower 9 paths. I'm just here to take a look around. I'm not following anyone. Understanding the situation, Xianxia shook his head. Take a look around? The young man was taken aback. Where was this? Even the envoys of the League of Nations would find it difficult to enter garden owner Shui's herb garden, let alone take a look around. You must be joking. He had seen the other party entering the garden, and the maid guarding the entrance personally escorted him in with a respectful attitude. Even his grandfather didn't receive such treatment. That was precisely the reason why he wanted to make friends with the other party. Otherwise, as the successor of a herbologist clan, he wouldn't be so free as to come here on sight. Knowing that the other party was unwilling to speak, the young man tactfully chose not to pursue the matter. Instead, he smiled and said, I am Lu Zhan, from the Lu clan of Myriad Kingdom City. Zhang Xian nodded. So it's brother Zhang. It's an honor to meet you. Seeing how the other party's expression remained unchanged even after he introduced himself as the Lu clan, Lu Zhan clasped his fist with a grim expression. As one of the 4 great clans of Myriad Kingdom City, the Lu clan was renowned throughout the entire alliance. Even the nobles and officials would have to respectfully address him as Lu Gongzi upon hearing his identity. Yet, this fellow's expression remained unchanged. From this, it could be seen that his background wasn't simple. At this point, Lu Zhan's attitude became even more respectful. However, if he were to know that the person before him hadn't even heard of the Lu clan, he would probably spurt blood and faint on the spot. The two of them chatted for a while longer, and Lu Zhan realized that the other party was indeed ignorant of herbology. While the others were still guessing the reason behind garden owner Shui's invitation, as the successor of a herbologist clan, he had long heard of the matter. There were quite a few herbologist maids in the herb garden, so it wasn't too difficult for him to gather some information. Just as everyone had guessed, there was a problem with the earth vein spirit vine. As such, those who received the invitation today were all skilled herbologists. Yet, this fellow actually knew nothing about herbology, not to mention, he hadn't even heard of herbologist before. What kind of identity did he have for garden owner Shui to invite him over? While they were chatting, Luo Qingyan and Song Chao walked in as well. Luo Qingyan swiftly scanned the surroundings and found the fellow who had left her gnashing her teeth. Pointing at him, she said, Songshi, that's the fellow who made a move on me earlier. Looking over, Song Chao saw a figure. As Zhang Xian was chatting with Lu Zhan, Song Chao could only see his back. Even though he looked familiar, he didn't think that he was Zhang Xian. It was no wonder that Zhangshi was so familiar with Master Sai of Honghai City. In his opinion, the other party should be from Honghai City. How could he possibly come here and coincidentally come to the herb garden as well? That's right, it's him. Just because of his identity as a master teacher, he dared to make a move on me. I hope that Songshi can redress my grievances. As long as you teach him a lesson, Qingyan. We'll do as you say. Luo Qingyan's large and round breasts rubbed against him. She knew what men liked, and with her assets, she had obtained quite a bit of help from them. Otherwise, how could a young lady like her possibly establish herself in Myriad Kingdom City and even open a herb garden? Don't worry. Even if you didn't say anything, I would have taught him a lesson if I saw him. Feeling the astonishing elasticity of her arms, Song Chao nodded. Even though he knew that the other party was making use of him to exact vengeance, protecting the dignity of Mingshi Tang was something that every master teacher should do. Not to mention, a beauty like her was acting in such a manner, following behind the alluring figure. They soon arrived before Xianxia and the others. We meet again. Knowing that the 4-star Songshur would surely stand up for her, Luo Qingyan walked up to Xianxia and sneered coldly. Xianxia turned around and was taken aback. Blinking his eyes, he asked doubtfully, "Didn't you say that you don't have an invitation letter? Why are you here?" You. Luo Qingyan was so angry that she almost vomited blood when she heard this. You still have the cheek to say that I don't have an invitation letter. You snatched it from me, all right? I came here with Songshur. Suppressing her rage, Luo Qingyan turned to the young man beside her and said, "This is Zhangshur." He disregarded the dignity of a master teacher and ordered his tamed beast to attack me. Songshur, please redress my grievances. Seeing that the young man before her didn't respond, she was just about to continue fanning the flames when Zhangshur's voice sounded, "Songshur? Oh, it's Little Song." Little Song? Luo Qingyan was taken aback for a moment before leaping in joy. The person before her was a genius 4-star master teacher, as well as an expert from a sect. Even the elders of myriad kingdom cities Mingshi Tang would treat him as equals. Yet, a fellow who wasn't even in his 20s addressed him as Little Song. She was still thinking of ways to add fuel to the fire, but it seemed like there was no need for that anymore. Not only her, even Lu Zhan, who was trying to guess Zhang Xian's identity, nearly fainted on the spot. The 4 stars on Songshur's chest made it clear that he was a 4-star master teacher. Yet, he addressed the other party as Little Song as though he was a junior, a young lad. He hurriedly turned to look at Songshur, hoping that the latter wouldn't flip out on the spot. However, the face of the 4-star genius warped in agony, and he was on the verge of tears. Junior Song Chao pays respect to Zhangshur. At this moment, he was on the verge of a mental breakdown. If it was any other 4-star master teacher, he might have questioned him as well. However, before this fellow, he didn't dare to do so. He had been beguiled twice by the other party's importation of heaven's will, and he had even lost all of his assets. He had already experienced the other party's means. It was already a huge honor that he didn't flee the moment he saw the other party. Teach him a lesson. Even if he had 10 times the guts, he wouldn't dare to do so. Songshur, he is being rude to you. You. What? Luo Qingyan was just thinking about how Songshur would pummel the fellow before her when she heard those words. She froze on the spot. What did junior mean? Shallow knowledge. Usually, this was a term that only juniors would use when they met someone stronger than them. Yet, this 4-star genius actually used such a term. Could it be that this Zhangshur was even more formidable than Songshur despite his young age? Was there a mistake? Luo Qingyan was on the verge of tears. She thought that with Songshur's backing, she would be able to teach this fellow a lesson and avenge her humiliation. Who could have thought that? The other party's background was even greater. Not only did she fail to slap his face, she ended up getting slapped instead. What the heck was this? Lu Zhan's mouth was also agape, and his eyes were even larger than those of a goldfish. He had been wondering about the other party's identity all this while, and he had even guessed that the other party was from the Alliance head residence. Never in his wildest dreams could he have imagined that the other party would be a master teacher. Not to mention, a master teacher who could make a 4-star master teacher willingly call himself a junior. This was too frightening. It was no wonder he could get the maid to send him in. He did have the qualifications to do so. Ignoring the shock of the duo, Xianxia turned to Songshur and asked, "Little Song, are you intending to redress her grievances?" He was also a little perplexed when he saw the other party, but after thinking about it, he came to a realization. Of the treatment method he had imparted to the other party, some of the medicinal herbs required to be fresh, so he could only purchase them from the herb garden. Most likely, the other party was here for some kind of medicinal herb. And no, I only met her by chance. I don't know her that well. Song Chao smiled awkwardly. Having been struck by the other party's importation of heaven's will twice, he knew that the other party was a master teacher who was much more formidable than him. Thus, how could he possibly dare to put on an act? You don't know her that well? Xianxia pointed. Only then did Song Chao realize that Luo Qingyan's round and supple mounds were still pressed against his arm, and they were being squeezed so tightly that their shape was changing. We really don't know each other that well. Taken aback, Song Chao pushed the other party away with a jolt of his arm. The plump mounds that made him feel so comfortable a moment ago felt as if needles were pricking him, leaving him on the verge of tears. Song Shi. Luo Qingyan staggered from the push, and only then did she realize that the haughty Song Shi felt not only respect for Xianxia, but fear as well. To be able to make a 4-star master teacher feel fear, who in the world was he? Frightened, Luo Qingyan retreated discreetly. If she was still thinking about how she could exact vengeance on Xianxia a moment ago, she would never dare to entertain such thoughts at this moment. To think that she would be so bored as to provoke such a person. It was already a blessing that she wasn't pummeled to death on the spot. It's fine if we don't know each other, there's no need for you to do this. Ignoring the fleeing Luo Qingyan, Xianxia waved his hands. Suddenly, he recalled something, and his eyes lit up. Turning to Song Chao, he asked, "Oh, right. Do you still want the soulless metal humanoid?" Previously, in the Soul Oracle tomb, he had Sun Chang collect 4 grade 7 metal coffins. One of them was empty, and the other 3 were filled with soulless metal humanoids. In any case, those things were useless to him. Since he had met with this foolish fellow, he might as well sell them to him. Soulless metal humanoid. Xianxia still has more? Song Chao was taken aback. There are still 3 of them, and there are grade 7 metal coffins outside to store them. If you wish to buy them, I'll give you a discount. 5 middle-tier spirit stones for 1. Xianxia said. Just the carcass of the soulless metal humanoid had sold for 40,000 low-tier spirit stones. Adding in the coffins, it was indeed a discount. 5 middle-tier spirit stones? Song Chao's mouth twitched. I don't have that many middle-tier spirit stones. All of his assets had been used up just to buy a single soulless metal humanoid. Even though he managed to make up for his losses after returning to Myriad Kingdom City and meeting the elders of the sect, it was only low-tier spirit stones. As for middle-tier spirit stones, even if he searched through his entire body, he only had a single one. Furthermore, it was a reward from the elders for this matter. I don't have that many. How many do you have? Xianxia asked. Only 1. Song Chao replied honestly. 1 is fine too. I'll sell you a grade 7 metal coffin. This is something that only 4-star blacksmiths are capable of forging. It's extremely comfortable to sleep in. More importantly, it's the same set as the soulless metal humanoid that I sold you previously. If you study it, you'll surely be able to achieve a breakthrough in your soul cultivation. With a flick of his wrist, Xianxia passed a storage ring to Xianxia. To the current Xianxia, storage rings were no longer valuable. He had several of them on him, and this one contained the empty coffin that Luo Zhu had stolen from the soulless metal humanoid. Through Mo hunching, Xianxia had gained a deep understanding of the means of the soul oracles. Thus, it would be best if he could sell it. Grade 7 metal coffin? Song Chao recognized the storage ring as its owner. He scanned the contents of the storage ring with his consciousness, and his eyes lit up. There were indeed quite a few unique symbols inscribed on it. If he were to study it together with the soulless metal humanoid, he would be able to gain a deeper understanding of the soul oracles. Alright, I'll buy it. Here are the spirit stones. After which, he flicked his wrist and passed a jade box over. Taking the jade box, Xianxia opened it slightly, and he immediately felt concentrated. Spiritual energy gushing out. Knowing that there was a middle-tier spirit stone within, he nodded his head in satisfaction and kept it into his storage ring. I have 3 more soulless metal humanoids and a higher-tier crimson metal coffin here. If you wish to buy more, you can come to me with a middle-tier spirit stone. Feel free to look for me anytime. After obtaining a middle-tier spirit stone, Xianxia looked at Song Chao in satisfaction. It was as if he was looking at a moving bag of money. This fellow was indeed rich. He had earned quite a sum of money 2 times in a row. As expected of a disciple of a sect, he was a fool with a lot of money. Yes. I'll report this matter to the sect. If there's anything I need, I'll look for you. Nodding his head, Xianxia turned around. However, barely after taking a few steps, he suddenly froze on the spot. His face darkened, and tears streamed down his cheeks. Damn it. I was bewitched again. He hadn't expected that he would fall for it once more. It was impossible to guard against it. Back then, when Xianxia's soul depth was only 12. He had been able to win her trust easily. Now that his soul depth had risen to 14. And he had undergone the second acknowledgement of a celestial master teacher, it wasn't too surprising for him to have such an effect. However, when he thought about it carefully, he didn't lose out. A grade 7 metal coffin was forged by a 4-star blacksmith specifically for the soulless metal humanoid. Even if Mo Hunxing were to purchase it back then, he probably wouldn't have been able to afford this price. With a stifled look on his face, Xianxia was just about to look for Xianxia to exchange the spirit stones back when a calm voice echoed in the hall. Garden owner Shui has arrived. Along with the voice, an old woman who looked to be in her 50s walked over with large strides. Although her skin now looked loose and old, one could still vaguely tell that she was definitely a beauty when she was young. Even though Xianxia didn't reveal his cultivation, the aura he was emanating was as vast as the ocean. It didn't seem to be any weaker than the demon sink beast. No wonder Alliance head Zhao said that she was extremely powerful and that his words were filled with fear. Now, it seemed that this was indeed the case. Thank you all for attending today's banquet. Walking into the hall, garden owner Shui said with a bright smile. Garden owner Shui is being too polite. How would we dare to miss the banquet organized by the yard master? It's been so long since we've seen each other. It's a good time to catch up, everyone laughed. Although this herb garden was not open to the public, everyone knew that there were a lot of medicinal herbs in it. It was definitely ranked first among the 8 great herb gardens. On top of that, garden owner Shui was a notch above the rest. Even though everyone spoke politely, they were speaking from the bottom of their hearts. Thank you all for coming here. I am truly ashamed. Although this is a banquet, I'm sure many of you have already guessed the true purpose of this banquet. The Earth Vein Spirit Vine is extremely important to our herb garden. Needless to say, everyone should understand. Such an unforeseen event has occurred in the medicine garden. My abilities are limited, and I have no way to deal with it for the time being. I've specially invited everyone here to gather your wisdom and strength to help me overcome this crisis. As long as anyone can come up with the most suitable suggestion, I promise that they will become my most sincere friend. In the future, if you need any medicine, my herb garden will provide it all for free. All the required medicine will be provided for free? Isn't this gift a little too big? Garden owner Shui's medicinal herbs have never been sold before, and there are plenty of herbs that are several hundred years old among them. That's not important. What's more important is that I have to become garden owner Shui's friend. Given her strength and identity, who would dare to cause trouble for me after becoming her friend? That's true, an uproar immediately broke out below. Everyone's eyes reddened. Even Lu Zhan was breathing heavily, and his eyes were red with excitement. Even though the Lu clan was one of the 4 great clans of the Myriad Kingdom City, it was only at the bottom. If he could befriend garden owner Shui, it was only a matter of time before he ascended to first place. Suppressing his excitement, he turned to look at the young man whom he had just met, and with a single glance, he couldn't help but feel impressed. His face was flushed with excitement, and many of the old men present were so excited that veins were popping out on their foreheads. However, this old man remained indifferent, as if he didn't care at all. Brother Zhang, aren't you excited? Unable to hold himself back any longer, Xianxia asked. What's there to be excited about? Xianxia asked in confusion. Garden owner Shui's friend. Halfway through his words, Lu Zhan smiled bitterly. The person before him was a master teacher who even a 4-star master teacher had to treat with respect. Even though Shui Yao was formidable and famous in the Myriad Kingdom City, it was hard for her to catch his eye. I've told you the conditions. If you're interested, please move to the herb farm. We'll discuss the treatment after we've seen the situation. Interrupting the excited crowd, garden owner Shui spoke loudly. Alright, I'll have to trouble garden owner Shui to lead the way. We'll have to take a look before we can come up with a solution. Everyone nodded in agreement and followed garden owner Shui out. The herb farm was a fertile field nourished by the earth vein spirit vine. All of the medicinal herbs grown here grew much better and stronger than those grown elsewhere. Following behind the crowd, Xianxia slowly walked forward. Even before he arrived, he could already feel the spiritual energy growing denser and denser, and vitality flowing through the surroundings. Here, not just medicinal herbs, even cultivators would be able to maintain the warmth of their vitality. Activating his eye of insight, Xianxia scanned the surroundings, and a moment later, his eyebrows couldn't help but frown. Even though the herb farm was filled with vitality, there was an aura of death in it. This aura was cold and eerie. If one didn't look carefully, it would be hard to notice. Seems like there's a huge problem with the earth vein spirit vine. Seeing this, Xianxia immediately understood why garden owner Shui would go to such lengths to invite so many apothecaries over. It seemed like the problem with the earth vein spirit vine was far greater than he had imagined. Even before reaching the herb farm, he could already sense the aura of death. Wouldn't it be even more obvious if he were to walk up to it? Based on the density of the aura of death, if it wasn't treated in time, it probably wouldn't even live for a year. There are so many medicinal herbs here. Compared to them, our herb farm is nothing at all. It's no wonder why garden owner Shui's medicinal herbs are so valuable. I didn't believe it previously, but it seems like it's true. It has been at least 50 years since garden owner Shui's medicinal herbs have been on sale. Given the vast variety and age, it goes without saying that there are many good things here. Amidst the astonished voices of the crowd, they arrived at the herb farm. The herb farm before them was several hundred mu large, and it was impossible to see the end of it. All kinds of medicinal herbs were planted here, and every single one of them exuded dense spiritual energy, leaving one with a comfortable feeling. This is the earth spirit grass? Silencing flower? Wild gold silver grass. These things are extremely expensive outside, and there's no market for them. To think that there would be so many of them here. Lu Zhan was so shocked that his mouth was agape. Not only were there many different kinds of medicinal herbs here, there were also many rare ones. Every single one of them had a unique aesthetic to it. Everyone, the one in front is the foundation of our herb farm, the earth vein spirit vine. After walking along the path in the field for a moment, garden owner Shui pointed forward. Following the direction of her finger, they saw a massive vine standing at the very center of the herb farm. Its leaves were lush, and it had a diameter of 7 to 8 meters. This was the first time most of them had seen such a huge vine, and they couldn't help but be astonished. However, they soon realized that something was amiss. At this moment, the leaves of the thick vine were slightly yellowed, and it seemed as though it would wither at any moment. This vine seems to be on the verge of collapsing. How could this be? How could such a huge vine wither? Weird. Everyone here was either a garden owner or a member of herbologist clans, so they knew a lot about medicinal herbs. Upon seeing the massive vine on the verge of death, they couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Everyone, you're right. This earth vein spirit vine is indeed on the verge of death. I've tried many ways to save it, but there was nothing I could do. Thus, I invited everyone here to see if you can think of a better solution. Garden owner Shui's eyes dimmed. The earth vein spirit vine was the foundation of a herb farm. If it were to die, it wouldn't take long for the medicinal herbs to wither. Given that even garden owner Shui is helpless against the earth vein spirit vine, I'm afraid that none of us will be able to do anything either. An elder remarked after observing for a moment. The others agreed with what he said. The fact that garden owner Shui was able to cultivate so many medicinal herbs meant that she had a deep understanding of herbology. If even she was helpless against it, how could the rest of them possibly hope to solve it? Seeing that everyone's morale was low, an elder spoke up. Don't be discouraged. There is strength in numbers. Perhaps someone will be able to think of a solution soon. This is also the reason why garden owner Shui invited us here. Elder Lu is right. There's a limit to a single person's solution. If we work together, we might be able to come up with a solution. Even though we don't know the method to cultivate an earth vein spirit vine, we have been dealing with medicinal herbs for our entire lives. It's only natural that we have our own experiences and means. If it comes down to it, we might just be able to save it. As long as it's a medicinal herb, there's bound to be a solution. Hearing the elder's words, everyone recovered from their daze. Garden owner Shue's reward was simply too generous. No one was willing to give up on such a good opportunity. Even though they didn't know whether their solution would work or not. What if it did? This is my grandfather, the current clan head of the Lu clan. Seeing that everyone's morale was reignited by Elder Lu's words, Lu Zhan turned to Xianxia and introduced him. Xianxia nodded his head. Instead, he began to examine the vine before him. The vine was massive, and just the exposed portion already spanned several hundred meters. Beneath the ground, it was impossible to tell how vast the roots were. He had never seen such a bizarre plant before. It must be said that there was nothing too bizarre in the world. Through the eye of insight, the leaves and meridians of the vine appeared in his vision. Something isn't right. A moment later, Xianxia frowned. The eye of insight allowed him to observe the growth process of this huge fellow and analyze it. Even though it wasn't as effective as the Library of Heaven's Path, he was still able to discern some of the crux of the problem. Logically speaking, given the withered leaves of the massive tree, it should be sick or infested with worms. Yet, he didn't notice any of this. In other words, this earth vein spirit vine was clearly healthy, and there wasn't the slightest hint of illness. But it was emanating an aura of death. From the looks of it, it wouldn't be able to live for more than a few days. This was just like how a healthy and robust man who didn't seem to be sick would suddenly become so weak that he couldn't even stand up. It was no wonder why garden owner Shui had locked her garden, not allowing anyone to enter, and even the Alliance head residence was unable to purchase medicinal herbs. Yet, at this moment, she had gathered so many herbologists for a banquet. Garden owner Shui, you have studied this earth vein spirit vine far more than us. When did it start acting up, what are its symptoms, and what treatment method did you use? Can you tell us about it so that we can use it as a reference? While Zhang Xian was observing this situation, Elder Lu asked. With a single look, it was clear that the massive earth vein spirit vine was sick. Treating plants and medicinal herbs was the same as treating humans. One had to look, smell, and ask questions. Since everyone had seen the condition of the vine, they had to ask about the cause and illness of the vine before combining their knowledge together to provide the best treatment. Indeed, garden owner Shui, please speak. Otherwise, we'll be at a loss as well. If we don't know, there's nothing we can do. Garden owner Shui, why don't you share the situation with us so that we can find a better solution? Elder Lu's words caused the crowd to nod their heads in agreement. Even if it was for garden owner Shui's reward, they didn't dare to go through the motions. Alright, I'll talk about the earth vein spirit vine then. Knowing that it would be easier for the crowd to think of a solution, garden owner Shui didn't turn down the request. The earth vein spirit vine has always been healthy. When it's healthy, it's lush and plump, and its leaves are lush as well. Coming here, it exudes a sense of vitality. Around half a year ago, the situation changed. Half a year ago, the maid I sent to watch over the herb field reported that yellowed leaves had appeared on the earth vein spirit vine. Back then, I didn't believe it, so I rushed over to take a look. However, anyone who has cultivated medicinal herbs before should know that the leaves of the earth vein spirit vine would turn yellow with the seasons, so I didn't pay much attention to it. Who knew that 10 days later, as though an epidemic, the yellow leaves started to appear more and more frequently. From the few leaves previously, it had turned into half of the earth vein spirit vine. At that moment, I finally realized that something was amiss, so I immediately tried to treat it. The first thing I suspected was the water used to cultivate the earth vein spirit vine. Water is the main factor that causes the yellowed leaves of the earth vein spirit vine. To solve this problem, I specially fetched the snow water from the wintry Sky Mountain range to water the earth vein spirit vine. I thought that as time passed, the yellowed leaves would be alleviated. Yet, a month later, the entire earth vein spirit vine was filled with yellowed leaves. Not only so, even its branches were starting to wither. This made me panic. I investigated the problem with the soil and even paid a huge price to change the soil that the earth vein spirit vine absorbed. But to no avail. Then, I tried all kinds of methods, but none of them worked. Until now, I was at my wit's end, so I could only seek everyone's help. As she spoke, garden owner Shui shook her head in disappointment. Yellowed leaves and withered branches. Logically speaking, it's either malnourishment or overnourishment. Garden owner Shui, have you tried it? Elder Lu asked. I've tried all of them, but they're useless. Owner Shui shook her head. Let me take a look first. After hearing the explanation, an old man walked up from the crowd. It's Elder Lu. Which Lu? Who in the Myriad Kingdom city? Of course it's garden owner Lu from the herb garden in the north of the city. He's here too? The North Herb Garden is the second largest herb garden in Myriad Kingdom City. If even he can't tell, there's nothing we can do. Seeing the old man walk out of the crowd immediately went into an uproar. Is this guy very famous? Xianxia looked at Lu Zhan in confusion. Cough cough. Lu Zhan choked on his saliva and said, Brother Zhang, this Elder Lu's name shook the entire Myriad Kingdom City 100 years ago. He was once the herbalist of the Alliance Head Manor. Back then, my grandfather had consulted him as well, and in terms of herbalism, he is definitely the oldest in the entire Myriad Kingdom City. You. Don't tell me you haven't even heard him mention it. Lu Zhan felt like he was going crazy. Was this Zhang Xian someone from Myriad Kingdom City? As long as he was, how could he not recognize Elder Lu? One must know that his fame wasn't just limited to herbalism. Regardless of his strength or anything else, he was able to shake the entire royal city. Oh. Zhang Xian nodded. That's it? Lu Zhan nearly spurted a mouthful of blood. That was Elder Lu. Even the current pavilion master Kong of the Mingshi Tang Pavilion had to respect him from the bottom of his heart. Yet, you just replied with an "oh" nonchalantly, as if you were looking at someone else. What do you mean by that? What's wrong? Zhang Xian asked. Nothing. Seeing the other party's innocent expression, Lu Zhan felt lightheaded. At this moment, he realized that the young man before him wasn't acting. He was truly unaware of Elder Lu's standing and identity. Just as he was about to suppress the helplessness in his heart and make up his mind to impart some knowledge of herbalism to Brother Zhang in the future, he heard those words that left him frenzied once more. This old man isn't skilled enough to treat the earth vein spirit vine. Following which, the young man looked at Elder Lu and shook his head in disappointment. Shook his head? Disappointed, Lu Zhan felt his chest heating up once more. What are you disappointed about? Even if you're a master teacher, you know nothing about herbalism. Elder Lu is a renowned herbalist in the world. Even if he can't treat the earth vein spirit vine, is there a need for you to be disappointed? Furthermore, that tone of yours, it was as though you were talking about a junior. Brother, where did you come from? Can you not be so arrogant and crazy? While Lu Zhan was on the verge of fainting, Elder Lu finally finished inspecting the thick vine. The soil, water, air, nutrients. There's no problem with them. What's going on? Elder Lu frowned. He seemed to be perplexed by something. Given his understanding of medicinal herbs, he was able to discern whether the soil and water were up to standard with a single look. He couldn't find fault with anything that could affect the quality of medicinal herbs. However, for such a massive earth vein spirit vine to be on the verge of death, he couldn't help but feel bewildered. Garden owner Shui, could it be that the earth vein spirit vine's lifespan has come to an end? After contemplating for a moment, Elder Lu spoke. Lifespan? Impossible. Earth vein spirit vines can live for up to 1,000 years, but this one has only lived for 100 years. How could its lifespan have come to an end? Garden owner Shui shook her head. She had already considered this point and analyzed it thoroughly. She realized that the entire vine was brimming with vitality, and it wasn't in a dying state at all. Besides, if its lifespan had come to an end, it should have withered gradually and festered from its roots. Yet, its leaves are turning yellow before its branches are dying. This isn't the end of its lifespan. Most plants and medicinal herbs would have their roots withered and their roots shriveled before their leaves. Given that the leaves were turning yellow first, it was clear that the sequence was wrong. Indeed. Hearing the other party's analysis, Elder Lu couldn't help but shake his head. Due to my lack of aptitude, I was unable to find the root of the problem. I seek garden owner Shui's forgiveness. I'll have to trouble Elder Lu then. Seeing that the other party was helpless, garden owner Shui's eyes dimmed slightly. However, she still replied politely. I wasn't of much help. My apologies. Elder Lu took a few steps back and fell into deep thought. It seemed like he didn't have a better solution for the Earth Vein Spirit Vine. Elder Lu, are you really unable to solve it? Hearing Elder Lu's words, Lu Zhan recalled the young man's words and widened his eyes in astonishment. Did this brother Zhang whom he had just met unintentionally speak the truth, or was he truly capable of seeing through Elder Lu's predicament? Didn't he know nothing about herbology? If Elder Lu isn't able to do it, I'm afraid that I won't be able to either. However, I still intend to give it a try. Elder Lu stepped forward. Standing before the vine, he knocked on it carefully before peeling off a piece of its skin to examine it. After a long moment of contemplation, he eventually shook his head, just like Elder Lu. After interacting with medicinal herbs for so many years, they were able to discern whether it was an illness or not. However, the illness on the Earth Vein Spirit Vine was something that they had never seen before. Naturally, they were unable to treat it. Elder Lu and Elder Lu, the two most experienced of them, were unable to do anything about it. Thus, the others came forward to take a look and offered suggestions as well. However, these suggestions were all rejected by garden owner Shui. That was because these methods were extremely ordinary. She had tried them before, but to no avail. 2 hours later, more than half of the garden owners and herbologists had already examined the Earth Vein Spirit Vine, but none of them were able to do anything about it. The remaining people were either accompanying their elders or just here to take a look. Their true capability was simply too lacking compared to those before them. Since those before them were unable to do anything about it, naturally, they couldn't think of a better solution either. Does anyone have any better ideas? Seeing that so many apothecaries were unable to solve the problem, garden owner Shui's disappointment deepened. None. Garden owner Shui has tried all of the ideas that I can think of, and it seems like they aren't working. If even Elder Lu, and garden owner Shui are unable to do anything, how can we possibly think of a better solution? It's no wonder why garden owner Shui is willing to offer such a huge reward. This reward isn't something that anyone can afford. Hearing garden owner Shui's question, the crowd shook their heads. Most of them had gone up to take a look at the Earth Vein Spirit Vine, and the illness was beyond their comprehension. Even herbologists with many years of experience were unable to do anything about it. Alright, I'll be troubling everyone then. A banquet has been prepared in the main hall, so please enjoy it before leaving. Seeing that no one was able to come up with a solution, garden owner Shui shook her head. Since she had invited everyone here under the guise of a banquet, naturally, she had prepared food and wine beforehand. I'm truly sorry that I wasn't of any help. Let's forget about the banquet. I still have matters to attend to at home, so I'll be taking my leave first. Even though garden owner Shui was showing her sincerity, everyone's complexion didn't look too good. But that was to be expected. They were all renowned herbologists, and yet, none of them were able to find the cause of the illness. It was no wonder that they would feel embarrassed. This Earth Vein Spirit Vine is suffering from a bizarre illness, so it's fine that none of you are able to find the cause. I wasn't able to find the cause either, so I hope that everyone can stay behind and enjoy the banquet before leaving. It just so happens that I have a favor to ask of all of you. Seeing the embarrassed look on everyone's face, garden owner Shui knew what they were thinking, so she consoled them. But just as she was about to continue speaking, she suddenly froze. Gongzi, what are you doing? Hearing her words, everyone hurriedly turned their gazes over. Unknowingly, a young man had walked out from the crowd, walked up to the thick vine, and stretched out his hand to touch it lightly. After that, he walked around in a circle, and with a condescending attitude, he continued to touch a few more precious medicinal herbs before finally stopping. What is he doing? Everyone was taken aback. The growth of medicinal herbs required a unique environment, and some medicinal herbs were extremely sensitive to humans. As such, no one dared to approach the Earth Vein Spirit Vine even though they were trying to figure out the cause of its illness. Even if they were to come into contact with it, they would wear gloves. After all, the cultivation techniques of every cultivator were different. If they were to be careless, they might end up reacting with the medicinal herbs, resulting in an unimaginable situation. In the past, there was an expert who cultivated a yang attribute cultivation technique who came into contact with a yin attribute medicinal herb, and as a result, his body started festering. This was also the reason why herbalists practiced the cultivation method of neutralization. At this moment, all of the herbologists were standing by the side to diagnose the illness, not daring to approach it. Yet, this fellow actually dared to sneak in and touch it brazenly. What is he doing? Doesn't he know the rules? Everyone was dumbfounded. Lu Zhan was so shocked that he almost passed out on the spot. He didn't recognize the other party, but he was just talking to the other party a moment ago. Why did he suddenly lose his guard and run off to the herb garden to touch it? If you don't know anything about herbology, you can ask. Even if you don't ask, don't you know what's going on when you see so many people not moving? It was one thing to touch the earth vein spirit vine. After all, the earth vein spirit vine was massive. Putting aside touching it, even slashing it twice with a saber wouldn't kill it. However, those spirit herbs were not to be touched. Just as Xianxia was anxiously thinking about how he could explain the situation, the young man suddenly turned around, clapped his hands, and looked at him calmly. Oh, I would like to see if I can treat this earth vein spirit vine. Treatment? Lu Zhan vomited blood. Even a 4-star master teacher would have to be wary of your esteemed standing, but after chatting for so long, you realized that you know nothing about herbology at all. If you can really treat a herbologist just by touching it, how can herbologist clans continue to exist in the world? If you want to touch me, then touch me. If you're curious, then say that you're curious. Why do you have to say that you're treating me? Can't you see that so many people are helpless? How arrogant. Who are you? Spouting nonsense here? If it could be treated so easily, Elder Lu, and the others would have given suggestions long ago. Would there be a need for a brat like you to spout nonsense? Where did this guy come from? Medicine Master Chen, is he your man? I don't know him. Sure enough, after hearing his words, everyone started to discuss and snort coldly. There were so many herbalists, yet none of them were able to see the illness. What could a guy who was not even 20 years old be able to see? What shameless boasting. Garden owner Shui was also taken aback. Frowning, she looked at Xianxia doubtfully. Did you notice something? I did notice something, but there are still some matters that require garden owner Shui's cooperation. The young man said. Cooperate? As long as it's within my means, I'll definitely do it. Garden owner Shui nodded. Even though he shared the same thoughts as the others, not harboring much hope for the young man before him, he still wanted to give it a try. All right then, the young man was a little embarrassed and smiled awkwardly. Can you show me a few punches? Boxing? Garden owner Shui was stunned. The others were also stunned. He thought that there would be some kind of request, but to think that garden owner Shui would be the one doing the punching. Aren't you here to see the earth vein spirit vine? What's the point of punching? Why does it sound like a monkey show? Give me 2 punches and I'll throw you a peach. How dare you? How dare you make fun of the yard master? Courting death. Walala, the young scions of herbalism clans surrounded him. Garden owner Shui was a famous figure in the entire Myriad Kingdom city, as well as the owner of the #1 herb garden. To ask her to punch him twice as if it was a joke. Are you trying to provoke me? Everyone, please calm down. There must be some misunderstanding. Lu Zhan couldn't help but step forward. There was a high chance that this brother Zhang was a 4-star master teacher. Putting aside these people, even Zhang Xian's grandfather didn't dare to offend him. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding could there be? What does treating the earth vein spirit vine have to do with garden owner Shui's boxing? A young man harumphed. This? Lu Zhan was perplexed as well. He turned to the young man before him and asked, Xianxia, what's going on? Oh, I've already seen through the symptoms of the earth vein spirit vine, and I would like to verify it. Garden owner Shui, you just need to execute 2 punches for me to take a look, the young man said. Naturally, this person was Xianxia. After examining it with his eye of insight, he came to the same conclusion as everyone else, the earth vein spirit vine wasn't sick. Left with no choice, he touched it, and through the library of heaven's path, he noticed that something was amiss. Following which, he touched a few more medicinal herbs, and he realized that they were suffering from the same symptoms as well. A thought surfaced in his mind, which was why he made such a request. Xianxia? Hearing the way he addressed them, everyone frowned. Yes, Brother Zhang is a master teacher. He must have his reasons for doing so. Lu Zhan hurriedly said. Master teacher? Taken aback, everyone turned to look at him. Since he was a master teacher, he shouldn't be spouting nonsense in consideration of his identity. Furthermore, it was common for master teachers to observe others executing battle techniques. Just that, they couldn't understand what this had to do with the illness of the Earth Vein Spirit Vine. All right. Knowing that the other party was a master teacher, even though garden owner Shui was curious about the other party's motive, she still nodded her head. Driving her Xianxia, she threw a punch forward. Peepa, a deafening sonic boom echoed in the air, reminiscent of rumbling thunder. Everyone in the surroundings felt a strong gust of wind blowing against them, and they nearly fell to the ground. Even though it was just an ordinary punch, it harnessed the power of nature, compressing the air to create a sonic boom. Even transcendent mortal 4-Dan pinnacle experts were incapable of such a feat. It was no wonder why Alliance head Zhao was so fearful of her. The strength of this garden owner Shui was indeed fearsome. Is this all right? After executing the punch, garden owner Shui retracted her fist and looked at Xianxia calmly. After confirming something, he shook his head and looked at Xianxia once more with an indescribable look of sympathy on his face. I have already figured out the root of the problem with your Earth Vein Spirit Vine. But before that, I would like to ask you a question. Garden owner Shui and the others turned their gazes over. They had studied the Earth Vein Spirit Vine for so long, but none of them knew that the master teacher before them could confirm it with just a single look. Are you for real? Everyone pricked up their ears, fearing that they would miss out on something. Following which, the young man sighed, Are you, a pig? Pooh, garden owner Shui staggered, and she nearly exploded. What did you say? Boom, her aura felt as though it was on fire, ready to burst forth at any moment. She was a famous expert of Myriad Kingdom City, the garden owner of the Western Herb Garden. Even if you are a master teacher, it's unacceptable for you to insult her. He said that garden owner Shui is a pig? Isn't it said that master teachers are very reliable and it's impossible for them to spout nonsense? I don't know either. The crowd by the side also widened their eyes in shock, and they nearly went insane. To scold garden owner Shui as a pig, this fellow was truly audacious. He could be said to be lawless to the extreme. Lu Zhan also nearly bit his tongue. He was still able to salvage the situation when he said that you are a master teacher. But to insult you right in front of your face, how could he salvage the situation? If only he knew that you were so fearless, he wouldn't have met you. Now that he had incurred garden owner Shui's wrath, who knew if she would blame it on the Lu clan in the future? Following behind the crowd, Song Chao, who was intending to exchange the middle-tier spirit stones for the middle-tier spirit stones, froze. As a 4-star master teacher, he possessed a sharp eye of discernment. Even though garden owner Shui had only displayed a single move, he could tell that she possessed incredible fighting prowess. Putting aside him, even the elders of the sect wouldn't be a match for her. To call such an expert a pig, this Xianxia sure was gutsy. Everyone had different expressions on their faces, but all of them felt that the fellow before them was insane. There's no need to panic, let me finish my words. Seeing that garden owner Shui was on the verge of making a move, Xianxia wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he waved his hands calmly and pointed to the empty space not too far away from the Earth Vein Spirit Vine. If I'm not wrong, you often cultivate here, right? That's right. Garden owner Shui nodded. However, her rage hadn't subsided yet. If not for the other party being a master teacher, she would have long slapped him to death. Due to the innumerable spirit herbs in the herb field, it was easier for one to achieve a breakthrough by cultivating here. You mean that the Earth Vein Spirit Vine's condition has something to do with my cultivation? Frowning, garden owner Shui harumphed. Something more than that. There's a huge connection between the two. Xianxia shook his head. Let me tell you the cause of the illness. In truth, this Earth Vein Spirit Vine isn't sick, it isn't infested by insects, and it isn't dead either. Instead, it has lost its spirit and soul. Spirit and soul? Everyone stood rooted to the ground. All living beings possess spirit. Just like spirit weapons, spirit medicinal herbs possess their own spirit. As the treasure of the herb field, if the Earth Vein Spirit Vine didn't possess such a unique characteristic, How could it have been possible to distribute the items required by each and every medicinal herb to it? Xianxia. Everyone nodded. Upon reaching spirit tier, not only would weapons possess spirit, plants and medicinal herbs would possess it as well. This was the origin of the so-called spirit herbs. It was precisely due to this spirit that it would reject cultivators whose Xianxia was incompatible with it, resulting in its death. This was also the reason why it could grow by listening to singing and dancing. Without its spirit, the earth vein spirit vine would lose its most important thing. Naturally, it would carry an aura of death, and it would die at any moment. It's true that a spirit herb would die swiftly, just like a human losing their soul. But, what does this have to do with garden owner Shui's cultivation? Everyone was perplexed. Instead of answering the question, Xianxia turned to garden owner Shui and said, "If I'm not wrong, garden owner Shui has been stuck at Transcendent Mortal 4-Dan Clarifying Turbidity Realm for at least 70 to 80 years. 87 years? Garden owner Shui nodded. It would be a lie if she didn't achieve a breakthrough after being stuck at the same level for 87 years. However, Transcendent Mortal 5-Dan Consonant Spirit Realm is the first hurdle of the Transcendent Mortal 9-Dan. It requires one's soul to fuse perfectly with nature to achieve a breakthrough. The reason why garden owner Shui hasn't succeeded all this while isn't due to her lack of talent, but that her soul has been damaged." Xianxia. Why you? How did you know? Taken aback, garden owner Shui's body stiffened. It was just a moment ago that she was furious, intending to kill this fellow. However, upon hearing those words, the Xianxia she had accumulated dissipated, and an indescribable shock overwhelmed her. It was true that her soul had been damaged before. Otherwise, given her talent, she would have long achieved a breakthrough instead of being stuck at the same level for 87 years, just that, this matter was a secret of hers, and she had never told anyone about it. How did the person before her see through it? Don't bother about how I know. You know that your soul is damaged and that you are unable to achieve a breakthrough, but you didn't give up like others. Instead, you tried to use other means to mend your wounds. I don't know where I got the news, but I heard that the spirit of spirit herbs could be replenished. Thus, I created this herb garden to nurture medicinal herbs. I didn't intend to sell them but to absorb the spirit within them to replenish my soul. Even though it was a good idea, it was a pity that I went in the wrong direction from the start. If the spirit of a plant could be used to replenish a human's, wouldn't everyone be able to reach consonant spirit realm? Xianxia looked at garden owner Shui quietly with disappointment in his eyes. As a grandmaster herbologist, despite spending so much time with spirit herbs, you still failed to see through this. If it isn't a pig, then what is it? Garden owner Shui's face reddened. She wanted to lash out, but she couldn't find the words to do so. As the owner of the #1 herb garden in Myriad Kingdom City, her comprehension of medicinal herbs was in no way inferior to that of Elder Lu and Elder Lu. This was precisely the reason why no one dared to speak up when they learned that she was helpless against the earth vein spirit vine. Even though spirit herbs and spirit artifacts possessed spirit, it was completely different from a human's soul. They had heard of unique spirit herbs that could nourish one's soul, but they had never heard of one being able to replenish one's soul just by absorbing the spirit within it. The two were fundamentally different from one another. It was just like how a hungry tiger could be fed grass like a mountain goat. The crowd also turned to look at garden owner Shui in shock. In their eyes, garden owner Shui was a renowned herbologist. How could she possibly make such a mistake? It was no wonder why she had never sold any of the medicinal herbs she had nurtured over the years, not even allowing the Alliance head residents to purchase them. This was the reason why she hoped that the spirit within the medicinal herbs would be able to replenish one's soul, so naturally, the more the merrier. Once the medicinal herbs were sold, the spirit would naturally diminish as well. To a cultivator, as long as they could reach consonant spirit realm, any price was worth it, just that, this was a secret. How did this fellow know of it? Everyone had been looking at the earth vein spirit vine for a long time, but they were unable to find anything wrong with it. Naturally, they didn't expect garden owner Shui to do such a thing. That fellow only had to touch the vine, the ground, and a fist art to know. Did he have to be so exaggerated? Lu Zhan, Song Chao, and the others also widened their eyes in shock. They knew that the other party was a master teacher, but they didn't expect him to be so formidable. I took a look at garden owner Shui when she first entered. The Xianxia in her body was extremely pure, and judging from her age, she should be around 100 years old. Women love to maintain their appearance, and under normal circumstances, given her cultivation and age, her appearance shouldn't be that old. Unless something happened. Xianxia didn't stop there. Instead, he glanced at garden owner Shui and continued, "Thus, I took a closer look at the fist art she executed. If I'm not mistaken, it's Great Sun Fist, a powerful fist art. According to the normal circulation route of this set of fist techniques, the Xianxia should flow out from the Baixin acupoint, but she made it circulate a fifth of the distance and flow out from the Zhangxin acupoint. As a transcendent mortal 4-dan expert, her mastery over her cultivation has already reached perfection. There is only one possibility for such a situation to occur. That is, her Huiming acupoint has been damaged, causing her to be unable to discern the minute differences between her acupoints. Huiming was one of the most important acupoints for a complete soul. Since it is damaged, it is only natural that the soul is damaged as well. As for the earth vein spirit vine, you have all taken a look at it, and it doesn't seem to be afflicted with any illness or pests. However, it has already withered, and medicinal herbs are of no use to it. Initially, I didn't think that it was its spirit that had been absorbed, until I saw where garden owner Shui was cultivating. At this point, Xianxia pointed. Everyone turned their gazes over and saw that the area where garden owner Shui had been cultivating was filled with lush green grass. It was much better than the other areas. The grass in this place is much better than other places. Everyone can see the difference at a glance. Cultivation gathered spiritual energy, so it was reasonable for plants to grow luxuriantly. However, take a look at this and you'll understand. Walking forward, Xianxia stretched out his palm toward the grass. As though seeing something terrifying, the grass moved on its own accord and dodged his palm. These most ordinary plants are everywhere on the ground. They don't have any spirituality, but now, they are able to avoid my palm. From this, it can be deduced that someone has absorbed the spirituality of the medicine, allowing these most ordinary plants to possess the ability to seek luck and avoid calamity. Xianxia chuckled softly. Seeing this, it makes sense for me to deduce further. This. As expected of a master teacher, his eye of discernment is incredible. Hearing his explanation, everyone was impressed. They had long heard that master teachers were skilled in seeing through the smallest of details. From the looks of it, the rumors were indeed true. To be able to deduce the root of the problem with the earth vein spirit vine and discern the problem with garden owner Shui's cultivation. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. This. Song Chao swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and his face paled. The other party's analysis was flawless, and there were no flaws in it at all. Even though it sounded simple, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Even a 4-star master teacher like him wouldn't be able to do so. In fact, even his teacher and the elders of the sect wouldn't be able to deduce all of this with just a single glance. To be able to deduce the root of the problem from the smallest of details. To deduce the entire problem from the smallest of details. Was this fellow a cheat? Even a 5-star master teacher would find it difficult to do so. Could it be that the person before him was a 5-star master teacher? It was no wonder he was beguiled by the impartation of heaven's will multiple times, unable to retaliate at all. At this moment, he realized that he was still far from being able to match up to Xianxia. It seems like I won't be able to get the middle-tier spirit stone back. If I were to head over to ask for it, I fear that even those low-tier spirit stones would be lost. Xianxia was depressed. Every time he went there, he would be bewitched. He was worried that if he failed to get the mid-grade spirit stone, all the wealth he had accumulated with great difficulty would be plundered clean, leaving nothing behind. Forget it, I should bring this coffin back first. If I were to incur the elder's wrath, I might be able to make up for my losses. After witnessing Xianxia's means, Song Chao was truly fearful. Even so, he couldn't help but feel impressed by the other party. To be able to deduce all of this with just a few clues, as expected of a master teacher who was able to beguile him. While everyone was shocked, garden owner Shui's body was trembling in disbelief. I saw this method in an ancient book, and over the years, my soul has indeed recovered slightly. Back then, due to the damage to her soul, it was determined that she would never be able to reach consonant spirit realm in her lifetime. Unwilling to believe such a thing, she flipped through countless ancient books and finally found this method in one of them. To absorb the spirit of medicinal herbs and replenish one's soul. Even though she harbored doubts in her heart, this was the only solution she could think of. Besides, her perseverance over the years had allowed her soul to recover significantly. Recover slightly? Xianxia shook his head. Isn't it still a long way off from being completely healed? Can you live for another 87 years? Garden owner Xue staggered. There was a limit to the lifespan of a transcendent mortal expert. She might be able to live for 87 years, but what about the second one? Even if her soul was healed, she wouldn't be able to wait that long. Then, what was the point of her soul being healed? I was wrong. All along, she had been thinking about how to heal her damaged soul so as to reach consonant spirit realm. Only at this moment did she realize that all of her efforts were nothing more than a dream. It was impossible for her to reach consonant spirit realm now. Shaking her head, she seemed to have aged several decades. Previously, she looked like she was in her 50s, but at this moment, she looked like an old lady in her 70s or 80s. Seeing her in such a state, even though everyone was worried, they knew that there was nothing they could do to stop her. The conviction that she had persevered for 80 years had been exposed in an instant. No one would be able to take it lying down. Xianxia, do you have a way to treat this earth vein spirit vine? After a long period of time, garden owner Xue finally recovered and looked at the young man before her. Since the other party was able to see through the root of her illness, he might have a way to treat it. Since there was no hope for her to achieve a breakthrough, she gave up on struggling. However, this herb garden had been with her for most of her life, and she didn't wish for it to disappear just like that. You have been cultivating here for many years, and you have devoured its spirit. At this moment, this spirit vine is only an empty shell. It will be difficult for you to heal it. However, it isn't impossible. You might have to pay a price for it. Xianxia said. If it was before he entered the Soul Oracle tomb, he wouldn't have known much about souls. As such, he wouldn't have known how to treat a plant whose spirit had been devoured. However, after obtaining Mo Huanxing's knowledge, he had gained a deeper understanding of souls. Even if the spirit of the earth vein spirit vine was destroyed, he would still be able to treat it. As long as it can be saved, I'm willing to pay any price. Hearing that there was still hope, garden owner Xue hurriedly turned to Xianxia. The others also turned their gazes over. Even though they were herbologists, they had never heard of it before. Thus, they wanted to learn a thing or two about it. Actually, it's very simple. That is grafting. Xianxia said. Grafting? Everyone was perplexed. As herbologists, they weren't unfamiliar with grafting. It was the process of grafting a branch or bud of a plant onto the stem or root of another plant, allowing the two parts to grow into a complete plant. Many new types of spirit herbs were developed through this method. Indeed, plants can be grafted, and so can spirits. Xianxia chuckled. As long as you find another earth vein spirit vine with a complete spirit and graft it onto the spirit vine, as it grows, the spirit of the branch and bud will fuse together to form a single entity. Once the spirit of the branch and bud were to be grafted onto the spirit vine, they would fuse into a single entity. However, going by the normal rate of fusion, it would take at least several decades to complete. If you were to wait that long, I'm afraid that all of the spirit herbs in your garden would have already died. And to hasten this process, the price you would have to pay would be exorbitant. Spirit grafting sounded simple in theory, but it was extremely difficult to execute. Firstly, there was no other way to transfer the spirit of the spirit to the branch and bud other than a soul oracle. Secondly, during the fusion process, one had to find a way to prevent the branch from rejecting one another. This was similar to possession. Even though the current earth vein spirit vine was in the same state as the soulless metal humanoid, it was still difficult for the spirit of a bud to devour and possess such a massive body. It was no different from an ant trying to pull a carriage. It was impossible to make such a weak spirituality grow quickly without paying a price. What do you need? I'll prepare it now. Garden owner Xue gritted her teeth. If the earth vein spirit vine were to die, all of the spirit herbs in the herb garden would die as well. A seedling of the earth vein spirit vine, 50-100-year-old medicinal herbs, 10 buckets of rootless water. Xianxia listed out the required items. Upon hearing those words, everyone stared at one another with awful expressions. It was no wonder why he said that the price would be exorbitant. If it was any other clan, they wouldn't even be able to fork out such a sum, needless to say, save a plant. Alright, I'll prepare it now. Hearing the required items, garden owner Shui's eyebrows twitched. However, considering her family background, it was still acceptable. Wait a moment. Just as she was about to leave to prepare the required items, the young man's voice sounded once more. Prepare another sentiment drowning flower, one that is 500 years old and above. If there are any middle-tier spirit stones in it, the more the better. Continue begging for monthly votes. I'm not too far away from the third place. Sentiment drowning flower? All right. Garden owner Shui nodded. Then, with an awkward expression, she said, I only have one middle-tier spirit stone here. She did have a few stalks of sentiment drowning flower in her herb garden, and the oldest one was already 700 years old. However, even as a transcendent mortal 4-dan pinnacle expert, she only had a single middle-tier spirit stone. Only the Miryu Empire had the right to circulate spirit stones of this tier. The League of Nations only had low-tier spirit stones, and even the royal family didn't have many of them, needless to say, garden owner Shui. You only have one? Just one is fine too. Xianxia nodded. The reason why he wanted the sentiment drowning flower was to nurture the soul-rouse grass, but the same couldn't be said for a middle-tier spirit stone. In order to nurture the spirit of a weak plant swiftly, the pure spiritual energy of a middle-tier spirit stone was indispensable. If one were to rely solely on a low-tier spirit stone, it would take a very long time. I'll prepare it right now. Garden owner Shui hurriedly left. Not too long later, she returned. Without several months of effort, it would be nigh impossible to gather all of the herbs that Zhang Xian had requested. However, as the #1 herb garden in Myriad Kingdom City, all of the required medicinal herbs were present in the garden. Thus, it wasn't difficult for Zhang Xian to gather them all. In fact, she even managed to gather a seedling of the earth vein spirit vine. I require absolute peace during my treatment. Garden owner Shui, please bring everyone out. Seeing that everything was prepared, Zhang Xian waved his hands. Grafting spirit required the means of a soul oracle. Even though this occupation had long been lost in history, and not many people would be able to recognize it, it was best to be careful. Yes. Garden owner Shui also knew that there were many unique means that experts weren't willing to display to others. Thus, she nodded her head and led everyone out of the herb garden. Seeing that everyone had left, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Looking at the spirit vine seedling before him, he drew his soul out and began his treatment. Why isn't Xianxia out yet? Do you think that he'll be able to buy the sentiment drowning flower? In the lounge, Zhao Feiwu and Jing Songhai paced back and forth, glancing outside from time to time. Only herbologists and master teachers were allowed to enter the herb field. As followers, they were unable to enter, so they could only wait here. Who knew that he would wait for 4 to 6 hours? The sky was already dark, but he still hadn't come out. His heart was filled with anxiety. It should be possible. He is Xianxia. Jing Songhai hesitated for a moment before replying. Ever since he got to know this young man, no matter what it was, as long as he wanted to do it, he would be able to accomplish it easily. It made people wonder if there was anything this guy didn't know how to do. I know of Xianxia's capability, but I've long heard of garden owner Shui's eccentric personality. She doesn't even give face to my father, and now that something has happened to the earth vein spirit vine, she must be even more anxious than before. It won't be easy for him to buy medicine from her at this moment. I fear that if Xianxia were to speak up, not only would the other party reject him, she might even chase him out. Even though she was impressed by Xianxia's capability, Zhao Feiwu was still a little worried. This garden owner Shui was a person who didn't even think much of his father, the alliance head of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. If she was in a good mood, she might still be able to buy it after paying a sufficient price. But now, the earth vein spirit vine's mood had sunk to the bottom of the abyss, and the difficulty of buying it would be several times greater than before. She was afraid that the other party would chase Xianxia out before he could even say a word. It wasn't as if such a thing had never happened before. That was how the envoy from the Alliance head residence was chased out. This might really be possible. Jin Songhai was taken aback, and a worried expression appeared on his face. From the looks of it, Xianxia seems to be determined to get the sentiment drowning flower. If it comes down to it, I should ask my father for help. If he does it, garden owner Shui probably won't reject him. After waiting for a while longer, Zhao Feiwu couldn't help but say. At the end of her words, even she wasn't too confident. If her father's face was of any use, the envoy wouldn't have been chased out back then. Garden owner Shui was confident in her strength, so even though Zhao Feiwu was a resourceful person, she still felt a headache coming on. Before absolute strength, all schemes were useless. That's the only way. Look, someone is coming. Jin Songhai nodded his head. Unable to think of any good ideas, he was just about to continue speaking when he suddenly froze and pointed forward. Outside the lounge, a figure was walking over. It's Xianxia. It was Zhang Xian, who had walked in previously. There's no need to think too much about it, he must have been chased out. Seeing the other party appear alone, Zhao Feiwu smiled bitterly and hurried forward with Jin Songhai. Xianxia, you're out. It's fine if you didn't manage to buy the sentiment drowning flower. I'll report this matter to my father and have him buy it for you. Walking forward, Zhao Feiwu saw that the young man's face was pale and listless. He must have been humiliated, so she hurriedly consoled him. Indeed. Garden owner Shui has always been known for her eccentric personality. Don't be angry at her. Jin Songhai hurriedly added. Ah? As soon as he returned, before he could even say a word, he was consoled by the duo. Not knowing whether to laugh or cry, Zhang Xian was just about to explain when he heard hurried footsteps behind him. Garden owner Shui and the others hurriedly walked over. What are you all doing? Seeing the anxious faces of these people, Jin Songhai hurriedly stood in front of Zhang Xian and the princess. Xianxia, here are 100 stalks of 500-year-old medicinal herbs. It's a small token of my appreciation. Furthermore, from today onward, my western herb garden will be your eternal friend. As long as Xianxia needs it, feel free to speak. I'll provide any medicinal herbs that I have here for free. Ignoring the anxious Jin Songhai, garden owner Shui walked up to Zhang Xian and bowed deeply before passing a storage ring over. Eternal friend? Provide it for free? Seeing the eccentric garden owner Shui, who didn't even give face to the Alliance head residents, bow to Zhang Xian and offer medicinal herbs, Zhao Feiwu and Jin Songhai widened their eyes in shock. What in the world was going on? Wasn't this fellow supposed to be impervious to everything? Why, did he suddenly bow to me like a student and even give me medicine? Compared to Xianxia, our herbology skills are pitifully weak. It's all thanks to Xianxia. Otherwise, there would be no hope for the Earth Vein Spirit Vine to be revived. Just as they were perplexed over what was going on, they heard the commotion of the crowd. Xianxia treated the Earth Vein Spirit Vine? Coming to a realization, the duo stared at one another in frenzy. They had heard the conversation between Xianxia and Lu Zhan. A fellow who didn't even know what a herbologist was actually able to treat an Earth Vein Spirit Vine which herbologist clans were unable to treat. Why did they feel that this matter was so unreliable? Xianxia, not only did he buy the sentiment drowning flower, he even had garden owner Shui bring it out of the herb garden personally and even promised to provide all medicinal herbs for free. On top of that, he even treated the Earth Vein Spirit Vine. In the Alliance head residence, Alliance head Zhao widened his eyes in shock as he listened to his daughter and Jin Songhai's report. Sitting cross-legged in the room, Zhang Xian stared at the crimson flower before him. A fresh 700-year-old sentiment drowning flower, with sufficient medicinal herbs and the means of a soul oracle, it wasn't too difficult to treat the Earth Vein Spirit Vine. Through grafting, the vine regained its spirit, and garden owner Shui was extremely grateful to Zhang Xian. The main purpose of his trip to the herb garden was to obtain the sentiment drowning flower. With the sentiment drowning flower in hand, Zhang Xian immediately brought Zhao Feiwu and Jin Songhai back to the residence prepared for him. It wasn't a large residence, but it was located very close to the Alliance head residence. Guards, attendants, and maids were readily available, saving Sun Chang the trouble of searching for them. After settling the demon sink beast down, Xianxia headed straight to his room and took out the medicinal herb. Drawing my soul out of my body. With a thought, a clear soul gushed out from Xianxia's acupoint. With a wave of his hand, the flower in front of his physical body flew over to him. Soulrouse grass is a formation inscribed on a plant that contains the imprint of a soul. Then, using one's soul as the source of energy, one can swiftly grow it. After going through the cultivation method of the soulrouse grass in his head, Xianxia's eyes fell on the flower before him. Even though the sentiment drowning flower was a spirit herb, it didn't possess its own spirit. As such, it could easily contain the soul energy of a soul oracle. Otherwise, if a spirit herb were to come into contact with it, other souls would immediately dissipate, thus losing the effect of awakening one's soul. Driving his soul energy, a powerful force wrapped around the flower, and its appearance and form began changing. After cultivating the Heaven's Path soul art, Xianxia's soul energy had already reached transcendent mortal 2-dan pinnacle. Even though it wasn't easy to cultivate the soulrouse grass, given his current soul energy, he was still able to do it easily. For the next 3 days, Xianxia remained in his residence. Finally, on the 4th day, the crimson flower before him shook lightly and turned into a white sapling. The cultivation of the soulrouse grass was a success. If I nourish it with my soul energy every day, it should mature within a month or 2. Xianxia nodded his head in satisfaction. Even though he had successfully cultivated the sentiment-drowning flower into a soulrouse grass, it was still a sapling at the moment. Even so, there was no rush. At the very most, it should mature within a month or 2. By then, he should be able to craft a soulrouse incense to save Lu Chong. Spending the past 3 days in his residence using his soul energy had left him feeling fatigued. Returning his soul to his body, Xianxia took out the middle-tier spirit stone he had obtained from Song Chao and absorbed it for a moment to recover before walking out of his room. The sun shone brightly outside. Before Xianxia could step into the courtyard, he saw Sun Chang walking over. "Young master, Su Shi and Ling Shi are here. They wish to meet you." Su Shi, Su Fan, and Ling Shi, Ling Yuheng were the 2 4-star master teachers who had invited him to the master teacher tournament in Tianwu Kingdom. "How did they know that I'm here?" Xianxia was taken aback for a moment before shaking his head. After arriving at Myriad Kingdom City, not only did he not conceal his tracks, he even went to the Western Herb Garden to resolve the problem of the Earth Vein Spirit Vine. As a powerful existence, it wasn't surprising for Mingshi Tang to find out about it. Previously, Xianxia had said that he would look for them as soon as he arrived at Myriad Kingdom City. Since he hadn't visited Mingshi Tang in the past few days, he couldn't wait any longer and came looking for him. "Let's go and take a look." After figuring out what was going on, Xianxia began making his way to the living room without saying a word. Walking into the guest hall, Xianxia saw Su Shi and Ling Shi seated in the guest seats. Upon seeing Xianxia, they heaved a sigh of relief. If not for the huge commotion over the past few days at the herb garden, he would have never known that Xianxia had already arrived at the poison hall. Sitting down, Su Shi looked at Xianxia expectantly and asked, "May I know if Xianxia has come to Myriad Kingdom City as well?" Back then, in Tianwu Kingdom, Xianxia had guided him in breaking through the 7th circulation of the miniature solar art. Even until now, he was deeply grateful to the other party. One of the reasons why he came all the way here to invite Xianxia to participate in the Master Teacher Tournament was because he wanted to meet his benefactor. That was a Master Teacher who could possibly surpass 6-star, otherwise, there was no need for the 2 of them to come all the way here to meet a mere 2-star Master Teacher. "My teacher is extremely elusive. I don't know where he is either," Xianxia said. His teacher was himself. It was already so troublesome for him to fool the other party in a small kingdom. If he were to be caught red-handed here, he would be doomed. With his reputation as a master teacher, others might still be wary of him. However, if they were to find out that he didn't have a teacher, trouble would surely befall him. Hearing that Xianxia wasn't around, Su Shi shook his head in disappointment. However, he soon regained his composure and said, "The reason why Ling Shi and I are here today is because we have a favor to ask of you." "Su Shi, please speak." Xianxia nodded. "It's like this. Previously, we invited you to participate in the Master-Teacher tournament. May I know if Xianxia has told you about it? Xianxia asked. Back then, in Tianwu Kingdom, they did mention it once. However, Xianxia was hesitant about it, so Xianxia had to agree on his behalf. Even though they believed that Xianxia would definitely tell them about it, it was still better for them to make things clear beforehand. My teacher has told me about it. As long as we become the champion, we'll be rewarded with middle-tier spirit stones. Don't worry, I'll agree to it. Xianxia nodded. Cough cough. Choking on their saliva, Xianxia and Lingxia were speechless. Champion, you sure dare to dream. There are innumerable experts in the 28 powers, and every single one of them is a top-notch genius. Even though you are talented, your cultivation and age are still too far apart. Our motive for finding you is just so that we can achieve a higher ranking. We haven't even thought about the top 10, let alone the champion. He could only dream. It's like this. The Master-Teacher Tournament is a competition between the top geniuses of the 28 powers, and our Alliance of Nations is fortunate to be the host of the tournament this year. Pavilion Master Kong hopes to obtain a good ranking, so he gathered several top-notch geniuses from all over the continent to select 2 participants. After hesitating for a while, Su Fan told him his purpose. Advance the competition? Yes, the elders have nominated a total of 6 candidates. Xianxia replied. As the host of the Master-Teacher Tournament this time around, the newly appointed Pavilion Master Kong placed great importance on this matter. He hoped that the Master-Teacher Tournament would be able to surpass the previous ranking, and thus, he issued an order for all of the elders to be on their guard. This was precisely the reason why Xianxia and Lingxia rushed to Tianwu Kingdom to invite Xianxia. However, they were not the only 2 elders in the entire Mingshi Tang sect. The other elders also had their own recommendations, and a total of 6 candidates were selected. The 2 of them had spent a lot of effort to keep Xianxian's spot. Otherwise, given his identity as a 2-star master teacher, how could he possibly stand a chance against the other geniuses? You mean to say that you want me to participate in the internal selection of the Mingshi Tang sect? Xianxian came to a realization. That's right. The Master-Teacher Tournament is only limited to 2 participants from each power. Naturally, we have to select the 6 candidates first before we can focus on nurturing them. We have to strive to raise their understanding of master teachers to a whole new level within 2 months. Xianxia said. In order to obtain a good ranking, one had to work harder. Even if it was just a last-minute preparation, 2 months was sufficient to achieve a certain level of improvement. After hearing Xianxia's explanation, Xianxian came to a realization. The Master-Teacher Tournament was the biggest event for the 27 powers of the Alliance of Nations. Even with the recommendation of Xianxia and Lingxia, it was impossible for them to give him the spot to represent the Alliance of Nations so easily. After all, it had only been 3 months since he rose from a small kingdom. It was normal for others to doubt his abilities. Even though he knew what was going on, Xianxian didn't mind. He wanted to participate in the tournament as well. At the same time, he wanted to see how formidable the geniuses of the Alliance of Nations were. After resolving Lu Chang's matter, he had to hasten his cultivation and push for a breakthrough to Master Teacher. Otherwise, if he couldn't become a 9-stars Master Teacher before 30, the innate fetal poison would act up, and everything would be for naught. Having read countless books, Xianxian knew that not only did a Master Teacher have to possess the strength and capability of a teacher, a reputation was also of utmost importance. Without a reputation, how could one be worthy of the title Master Teacher? If he wanted to raise his reputation swiftly, participating in the Master Teacher Tournament was the best option. Besides, in order to raise his cultivation, not only did he require the Heaven's Path Divine Art, more importantly, he had sufficient middle-tier spirit stones. If he were to rely solely on his bluff, the amount of spirit stones he could obtain would be limited. If he were to amaze the world in the Master Teacher Tournament, it would be much easier for him to gather spirit stones. Having thought through all of this, Xianxian decided that there was nothing for him to worry about anymore. Thus, he asked, when will the selection begin? According to Pavilion Master Kang's instructions, it should begin a few days ago. It's just that you didn't appear, so the 2 of us tried our best to delay it. Now that you're here, we can begin anytime. Seeing that the young man before them didn't reject them, Susher and Lingshi heaved a sigh of relief. They had only managed to delay the selection by a few days. If the young man before them didn't participate, they would be in deep trouble. Are they at the Mingshi Tang Academy? Xianxia asked. The duo nodded. Let's head over to take a look then. Xianxia stood up. Since he was going to participate, there was no reason for him to hesitate. Seeing that Xianxia was going to head over so quickly, the duo smiled bitterly. Xianxia, wait a moment. Let me brief you on the candidates for the selection so that you can be mentally prepared. It won't be too late for you to head over after that. Of the 5 candidates, 3 of them are from the Mingshi Tang Academy. The most famous of them is Ruohuan Gongzi, Jun Ruohuan. He's the head of the 4 great Gongzi of Myriad Kingdom City, as well as the direct disciple of Pavilion Master Kong. He's 29 this year, and he passed the 4-star Master Teacher examination earlier this year. As such, he's already a 4-star primary Master Teacher. Xianxia nodded his head. He had seen a 4-star primary Master Teacher before, and he was none other than Song Chao. Even though that fellow looked dumb before him, as a Master Teacher of his caliber, his eye of discernment and talent were both astounding. For Jun Ruohuan to be on the same level as him, it could be seen that he wasn't a simple person. The second one is the direct disciple of Elder Hai of the Mingshi Tang Academy, Fu Shaochen, Fu Shi. He was assessed as a 3-star pinnacle Master Teacher 2 years ago, but he hasn't taken the examination yet. As such, no one knows his exact rank. However, based on my observations, he isn't beneath Ruohuan Gongzi at all. These 2 are the most famous, and they pose the greatest threat to the selection. As for the remaining 3, one of them is the direct disciple of Elder Feng, and the other 2 are chosen from vassal kingdoms by the other elders. They aren't in their 30s yet, and they're 3-star pinnacle Master Teachers as well. Susher swiftly explained the situation of the 5 candidates. The weakest of them is a 3-star pinnacle Master Teacher? Xianxia was astonished. In Xianyuan Kingdom, it would already be an incredible feat to have a 2-star Master Teacher under the age of 30. Yet, there were 5 of them here, and there were even 4-star Master Teachers as well. As expected of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, it was the most prosperous and central location of the many kingdoms. Indeed. However, there's no need for you to worry. Even though your Master Teacher rank is beneath theirs, your eye of discernment isn't inferior to theirs. You should stand a chance at victory. Thinking that Xianxia had lost his confidence, Susher consoled him. If not for Xianxia's outstanding performance in Tianwu Kingdom's Mingshi Tang Academy, the 2 of them wouldn't have recommended him so desperately. After all, the gap between a 2-star Master Teacher and these people was simply too huge. What's the content of the Master Teacher tournament? Xianxia asked doubtfully. He had only heard about the tournament from the duo, so he was completely unaware of the rules. Even in the books he had read before, there were very few introductions to such matters. You don't know? Taken aback, the duo was frenzied. Xianxia didn't mention it before? Back in Tianwu Kingdom, they had told Xianxia that they would be participating in the Master Teacher tournament. They thought that as a teacher, Xianxia would guide them in advance. If that was the case, with the guidance of a 6-star Master Teacher, their chances of victory would increase significantly. Yet, after so long, this Xianxia didn't even know what the tournament was about. Was there a mistake? One of the reasons why the duo insisted on Xianxia participating in the tournament was because they were shocked by his performance. More importantly, they trusted Xianxia's capability. Since Xianxia had agreed to it, he wouldn't allow his student to embarrass him. But now, Xianxia didn't even know this. What was going on? My teacher has never mentioned it before. Xianxia said. Hearing the other party's confirmation, the duo couldn't help but roll their eyes. Was Xianxia too careless, or did he have absolute confidence in his student? Shaking his head, Susher said helplessly, the Master Teacher tournament tests the overall capability of a Master Teacher, and it varies every single time. However, it is based on the basic requirements of a Master Teacher. Soul depth, cultivation, imparting knowledge, understanding of cultivation, pointing out flaws and flaws. Actually, it is similar to the Master Teacher examination, just that it is more stringent. The time requirement is higher as well. For the master-teacher examination, one just has to complete a test within a certain time limit. In the master-teacher tournament, the one who completes the test in the shortest time will be the victor. Xianxia came to a realization. Just like the competitions in his previous life, the time was the deciding factor. If A took 10 seconds to complete the 100-meter dash while B took 3 days, naturally, it would be the victor. Under the time requirement, the pressure would increase, and it would be difficult for one's soul depth to reach perfection. There were many formidable master teachers who failed to obtain a good ranking. After explaining a few more words, Xianxia finally had a better understanding of the master-teacher tournament. To put it bluntly, the master-teacher tournament was a competition between master teachers to determine the strongest one. As long as one's foundation was solid, there was no need for one to fear anything during the competition. This was also the reason why Susher and Lingshi went all the way to Tianwu Kingdom to look for him. Let's head to Mingshi Tang. Even though the content of the selection round is different from the actual master-teacher tournament, it shouldn't be too far off. This time, Pavilion Master Kong is the one who came up with the test. After experiencing it once, you should be more familiar with it. After introducing the master-teacher tournament, Susher said. Xianxia nodded. After instructing Sun Chang, he followed the duo to Mingshi Tang. Myriad Kingdom City's Mingshi Tang was the headquarters of the alliance. Even the subordinate kingdoms of Xianyuan Kingdom, Tianwu Kingdom, and the other Mingshi Tang were restricted. It wasn't too far away from the alliance head residence, so it didn't take long for them to arrive. It was a majestic building and a majestic hall. Upon entering the hall, Xianxia saw a massive sculpture holding onto a scroll. It gazed ahead with a compassionate gaze, and just by looking at it, one would be able to calm one's mind and rid of all distracting thoughts. Celestial Kongshi, lifting his gaze, Xianxia saw that there were quite a few people dressed in robes in the hall. There were at least 100 of them. There are so many master teachers here? Xianxia was astonished. Those who were dressed in robes were master teachers who had passed the emblem examination. Regardless of their rank, it was a little too frightening for so many of them to be here. One must know that Tianqian Kingdom, where he came from, didn't even have a single master teacher. Yet, here, there were at least 100 of them, and there was no lack of 2-star master teachers among them, as expected of a cultural hub where tens of thousands of countries gathered. Fearsome. Every month, a 4-star master teacher would conduct a public lecture in the square outside the Mingshi Tang. Many master teachers have come here due to its reputation, but most of them aren't from Myriad Kingdom City. Susher said. The strength of the cultivators in Myriad Kingdom City was partly due to the geographical advantage, but more importantly, there were master teachers of higher rank. Through the sale of tutelage jade tokens, the master teachers were able to guide cultivators more accurately, thus allowing them to improve faster. It could be said that if Myriad Kingdom City didn't have the Mingshi Tang, it would be impossible for there to be so many transcendent mortal experts. Xianxia nodded his head as he scanned the surroundings. Not only were there many master teachers here, there were also plenty of master teachers who came here to study as well. There were isolation rooms all around the hall, and as long as one was willing to pay the price, one could receive one-on-one guidance anytime. Of course, the higher the rank of a master teacher, the higher the price would be. After all, there were only so many 4-star master teachers here, and they couldn't possibly be so free as to go around guiding others. Other than the isolation rooms, there were also a few large lecture halls. Due to their limited wealth, many cultivators could only gather together with others to attend the lecture. Even though the results were much worse than one-on-one, they could still save a lot of money. This was one of the favorite methods of cultivators. We still lack 2 slots for 2-star Great Teacher Huang Chen's Zongshi Introductory Course. Are there any applicants? 3-star Master Teacher Mu Bai's lecture on Battle Literacy of Jizuan Advanced Stage requires 3 slots, 5 low-tier spirit stones, and a small lecture for 10 people. Walking in the hall, one could see quite a few people holding up a sign. On the sign were the name and rank of the master teacher, as well as the time and content of the lecture. They were inviting other cultivators to join them. Many of those who had similar problems in cultivation would sign up and join the group after seeing it. Then, they would form a group to attend the class. Even though those who had completed the lecture could still impart the content of the lecture to others, without the impartation of heaven's will unique to master teachers, it was impossible to achieve the same effect even if they used the same language. Otherwise, everyone would be able to play the role of a great teacher just by listening to the lecture. Great teachers wouldn't be so respected and irreplaceable. The higher the tier of the country, the higher the standing of the master teacher. In Myriad Kingdom City, even the Alliance head has to treat a 4-star master teacher with respect, not daring to offend him. Sushar stroked his beard and smiled proudly. Master teachers were known as the #1 occupation in the world, and they were revered by countless occupations. A 4-star master teacher was already considered a dragon among men. Xianxia nodded his head. He knew that master teachers were highly respected, and if not for this identity, he would have long been captured and dissected for research. It was precisely because everyone knew that he was a master teacher and that he had a powerful teacher that they thought that many things were natural. If he had a 6-star master teacher to guide him, many things wouldn't be surprising. On the contrary, it would be strange for him to exceed others' expectations. As a master teacher, their standing is high, and their responsibility is heavy as well. Back then, Conshur left behind a rule that one must be a role model for all. In recent years, Mingshir Tang has spread to the various kingdoms, and the strength of the entire human race has indeed undergone a complete transformation. Sushar continued. Even though Sushar felt proud of himself, he knew that this wasn't something to brag about, but a responsibility. The ultimate goal of a master teacher wasn't to raise their standing, but to elevate their students to the same level. Only by guiding their students to surpass themselves would they be able to achieve the greatest glory. Indeed. Xianxia replied. The deeper his understanding of master teachers grew, the more he felt that way as well. Sometimes, when his students improved greatly, he would feel joy from the depths of his heart instead of envy. This was what a teacher was, it was different from any other occupation. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. The selection round can only be held after the Pavilion Master has passed. I'll bring you to meet Pavilion Master Kong now. Shaking his head, Sushar instructed with a grim expression, Pavilion Master Kong can be considered as one of the most formidable geniuses of Mingshir Tang in the past 100 years. As a 4-star pinnacle master teacher, he is an upright and conscientious person. He is a pragmatic and humble junior, so when you meet him later, you must listen to his teachings humbly. Don't spout nonsense, or else, if you anger him, you might lose your slot. Pavilion Master Kong was younger than him and Lingshir, and he was the direct disciple of the previous Pavilion Master. For this slot, the two of them had paid a huge price, so they couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Don't worry. I have always been humble. Xianxia nodded. You have always been humble? Sushar and Lingshir were speechless. It wasn't as if the Mingshir Tang couldn't find out what you had done. Crippling the Mingshir Tang Guild during the Master Teacher examination, barging into the wall of medicinal formulae in the Physician Guild and forcing the guild leader to step down. A while ago, when you were at Honghai City, you barged into the harmonious stream of flowing goblets and nearly caused the appraiser hall to close down. When you were at the Formation Master Guild, you tore down their walls. Which of those were the most worrisome, and you still have the cheek to say that? You have always been humble. If you were humble, everyone in the world would be humble as well. Cough cough, when we meet Pavilion Master Kong, we'll speak on your behalf. Try to speak as little as possible. What you should be doing now is to adjust your condition for the selection round. Lingshir instructed. Xianxia nodded. Even if he wasn't allowed to speak, he was happy to be free. The trio chatted as they walked, and soon, they arrived at a room. Elder Su, Elder Ling. A young man standing guard at the door clasped his fist and bowed. Is Pavilion Master Kong in? Sushar asked. The Pavilion Master is inside. This way, please. Knowing that the other party was an elder and a 4-star master teacher, the young man didn't stop them and led the way. The room was extremely spacious. Unlike the rooms of other master teachers, there were many bookshelves placed against the walls, filled with all kinds of books. A stern-looking middle-aged man was currently standing by the bookshelves, casually flipping through a book. Pavilion Master, Elder Su, and Elder Ling request to meet you. The young man stepped forward. Since you're here, feel free to take a seat. Lifting his gaze, the middle-aged man smiled. Xianxia turned to look at the middle-aged man as well. Even though the middle-aged man wasn't as old as Susher and Lingshir, he exuded a powerful and authoritative aura. The feeling he exuded was similar to that of Alliance head Zhao, if not even greater. This was especially so for his eyes. They were pitch black, and they gleamed with the light of wisdom. It felt as if he could see through any disguise. His soul depth should be at least 14. 0. Zhangxian's heart skipped a beat. The higher a master teacher's soul depth was, the higher one's soul depth would be. Generally speaking, 3 soul depth was equivalent to one's rank. 4-star master teachers would have a soul depth of 12. 0, and 5-star master teachers would have a soul depth of 15. 0, typically, 4-star master teachers would have a soul depth of between 12 and 15. However, due to how difficult it was to cultivate one's soul depth, most 4-star master teachers would only have a soul depth of around 12. Take Song Chao for example, his soul depth was only at 12. 0. As such, he was easily beguiled by Zhangxian's impartation of heaven's will. Even 4-star master teachers like Susher and Lingshir only had a soul depth of around 13. Yet, the pavilion master before them had a soul depth of 14. 0. Given his age and soul depth, as long as he didn't die, it was only a matter of time before he became a 5-star master teacher. His soul depth is probably slightly higher than mine. After 2 golden pages, 2 celestial master teacher acknowledgements, and a soul tempering of a mentor's calligraphy, Zhangxian's soul depth had already reached 14. 1, surpassing the threshold of 14. However, it seemed like he was still a little lacking compared to the pavilion master before him. I wonder if I can bewitch him with my impartation of heaven's will. Suddenly, a thought popped up in Zhangxian's mind. Before heading to the Soul Oracle tomb, his soul depth was only at 12. 0. 1 higher than Song Chao. Even so, it was still possible for him to bewitch the other party. In other words, with his identity as a celestial master teacher, it would be easier for him to convince others to trust him and use his impartation of heaven's will. After going through 2 celestial master teacher acknowledgements, even if his soul depth was lower than the other parties, it shouldn't be too far off. Could he use the same method to bewitch the other party? However, in order to use impartation of heaven's will, I have to make sure that my words are flawless. If the other party doesn't use any battle techniques and doesn't have any flaws in his words, it will be difficult for me to bewitch him. Even though this idea popped up in Zhangxian's mind, he didn't think that it would work. Impartation of heaven's will meant that the content of one's explanation was straight to the essence of cultivation. If one didn't know the other party's cultivation state and flaws, it would be impossible for one to guide the other party. With his current eye of discernment, it was impossible for him to see through the other party's transcendent mortal 4-dan pinnacle cultivation. If he didn't use any battle techniques or the library of heaven's path, it would be impossible for him to see through the other party's flaws. These thoughts flashed across Zhangxian's mind for a moment before Susher stepped forward and introduced himself. Pavilion Master, this is Xianxia, the person whom we have told you about. The 2-star master teacher whom you spoke of, the top-notch genius who broke several records in Tianwu Kingdom, and the one whom you are willing to recommend with your life force? Placing the book on the table, the middle-aged pavilion master Kong sat down on the main seat and raised his head to look at Zhangxian. Yes. Susher and Lingshir nodded. Transcendent mortal 1-dan pinnacle, and with just a look, it's clear that he hasn't cultivated any battle techniques. Is this the top-notch genius you spoke of? Glancing at Zhangxian, pavilion master Kong frowned. In order to prevent others from doubting his heaven's path Xianxia, Zhangxian didn't conceal his cultivation. As such, any cultivator would be able to tell that he was only a transcendent mortal 1-dan pinnacle cultivator. As a 4-star pinnacle master teacher, pavilion master Kong had a soul depth of 14. 0. Naturally, it wasn't difficult for him to see through Zhangxian's cultivation. Furthermore, an expert who had cultivated a battle technique would leave behind marks on their hands and feet. As such, they would unintentionally display certain habits while walking. Yet, the young man before him didn't possess any of these traits. Instead, his movements were completely unorganized, as though he had never cultivated before. How could he be a genius? Master teachers weren't invincible among their peers just because they were able to see through the flaws in their opponents' moves. More importantly, their control over their Xianxia and battle technique had reached a level of perfection. For a fellow who hadn't even cultivated a single battle technique to be called a genius and to represent the myriad kingdom cities Mingshi Tang Empire in the Master Teacher Tournament, wasn't this too much of a joke? Even though Xianxia's cultivation is slightly lower, his comprehension of Master Teacher has already reached an extremely deep level. Hearing the doubt in the Pavilion Master's words, Xianxia hurriedly explained. Comprehension? Pavilion Master Kang's face darkened. Elder Su, we are selecting talents to participate in the Master Teacher Tournament. As a veteran of the Mingshi Tang Empire, you should know who your opponent is and what kind of strength he possesses. It was no wonder he was angry. Xianxia and Lingshi had used their lives to guarantee this slot, so he thought that the other party would be an incredible genius. Yet, the other party's cultivation was only at Transcendent Mortal 1 Dan Pinnacle. Furthermore, he hadn't even cultivated a single battle technique. How could such a person stand out among the 4-star Master Teachers? Even though the Master Teacher Tournament wasn't entirely a test of one's strength, it was still a part of it. If one's cultivation wasn't up to par, how could he offer guidance to others? Even if he could, it would only be an armchair strategist. There was no value in it at all. I know, but... Xianxia's face turned anxious. No buts, take him away. Pavilion Master Kong waved his hands. Pavilion Master, there's no need to rush into a decision. Lingshi stepped forward and said, even though Xianxia's current cultivation is only at Transcendent Mortal 1 Dan Pinnacle, but... Do you know how strong he was when we last met him? 20 days ago? Pavilion Master Kang's eyes widened. These two elders had gone down around a month ago, and it had only been around 10 days since they had returned. Calculating the time, it had only been 20 days since the last time they had met Xianxia. Lingshi nodded. What's his strength? Pavilion Master Kong took a sip of the tea. So what if he managed to cultivate from Transcendent Mortal 1 Dan Intermediate Stage to Transcendent Mortal 1 Dan Pinnacle in 20 days? There were only 2 months before the Master Teacher Tournament. No matter how talented Xianxia was, it would already be a miracle for him to reach Transcendent Mortal 2 Dan. Grandmaster. 20 days ago, when I first met Xianxia. He was only at Xianxia realm. Lingshi hurriedly replied. Pooh. Spurting out a mouthful of tea, Pavilion Master Kong widened his eyes in shock. Fighter 8 Dan. Xianxia? What a joke, in just 20 days, he had advanced from Xianxia realm to half Transcension, Transcendent Mortal 1 Dan. And finally, he had reached Pinnacle. 3 major levels in a row, and countless minor levels. Even if he ate gunpowder, it wouldn't be that fast. Actually, Pavilion Master Kong wasn't the only one in disbelief. Lingshi and Xianxia were also on the verge of breaking down upon seeing Xianxia's cultivation reaching Transcendent Mortal 1 Dan. However, knowing that the other party's teacher was likely to be a 6-star Master Teacher and above, they felt slightly better. For a high-ranked Master Teacher like Xianxia to choose a small place like Tianxian Kingdom to accept a disciple without informing the guild, it was clear that he didn't wish to tell anyone. As juniors, they didn't dare to spread the news without the permission of the other party. Thus, even though they strongly recommended Xianxia, they didn't mention his teacher, so Pavilion Master Kong wasn't too sure about it. Hearing that the other party had advanced from Xianxia realm to Transcendent Mortal 1 Dan Pinnacle in less than a month, he felt as though he was going insane. This wasn't cultivation anymore. It was empowerment. In fact, even empowerment wasn't that exaggerated. That's true. Lingshi and Xianxia nodded in agreement. To advance from Xianxia realm to Transcendent Mortal 1 Dan Pinnacle in 20 days. As long as he cultivates diligently in the remaining 2 months, he should be able to reach Transcendent Mortal 2 Dan Pinnacle or even Transcendent Mortal 3 Dan Primary Stage. There's still hope for him to compete with those geniuses. Knowing that it was impossible for the 2 elders to lie, Pavilion Master Kong pondered. Most of the geniuses participating in the Master Teacher Tournament were 4-star Master Teachers. A 1-star Master Teacher's cultivation had to be at Tongxian Realm, a 2-star Master Teacher was at Xianxia Realm, and a 3-star Master Teacher was at Jizuan Realm. The minimum requirement to become a 4-star master teacher was Transcendent Mortal 2 Dan. As long as one reached Origin Energy Realm primary stage, one would be qualified to take the 4-star master teacher examination. As such, most of the geniuses participating in the tournament were between Origin Energy Realm 2 Dan and Clarifying Turbidity Realm. Given how fast Xianxia's cultivation was, if he could reach Transcendent Mortal 3 Dan primary stage within 2 months before the tournament, he would be considered to be in the middle of the pack. Perhaps he might really be able to obtain a placing in the tournament. Since that's the case, I'll give him a chance. Ask him 3 questions, and as long as he can answer them correctly, he'll be eligible to participate in the selection round. As for whether he'll be able to emerge victorious, that will depend on his capability. After contemplating for a moment, Pavilion Master Kong turned to Sushar and Sushar. All right. Hearing that there was still a chance, Sushar and Lingshar heaved a sigh of relief. They hurriedly turned their gazes to Xianxia. With a single glance, they staggered and nearly fainted on the spot. That Xianxia wasn't listening to their conversation at all. Instead, he was standing by the bookshelf by the wall, and his finger was lightly sliding across it, as though he was searching for a book. They were so nervous that they wouldn't be able to obtain a slot. Yet, this fellow didn't seem to care at all. Wasn't his heart a little too big? In order to allow you to participate in the tournament, the 2 of us have already put our faces on the line. Yet, you don't seem to care at all. Just the thought of it left them speechless. Xianxia. Sushar couldn't help but step forward and interrupt his actions. The Pavilion Master wants you to answer a few of his questions. As long as you answer them well, you'll be eligible to participate in the selection round. Oh. Xianxia nodded and walked over. Knowing that Pavilion Master Kong wouldn't be able to execute his impartation of heaven's will, Xianxia decided not to think too much about it. Scanning the surroundings, he noticed that there were quite a few Transcendent Mortal 2 Dan cultivation technique manuals on the bookshelves. Thus, he walked over and collected them into the Library of Heaven's Will. As for the discussion among the crowd, he wasn't paying much attention to it. Back at Honghai City, Master Sai had helped him gather at least 500 Origin Energy Realm cultivation technique manuals. There were several hundred of them on the wall as well. Adding the 2 together, they formed a complete set of Heaven's Path Divine Art manuals. He didn't even have the time to study them, so how could he possibly pay attention to what they were saying? My questions are all related to cultivation and guidance. As long as you can answer them, I'll give you a chance to participate in the selection round. Pavilion Master Kong looked at Xianxia and casually picked up the book he was reading. With a solemn expression, he said, "This is a case that I've gone through before. A half-transcension cultivator once suffered from internal injuries. His left lung was punctured, and as a result, his left meridian was unable to clear his Xianxia. Under such circumstances, how can one guide him to achieve a breakthrough to Transcendent Mortal successfully?" This was a problem that he had gone through personally. Back then, he had studied it for a long time and browsed through many books before he was able to solve it. However, the Master-Teacher tournament was much more difficult than this. If he couldn't even solve this problem, there was no point in participating in the tournament. Thus, he might as well get eliminated first. As for the problem itself, it was a problem beneath Transcendent Mortal Realm, so it wasn't beyond the other party's comprehension. Transcendent Mortal Realm requires one's cultivation to be as one in order to be able to communicate with, get close to, and control nature. With a puncture in his left lung, his Xianxia is unable to clear his left meridian. This is equivalent to a flaw in a circle, making it impossible for him to achieve a breakthrough. Hearing this problem, Sushar frowned. That's difficult. Indeed. Even I would require at least 8 steps to solve this problem. Lingshar nodded in agreement. They were all 4-star master teachers. Even though this problem was difficult, it was still possible for them to solve it. However, they would have to put in a lot of effort. I need 7 steps as well. Sushar pondered for a moment before replying. You have cultivated the miniature solar art to the 7th circulation, so it's normal for you to require a step less than me. However, based on what I know, this problem was solved by the Pavilion Master back then when he was still a 3-star master teacher, and he only required 5 steps. Lingshar said. 5 steps? Sushar's eyes narrowed. Under the guidance of a master teacher, the fewer steps one needed, the higher the chances of success would be. Thus, the more effective it would be. Even with his current strength and means, it would take him at least 7 steps to solve the previous problem. On the other hand, the pavilion master only required 5 steps when he was still a 3-star master teacher. His means were truly astounding. I wonder how many steps this Xianxia will take to solve this problem. After recovering from his shock, he couldn't help but turn to look at the young man. How many steps? I'm afraid that I won't be able to come up with a solution in a short period of time. Xianxia shook his head. Even though he had great confidence in Xianxia, the pavilion master's problem was simply too difficult. Even they would have to spend a lot of time to figure it out. It was still uncertain whether the other party would succeed or not. After hearing the other party's question, Xianxia frowned. How big is the injury on the left lung? Can you mark the exact location for me? Also, what is the cause of the injury? What is the attribute of the other party's Xianxia? The injury is caused by a sword. The other party has comprehended sword intent, and the sword chi has seeped into his bloodline. This is the diagnosis. You can take a look at it. Seemingly knowing that Xianxia would ask such a question, Pavilion Master Kong lowered the book in his hand. Xianxia flipped through it casually, and the details of the cultivator were recorded within. The content was extremely detailed. Not only was the location of the injury recorded, even what kind of move was used to injure the other party. Soon, he finished reading. Is there a solution? Pavilion Master Kong turned to Xianxia and asked. Oh, that's simple. We just have to design a new cultivation path for him, Xianxia said. Cultivation path? Pavilion Master Kang's face darkened. You mean to modify his cultivation technique? That's right. The injury to the left lung doesn't mean that the left meridian Xianxia is unable to circulate. Rather, the Xianxia circulation path needs to be modified. As long as we make some adjustments, it won't be difficult for him to achieve a breakthrough. Xianxia. Modify his cultivation technique? Sushir and Xianxia were taken aback. That way, we can skip the steps of treating the injury, reopening the meridians, and nourishing the body. If we can really solve this problem, we can just a step? Happy Father's Day. I wish all fathers in the world the best of health and happiness. As a father himself, Laowa intended to give himself a day off today. However, it had been 8 months since the book was uploaded, and he hadn't had a single day of rest. But after thinking about it, he decided to give up on it. Since the middle school examination would be held the day after tomorrow, and the middle school examination would begin the day after that, he probably wouldn't have much time to write. Thus, there was a high chance that he would apply for a leave of absence. Sai, I beg of you for monthly tickets and official subscriptions. I've been increasing my currency too much recently, and my subscriptions are in a mess. I beg of you not to use it. After all, Laowa still has to feed his family. Thank you. Xianxia's treatment required 8 steps, Sushir required 7, and even the pavilion master required 5. Yet, this fellow actually wanted to solve the problem in a single step? Nonsense, you must be dreaming. Just as Xianxia was perplexed, Pavilion Master Kong harumphed coldly. Raising his head, he saw the other party's livid face filled with displeasure. Every single cultivation technique is created by the predecessors, and it has been tested by countless people before it can be passed down to the world. How can you change it so easily? The other party is severely injured, and if he were to use an untested cultivation technique, not only would he be unable to reach transcendent mortal, his cultivation might even go berserk, resulting in his death. If that were to happen, where would the dignity of a master teacher go? Initially, when he heard the words of the 2 elders, he had high hopes for this fellow. Yet, he didn't expect the other party to be so perfunctory. If a cultivation technique could be changed so easily, wouldn't there be secret manuals everywhere? Not to mention, there was a foreign Xianxia in the other party's body. If he didn't neutralize it, treat his injuries, adjust his condition, and gather his spirit, how could he possibly reach a higher realm? He thought that the other party was a genius, but to think that he was just an idiot. If he were to do so, not only would he fail to treat the other party's injuries, he might even end up killing the other party. Thus, the prestige of the Mingshi Tang school would be swept away. Cultivation going berserk? You're thinking too much. Waving his hands to interrupt the other party, Xianxia glanced at him impassively. I'll explain the Xinqi circulation route, and you'll know whether it's useful or not. The Xinqi will flow out from the Dantian and pass through Tai, Guanmen, Liang Gate. And finally, it will gather at Xianxia. After 3 cycles, one will be able to reach Transcendent Mortal, and there's a 90% chance of success. Possessing the Heaven's Path divine art, Xianxia had a deep understanding of cultivation. Even though the situation described by the other party was difficult, it was extremely simple for him. All he had to do was slightly alter his cultivation route to bypass his injuries and neutralize the foreign Xinqi in his body, and it wouldn't be difficult for him to reach Transcendent Mortal. Pass through Tai, Guanmen, Liang Gate. The trio frowned. This cultivation route sounded extremely bizarre, and it was completely different from normal cultivation techniques. Even though they were 4-star master teachers, they couldn't tell whether it was right or wrong in a short period of time. Every single cultivation technique had to be practiced before it could be put into practice. Even a master teacher wouldn't be able to determine whether it was useful or not after listening to it once. You're saying that as long as I follow this cultivation technique, I'll be able to reach Transcendent Mortal? Ordinary cultivators would find it difficult to achieve a breakthrough in their cultivation. For a severely injured person to achieve a breakthrough just by circulating the cultivation technique 3 times, what kind of joke was that? Not bad. Xianxia's expression was indifferent. I just checked. This person was injured by a scorching sword qi. This kind of sword qi is extremely sharp. After injuring the left side of the chest, it followed the meridians and rushed to the dantian. The injured had cultivated the Great Ancient Splendor art, which emphasized sharpness. The first burst of energy, the second burst of energy, and the third burst of energy. Coincidentally, it is the same as the fierceness of the scorching sword energy. They both belong to the violent and unyielding power. When 2 types of true qi meet, there will be a situation where the courageous one wins. In a head-on clash, Xianxia's Xinqi would flow endlessly, and the other party's sword qi would be nothing more than a strand of duckweed, so there was nothing to fear. However, it was a pity that the other party's meridians were simply too thin. If Xianxia were to clash head-on with Xianxia, it would be easy for him to tear them apart and cripple his cultivation. As a result, there was a situation where one man could hold back 10,000 men. Not only was he unable to expel the sword qi, his injuries became more and more severe. At this point, Xianxia paused and turned to look at Pavilion Master Kong with a sharp gaze. If I'm not wrong, when these symptoms were recorded, it should be the 7th day since this person was injured, right? This. Pavilion Master Kong was taken aback. That's right. He was the one who solved that person's problem personally, and he had always been proud of it. He remembered all the details back then clearly, and it was the 7th day since the other party was injured. Just that, the record only stated the location of the injury and what kind of move it was. How many days had the other party been injured, but there was no description. Could it be that Xianxia was able to deduce the time just by looking at the record? On the 7th day since the other party was injured, he was unable to control the clash of true qi, and the wound on his left chest was unable to heal. In fact, it even started to fester. Under the current situation, when 2 types of true qi were to clash, if he were to forcefully use the cultivation technique he used previously, the clash would only intensify. This would worsen the severity of his injuries. Xianxia chuckled softly. Normally speaking, one should first allow the other party to exhaust all of his Xinqi. This is equivalent to dismissing the soldiers fighting against the bottleneck and allowing the sword qi to flow out from the narrow meridians. After which, one should find a way to get rid of it. That's right. Su Fan and Ling Hingyu nodded in agreement. The 8 and 7 steps they spoke of were the same as well. In order to achieve a breakthrough, one had to first resolve the injury, and in order to treat the injury, one had to resolve the root of the problem. And this sword qi was the root of the problem. Exhausting one's Xinqi was the same as retreating. This was the only way to make the sword qi lower its guard. As long as the sword qi could flow out from the narrow meridians, it would be much easier to resolve the issue. Pavilion Master Kong nodded in agreement. This was what he did back then as well. Any master teacher would do the same. Could it be that this was wrong? Right? Not only is it wrong, it's a huge mistake. Xianxia shook his head. Dissipating one's Xianxia is similar to moving away a boulder blocking a stream. It can indeed allow the sword qi to flow out, but it's an incomparably sharp and scorching sword qi. Furthermore, the location where the sword qi is blocked is at the left lung. That area is close to the heart. If the sword qi were to burst out, it could very well pierce through the heart, resulting in death on the spot. Death? Su Fan couldn't help but ask. The sword qi has been trapped for 7 days, so it shouldn't be as sharp as before. Indeed, the chances of it piercing through the heart is less than 1%. However, what if it didn't pass through the left lung meridian and instead passed through the Hui Qi acupoint and entered the Zhenqin acupoint? Xianxia asked. This. Su Shi and Ling Shi were stunned. The Hui Qi acupoint was the intersection between the left lung meridian and the Zhenqin acupoint. The former led to the lung whereas the latter led to the heart. Even though the sword qi would flow down the meridian toward the dantian, there was no guarantee that the cultivator wouldn't hesitate to leave a surge of Zhenqi in his body. If so, there was a good chance that the sword qi would flow up the meridian and enter the Zhenqin acupoint, piercing through the heart. If that were to happen, even the gods wouldn't be able to save the cultivator. Pavilion Master Kang's face paled, and his entire body tensed up. Back then, when he encountered this case, he was too focused on treating the other party that he didn't think too much about it. Eventually, he realized this problem as well. Even though the chances weren't high, it was still possible. He could only say that he was lucky back then. Otherwise, putting aside treating the other party might have already died. If that was the case, it would have been a miracle if he was able to maintain his position back then and not go down in history as a 4-star master teacher. Just that. It was only after he became a 4-star pinnacle master teacher that he realized this. To think that the young man before him was able to deduce this with just a single glance. Could it be that the cultivation technique the other party spoke of was really effective? Previously, he thought that the other party was just spouting nonsense. But to think that the other party was even able to see through this. Most likely, the cultivation technique wasn't as simple as it seemed. My method doesn't require me to dissipate my Zhenqi beforehand, and there's no need for me to draw out the sword qi. Ignoring the shock of the trio, Xianxia continued, the Tai acupoint is the first branch point between the left and right meridians. If I were to direct my Zhenqi through it, it would be easy for me to induce a resonance between energies, allowing the sword qi to flow down to this point. As long as the sword qi flows over, it would be easy for me to force it out. The Tai acupoint is located near the dantian, and as long as a cultivator has sufficient Zhenqi to sustain it, it would be easy for him to force the sword qi out of his body. If one were to view the human body as a formation and the Tai acupoint as the life, the sword qi would naturally flow out from this acupoint. Su Shi's eyes widened as he muttered to himself. Based on the theories of formation masters, the human body could be viewed as a formation as well. There were also the gate of healing, gate of life, gate of pain, gate of stop, gate of view, gate of death, gate of alarm, gate of opening. There were 8 gates. The Tai acupoint was the intersection between the left and right meridians, and it was also the gate of life of a formation. If the sword qi were to be drawn there, it would definitely escape from there. This way, it would be able to destroy the sword qi with minimal cost. Compared to the previous method of dissipating his Zhenqi to forcefully expel the sword qi, this method was at least several dozen times more effective. That's not right. It's indeed easy for the sword qi to flow over, but what if it doesn't? Pavilion Master Kong frowned. After 7 days of battle, how could the sword qi rush to the Tai acupoint if it didn't withdraw its Zhenqi? It was just like how in a battle, the other party would only be able to ensure his survival by guarding the critical juncture. If the other party didn't withdraw its Zhenqi, why would the other party charge over? It wasn't as if the other party would walk right into the trap and wait for the other party to expel it. Sigh. Hearing his question, Xianxia sighed. Shaking his head helplessly, he said, "It seems like you don't know much about the great ancient incursion art that the other party cultivates." Pavilion Master Kang's face reddened. The great ancient incursion art was an unorthodox cultivation technique. He had heard of it before, but he had never cultivated it before. It was true that he didn't know much about it. The essence of the great ancient incursion art is its sharpness. The first spurt of energy, the second spurt of energy, and the third spurt of energy. Previously, I told you to circulate your Xianxia thrice through the new passageway. This way, when the sharp Xianxia dissipates, the sword qi will see an opportunity to rush out and destroy the dantian. It's inevitable that it will come to the tai acupoint. It's impossible that you haven't thought of it, right? Xianxia looked at him impassively. Pavilion Master Kang's body trembled. After being obstructed by the sharp Xianxia for 7 days, even if the sword qi didn't possess a mind of its own, it would still act like a compressed spring, waiting for an opportunity to strike and retaliate. After the great ancient incursion art was weakened by the third spurt of energy, it was the best opportunity to attack. As long as one was a cultivator, they would be able to figure it out easily. That's still not right. You said that one would be able to reach transcendent mortal realm after circulating the Xianxia thrice, but you only managed to expel the sword qi. After recovering from his shock, Pavilion Master Kang was still in disbelief. You only managed to expel the sword qi? Think about it, the direction of Xianxia circulation that I just mentioned. Xianxia chuckled. Xianxia flows out from the dantian and passes through the tai acupoint, Guanmen acupoint, Liang gate. And finally, it converges at the Qixia acupoint. Pavilion Master Kang couldn't help but recall what the young man had just said, and his face warped in shock. After the Xianxia dissipates, the sword qi pursues and converges at the tai acupoint. After the two forces collide, the sword qi spurts out from the acupoint, and the cultivator's Xianxia makes use of the force of the collision to break through the Guanmen acupoint, Liang gate. To reach transcendent mortal realm? This is equivalent to making use of the violent might of the sword qi to break through the profound lattice. The chances of success is indeed no lower than 90%. Su Shi's throat went dry. As a 4-star master teacher, he had a deep understanding of the flow of Xianxia in his body. Even though the sword qi and Xianxia collided at the tai acupoint and dissipated from the life gate, the violent might harnessed within the sword qi would be infused into the other party's Xianxia. To be able to injure this cultivator, that meant that the other party was stronger than him. Since the other party was able to reach transcendent mortal realm, he should have already reached half-transcension pinnacle and was about to make a breakthrough at any moment. If the other party was stronger than him, wouldn't that mean that the other party was a transcendent mortal expert as well? If the violent Xianxia of a transcendent mortal expert were to be infused with the other party's Xianxia, the resulting might would be unimaginable. Thus, it would be much easier for the other party to break through the bottleneck. In fact, if the other party were to do so, the chances of success would be 100%. Why you? Upon realizing this, everyone widened their eyes in astonishment. When they heard the symptoms of the cultivator, the first thing that came to their minds was how they could resolve the sword qi, recover from their injuries, adjust their condition, and think of a way to reach transcendent mortal realm. Yet, the young man before them actually made use of the sword qi in his body to create a cultivation technique that could allow for a breakthrough. More importantly, from the moment he finished reading the case to the moment he came up with the solution, it had only taken him several dozen breaths. How in the world did he do it? Was he still human, knowing that the other party had already understood his method? Xianxia asked calmly, "Can my cultivation technique treat the other party and help him achieve a breakthrough?" Yes. It can be treated. Pavilion Master Kang's face paled. Calming his breathing, he nodded his head. It took him a total of 5 steps to complete the technique, and he already thought that it was incredible. Yet, the young man before him managed to do so in just a single step. It seemed like Su Shi and Ling Shi were right. Even though the young man before him was lacking in strength, his understanding of master teachers was definitely not something that ordinary people could match up to. So, have I answered your question? Xianxia continued. Yes. Pavilion Master Kang nodded. Since you've answered my question, what are you waiting for? But before he could finish his words, the displeased voice of the young man before him sounded. After speaking so much, can't you see that I'm already thirsty? Hurry up and pour me a cup of water. Author's note: did you enjoy reading a 4,000-word chapter? My monthly votes have dropped to 5th place, but do you still have votes left? If you're enjoying it, please lend Laura a hand. I saw someone saying that increasing the number of coins doesn't affect the subscription. Damn, that's a huge impact. Increasing the number of coins doesn't count as a subscription. In other words, if I were to use the additional coins to subscribe, I wouldn't be able to get a single cent. I beg of you to stop using it. Woo. Putong. Pour water? He asked the pavilion master to pour water. Hearing those words, the mouths of Su Fan and Ling Hingyu twitched. The two transcendent mortal 4-dan experts nearly collapsed to the ground. When they entered the room previously, they had instructed the pavilion master to be stern and to watch his words. Who knew that this fellow would issue such an order as though lecturing his subordinates? The heck, are you insane? Do you think it was easy for us to request for the slots? Are you going to let this matter rest until you lose it? Just when the duo thought that the hall master would fly into a rage and fall out with them on the spot, the usually stern hall master hurriedly stood up and replied respectfully, yes. After which, he turned around and picked up the pot of hot water on the stove. Then, he poured a cup of tea and passed it over. The heck? This. What's going on? The faces of the two 4-star master teachers and transcendent mortal 4-dan elders twitched, and frenzied looks appeared on their faces. The other party was the esteemed pavilion master Kong of Myriad Kingdom Alliance. Even if Alliance head Zhao were here, he wouldn't be qualified to drink the tea he brewed. Yet, despite Xianxia's disrespectful words, not only did the other party listen to them, he even treated them with such an attitude. What in the world was going on? It's impartation of heaven's will. Suddenly, Su Shi thought of something, and his body trembled uncontrollably. This was the reason why master teachers would strictly abide by each other's words, not daring to go against one another. Previously, this Xianxia's words contained the heavenly voice, and the fluctuation of his soul depth. As he wasn't targeting them, they thought that he was analyzing their condition. To think that he was actually using this trick, to use impartation of heaven's will on Pavilion Master Kong. And it actually worked. What the heck? Su Shi and Ling Shi stared at one another, and at this moment, they felt like committing suicide. Pavilion Master Kong was in existence with a soul depth exceeding 14. 0, the number 1 master teacher of Myriad Kingdom City. For him to be beguiled by impartation of heaven's will. And more importantly, the one executing this trick was a 2-star master teacher who wasn't even 20 yet. If word were to spread, it would surely scare a huge group of people to death. While the duo was shocked, Pavilion Master Kong also came to a realization. His eyes widened, and his face twitched. To think that the most powerful master teacher of Mingshi Tang would be beguiled by a 2-star master teacher's impartation of heaven's will, willingly serving tea to the other party. Just thinking about it made him feel crazy. Just as Xianxia was contemplating what he should do next, the young man before him sipped on his tea and turned around calmly. Let's talk about the second question. The second, Pavilion Master Kang's eyelids twitched. For the first question, the other party had used the impartation of heaven's will, leaving him helpless. If he were to ask the second question, would the same situation occur? There's no need for that. The purpose of the 3 questions is to test whether you are qualified to participate in the challenge. Since you answered the first question more reasonably than us, it's enough to prove your strength. There's no need for the remaining 2 questions. With a stern expression, Pavilion Master Kong stood up righteously. The purpose of the 3 questions was to assess the other party's comprehension of master teachers. He had taken 5 steps to solve the problem, but the other party had solved it in a single step. On top of that, he had even used the impartation of heaven's will to beguile him. Just this in itself was enough to qualify him for the selection round. Since that was the case, there was no point in asking the other party any further. Since that was the case, he might as well be magnanimous so as to not fall for the beguile again. Waving his hands grandly, Pavilion Master Kong turned to Elder Ling and said, "Elder Ling, I want you to sound the assembly bell now so that everyone can gather at the Master Teacher Pavilion for the selection round." Yes. Nodding his head, Elder Ling turned around and left. A moment later, the bell sounded loudly. Any master teacher from the League of Nations who heard the bell would have to gather together immediately. Men, bring Xianxia to the master teacher pavilion. Susher and I will be there soon. Hearing the bell, Pavilion Master Kong knew that the master teacher pavilion would soon be packed with people. Thus, he waved his hands. Hearing the command, the young man who had been guarding the entrance walked in, and after glancing at Xianxia respectfully, he led the way. Knowing that they were heading to the master teacher pavilion for the selection round, Xianxia followed behind the young man. After the duo left, the room fell silent, leaving only Pavilion Master Kong and Elder Su Fan behind. Looking at his old friend of several decades, Pavilion Master Kong hesitated for a moment before asking, "Do you have anything to say about this Xianxia? He's a 2-star master teacher from Tianwu Kingdom, and he's not even 20 yet." Susher said. "That's not what I'm asking about." Pavilion Master Kang's vision darkened. Suppressing his rage, he said, "I want detailed information and the reason why you recommended him." "What the heck, if that was the case, how could you, as the esteemed Elder Mingshi Tang of Myriad Kingdom Alliance, recommend him instead of your own student?" One must know that Susher had a student who was a 3-star pinnacle master teacher as well, and his talent was on par with Fu Xiaoqian. This. Susher hesitated for a moment before asking, "Can we head to the Chamber of Secrets?" The Chamber of Secrets was a room with a unique formation. No matter how formidable a person was, it would be impossible for them to eavesdrop on the conversation. "Come over." Pavilion Master Kang's face turned grim, and he stood up. As the head of Mingshi Tang, he was in charge of many secrets. There was a Chamber of Secrets in his room. Pushing the door open, he activated the formation, and the duo was immersed in absolute silence. "Speak." The duo sat down. And Pavilion Master Kong turned to look at them. From the grave expression on Elder Su's face, it could be seen how important the matter he was about to speak of was. At this moment, he had also calmed down, and a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. 20 days ago, the founder was rejected, and the sorrowful chime of the bell. "Pavilion Master, do you still remember?" Susher asked. "Given how grave this matter is, how could I possibly forget? I've already informed all of my subordinates, Mingshi Tang, to investigate the matter, just that. I haven't received any news yet. This makes me suspect that it might be a master teacher from another power who came to participate in the tournament." Pavilion Master Kong nodded. Back then, they were in the midst of a conference, and the teacher acknowledgement hall trembled incessantly. Even though he managed to suppress the news, as the person involved, how could he not remember it? "Send a message to Tianwu Kingdom's Mingshi Tang. Tell him that as long as the statue trembles or the teacher acknowledgement hall collapses, report it to him immediately." Susher continued. The founder was rejected, and the sorrowful chime of the bell. The most direct manifestation of such a situation would be the trembling of the statue and the collapse of the teacher acknowledgement hall. If that were to happen to any Mingshi Tang, we would be able to ascertain the exact location of that genius. Pavilion Master Kong suddenly recalled something, and his breathing hastened. 20 days ago, you were in Tianwu Kingdom. Could it be that the teacher acknowledgement hall there collapsed? Yes. However, this matter is of grave importance, and fearing that the news would leak, I didn't report it to the communication wall. Instead, I had them reply with none. Susher clasped his fist. Pavilion Master, I hope that you won't blame me for this. Back then, when the headquarters sent him a message, he was the one who requested for the answer to be none. Otherwise, if this matter were to blow up, Xianxia would be in grave danger. If the news were to leak out, the master teacher who caused this matter might be found out, and countless troubles would fall upon him. You did the right thing. Pavilion Master Kong nodded. If he were here, he would have done the same as well. As a master teacher, he had the responsibility to protect talented juniors from harm. When Tianwu Kingdom's teacher acknowledgement hall collapsed, it happened when Xianxia took the 2-star master teacher examination. Susher continued. You mean to say that he might be the genius who rejected the acknowledgement of the predecessors and the sorrowful chime of the bell? Pavilion Master Kang's eyes narrowed. At this moment, he finally understood why the duo had recommended him so desperately. To be able to win the acknowledgement of so many predecessors. How talented must he be? Not only so, based on my conjecture, there's a high chance that this Xianxia is a celestial master teacher. Sushir said. Actually, he should have reported this matter to the pavilion master as soon as he returned to Myriad Kingdom City. The reason why he didn't do so wasn't because he and Lingshi were intentionally hiding the matter, but that they couldn't verify the matter. In the past few days, he had been searching through the relevant books. However, it was a pity that Xianxia was the only celestial master teacher who had experienced it. As such, he was unable to ascertain the exact details. Even after 10 days of searching, he and Elder Ling were still bewildered. What did you say? Pavilion Master Kang's eyes narrowed. During Xianxia's master teacher examination, not only did the teacher acknowledgement hall collapse, Xianxia's sculpture shattered as well. Other than a celestial master teacher and a student of the sage, I can't think of anything else. Sushir swiftly recounted the events he had heard in Tianwu Kingdom. This. After hearing the bizarre phenomenon that had befallen Tianwu Kingdom's Mingshi Tang, Pavilion Master Kang's lips went dry. Even though he couldn't confirm it, there was a high chance that this Xianxia was the culprit behind all of this. He was a celestial master teacher. 10 days ago, another celestial master teacher appeared. Could it be him again? Suddenly, a matter surfaced in Pavilion Master Kang's mind. 10 days ago, Mingshi Tang had also experienced the phenomenon of the trembling of the myriad tablets and the chime of the bell. Based on historical records, this was the sign of a celestial master teacher. However, even after 10 days of searching, he wasn't able to find any useful information. Since this Xianxia was likely to be a celestial master teacher, could it be him again? I'm not too sure about that. 10 days ago, he shouldn't have arrived at the capital. Sushir shook his head. Given that Xianxia wasn't in the capital, it was impossible for Pavilion Master Kang to ascertain whether it was him or not. Regardless of whether he's really a celestial master teacher or not. Just this fact alone is enough for him to participate in the tournament. However, it's a pity. After a moment of hesitation, Pavilion Master Kang shook his head. He's too young, and his cultivation isn't sufficient either. I'm afraid that he won't be able to defeat the others. Even though Pavilion Master Kang was confident in his ability to become a celestial master teacher, this Xianxia was simply too young. Those who were qualified to participate in the tournament were all in their 30s, and even the youngest was around 28 or 29. With a difference of 10 years, no matter how talented one was, it would be difficult for him to stand against the other party. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. You've done the right thing in this matter. You must keep this matter a secret. Don't tell anyone about it. Shaking his head, Pavilion Master Kang stood up and said, the bell has rung, and the master teachers should be arriving soon. Let's hurry over. Sushir stood up as well. However, barely after taking 2 steps, he saw the pavilion master looking at him with an awkward expression. I hope that you can keep the matter of me being beguiled a secret. Sushir. Recommending the new book by the great God E.K. Chocolate, Super Martial Traversing, bringing a mecha to the otherworldly world to show off. Lawa is currently catching up on it, so take a look. End of chapter 532. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.